Fang Ziqing traversed into a world teeming with awakened individuals, initially wishing to lead a life of discretion. However, he soon discovered that the magic and superpowers in this realm appeared to him as mere facades. After all, he had concealed his true strength, living like a seasoned sage for a millennium. While others awakened extraordinary abilities, he instead found himself awakening to solitude. As others devoted themselves to the arcane arts, he pondered the essence of existence. When the world faced impending doom, and all the awakened were helpless, Fang Ziqing finally sighed. If I do not intervene, the heavens themselves shall crumble. He slowly drew his sword. This single strike had been awaited for 10,000 years. With that one blow, he shattered the cosmos, leaving all in awe. The world trembled. It turned out that the mightiest had only feigned weakness. Chapter 1. The Young Woman by the Bedside. On the evening of August 30th, 3017, in the era of destiny, the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse starry sky, casting a silvery glow over the land. In the Gu family villa, Fang Ziqing lay in bed, his eyes wide open, flooded with an overwhelming influx of memories belonging to another someone who had navigated life with caution for 17 years. He remained composed. Even in the face of his extraordinary predicament, he had crossed over into another world. At this moment, his mind was inundated with fragmented memories, leaving him in a daze, his head heavy with confusion. Fang Ziqing endeavored to gain control over this unfamiliar body, realizing that the original owner shared an uncanny resemblance to him, not only in name and appearance, but in stature as well. The throbbing in his head subsided slightly. He struggled to rise from the bed. Fang Ziqing, like himself, was an orphan. However, unlike his own solitary existence scavenging for sustenance, the unique constitution of this body had led to his adoption by the Gu family, sparing him from a childhood fraught with suffering. Approaching the mirror beside the bed, he beheld a delicate visage, the moonlight rendering his complexion strikingly pale. That he pinched his cheek, affirming that he was not ensnared in a dream. If the coincidences of name, height, and looks were perplexing, the date was indisputable. According to this world's calendar, it was indeed the evening of August 30th, the eve of the senior year's commencement. Coincidentally, the day of his crossing was also August 30th, the eve of the academic year. Rubbing his temples to maintain clarity, he recognized that he was now a guest in someone else's home, and it was paramount not to reveal any anomalies. He contemplated the peculiar illness of Miss Gu Wan, who required the presence of a counterpart to alleviate her condition. Failing to do so would result in a day of excruciating cold and pain each month. As it happened, Fang Ziqing was that very counterpart, brought into the Gu household at a tender age, and had shared the same bed with Miss Gu Wan every month on the 30th. Wait, the 30th? Fang Ziqing hastily turned towards the bedside, holding his breath. Indeed, a young woman lay there, in the moonlight. He discerned her exquisite features, though her skin lacked color, appearing unusually pallid. This must be Miss Gu Wan. The memories swirling in his mind were too fragmented, akin to watching a 1-hour film in a minute. He grasped the overarching narrative, but struggled with the finer details. What if someone discovered his identity? He meticulously recalled the interactions between Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan. Fortunately, despite having grown up together, their communications were minimal, limited to their monthly cohabitation. However, the thought of sharing a bed each month troubled him. The closer he was to her, the more likely he would reveal discrepancies. If detected, it would spell disaster. Just as he was about to delve deeper into his memories, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and his vision momentarily blurred. Fang Ziqing slowly opened his eyes, finding himself still in bed. Sensing a gentle breath beside him, he turned to see a young woman curled up, her head resting on her knees, deeply asleep. In a moment of distraction, her head slipped from her knees and tilted to the side. Observing this, Fang Ziqing quickly extended his arms to catch her and gently repositioned her head onto the pillow. Just as he was about to withdraw his arms, her eyes fluttered open. At that moment, his position resembled that of someone pressing down upon her. He could not discern whether her eyes reflected indignation tinged with embarrassment or vice versa. Nevertheless, he felt a palpable aura of hostility emanating from her. They locked gazes for 3 tense seconds, both seemingly frozen in place, neither daring to move. Have you had your fill of hugging? She inquired first, her tone icy. Fang Ziqing sensed the precariousness of the situation, his mind racing. He must not panic. An anxious explanation would be futile. Instead, he resolved to take the opposite approach. He slowly withdrew his hands, ignoring her question, and reached for the silk blanket on her side to cover her, saying, "The night is cool. Be cautious of catching a cold." Gu Wan stared at him in astonishment, expecting him to be flustered and fumbling in his defense, denying that he had embraced her. I have yet to thank you for lifting me from the ground. Guwan. He emphasized the word hug, and Guwan's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this still the same Fang Ziqing she knew? Seeing her expression of shock, he inwardly cursed himself. He had gone too far. Just moments ago, he had resolved to avoid revealing any inconsistencies, yet he had forgotten entirely. Realizing this, his face turned wooden as he offered a foolish grin to Guwan, turning to cover himself with his blanket in an attempt to feign sleep, only to hear her cold voice. State, you never smile at me. Fang Ziqing's movement faltered, his face adorned with a myriad of dark lines. This was not good. He had exposed too many vulnerabilities in an instant. He feigned ignorance and turned away, pretending to be asleep. However, if one looked closely, beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. Contrary to his intentions, Guwan found herself wide awake, gazing at Fang Ziqing curled in the corner of the bed, and for the first time, she reached out her finger to poke him. Noticing his immobility, she raised an eyebrow. Ignoring me, are you? She poked him again. Fang Ziqing remained unresponsive. Guwan's patience wore thin, and with a swift kick, she sent him tumbling to the floor with a resounding thud. He rubbed his backside as he stood, glaring at her. What was wrong with this woman? He had crossed over only to be kicked once more. Even with his commendable temper, it was intolerable to endure 2 kicks in a single day, especially to the same spot. Guwan appeared oblivious to his ire, innocently gesturing towards the bed, implying he should return and converse with her. Fang Ziqing took a deep breath, resigning himself to the reality that one must bow their head beneath the eaves. Impulsiveness is a devil. Impulsiveness is a devil. He lay back down, and upon observing Guwan rise, he shot upright, filled with apprehension. What did she intend to do? Just as he had covered her with a blanket, she draped one over him, saying, "The night is cool. Be cautious of catching a cold." Fang Ziqing. Guwan, with a calm demeanor, instructed, "Turn over." Like a lifeless doll, he reluctantly complied. Lying on his left side, he felt an inexplicable sensation from this angle, coupled with the faint fragrance wafting from her. He shifted uncomfortably, inching backward, his gaze diverted elsewhere. Guwan sensed the tension in the atmosphere, and, seeking to lighten the mood, asked, "Are you prepared for the Dragon Gate leap?" At her words, Fang Ziqing's eyes brightened, as fragmented memories flashed before him. This world harbored a unique profession known as the Awakened, and the Dragon Gate leap Guwan mentioned was intricately linked to this vocation. Yet, the specifics eluded him at the moment. Perhaps he could extract more information from Guwan. He imitated Fang Ziqing's tone, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "Not yet." "What's the matter?" Guwan frowned, her irritation flaring at his indifferent demeanor, a sight she had witnessed since childhood that a lifetime offers but a precious 3-day opportunity. Neglecting to prepare will lead to lifelong regret. Fang Ziqing remained unperturbed. "Have you not always aspired to become an awakened? Let me be candid with you. Achieving that is the first hurdle. With a mere 3 days in a lifetime tied to the notion of becoming awakened, what precisely is this Dragon Gate leap?" Fang Ziqing tentatively inquired, "What is the purpose of this Dragon Gate leap?" "I seem to be a bit unclear." Guwan inhaled sharply, her gaze fixed on Fang Ziqing with a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. "Though the Academy does not disclose this information before we reach our senior year, it is a well-known secret. The event begins tomorrow, and you remain oblivious to its significance." She turned her head away, falling into a sullen silence. Fang Ziqing regarded her and thought, "Miss, you have scolded and mocked me. Why not simply speak?" He reached out, poking her gently in the back. Guwan remained immobile, prompting him to poke her again, yet still, she did not respond. He raised his foot, gesturing towards her in a playful manner. Fang Ziqing took a deep breath, hesitating for an eternity before ultimately refraining from kicking her. Turning away, a wave of fatigue washed over him, and he slowly succumbed to slumber. In his drowsiness, he sensed a wisp of fragrance wafting to his nostrils. Chapter 2. The Awakening Ceremony of the Otherworld. Fang Zi awoke to find that Guwan had already vanished without a trace. After freshening up, he made his way to the dining hall on the first floor of the Gu family villa. Guwan was delicately savoring her rice porridge, not lifting her gaze upon his arrival. Unperturbed, Fang Zi took his seat and began to relish the breakfast prepared by the household staff. A silence enveloped them for a moment until Guwan's voice broke through, stating, "The Academy mandates that the Dragon Gate ceremony commences at 9 o'clock. The hour grows late. Let us share a ride to the venue post-breakfast." Upon hearing her words, Fang Zi nodded in acknowledgement. As he set down his utensils, he glanced at the newspaper laid on the table. The Dragon Gate ceremony in Tianhai City is about to commence. Who will emerge as the top scholar this year? The 3 prestigious academies vie for supremacy. Can the first senior academy maintain its esteemed position? During their journey Fang Zi observed through the car window that the streets were unusually devoid of pedestrians, starkly contrasting his memories of the bustling thoroughfares. Remarkably, as they drew closer to the academy, an air of solemnity enveloped the surroundings. He noted the emergence of a contingent of men clad in black uniforms, positioned every 50 meters along the roadside, continuously escorting the students nearby. All private vehicles had been halted at the intersection, with a sign proclaiming, "No vehicles allowed." Fang Zi and Gu Wan, along with their fellow students heading to the academy, proceeded on foot. Ahead lay the renowned Jiaji Stone intersection, which bifurcated the three greatest institutions in Tianhai City: the First Senior Academy, the Experimental Senior Academy, and the Sixth Senior Academy. Both Gu Wan and Fang Zi were students of the First Senior Academy. The design of their uniforms was unmistakably aristocratic, a clear indication that those admitted to this esteemed institution were either of affluent backgrounds or possessed extraordinary talents. Casting a fleeting glance at Gu Wan to his right, he noted her usual calm demeanor. "Do not look around too much. Conserve your energy. You will need it for the Dragon Gate ceremony," Gu Wan advised, her tone measured. "What exactly is the purpose of this Dragon Gate?" Fang Zi inquired, his brow furrowing. Both the newspaper and his prior research on his mobile device had yielded ambiguous answers, devoid of precise explanations. "My knowledge is limited as well, but I have heard that the Dragon Gate, also referred to as the Awakening Ceremony, is the initial step towards becoming an awakened one," Gu Wan replied after a moment of contemplation. Seeing her hesitation, Fang Zi refrained from pressing further. As they traversed the path to the academy, they encountered only the upperclassmen of the First Senior Academy, the very individuals poised to partake in the Dragon Gate ceremony. The venue was designed to accommodate no less than 3,000 attendees. The moment the clock struck 9, the grand bell of the academy tolled, signaling the immediate closure of the venue's gates. At that instant, the entire academy fell into a profound silence. The principal of the First Senior Academy approached with measured steps, drawing the attention of the assembly towards the elderly gentleman, his hair a striking white. Curiously, there were no amplification devices before him, yet every word he uttered resonated clearly in the ears of each student present. "I am aware that you little ones have been eagerly anticipating this day for quite some time. Today, you will encounter the most pivotal turning point of your lives. Every word I utter will bear significance for your destinies." The atmosphere in the venue, packed with over 3,000 individuals, was eerily silent, as if one could hear the heartbeat of their peers. Fang Ziqing glanced around at her fellow students, each one fixated on the podium. Even the usually graceful young ladies were clenching their fists, their faces flushed, leaning forward, wishing they could grow extra ears to absorb more. According to Article 27 of the federal law, any individual who privately divulges information pertaining to the awakening ceremony shall have their qualification revoked. Those who disseminate information causing severe repercussions shall face expulsion. However, I firmly believe that the students of our esteemed First Academy are obedient and will not contravene this regulation. The elder surveyed the serious faces of the students below and nodded in acknowledgement before picking up a book. This tome is titled Meditative Techniques, a compilation of the awakening methodologies formulated by countless powerful awakeners and scientists since the inception of our Federation. What is awakening? It is the communion with the surrounding spiritual energy by those endowed with talent, empowering themselves, and acquiring formidable abilities, referred to as ability users. Upon reaching the pinnacle of enhancement, one may touch the threshold of becoming an awakener. A multitude of students breathed rapidly, their eyes riveted on the book as if it were a rare treasure. The elder chuckled heartily, then shifted to a solemn tone. "However, not everyone can become an ability user. 3 days, only 3 days. This brief period represents the most accurate time frame for awakening determined by the Federation in nearly a century, serving as a litmus test for one's aptitude to become an ability user. Last year, our First Academy achieved an outstanding record with 278 ability users, reclaiming the title of the foremost academy in the Tianhai district. Yet, even our academy's awakening ratio stands at a mere 10,791, meaning that only 1 in 11 students may emerge as an ability user. Once the 3 days have elapsed, the opportunity for a lifetime connection to abilities will be lost." The atmosphere in the venue intensified, with the thrumming of blood coursing through the veins of over 3,000 individuals. Fang Ziqing furrowed her brow, astonished to learn that the awakening ratio approached nearly 11:1, suggesting that only about 300 of the students present would ultimately become ability users. More alarmingly, the window of opportunity spans a mere 3 days, unlike the high-stakes examinations of the outside world, where one may retake them. This awakening ceremony stakes one's entire destiny on this fleeting period. The elder tapped his cane lightly on the floor, prompting everyone to fall silent and turn their attention to him. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the awakening officially commenced. During this period, no one was permitted to enter or exit the campus. The 3,000 students were escorted to the preparatory room, where the accompanying teachers distributed wristwatch-like devices. These devices not only possessed all the functionalities of a smartphone, but also monitored the status of one's spiritual energy. Should one become an ability user, the information could be transmitted from the wristwatch to the school's terminal, and the first level of meditative techniques was stored within. Upon hearing this, 50 students in the lounge eagerly opened their wristwatches to read meditative techniques. Unexpectedly, the wristwatches projected a virtual screen into the air, showcasing technology that surpassed the external world by decades. Observing his astonished classmates, the guiding teacher offered a faint smile and remarked, after the awakening, "I recommend that you dedicate the 6 hours during which you feel most invigorated to your training. Do not exceed this duration, for doing so may yield contrary results." As the awakening ceremony approached, the guiding teacher reiterated the essential precautions with the same persistence as a homeroom teacher before a crucial examination, leaving everyone parched and feeling as if each minute of waiting stretched into an eternity. 2 hours later, a sharp bell rang out, signaling the commencement of the awakening. Fang Ziqing and others joined the procession towards the specially constructed venue for the ceremony. With 50 individuals per chamber, everyone prepared once more for the awakening. Outside, the principals of the 3 major campuses communicated readiness through their devices. From each campus emerged a group of individuals clad in black, their faces concealed. In room 23, where Fang Ziqing was situated, a black-clad figure entered, placing a white stone upon the desk before standing motionless. An overwhelming sense of tension enveloped the room. A resounding boom echoed throughout the city, compelling all vehicles and pedestrians in the vicinity to pause and gaze towards the academy. The annual Dragon Gate ceremony was about to commence, leaving one to wonder which fortunate individual would ascend. As the third sound dissipated, the black-clad figure sprang into action, revealing streams of spiritual energy, as described in the meditation technique. The white stone radiated brilliantly, and the figure swiftly shattered it into 50 fragments, directing them towards the assembled students. Fang Ziqing felt a jolt surge through his body, as if every pore had opened, and the external world brimmed with countless unseen entities. Just as he attempted to harness the meditation technique, he found himself jolted back to awareness in the classroom. The black-clad figure had vanished, leaving behind only confusion among the remaining students. At that moment, the guiding teacher approached them, stating, "Students, it is now 2:15 in the afternoon. You have successfully undergone your awakening. Whether you become capable individuals who can alter your destinies depends on your efforts. I will now escort you to the lounge, where the academy will assume responsibility for your accommodations and meals over the next 3 days." True to its reputation as the premier academy in Tianhai City, each student was provided with a private training chamber across 10 grand buildings. The students appeared pensive as they hastened towards their respective lounges. Guwan nodded in acknowledgement before they parted ways. Upon arriving in his lounge, Fang Ziqing received a notification from his wristwatch. Ding! School announcement. Please read immediately. The Tianhai City First Advanced Academy has established the following rewards to motivate students in their training. The first breakthrough award is 300,000 federal coins and an advanced martial skill. The second to 10th breakthrough awards are 100,000 federal coins and a mid-level martial skill. Those ranked 11th and beyond will receive 10,000 federal coins and a low-level martial skill. Note: any record breaker will be awarded a Star Spirit Essence pill. Feel free to collect this information. Not only Fang Ziqing, but all students received this notification. Some from less affluent backgrounds gazed longingly at the enticing reward of 300,000 federal coins for the first place. Even within the bustling urban expanse of Tianhai, where the cost of living far exceeds that of the suburbs, 300,000 federal coins can procure a residence exceeding 100 square meters. Meanwhile, students hailing from affluent backgrounds cast envious glances at the martial arts. The Federation strictly prohibits the unauthorized dissemination of martial techniques. Thus, regardless of wealth, acquiring a single martial art remains an elusive pursuit. As for the spirit-nurturing pill, rumored to be infused with immense spiritual energy and possessing remarkable efficacy in enhancing one's cultivation, it remains a mere fantasy. It is said that a mere 3 days of practice is required. However, this translates to a mere 6 hours of training each day, amounting to a total of only 18 hours. A wristwatch can meticulously track one's training time, even if one begins their training ahead of others. The time spent must exceed that of the others to be recognized as a breakthrough. Fang Ziqing glanced at his watch, noting the remaining time for the day, 6 hours. At this moment, nearly all of his classmates were meditating, honing their physical states to their utmost peaks. A sliver of the setting sun gradually descended outside the window. Fang Ziqing opened his eyes, and simultaneously, the meditation technique he had committed to memory activated seamlessly. He soon felt a cool sensation flowing into his body, prompting him to exhale in relief. This refreshing feeling was undoubtedly the manifestation of sensing spiritual energy. Have I succeeded? As the influx of spiritual energy into his body quickened, and his physical state reached its zenith, Fang Ziqing dared not waste a single moment. When he opened his eyes again, 6 hours had elapsed. How could this be? Fang Ziqing was astonished to discover that his spiritual energy was gradually dissipating, vanishing into some unseen part within his body. Merely half a minute after exiting the meditative state, the spiritual energy he had painstakingly gathered over 6 hours had been entirely consumed. After a moment of reflection, Fang Ziqing sat bitterly on his bed. He found no relevant answers in the spiritual energy absorption section of his watch. He had clearly sensed the spiritual energy from the outset and had operated the meditation technique for a full cycle. How could this happen? Observing the watch's display, which read, "Today's 6 hours have been exhausted. Please refrain from further practice." Fang Ziqing reassured himself. It's all right. There are still 12 hours left. There remains a chance. Just then, a sudden notification echoed. Ding dong. The school announcement. Guwan sensed spiritual energy at 21:49, breaking through to become an empowered individual. Utilizing 3 hours and 9 minutes, shattering our school's previous record of 8 hours and 23 minutes. Currently, Tianhai's first senior academy ranks first. Among the 3 major districts of Tianhai, we stand at the pinnacle. Congratulations, a spirit-nurturing pill is awarded. We hope other students will strive harder. A tempest swept through the entire academy, leaving over 3,000 individuals in utter shock. 3 hours and 9 minutes? It was rumored that the prodigious student Wang Fang took over 8 hours 3 years ago. Was this even human? In stark contrast, Fang Ziqing had yet to even glimpse what spiritual energy resembled. How could he possibly compare? The sudden announcement dealt a crushing blow to many. Yet, the disheartened were not solely the empowered individuals of the first senior academy. A few hours later, the rankings of the Tianhai Experimental Senior Academy emerged prominently, with Xing Fei claiming the top spot, taking 5 hours and 47 minutes. In one of the training rooms of the Experimental Senior Academy, a graceful young girl with short hair gazed at Guwan, who ranked first among the 3 major campuses. She pondered for a moment and said, "Guwan? Really?" On September 1st, everyone had exhausted their 6 hours. Yet, only Guwan and Xing Fei appeared on the Tianhai district leaderboard. One was the top student from the first High Academy, while the other was from the second Experimental High Academy. Meanwhile, the third High Academy was disheartened, as they were the only institution among the 3 that failed to make the list. For the more than 10,000 students, envy and melancholy filled their hearts. As night fell, everyone knew they needed to rest adequately to prepare for the 6-hour challenge ahead. However, they tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. In the girls' training room of Building C, Guwan hesitated for quite some time before ultimately deleting a message she had prepared on her watch. Would anyone think I was boasting? It was merely that I hadn't made a breakthrough today. Surely I would tomorrow. Just then, the watch vibrated gently, signaling a message from her friend, Fang Ziqing. Guwan pursed her lips and opened it to find a single line. "Little Guwan, you've truly made me proud." She glanced down, clenched her fist, and thought, "You're the little one," while a faint smile graced her lips. On the morning of September 2nd, the academy had 5 large dining halls catering to over 3,000 students. It was said that renowned chefs from famous hotels in the city had been invited to provide a variety of dishes for the students. However, most would not squander their precious 6 hours on breakfast. At that moment, only a few students were in the corridors, eating and exchanging insights or lamenting the difficulty of sensing spiritual energy. The most discussed topic was the first-ranked Guwan. The gigantic display screen at the center of the academy repeatedly showcased her achievements, and even her photograph. Thus, the academy's genius girl was born. Had it not been for the confiscation of all communication devices by the academy, students would have known that chaos reigned outside. Major newspapers and magazines were printed overnight. Inundated with news online, Guwan, the genius girl from the first High Academy of Tianhai District, has claimed the top title. Shockingly, the goddess Guwan had such hobbies, and there were secrets regarding her that were worth sharing. Although the outside world remained unaware of the awakening ceremony or what it meant to be an ability user, it did not hinder them from praising Guwan, who had leaped over the dragon gate to achieve her success. At that moment, Guwan was watching the fellow in front of her devouring breakfast with great enthusiasm. She lightly ruffled her hair, exclaiming, "Keep your voice down. If others hear you barging into the girls' dormitory, it would be disastrous." Fang Ziqing, not lifting his head, continued to munch on his buns, mumbling, "Barging in? Clearly, you said that as soon as you stepped out, you were surrounded by onlookers. I kindly brought you food, and you still blame me. Gu Wan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, how was I to know you would come to the girls' dormitory? By the way, how is your meditation practice going? Are there any aspects you find confusing? Fang Ziqing pondered for a moment and asked, what does it feel like when you sense spiritual energy? Gu Wan set down her chopsticks and paused for a moment, as if a refreshing sensation had flowed into her body, guiding the energy through her meridians according to the path of meditation. Upon awakening, her watch indicated a breakthrough. Fang Ziqing nodded thoughtfully, realizing that she had indeed sensed the spiritual energy the previous night and had completed the meditation process. However, she was puzzled as to why that energy had not transformed into her own spiritual power, but rather dissipated gradually within her. With a contented burp, Fang Ziqing brushed off the dust from her clothes and stood up. I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything. Before Gu Wan could respond, Fang Ziqing pushed open the door and dashed out. There's a boy in the girls' dorm. Gu Wan sat there, shaking her head in a mix of amusement and exasperation. As evening approached, Fang Ziqing exhaled deeply, intending to once again invoke the meditation technique to sense the spiritual energy. True to form, that refreshing sensation returned in an instant, flooding into her body and increasing in intensity. Fang Ziqing focused intently, following the method outlined in the meditation technique, and gradually completed a full cycle through her meridians. Logically, completing a full cycle should result in a breakthrough. However, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, she remained in the state of sensing the spiritual energy and repeated several cycles. After 6 hours, Fang Ziqing opened her eyes, only to find that her watch did not indicate a breakthrough. It seemed that the spiritual energy within her had been inexplicably siphoned away, vanishing within a minute. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she pondered where she had gone wrong. She had meticulously followed the instructions of the meditation technique, aligning perfectly with the details Gu Wan had mentioned. As midnight approached, Gu Wan casually glanced at the leaderboard. As of now, nearly 50 individuals from the first advanced academy had achieved breakthroughs, leaving the remaining participants with merely 6 hours of time. Once the clock struck midnight and the data was confirmed to no longer refresh, Gu Wan's gaze shifted from her watch to the window. Was he encountering difficulties? On September 3rd, the sky was thick with clouds, casting a somber shadow. This day felt markedly different from the previous two. The atmosphere was fraught with tension. Heart-wrenching cries could be heard from those who had not sensed any spiritual energy as the final 6 hours dwindled. In that moment, everyone who had not achieved a breakthrough appeared particularly solemn. The school administration was also closely monitoring the data on the leaderboard. Perhaps the oppressive atmosphere compelled the students to unleash greater motivation, tapping into their hidden potential. The final day of each year typically saw the most significant surge in breakthroughs. After Fang Ziqing delivered breakfast to Gu Wan, she returned to her residence. Upon entering, she caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance and soon noticed a small box on the table. Opening it, she was greeted by a delightful aroma emanating from a milky white elixir nestled inside. A spirit-nourishing pill? Fang Ziqing mused, pocketing the pill and stepping outside. I appreciate the kind gesture, but I truly cannot accept this. Fang Ziqing set down the elixir, preparing to leave, when Gu Wan, her voice tinged with irritation, commanded him to halt. I am aware of your unwavering pride. In the past, you refrained from utilizing the Gu family's resources, and now you hesitate to accept this elixir. I understand, she stated, pausing briefly before softening her tone. However, this is your final opportunity. Should you let it slip away, you shall regret it for the rest of your life. As she concluded, her voice dwindled to a mere whisper. Startled by the stark contrast to her usual demeanor, Fang Ziqing found himself at a loss for how to respond. Observing his indecision, Gu Wan's frustration escalated. With a sudden burst of determination, she lunged forward, executing a swift shoulder throw. Thud! Fang Ziqing, defenseless as a fledgling chick, found himself sprawled on the ground. Gu Wan loomed over him, her gaze icy as she coldly demanded, why all the hesitation? Will you accept it or face the consequences? Instinctively, Fang Ziqing nodded. Yes. Now, this was the true demeanor of Miss Gu. His earlier perception must have been a mere illusion. Upon returning to his residence, Fang Ziqing exhaled softly as he regarded the elixir. He refrained from consuming it immediately, opting instead to first sense the flow of spiritual energy within his body. After a thorough examination, he concluded that the situation remained unchanged from before, prompting him to slowly open the elixir's container. The moment the elixir touched his tongue, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy gradually manifesting within him, increasing exponentially. He hastily attempted to guide it using meditation techniques, only to find that the energy was uncontrollable, rampaging through his body. If this chaos continued unchecked, it would likely shatter his physical form. Sweat began to bead on Fang Ziqing's forehead as the pain within him intensified, pushing him to the brink of endurance. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He grit his teeth and exited his meditative state. As he had anticipated, the rampaging energy began to dissipate, much like the spiritual essence he had absorbed previously, gradually vanishing towards a specific area of his body. The elixir was indeed functioning, generating a substantial influx of spiritual energy, and his body seemed to accept it without resistance. After a prolonged duration, the elixir was finally depleted. Fang Ziqing exhaled, relieved to have preserved his life, yet his eyes dimmed with despair. Was it true that he could not become a capable practitioner? Moreover, he had squandered a precious elixir from Guan. Suddenly, a light chime echoed in his ears. Ding! Energy absorption has reached the minimum threshold, initiating system activation. Chapter 4. Sword Aperture Diagram. Before Fang Ziqing could fully comprehend the situation, several lines of text materialized before him. Status: unawakened. Please locate the inheritance stone to activate. Inheritance. Awaiting activation. What was this? Could it be that the spiritual energy that vanished 2 days prior, along with the energy released by the elixir today, had all been consumed by him? After a moment's contemplation, Fang Ziqing realized that only he could perceive this sudden emergence of text. Attempts to capture it with recording devices revealed nothing visible to others. At this moment, the only control he possessed was the ability to make this text appear or disappear, alongside the awaiting activation option for the inheritance. After some hesitation, he willed his thoughts to activate the inheritance option. As this notion took root, Fang Ziqing felt as though the world was spinning around him, plunging him into unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he discovered himself enveloped in a dim, gray expanse. The entirety of this realm was suffused with a thick, gray mist that obscured his vision, rendering the surroundings indistinguishable. The sole discernible feature was a flickering glimmer directly ahead. As he focused intently, he beheld a broken sword, jet black and translucent, protruding from the ground. This sword possessed only a blade, devoid of a hilt, and emitted a faint radiance that pushed back the encroaching fog, creating a clear space around it. Fang Ziqing scrutinized his environment, noting the exceedingly low visibility. He attempted to summon the peculiar system through sheer will. In the void, a line of small text swiftly materialized: Sword Dao Inheritance. Beyond this, no further information was provided. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Ziqing took a step forward, intending to approach the broken sword. However, as he barely set 1 foot forward, a sudden, immense force manifested in the void, pinning him to the ground. After what felt like an eternity, he struggled to retreat a step, at which point the overwhelming force dissipated. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, its gender indiscernible, accompanied by a mocking laughter. Little one, the inheritance of the Sword Palace is not for just anyone. However, as the first being to enter this endless expanse, I shall grant you a chance. Relinquish your pursuit. Otherwise, once the inheritance commences, it will be too late for you to withdraw. Fang Ziqing gazed at the broken sword and inquired solemnly, "Are you the one speaking?" The sword offered no response, seemingly disinterested in his query. How does one obtain the inheritance? And how does one exit this place? After a lengthy pause, the voice returned with a tone of indifference. To take that step forward grants you the opportunity to receive the inheritance, and with the inheritance, you may exit. And if I fail to obtain the inheritance? Fang Ziqing awaited a reply, but silence ensued, the voice seemingly ignoring him. Undeterred, he attempted once more to take that step. As predicted, the insurmountable force reappeared. Armed with the knowledge from his previous encounter, Fang Ziqing managed to withstand the pressure without being crushed. Yet he found himself incapable of moving his other foot, just as he contemplated forcing another step. An instantaneous jolt akin to a lightning strike rendered his body rigid and immobile. Subsequently, a wave of uncontrollable tremors coursed through him, accompanied by a searing pain that penetrated his very being. Before he could utter a cry, it felt as if 1,000 blades were simultaneously piercing his organs. He sensed his meridians fracturing in an instant. As the agony intensified, his waist bent lower, his head grew heavy, and consciousness began to fade into obscurity. This is dire. I can barely hold on. In a fleeting moment, memories of his 17 years flashed through his mind, from the orphanage to scavenging for survival, to working diligently to fund his education, culminating in the vision of a sword soaring into his consciousness. In an instant, the overwhelming force and pain vanished. Fang Ziqing regained clarity, and as he glanced downward, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, his other foot had already crossed over. Oh, I have indeed garnered the sword's recognition. How intriguing. May fortune continue to favor you in the days to come. Before Fang Ziqing had the opportunity to speak, the broken sword before him quivered gently. In an instant, A streak of black light surged forth at remarkable speed, darting to one side. From the left of the black sword emanated a glimmer, which, in the haze, resembled the silhouette of a grand palace tower. This tower emitted a beam of light that swiftly struck Fang Ziqing, inundating his mind with a torrent of memories. After a brief moment, the beam shot straight into the sky, piercing through 100 zhong, and then 1,000. It continued until it shattered the final veil of gray mist, revealing 9 colossal, dim stars in the heavens. The broken sword observed the ascent of this beam, its initial curiosity blossoming into admiration. Only when the beam surpassed 1,000 zhong did it adopt a serious demeanor. As the beam broke through the clouds and the 9 enormous stars materialized, the broken sword gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible." The sword's body trembled as it murmured, "How can this be?" Then, as if struck by a profound realization, it fell silent, akin to a monk in deep meditation. The memories in its mind gradually began to settle, and Fang Ziqing discovered a technique called the sword aperture diagram emerging in his consciousness. Upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to see the 9 immense stars in the sky, now clearing the gray mist that had shrouded them, appearing strikingly prominent. The lowest star seemed to flicker with light. Fang Ziqing felt the sword aperture diagram operate autonomously, as segments of information flowed into his mind. The sword opens 9 apertures. The 9 apertures merge into one, marking the inception of the sword path. The first aperture to be opened, according to the diagram, corresponded to the star known as the Luzon aperture. Before he could delve deeper, his consciousness blurred, and he was unceremoniously expelled from that space. Upon awakening, he found himself unchanged, save for the new memory nestled within his mind. System summoned. Status: unawakened. Please locate the heritage stone to activate. Heritage, sword aperture diagram. Fang Ziqing mused that it appeared he had acquired a technique. Without delay, he proceeded to absorb spiritual energy and channel it throughout his body according to the sword aperture diagram. After a period of time, a resounding "ah" echoed through the skies. In the adjacent room, a male student shook his head, lamenting yet another unfortunate soul whose time had run out. He glanced at the remaining time on his wristwatch and, with a resolute bite of his teeth, prepared for another attempt. Fang Ziqing gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Compared to the simplicity of meditation method, the sword aperture diagram was a veritable nightmare. Not only was it challenging to complete a single cycle, but the moment he attempted to channel the spiritual energy, it surged through him with the ferocity of a fire at his rear, rampaging wildly within his body. His meridians felt as though they were on the verge of rupture. After enduring what felt like an eternity, Fang Ziqing finally managed to cautiously complete a full cycle. However, before he could savor his accomplishment, a loud bang resonated as the door to his dwelling was violently kicked open. In rushed Gu Wan, her face pale and eyes slightly reddened, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Fang Ziqing was taken aback, his hands at a loss. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize that only those with abilities could consume the spirit-nourishing pill. The essence it produces is spiritual power, not spiritual energy, and only those with abilities can harness it. Thankfully, you didn't ingest it, otherwise, He could feel the girl in his arms trembling slightly. Initially intending to offer her a comforting touch, he hesitated for a long moment, ultimately refraining from doing so. As uncertainty loomed, a chime echoed, emanating from a wristwatch. "Dear Fang Ziqing, congratulations on becoming a capable individual. Please follow the subsequent steps to register your exclusive account and acquire pertinent information and benefits." Two soft sounds shattered the silence. Gu Wan emerged from Fang Ziqing's embrace, positioning herself alongside him. "Congratulations," she murmured, her head bowed. Fang Ziqing scratched his head, pondering the abrupt breakthrough. Although the sword aperture diagram was indeed arduous to cultivate, Gu Wan had consumed the spirit-nourishing pill he provided. Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Internally, he mused, it was more than mere discomfort. It felt as though he might explode. He feigned ignorance, replying, "I feel nothing unusual. After consuming it, I happen to sense the spiritual energy. Perhaps your constitution is unique, which could explain your ability to suppress my affliction," Gu Wan contemplated. "Regardless, you are unharmed and have fortuitously become a capable individual." Nearby, Xie Yingjun, having failed his own attempt, sought solace from others, only to recall the unfortunate soul beside him. Before he could knock, the door swung open. "Hey, buddy, don't be disheartened." Before he could finish, he spotted Gu Wan. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he gasped, "The goddess Gu Wan? What is she doing here?" Xie Yingjun stood there, mouth agape, frozen in astonishment. "I'll take my leave," Gu Wan remarked. Sensing her presence was no longer appropriate, she swiftly exited. After a considerable distance, Xie Yingjun thumbed up, exclaiming, "Impressive. Though we are both unfortunate souls who did not become capable individuals, you have a girlfriend who ranks first on the leaderboard." His face reflected envy and admiration. Fang Ziqing cleared his throat and inadvertently pressed the play button on the wristwatch. "Dear Fang Ziqing, congratulations on becoming a capable individual." Xie Yingjun's jaw dropped. As if turned to stone, he uttered a hasty farewell and dashed out of the dormitory. Moments later, Fang Ziqing heard a heart-wrenching wail from outside. "Heavens! Why is this so unfair?" Fang Ziqing shook his head. The watch displayed, Fang Ziqing, level, LV1 capable individual, low level. It seemed certain that he had indeed become a capable individual. As he felt the surge of power coursing through him, he gently grasped an apple on the table. With a swift motion, the apple was effortlessly crushed. Indeed, it appears Gu Wan was merciful. Otherwise, my fate would have mirrored that of this apple. Fang Ziqing then attempted to operate the meditation technique, quickly sensing the spiritual energy once more. However, no matter how he employed it, he could not nourish himself with the energy. He then tried the sword aperture diagram, and indeed, a portion of spiritual energy was converted into his own spiritual power. It seemed that henceforth, practicing the sword aperture diagram could yield similar results. Nevertheless, with differing techniques, it was unavoidable that others might perceive discrepancies. Henceforth, caution would be paramount. Chapter 5. Who can become an awakened one? On September 4th, at the First Senior Academy of Tianhai City, a colossal display screen in the heart of the school showcased the names and photographs of 302 capable individuals. The transformative 3 days have elapsed, resulting in the emergence of over 300 newly empowered individuals from the First Advanced Academy. Before them, a gathering of more than 3,000 people congregates. The students present have been divided into 2 distinct areas. To the right lies the area for empowered individuals, comprising 302 newly minted abilities. To the left, the area for ordinary students, which hosts over 2,700 peers. At times, fate reveals its cruel hand. Those who have not attained the status of empowered individuals must adhere to a conventional educational path, striving to secure admission to a prestigious university and thereby a promising career. They will not only be relegated to the ordinary category, barred from engaging in any matters related to empowered individuals, but their wristwatches will also be confiscated by the academy. Standing there, they feel cast aside by the world, as today, all the brilliance rests with those 302 empowered beings. The students in the left area cast envious glances toward the empowered sector, yearning to trade places. "Dear students," the principal announced, "the awakening ceremony officially concludes today. I have witnessed the diligence of each one of you. With the achievement of 302 newly empowered individuals, our First Advanced Academy continues to reign supreme as the foremost institution in Tianhai City. Moreover, our esteemed classmate Gu Wan has shattered the record of the 3 major academies in the city. However, those who have not become empowered should not dismiss their own worth. With steadfast dedication to their studies, they too can carve out their own paths to success." The elderly principal traditionally delivered an inaugural speech to the new seniors. Despite his encouraging words, it was evident to all that the fate of those who had become empowered had irrevocably changed. The rest could no longer entertain dreams of awakening. Their focus must now be on mastering theoretical knowledge and gaining admission to a reputable university to alter their destinies once more. Meanwhile, the over 300 individuals had ascended to greatness, akin to Dragon Gate leapers. At this moment, Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow slightly. What of these empowered individuals? Previously, there had been no relevant information regarding them, neither online nor in wristwatch guidelines, and now, he remained in the dark about what these empowered individuals were expected to do. As he pondered, Gu Wan gently tapped him. "Let us go?" Fang Ziqing nodded. Distinguishing themselves from the throngs of classmates hurrying toward the ordinary sections of the various academic buildings, they, the empowered, were assigned a separate area. The group boarded vehicles provided by the academy and, after a 30-minute journey, arrived at an unfamiliar location. Simultaneously, a notification chimed on the wristwatches of the 300 individuals. "Ding! Your residence has been assigned. Please review and proceed to activate it. You are to arrive at the comprehensive hall within 1 hour." Fang Ziqing glanced at the residence information displayed on his wristwatch, taken aback. He had anticipated a communal dormitory, yet the academy had allocated over 300 small villas. His villa number corresponded to his sequence as an empowered individual, 298. It appeared that Gu Wan's villa was situated in Area 1. The two parted ways to their respective abodes. Following the map, he navigated to number 298. Upon presenting his wristwatch to the door, he heard a chime. "Ding. Account verified. Welcome home, Fang Ziqing." At the handle of the door, 2 room cards ejected. He picked them up and lightly waved them before the door, which then opened automatically. He entered the villa and took a leisurely tour. The first floor housed the kitchen and dining area. The second floor was designated for relaxation and entertainment, and the basement served as a training facility. Outside, there was a quaint little garden. Fang Ziqing sat on the sofa, slightly sighing. Can one not say that the empowered ascend to greatness in a single leap? The disparity between their treatment and that of ordinary students was indeed monumental. He activated his wristwatch to log into his exclusive empowered account. This account not only provided relevant resources, but also facilitated the distribution of various benefits, alongside a forum for the empowered to communicate. The first thing Fang Ziqing did was to click on the benefits. A notification chimed, congratulating him on becoming an empowered individual, followed by a display of the privileges he currently possessed. Fang Ziqing's level. LV1 Beginner Benefits. 1. A monthly special allowance of 2,000 federal coins distributed uniformly by the Federation. 2. A monthly empowered certification stipend of 1,000 federal coins issued by the Tianhai District. 3. A monthly meal subsidy of 1,000 federal coins from the Academy. 4. Exemption from all academic fees during enrollment. 5. Free use of all public transportation. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but nod. Receiving 4,000 federal coins monthly was not far from the salary of high-ranking civil servants in the Tianhai District. It is worth noting that food items similar to the previous world's hamburgers cost only 1 to 2 federal coins. Fang Ziqing silently estimated that this 1,000 federal coins was roughly equivalent to 6 or 7,000 yuan in his previous world, and this was merely a month's meal subsidy. After linking his federal bank account number, the previous reward of 10,000 and this month's 4,000 benefits were swiftly credited to his account. For someone who previously scraped by with odd jobs to pay for tuition, this was a substantial sum. However, recalling that Guwan, the little girl, had received rewards amounting to 300,000 federal coins, Fang Ziqing shook his head, realizing he still had much to learn about wealth. In addition to the benefits, there were corresponding regulations for the empowered. 1. Empowered individuals are prohibited from disclosing relevant information to non-empowered individuals. 2. Empowered individuals are not permitted to harm ordinary people unless their lives are in jeopardy. 3. Empowered individuals are forbidden from leaving their designated district without prior notification to the Academy in special circumstances. An hour later, 302 empowered individuals gathered in the Empowered Comprehensive Hall. Aside from the students, the school leaders and teachers were conspicuously absent, replaced by the empowered mentors who would guide them for the coming year. A man clad in black, seemingly around 30 years of age and exuding an intimidating aura, stepped onto the podium. Young ones, allow me to introduce myself. I am your chief instructor, and you may address me as Lord Black. With a cold demeanor, Lord Black regarded the students below. First, congratulations on becoming empowered individuals. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to voice them. A robust male student rose from the audience, sporting a thick beard not typical for his age. Lord Black, I wish to know when we can become awakened. Lord Black nodded at this inquiry, a cold smile gracing his lips. Awakened? Next year's grand examination will only see a mere handful of you awaken to your true potential. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. They were the elite, having emerged from a pool of 3,000. Yet only 10 among them would attain awakening next year. The 7th-ranked student, Jiang Lexin, furrowed her brow and stood to address Lord He, inquiring, "Why do you say this?" It was evident that he had been posed this question by multiple cohorts of students, and he retorted, "Do you know how many awakened ones there were last year?" "Not at all," Jiang Lexin replied with a shake of her head. Lord He raised a hand before the assembly and stated, 7. Last year, despite nearly 700 ability users in the Tianhai district, only 7 achieved complete awakening. This year, with a total of 712 ability users. If we follow last year's statistics, only those who distinguish themselves among 100 will have a chance. Silence enveloped the crowd. None had anticipated such a daunting path to awakening. Lord He, I wish to understand why the ratio is so low, Jiang Lexin queried again. Lord He nodded in acknowledgement. The primary threshold to becoming an awakened one is achieving LV3 proficiency in the upcoming grand examination. Most of you will likely fall short of this requirement. In the Tiannan province, out of approximately 15,000 ability users, it is certain that no more than 200 will reach LV3. Once you attain this level, you will then compete with all ability users across the province until only 200 remain. 15,000 ability users in Tiannan, and only 200 will be selected? Shock and bitterness washed over everyone. Just half an hour prior, they had been filled with pride, envisioning their ascent to greatness, only to be confronted with the harsh reality of fierce competition. Guwan slowly rose and directed her gaze toward him. Lord He, is the figure of 200 fixed? Why are there only 200 awakened ones in Tiannan? For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Lord Hei's face, as if he were lost in reminiscence. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. In truth, what you are competing for is not merely those 200 slots, but rather an entity known as the Stone of Inheritance. Seated beside Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing's pupils dilated sharply, as the phrase the speaker speaks without intent, but the listener takes it to heart echoed in his mind. Before him, a few lines of text materialized, the first line revealing in small print, status. Unawakened, please locate the Stone of Inheritance for activation. What is the Stone of Inheritance? Another student inquired. Lord Hei shook his head. This is something you will discover in due time, as fate allows. I cannot divulge too much information. My advice to you is to devote yourselves to rigorous training throughout this year, so that you may stand out in next year's examination. At that moment, you may possess powers beyond your current imagination. It was clear that Lord Hei wished to shift the discussion away from this topic. He continued, however, do not lose heart. Awakening is a privilege reserved for a select few. You must strive to enhance your abilities this year, for the higher your proficiency, the greater the rights and privileges you will enjoy upon entering the inner city. After a morning filled with inquiries, the weight of the situation had settled heavily upon each individual. Fang Ziqing contemplated deeply, realizing why they had never encountered any ability users or uncovered relevant information before. As Lord Hei had stated, they would all be heading to a place known as the inner city following the grand examination, where the realm of ability users truly resided. However, the specifics of the inner city and its precise location remained shrouded in ambiguity. Subsequently, the 302 individuals were conferred the rank of warrant officer by the federal military and issued 2 sets of military uniforms. The group exchanged glances, bewildered by the turn of events. It is understandable that these extraordinary individuals were granted military ranks, yet Fang Ziqing found himself perplexed. Upon reviewing pertinent materials, he discovered that the status of a soldier in this world was exceedingly esteemed. While high status was not an issue, he was unable to locate any information regarding wars or formidable adversaries faced by the Federation in recent years. An unsettling feeling lingered. According to the rankings, the 302 were divided into 10 classes, with Class 1 at the forefront and Class 10 at the rear. Based on his ranking, Fang Ziqing was undoubtedly assigned to Class 10. Initially, he assumed that Class 10 would represent a single classroom, but to his surprise, the academy allocated an entire building for them. Nearby, there were dedicated large training rooms, a playground, and even a private cafeteria. In the exclusive theoretical classroom for Class 10, the 32 students began with a sense of restraint, hesitant to speak. At that moment, Liangya entered through the door, and the room fell silent as they curiously regarded this unique teacher. Liangya, with her long legs, looked at the students and smiled, introducing herself. I am Liangya, an LV4 perfected ability user. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chapter 6. The Art of Warmth. Though the abilities of awakened individuals are wondrously diverse, awakening is not without premonition. If a person's ability post-awakening is strength-related, then their strength during their time as an ability user will also be exceptionally remarkable. For instance, I possess extraordinary speed. Liangya stood at the podium, facing them, and began to impart fundamental knowledge about ability users. Do you have any questions? Fang Ziqing hesitated before speaking. Teacher Liang, are you familiar with the Stone of Inheritance? Liangya glanced at Fang Ziqing and, pursing her lips, replied, although I am not from Tianhai City, the neighboring districts are quite similar. At that time, I, along with several current homeroom teachers, were LV4 ability users ranked around 200, so unfortunately, I did not become an awakened one. However, as far as I know, the Stone of Inheritance is the key to becoming an awakened individual. Fang Ziqing nodded. Liangya's words resonated with what Lord Hei had conveyed. But Teacher Liang, you were already an LV4 ability user. Have you not made any breakthroughs over the years? A petite girl inquired. Liangya smiled wryly at this remark. In truth, it is not just me. Nearly all ability users who fail to become awakened in next year's major examination will experience a significant slowdown in their cultivation progress. Without a great opportunity, they may never achieve substantial advancement in their lifetime. Therefore, my dear little ones, during this golden year, do not let laziness hinder your training. The petite girl nodded in understanding. Of course, cultivation can only serve as a reference standard. Ultimately, it is combat power that matters. Liangya shifted her tone. As I previously mentioned, among ability users, some excel in strength while others in speed. Only through combat can one discern who is superior or inferior. If cultivation levels are comparable, then martial skills become the decisive factor in determining victory. How does one acquire martial skills? It is through merit points. Achieving a commendable grade point average is rather straightforward. It requires one to strive and compete vigorously. Liangya gestured towards the watches adorning their wrists, stating that relevant information could be found in the ability handbook. Fang Ziqing opened the corresponding section, summarizing that the Academy disperses grade points monthly. Furthermore, the majority of these points are accrued from various competitions. The higher the ranking attained, the greater the grade points awarded. Additionally, significant breakthroughs in realms also yield point rewards. Challenges will be held weekly, allowing one to confront those ranked higher if they believe themselves superior. Should one emerge victorious and maintain their position until the month's end, they would automatically ascend to that rank and enjoy its associated benefits. Liangya emphatically declared, "There is but one rule. Without strength, you shall gain nothing." The Academy operates on principles of fairness. Within its walls, no one will concern themselves with your background or origins. If you wish to obtain something, it must be earned through your own efforts. Noticing the slight hesitation among the crowd, Liangya straightened and continued, "I understand that Class 10 may currently lag behind, but this can be altered. I, too, began as an ability user ranked beyond 100, yet by the final examination, I achieved 9th place in our school. All thanks to the resources garnered through victorious battles." Liangya turned to the now silent group, instructing them to access their rewards and claim their martial skill bonuses. Fang Ziqing opened his rewards tab, revealing a low-level martial skill, Cannon Fist. Liangya explained, "The low-level martial skill Cannon Fist requires 160 grade points for the complete set of 3 levels. This skill represents the best value for novice ability users who have just begun their journey and have yet to master their strength." With a firm tap on the lectern, Liangya announced, "Now, everyone follow me to the training room." The training space designated for Class 10 was filled with numerous unfamiliar instruments. "First, I will assess your strength, speed, and reaction time," she instructed as the 32 students lined up. The first, a tall boy, summoned his spirit energy and struck the strength testing device with all his might. A resounding thud echoed as the apparatus displayed a reading of 101 grams. Liangya nodded, noting that it barely surpassed the minimum threshold for level 1, marking it as a D grade. Next was a short girl who had previously spoken in class. She produced a score of only 89 grams, prompting Liangya to frown as she recorded another D. The next to step forward was Fang Ziqing. He approached Liangya, nodding respectfully before delivering a punch that registered an impressive 161 grams. Liangya's eyes lit up at this remarkable result, the best thus far. Without any training or enhancement from martial skills, he exceeded the standard by 61 grams, clearly demonstrating potential as a strength-oriented individual. Liangya noted a D grade for his strength assessment. Fang Ziqing silently exhaled, relieved that he had tempered his force. Otherwise, revealing his true capabilities would have led to complications. The moment he channeled his spirit energy, he felt his arm brimming with power, the enhancement from the sword insight far surpassing that of his peers. Upon completing the 3 foundational tests, even in the subsequent evaluations, Fang Ziqing concealed his abilities well, ultimately achieving commendable scores of D in strength, D in speed, and D in reaction time, earning Liangya's attentive gaze several times. It is perhaps the case that Class 10 indeed possesses a rather inadequate foundation, with scarcely a single individual achieving a grade above D, let alone in the 2 categories in question. How could Liangya possibly ignore him? Everyone is acutely aware of their standings, which are dismal, exceedingly poor, with nearly half receiving evaluations of D. This indicates that, strictly speaking, you cannot be considered as possessing the capabilities of LV1. From this moment forth, I shall grant you but 1 week. All students who fail to meet the standards must achieve compliance. Liangya spoke to the students of Class 10 with a stoic expression. Just now, news arrived from Class 1 that Guan has not only secured a D in reaction time, but has also surpassed C in both strength and speed. Truly deserving of the title of the most outstanding genius at Tianhai's esteemed academy in the past 50 years, her talent is undeniably formidable. Upon hearing this, numerous students clenched their fists. Although they are all ability users, the disparity has been evident from the outset. Should they fail to catch up in the short span of time, the gap will undoubtedly widen as time progresses. Let us commence with the first training exercise, a weighted run of 10,000 meters. Upon hearing this, some girls turned pale, a distance of 10,000 meters. And with additional weight, Liangya remarked nonchalantly, "What? Are you frightened? Then I suggest you withdraw promptly and apply to transfer to a regular academy. That would be more suitable for you." With Liangya's words, no one dared to voice any objections, and the weighted run of 10,000 meters began immediately. It was not until dusk that the final student completed the task. Liangya glanced at the timer in her hand and stated, "As ability users, your physical capabilities far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Yet you took over an hour to complete a mere 10,000 meters. This demonstrates a profound lack of willpower. You have 1 week. Everyone must finish within 20 minutes, or I shall propose your removal from the academy for ability users. Do you understand? Seeing her classmates grit their teeth in acknowledgement, Lianya waved her hand. Go eat. After your meal, ensure you rest well. The running was merely an appetizer. The formal training begins tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the students' faces fell, realizing that their future days would not be pleasant. At this moment, Fang Ziqing quietly assessed her own recovery ability. In less than 5 minutes, her fatigue began to dissipate gradually. She wondered if this was due to her own exceptional resilience or if it was a common experience among them. Arriving at the exclusive cafeteria for Class 10, which, though designated for the 32 students of the class, offered a remarkably diverse menu. After surveying the selections, Fang Ziqing was astonished to find she had not purchased anything. The prices were exorbitant. Just a single dish cost several tens of federal coins. In her own world, such a meal would amount to 200 or 300 units, which constituted her entire monthly living expenses. Approaching a window at the edge of the cafeteria, Fang Ziqing smiled slightly at the chef and inquired, Chef, is it possible to sell half portions? The chef was momentarily taken aback. Dear student, we have never sold them in that manner. Just as Fang Ziqing was about to continue, she heard a voice beside her. The chef is merely jesting. Bring him those 2 dishes as well, and add a soup. Turning to look, she saw Gu Wan, who had somehow appeared at her side. At the dining table, Fang Ziqing chuckled wryly. It's just the 2 of us. Is it really necessary to be so extravagant? Without lifting her gaze, Gu Wan showed no inclination to respond. Fang Ziqing scratched her head slightly and asked, by the way, did you need to discuss something with me? Gu Wan wiped the corner of her mouth and gestured for him to check his watch. Ding. Your friend Gu Wan has gifted you the advanced martial skill, Surging Waves. Gu Wan looked at Fang Ziqing and said, the school has not stipulated that martial skills cannot be shared or gifted. This skill has limitations on both strength and speed, making it rather unsuitable for cultivation at this stage. I believe it is not unreasonable to exchange this for your cannon fist. Fang Ziqing chuckled wryly, thinking that if the elder sister wished to give, she should simply say so instead of concocting such a clumsy excuse. However, he was not one to hesitate, and after a nod of agreement, he shared the cannon fist with her. Why do you think the school does not restrict the teaching of martial skills? Fang Ziqing inquired, puzzled. Well, Gu Wan adjusted her hair. If someone were to purchase a martial skill with performance points and then sell it at half price, the academy would actually prefer everyone to grow stronger. Fang Ziqing considered this and realized that in his own world, the top scorer would be rewarded with a test paper, and the school would be eager for all students to partake, who would resent their students learning more. I heard you received 2 CS and 1 D in the foundational assessment? Not bad, Fang Ziqing remarked with a smile. Oh, you can praise me too? Do you like it? I do. Fang Ziqing had initially intended to tease Gu Wan, hoping to make her retreat, but she seemed oblivious to his jest. Give me your room card. Huh. Even with Fang Ziqing's thick skin, Gu Wan's request caught him off guard. What do you mean? Are you planning to ambush me? You should know what kind of person I am. No way, absolutely not. Take it, Fang Ziqing said seriously, producing his room's secondary card and handing it to her. She nodded and then hesitated before offering her own secondary card in return. After a moment, Gu Wan added, at the end of this month, I may need your assistance. Fang Ziqing patted his chest confidently, saying, I'm quite adept at keeping warm at night. Immediately, he saw Gu Wan's expression darken as she shot him a fierce glare before standing up to leave. Fang Ziqing laughed heartily, feeling he had gained a small victory. Chapter 7, Martial Skill Cannon Fist. In the training room, Fang Ziqing activated the Martial Skill Cannon Fist. This skill is divided into 3 tiers, primarily designed to enhance strength control. When mastered, it not only unleashes power from the heart, but also achieves a formidable amplification of strength. The first tier focuses on mastering the clear force, with the technique named strike where pointed. The minimum requirement is to land 9 punches on 9 targets within 1 second, with strength not falling below 95% of peak capacity. Utilizing the equipment in the training room, Fang Ziqing unleashed his full power without restraint. Bang, bang, bang. He delivered a flurry of strikes, 231G, 245G, 257G, far exceeding the impressive data of the tests, even surpassing the LV2 standard line. The enhancement from the sword insight diagram was evident. However, Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow, realizing that while he could execute 9 punches in 1 second, maintaining 95% of peak strength proved exceedingly difficult. Staring at his maximum output of 312G, he fell into contemplation. The most challenging aspect was delivering accurate strikes, which made the task even more daunting. For now, he could only liken himself to a blindfolded master striking randomly. Am I to be the king of turtles? The more he pondered, the more distressed he became. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he resolved to practice 6 times within a minute. Let us begin with 1,000 repetitions, shall we? 3 hours later. Sweat drenched Fang Ziqing's attire. Indeed, as time progressed, the act of striking became increasingly arduous, and the burden upon his body intensified. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ziqing refreshed himself with a cold shower to regain his composure. He had already become quite adept at channeling the energy of the first aperture of the sword chi diagram. However, attaining the remarkable state of executing 108 uninterrupted cycles in a single night still loomed as a formidable challenge. Merely mastering the initial path of energy flow allowed him to surpass his peers in capability. At times, Fang Ziqing couldn't help but ponder the immense strength he would possess if all 9 apertures were opened. Upon arriving at the assembly point for Class 10 the next day, Liangya remarked, "Let us commence with a delightful appetizer before training." The students of Class 10 exchanged surprised glances, wondering if there would be food. With a slight smile, Liangya declared, 2,000 meters with a load, begin. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Class 10's students fell, reluctantly turning towards their designated track. Liangya, undeterred, meticulously recorded each student's times and physical data on her clipboard. As the last student completed the task, Liangya shook her head in disappointment. Subpar, utterly subpar. Even an average individual who exercises regularly from outside could outpace you. Frankly, you are the worst class I have ever taught. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but chuckle at Liangya's words. It seemed that no matter the world, such remarks were universally applicable. There would always be the claim of the worst class. Liangya's eyes narrowed, having taken note of the student with 2 Ds from the previous day. Fang Ziqing. What is so amusing? Share it with the class. Fang Ziqing was taken aback that Liangya remembered his name in just 1 day and replied earnestly, "Report, teacher. I have had a condition since childhood where I laugh when I am sad." Liangya crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth curling slightly in disbelief at Fang Ziqing's jest. "Oh, to train Fang Ziqing's resilience, you will serve as the class's sparring partner today." Fang Ziqing felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Sparring partner? More like a human punching bag. The assembly was early, and none had breakfast. So Liangya ordered breakfast to be brought into the training room. As the enticing aroma of meat buns and pastries wafted through the air, the students of Class 10, having just completed their 2,000 meters, could not help but swallow hard, their eyes shining with hunger. Liangya, smiling slightly, gestured towards the breakfast. "Would you like some?" Everyone eagerly nodded, but Liangya added, "If you wish to eat breakfast, you must first complete the first phase of training." With her smile fading, she took a bite of a meat bun and declared, "Your initial training task involves the first level of cannon fist, where each strike must land true, with the force of your 9 punches not falling below 75% of your peak strength." Although Liangya's task was slightly less demanding than the minimum requirements of the first level of cannon fist, the students had tried it the day before and realized that while they might manage 1 or 2 punches, executing 9 in succession was considerably more challenging. Liangya gazed at her unmotivated classmates and remarked, "You are simply lazy. Your inability to perform stems from your inability to control the enhanced physique you have just acquired as a capable individual. With diligent training, even the most inept among you can meet my requirements within an hour." Listening to Liangya's scathing reprimand, the students dared not slack off and turned their attention to the training apparatus, striving to maintain their focus. At that moment, Fang Ziqing, who had already met the standards, eagerly anticipated someone stepping forward to complete the task first, thereby attracting Liangya's attention. He could then finish his own task without drawing her scrutiny and enjoy breakfast in peace. Just then, a girl clad in white approached gracefully, her long hair cascading down. Politely addressing Liangya, she said, "Teacher Liang, I have completed the task." Liangya glanced at the data displayed on the girl's instrument, nodded approvingly, and said, "Bai. Well done. Go have your meal." Fang Ziqing silently expressed gratitude for the girl named Bai, and then turned to Liangya, saying, "Teacher Liang, I have completed it too." Liangya walked over and noticed Fang Ziqing pointing at the instrument, smiling as she remarked, "Not bad, Fang. Off you go for breakfast." Fang Ziqing nodded, eager to head to the dining area, when Liangya added, "Make sure to eat plenty, otherwise you won't be able to keep up during practice with your classmates." Fang Ziqing stumbled slightly. Liangya still remembered her intention to use him as a punching bag. Upon arriving at the breakfast area, Fang Ziqing spotted the girl who had first completed Liangya's task, elegantly seated and delicately nibbling on a bun. She smiled and nodded as he entered. Fang Ziqing returned the gesture, disregarding his table manners, and stuffed a large meat bun into his mouth. Life was indeed better now. Previously, he could only manage a morsel of meat every half-month, yet now he could indulge daily. What a delight! Bai Yi had never witnessed such an eating style. Watching Fang Ziqing relish his meal left her momentarily entranced. Sensing her gaze, Fang Ziqing turned his attention to her. However, he paid little mind. If he had let shyness deter him from working for a living, he would have starved long ago. He then offered her a smile, which made Bai Yi acutely aware of her rudeness. Her cheeks flushed, she quickly lowered her head, too embarrassed to look at him again. True to her word, Lianya had indeed made Fang Ziqing the designated sparring partner for Class 10. Fang, your willingness to serve as our practice dummy is truly commendable, she announced. As the students lined up to engage in sparring with him using their martial technique, cannon fist. Fang Ziqing's smile turned somewhat forced. Willing, he thought, who would willingly become a punching bag? Observing the long queue forming, he decisively raised his hand and said, Teacher Liang, I suggest we wear protective gear to prevent injuries. Lianya nodded, smiling as she replied, a very reasonable request, but I must decline. Fang Ziqing bit his lip, wondering about her reasoning for the refusal. Lianya pondered for a moment before sheepishly admitting, the academy informed me yesterday about collecting protective gear, but I forgot. Let's leave it for today. The other students were aware that they were now capable individuals, each possessing a minimum strength of 200 pounds. A poorly executed punch could lead to serious consequences. Noticing the students' expressions, Lianya furrowed her brow and commanded, What are you waiting for? The first one, step up quickly. Each of you will have 1 minute in turn. The first boy timidly approached and cupped his fists toward Fang Ziqing, signaling that he was ready to begin. Fang Ziqing nodded lightly. Lianya had only requested him to serve as a sparring partner, without imposing any restrictions on his ability to counterattack. Suddenly, a classmate before him lunged forward, fists flailing. Even if this individual were not a skilled fighter, it seemed likely that he could be easily bested. Fang Ziqing thought this and effortlessly parried the attack, executing a sweeping kick that sent the classmate crashing to the ground. Lianya covered her face, unable to bear the sight. These novices were truly a disappointment. The second challenger, also a male, fared slightly better, yet he too succumbed within 3 rounds. Witnessing several peers being effortlessly defeated by Fang Ziqing, those waiting in line began to lose their confidence. Lianya remarked, Do not forget that Fang Ziqing achieved 2 D ranks just yesterday. You must not let your guard down. After dispatching 10 opponents, Fang Ziqing turned to Lianya and said, Teacher, I'm exhausted. I can no longer continue as a sparring partner. Lianya nodded in acknowledgement, signaling him to rest while assigning another student to take his place. In truth, had they been stronger, they might have provided him with valuable experience in mastering the cannon fist technique, and he would have gladly continued. However, these 10 challengers were merely slightly stronger than the average person, with an almost non-existent understanding of martial arts. Fang Ziqing began to question whether he was the only one who had diligently practiced the cannon fist the previous night. If the other students knew, they would surely protest. As many had trained for an extended period, yet failed to grasp even the fundamentals. Whom could one blame for that? As the evening training concluded, Lianya signaled for everyone to gather. I have an announcement to make. In a few days, our school will host its first challenge competition. You all must prepare diligently to secure a commendable ranking. This will serve as your initial assessment as aspiring abilities users. The students exchanged glances, surprised that a competition would occur so soon, a palpable sense of tension filling the air. Chapter 8. The arrival of the first challenge competition. A week swiftly passed, and it was time for the weekly challenge competition. Students from 10 different classes gathered, each seated in their designated ranking positions. Fang Ziqing, ranked 298th, gazed at the coveted first-place seat, where Gu Wan sat, expressionless, with her eyes closed in meditation. The imposing presence of the referee, Hey Darren, filled the arena. As the name suggests, in a challenge competition, students with lower rankings could challenge those with higher rankings, who were obliged to accept. In a short span, each participant was required to engage in a battle, either by challenging another or being challenged themselves. All right, young ones, the stage is set for you, Hey Darren announced. Just then, Zhao Peng, ranked 6th, stepped forward and declared, I wish to challenge the first place holder, Gu Wan. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Gu Wan was a paragon of excellence, and Zhao Peng exhibited extraordinary boldness. Gu Wan, maintaining her impassive demeanor, ascended to the arena. The two exchanged respectful nods before the bout commenced. Zhao Peng surged forward, a momentary gathering of spiritual energy beneath his feet as he launched an attack toward Gu Wan's left side. You are merely favored by talent and cultivation. True strength lies in combat prowess. Zhao Peng's speed was evidently beyond ordinary limits. The homeroom teacher of Class 1, Gao Gu, nodded in approval and remarked to the other instructors, Zhao Peng's speed is indeed exceptional. He achieved a C-level rating in his initial assessment. After a week of rigorous training, it was evident that he had made considerable progress. The head teacher of Class 2, Fang Ziqing, shook his head and remarked, "His speed is indeed commendable. But his opponent is Gu Wan, a genius with dual C ranks. One wonders what hidden prowess Zhao Peng possesses. Without it, his chances of victory seem rather slim." The other teachers nodded in agreement. In that moment, a flicker of spiritual energy danced around Gu Wan's legs, and with a sudden burst of speed, she evaded Zhao Peng's onslaught. Realizing his attack had failed, Zhao Peng refrained from pursuing further. His once proud speed had faltered, rendering any stealthy approach unnecessary. However, he thought to himself, "Do you believe that these are my only techniques?" Although the school's intermediate martial arts could only be cultivated at level 2, he had managed to trade for a lower-tier skill, the cannon fist, from his classmates. After a week's training, he had grasped the rudiments and had advanced to a minor mastery of its first level, allowing him to strike precisely where he aimed. This newfound ability was what emboldened him to challenge Gu Wan. With a flourish of his arms, Zhao Peng summoned his spiritual energy, channeling it into his fists, and unleashed a flurry of punches. Gu Wan, unfazed, did not bother to evade. Cannon fist, first level, strike with precision. Zhao Peng was quick, but Gu Wan was even quicker, overpowering him with sheer strength. In an instant, as they clashed, Zhao Peng was sent hurtling off the stage. His classmates rushed to assist him. Clutching his chest, pale-faced, Zhao Peng addressed Gu Wan on the platform. "The prodigy who appears once in 50 years truly lives up to her reputation. I, Zhao Peng, concede defeat with full admiration." Gu Wan nodded and returned to her seat. The expressions of the other students reflected their dismay. Was Zhao Peng not formidable? On the contrary, he was indeed strong. His terrifying speed combined with the minor mastery of the cannon fist had even the top 10 students contemplating their strategies should they ever face him. Yet, against Gu Wan, he had barely lasted a minute. This battle significantly heightened the atmosphere among the students, igniting a flurry of challenges. Fang Ziqing contemplated his options and decided to challenge someone with a moderately ranked position. This way, he could earn some merit points without drawing excessive attention to his rapid rise or revealing the intricacies of his martial arts. He chose to challenge the burly Qian Jiaxi, ranked 49. As both competitors ascended the stage, few believed in Fang Ziqing's chances. A student ranked 297 challenging a top 50 expert seemed rather fanciful. Yet, it was not just he who had progressed during this time. Everyone had improved. Fang Ziqing, the head teacher of Class 2, turned to Liang Ye with a smirk. "Your student seems rather ambitious, challenging the top 50 outright. Does he possess some secret technique?" Liang Ye huffed, dismissing his teasing. "Just watch closely." Over the week, she had grown increasingly intrigued by Fang Ziqing. She had observed that although he often went unnoticed, he consistently ranked among the top in every training session, never once placing last. Moreover, after training, he remained composed and unflustered, while other students sought her advice on various cultivation and martial arts matters. Yet she had never seen him inquire. Although Fang Ziqing remained inconspicuous in the class, Liang Ye felt an undeniable curiosity towards this seemingly ordinary boy, sensing he harbored secrets. At times, one cannot help but marvel at the formidable intuition of women. Fang Ziqing endeavored to remain low-key, yet unexpectedly, he caught Liang Ye's attention. He was not the only one under scrutiny. Gu Wan, seated in the front row, had opened her eyes at some point, intently observing the two contenders on the stage. Unbeknownst to Fang Ziqing, he was being watched by a multitude of eyes. After the two exchanged respectful gestures, a burly man let out a thunderous roar, his massive fist hurtling towards Fang Ziqing. As Fang Ziqing fixed his gaze on the approaching fist, he thought to himself, "Too slow." Just as the fist was about to collide with him, he deftly sidestepped, allowing the fist to narrowly miss him on the right. The burly man, taken aback, swiftly swung his arm to the right, yet the anticipated outcome of sending his opponent flying did not materialize. How could this be? Even the homeroom teacher claimed I could rank among the top 20 in terms of strength. How could I be thwarted? Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow, contemplating the man's feeble power. He had specifically chosen an opponent who appeared to be a powerhouse, hoping to gauge his own training progress, only to discover the adversary was all show and no substance. The burly man, now enraged, roared again and summoned all his strength. The first level of his cannon fist, which had almost broken through, unexpectedly reached a modest level of success during this match. However, in the heat of battle, releasing all his strength through the cannon fist would likely result in a loss of control. Should Fang Ziqing absorb his attack directly, the burly man risked fracturing his own arm from the sheer force. For a brief moment, Fang Ziqing hesitated before executing the second level of cannon fist, a technique he had just mastered, to dissipate the man's power. The burly man felt as if his immense strength had collided with cotton. Before he could comprehend the situation, a force propelled him off the stage. Fang Ziqing cupped his hands and remarked, "Thank you for the match, brother." The burly man reciprocated with a nod, unable to voice any protest. Although being defeated by the last challenger was shameful, he had inadvertently improved his martial skills and might still challenge others to reclaim his standing. To the students, the burly man's loss was perplexing, but the teachers perceived it differently. The homeroom teacher of Class 2, Feng Yiwen, remarked gravely, "Liangya, your student is no ordinary individual. If I am not mistaken, he just employed the second level of cannon fist, utilizing the technique of force dissipation." Liangya maintained her composure outwardly. Yet internally, she was astonished. How remarkable, Fang Ziqing, to have such a profound understanding of martial arts. Given some time, if his training progresses even slightly, he may seize the opportunity to ascend to greatness. As Liangya calculated her next moves, Guwan narrowed her eyes slightly. The second level of cannon fist. She mused. I too had just recently achieved a breakthrough. Logically, the 3 levels of cannon fist correspond to LV1, LV2, and LV3. To comprehend such intricacies suggests a high aptitude for martial arts. Yet to execute them requires not only the energy of an ordinary LV2, but also a body capable of withstanding that immense power. At the outset, my own strength had already reached the C rank, and recently I have even brushed against the threshold of LV2. But what about Fang Ziqing? With such capability, he could undoubtedly challenge the top 10 or even venture further ahead. Yet, after his first challenge, he has become as serene as an old monk in meditation. Even when others attempted to challenge him, he declined, citing ill health as an excuse. He has fought once today, and no one can reproach him for that. However, this scoundrel is undoubtedly being deliberate. With this thought, Guwan's lips curled into a slight smile as she rose to her feet. Fang Ziqing, I challenge you. Chapter 9. How many secrets do you hold? The atmosphere fell silent, with everyone exchanging glances. Guwan is actively challenging someone, and she is merely ranked 49th? Although there is no rule prohibiting a higher-ranked individual from challenging a lower-ranked one, she is Guwan. Shouldn't she be aiming for the top 10? Fang Ziqing, equally astonished, gazed at Guwan as she pointed at him. I just fought with that classmate earlier and sustained significant injuries. I'm afraid I cannot engage in a match for the time being. My apologies, Guwan. He clutched his chest, feigning a severe injury. Guwan regarded Fang Ziqing's lackluster performance with a slight smile. No, I insist on challenging you. Perhaps another day, he suggested. I insist on today. The onlookers observed the two as if they were playfully bickering, their expressions shifting. No wonder Guwan would challenge him. It turns out they are a couple. Some boys turned pale, exclaiming, My goddess Guwan. As the crowd's attention on them grew, even the homeroom teacher glanced over, causing Fang Ziqing to panic. Having successfully evaded attention under the guise of illness, he never expected Guwan to emerge and draw all eyes to them. Without regard for anything else, he grasped Guwan's hand and pulled her away. A gasp rippled through the audience. On the ability forum, the goddess of the first advanced academy, Guwan, is spotted with a boyfriend. The goddess Guwan has been wronged, boldly challenging a certain individual. Scoundrel Fang Ziqing, do you dare to face me in battle? Once outside the challenge area, Fang Ziqing chuckled bitterly. What are you up to, miss? Guwan's response was a barrage of swift punches. Fang Ziqing's eyes sharpened as he extended his hand to block. To his surprise, Guwan showed no mercy, her right leg swiftly sweeping toward his lower body. Seeing this, Fang Ziqing ceased to hold back. It was the perfect opportunity to test his rigorous training. What an opening. Almost simultaneously, both unleashed the second level of the cannon fist, striking with tremendous force. Bang, bang, bang. The fists clashed violently, and with the final blow, Fang Ziqing staggered back 3 steps before regaining his footing. How formidable, Fang Ziqing mused. Having just sparred with the burly man, he had gained an understanding of LV1's strength, which allowed him to recognize Guwan's prowess. During her match against Zhao Peng, she had not even exerted her full strength. Had she done so, a single strike would have guaranteed Zhao Peng's defeat. Rubbing his chest, Fang Ziqing conceded, I admit defeat. You truly are impressive, Miss Gu. I am no match for you. Without a word, Guwan turned and walked away. On her way, she entered the women's restroom, glancing at her reflection in the mirror, where she noticed a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Until now, the tumult of energy and blood within me remains unresolved, rendering me momentarily speechless. Perhaps even Fang Ziqing is unaware of the true magnitude of his strength. Despite Guwan exerting her utmost effort, she could only force him back 3 steps. Yet, she could not prevent that peculiar power from recklessly crashing within her body. Observing Fang Ziqing's earlier demeanor, it is evident that he is largely unscathed. The true defeat lies within myself. Guwan extended her tongue, licking the blood from the corner of her mouth. Fang Ziqing, how many secrets do you truly possess? If the challenge was merely for ranking and the subsequent benefits to be received at the month's end, then the forthcoming gambling duel represents a swifter avenue to earn merit points. The gambling duel manifests in two forms: the open duel, where both parties willingly engage in combat, with the victor claiming the stakes, which may be merit points or martial arts techniques, and the clandestine duel, utilizing the Academy's newly developed virtual combat apparatus, allowing battles to occur in a virtual realm. Unlike the open duel, participants in the clandestine duel can opt to conceal their true identities, and their abilities, strength, speed, and so forth, are equalized, making it an excellent venue for honing martial skills. For Fang Ziqing, who seeks to mask his prowess, the clandestine duel is undoubtedly the most advantageous method. Within the virtual training room, numerous students gathered to observe a projection of a battle displayed on the central screen, showcasing two students in combat. Fang Ziqing approached for a closer look. Celestial Fairy vs. the greatest under heaven. The figures on the screen were indistinct shadows, rendering it impossible to discern gender. Intrigued, Fang Ziqing watched as the duel intensified. The Celestial Fairy evidently possessed a superior grasp of the cannon fist, swiftly leading the greatest under heaven to defeat. In the virtual training room, students who completed their duels typically exited through a concealed door, leaving their identities shrouded in mystery. Fang Ziqing's interest peaked. It was said that this network connected not only with peers from his academy, but also with the three major institutions, and at higher ranks. One could even challenge masters from other cities. He discreetly entered an unoccupied virtual training room, where a device linking to the virtual network awaited. Lying within, he felt the machine enveloping him tightly, a sensory helmet descending over his eyes. Gradually closing his eyes, the connection commenced. Would you like to register an account? Fang Ziqing mentally clicked yes. Please enter your nickname. Contemplating the need for anonymity, he chose a name that would not evoke any associations with his true identity. Mighty Gorilla. Nickname available. Would you like to enter the virtual space? Yes. In an instant, he felt a shift before finding himself within the virtual realm, surrounded by identical phantoms in motion. Before he could examine his surroundings in detail, a screen materialized before him. Ding. A snowflake has issued a battle challenge to you, with a wager of 50 merit points. Do you accept? 50 merit points? In yesterday's challenge, the top-ranked contender received 150 merit points, while those ranked 2 to 10 were awarded 100 points. And those from 11 to 50 received 50 points. Beyond the 51st position, only 30 merit points were granted. The individual capable of presenting 50 performance points in a contest must undoubtedly be a formidable expert ranked among the elite. In an instant, two phantoms appeared on a virtual arena, and before them emerged an option to display their images publicly, with the performance points gained from public viewings awarded to the victor. Both parties consented, and their attributes were allocated. Level 1, with abilities of Strength D, Speed C, and Constitution D. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. The random allocation of abilities by the system was indeed fair. As the battle was about to commence, a countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown concluded, both combatants swiftly launched their attacks at one another. The advantage in speed from their allocated abilities was strikingly evident. Whoever capitalized on this advantage would secure victory. In their initial clash, neither side managed to gain the upper hand. Both fighters understood that their opponent possessed a speed capability of C in reality as well. Should they face an adversary with a speed lower than C, a single encounter would reveal vulnerabilities due to inadequate control. Amidst the spectators in the hall, exclamations arose. Look! It's that Snow. Since the virtual training room opened today, she has achieved an astonishing record of 7 consecutive victories. All eyes turned towards the previous battle. In their debut confrontation, the two had equal footing. Goodness, how swift. The control at Speed C is remarkable. Indeed, I wonder if they are from our academy. It's hard to say. Although last week's assessment indicated that only a few had achieved Speed C, a week has passed, and everyone has made progress. No one can ascertain if anyone has broken through. While the audience engaged in fervent discussions, that Snow initiated a second wave of attacks, aiming to preemptively obstruct her opponent's evasive maneuvers and test her control over strength. Fang Ziqing, perceiving her intent, showed no fear and swiftly retaliated with a punch. A dull thud echoed as the strike landed, propelling both combatants backward due to inertia. In the virtual training room of the Advanced Experimental Academy in Tianhai City, Xing Fei lay in a device, her brow furrowed. The powerful figure before her was certainly not from her academy. She had already discerned the capabilities of the top 10 ranked individuals in the academy during yesterday's challenge. While there were certainly some who achieved Speed C, none possessed such exquisite control over strength. Having found herself at a disadvantage after a single direct encounter, could her opponent possibly be Gu Wan from the First Advanced Academy? Yet, Even if that were the case, what of it? Chapter 10. I have become a scoundrel. Xing Fei set aside her probing thoughts, casting a sidelong glance at her status in the virtual realm. Having initiated the attack, her spiritual energy had been heavily depleted, leaving her with only 70% remaining. Continuing to prolong the battle would be detrimental to her. Thus, she resolved to employ martial arts to determine the outcome. Having recently broken through to the second level of the technique Gushan Dinyo, she held absolute confidence. Fang Ziqing clenched his fists. His opponent was indeed formidable, exhibiting exquisite control over both speed and strength, as well as quick reflexes. He no longer intended to remain on the defensive, having gleaned insights from their previous exchanges. The time had come to decide the victor. Both combatants summoned their full spiritual energy, clearly intent on resolving their fates through martial arts. The students in the hall were also engaged in battle, albeit through a barrage of comments. "I want to eat roast chicken," one declared, rewarding a merit point. "These two individuals are undoubtedly geniuses from our esteemed academy. Look at me, am I not appealing?" Another chimed in, also rewarding a merit point. "How shameless. I bet there are definitely students from our experimental academy among you." "I am but a delicate lily," another remarked, rewarding a merit point. "Hey, the two up there, what gives? Do I have no say as a sixth grader?" As only donations allowed for comments. The students from the three major academies felt the pinch, but were not short of words. With two fists colliding, spiritual energy rapidly surged forth, while the concealed force within their techniques clashed, attempting to penetrate the other's body. Within half a breath, a figure known as that snow flashed with a red light, accompanied by a notification sound. Ding. In this battle, the mighty gorilla emerges victorious. Earned 78 merit points. Xing Fei slowly removed her sensory helmet, a bitter smile gracing her lips. She had lost. In this pure contest of martial skills, the mighty gorilla had surprisingly unleashed the second level of distant mountain punch. And with a mastery that surpassed her own, her defeat was not unjust. But who was this mighty gorilla? Guwan. Xing Fei furrowed her brow. As far as she knew, Guwan was merely a cute girl. How could she possess such a masculine name? Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing exited the battle arena, elated. I'm rich, I'm rich." His eyes sparkled with excitement. "In less than 3 minutes, my assets have doubled. It's faster than robbing someone." He had even received donations amounting to 28 merit points. What generous souls. Opening his profile panel, he beheld. Nickname, Mighty Gorilla Record, 1 win. 0 losses win rate, 100% ding. That's no request to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Fang Ziqing regarded the friend request and opened the profile card of the sender. Nickname, That's Snow Record, 7 wins. 1 loss win rate. 87.5%, having achieved 7 victories in just 1 day since the virtual training room opened. It was evident that this individual was a formidable contender. Without hesitation, he clicked decline. What a joke. He intended to conceal his identity and would not miss any opportunity that could reveal his true self. He quietly exited the virtual device room, where the hall's students seemed to be buzzing with speculation. Who is this mighty gorilla that could defeat that Snow? Both are incredibly strong, if I'm not mistaken. They both have reached the second level of distant mountain punch. Good heavens, I haven't even mastered the first level. Hearing such discussions, Fang Ziqing felt a chill. He vowed never to livestream again. The chances of exposure were far too great. But without streaming, there would be no donations. Streaming could reveal his identity, risking exposure of his cultivation methods and leading to dire consequences. Yet not streaming would mean foregoing merit points and losing money. A terrible dilemma. In that moment of contemplation, a philosophical question arose in his mind: to chase wealth or to safeguard life? As Fang Ziqing pondered, whispers floated nearby. Isn't that Fang, the notorious scoundrel from the forum? Indeed, it is he. I encountered him during the challenge, and it is said that he abandoned Guwan, even going so far as to terminate their unborn child. What? Do they both have children? Fang Ziqing, coming back to his senses, realized he was surrounded by a throng of onlookers, with classmates outside pointing and whispering. What on earth? Am I the scoundrel? Abandoning Guwan? And there are children involved? Fang Ziqing's face darkened. The audacity of those spreading rumors knows no bounds. They dare to say anything. He steeled himself and pushed through the crowd, hastily exiting the virtual training room. Once outside, he opened the ability forum, only to find his own post pinned at the top. Shocking. The tale of scoundrel Fang Ziqing abandoning the goddess Guwan of the First Advanced Academy. It had garnered 500 likes. In the Tianhai district, there are only 700 ability users. Has 70% of them seen this? Fang Ziqing's expression darkened further as he clicked in. Greetings, everyone. I am your beloved informant, Xiao Lingtong. This issue brings you explosive news. The first genius goddess of Tianhai, Guwan, has been abandoned by a man. Allow me to recount the events. It is said that before they became ability users, the two were acquainted, and that man employed despicable means to win over Gu Wan, only to mistreat her further, leading to her recent pregnancy with his child. That scoundrel heartlessly pressured Gu Wan to terminate the pregnancy, a truly despicable act. Gu Wan, unwilling to let a small life perish, publicly challenged that man during the competition, stipulating that if she won, she would keep the child. Knowing he could not possibly defeat Gu Wan, the villain resorted to rumors to mislead her, taking her to the hospital for an abortion. The man's name is Fang Ziqing. Below are high-definition images of him dragging Gu Wan away, complete with a close-up of his face, even bearing the label scoundrel Fang Ziqing. Fang Ziqing took a deep breath, evading pedestrians, and swiftly used the key card Gu Wan had given him to enter her residence. Bang! He shut the door as if he were a thief. Gu Wan, hearing the commotion in the training room, approached and nodded at him. Fang Ziqing hurriedly exclaimed, "Gu Wan, something has happened." Gu Wan, unfazed, picked up a towel from the sofa to wipe the perspiration from her forehead and replied, "You seem unusually flustered. Have you checked the forum lately?" "I have." Fang Ziqing shook his head. "But what about your watch?" "I was looking for it." Gu Wan gestured to the watch on the table. Fang Ziqing picked it up and quickly found the highlighted post. Read it. You even liked it?" At that moment, Gu Wan leaned over to take a look. Well written. It is vivid and compelling, filled with reason, evidence, images, and the truth," she commented, as if she were not the protagonist of the story, but rather a bystander offering her thoughts. Fang Ziqing held his forehead in frustration. "Sister, we are being falsely accused. Why aren't you worried? Do you know who posted it?" Fang Ziqing shook his head. "That Xiao Lingtong posted anonymously. Who knows who it is?" The urgency of distress seems futile. Even the desire to strike him is rendered impotent. After all, the innocent shall remain untainted, and in a few days, the gossip will dissipate. Upon witnessing Gu Wan's nonchalant demeanor, Fang Ziqing mused to herself, "Very well. If the protagonist remains unperturbed, perhaps I shall retreat to my training." After Fang Ziqing departed, Gu Wan perused the images stored in her wristwatch, particularly the one depicting Fang Ziqing anxiously pulling her away. After a careful examination, a gentle smile graced her lips. Chapter 11. Concealed Strength. My greatest asset in the prestigious First High Academy of Tianhai City, within the ability zone of Class 10. Lianyo addressed her peers with the report from the recent challenge. Some students performed admirably, such as Fang Ziqing, who ranked 49th, and Bai Yi, who triumphed over the previously 28th ranked Mi Xingqing, with two other classmates breaking into the top 100. Lianyo set aside the statistical report, yet noted that several students remained stagnant, indicating that their training over the past week had not been diligent. One male student, blushing from her remarks, retorted, "Teacher Liang, we are simply not as capable as they are. It's unavoidable if we haven't faced challenges." Liang furrowed her brow and struck the desk emphatically. "What is there to fear? Is Class 1 invincible? Must Class 10 always be subdued? If we follow your logic, we might as well abandon training altogether and rely solely on rankings for admission during the final exam. How could Fang Ziqing surpass the 49th rank? How could Bai Yi defeat the 28th? Are they not from Class 10? Their training differs from yours, does it not?" Visibly irate, Liang continued, "You are not natural prodigies like Gu Wan, yet you lack the resolve to strive forward. What purpose does your complaining serve? From this moment forth, anyone whose ranking stagnates or declines will undergo double training. I refuse to accept that my Class 10 students are beyond redemption. Do I make myself clear?" All the students in Class 10, including the previously complaining male student, responded in unison, "Understood." Liang nodded, gesturing for silence. "All right, my young scholars. I shall now assess the level you have attained over the past week. Assemble in the training room in 10 minutes. In the dedicated training facility for Class 10, they proceeded with evaluations of strength, speed, and reaction time. Notably, Bai Yi, who had previously defeated the 28th ranked student, had not only elevated her strength to a D rank, but also achieved a C rank in reaction time. With just a slight margin needed to break through the first tier of the cannon fist, she indeed possessed the capability to overcome Mi Xingqing. Next, Fang Ziqing. All eyes turned towards him. Perhaps Bai Yi's ranking was superior, but in terms of notoriety, who could rival the infamous Fang Ziqing? He approached with a stoic expression, inwardly lamenting the scrutiny upon him, and resolved to control his strength, feigning an all-out effort with a single punch. Liang narrowed her brows. Yet again, a D rank. However, she refrained from comment as she observed his subsequent reaction test. D, identical to before. Fang Ziqing, under Liang Ye's discerning gaze, could no longer conceal his limitations and marginally increased his speed. D, a slight elevation from his previous D rank, with 3 categories all at D. This would typically represent the peak performance for an ordinary level 1 ability user, a commendable achievement within Class 10. However, on a different note, it is often observed that individuals endowed with talent possess one or even two remarkable abilities. Fang Ziqing's performance in defeating his opponent on the arena left Liangye with the impression that this young man had not fully unleashed his potential. Once all had completed their assessments, Liangye announced that before the training commenced, Class 10 would also hold a competition to vie for the positions of class leader and vice class leader. The class leader would receive a monthly reward of 100 merit points, while the vice class leader would earn 80 merit points per month. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. To become the class leader meant one could earn 100 merit points each month without any additional effort, an amount that equated to the guaranteed monthly merit points for those ranked 2nd to 10th in terms of ability. Although level 1 individuals could only cultivate basic martial skills and the ability shop did not permit them to purchase martial techniques with merit points, upon reaching level 2, individuals would be able to practice intermediate martial skills, which could cost upwards of 1,000 merit points. Who could afford such a price? Those unable to afford it would have to settle for training in basic martial techniques, where the second tier of a basic technique would only be equivalent to the first tier of an intermediate technique. Even if one managed to elevate a basic technique to its third tier, it would merely rival the first tier of an advanced technique. Should one fail to accumulate the requisite merit points before advancing in level, they would find themselves in the awkward situation of leveling up without any martial skills to practice. Simultaneously, while level 2 individuals utilized intermediate martial skills, you would be left with basic techniques, spending more time grasping the second tier of a basic technique that would only correspond to another's first tier. Time is indeed the most precious currency. With the law of the strong growing stronger and the weak becoming weaker, the gap will inevitably widen until it becomes insurmountable. The classmates in Class 10 turned their gazes toward Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi, whether in testing data or competition rankings. The two stood as the most formidable members of Class 10. According to their standings, Bai Yi ranked first while Fang Ziqing was second, if no one challenged them. They would automatically become the class leader and vice class leader. Liangye remarked indifferently that after a while, although many hesitated, no one stepped forward to challenge. With a disdainful smile, Liangye scoffed. To lack even this modicum of courage is truly laughable. It won't be long before some of you advance to level 2. When that time comes, as everyone gradually ascends, I wonder if your merit points will suffice for you to exchange for an intermediate martial skill. Perhaps some might think. After all, the Academy has not stipulated that martial skills cannot be gifted. I could always plead with others. Liangye, unhurried, responded. I can clearly assure you that you should abandon such thoughts. On the surface, you are classmates, but in reality, you are rivals. Who would wish to see their competitor grow stronger? Moreover, martial skills are a person's trump card. Everyone conceals what techniques they have acquired. How could anyone easily divulge such information? If you do not strive and compete, you will undoubtedly regret it when the time for the grand examination arrives, believe it or not. Upon hearing this, everyone clenched their fists. Who among those capable of becoming an ability wielder is not a child of destiny? They all emerged victorious from a pool of 3,000. Yet now, they lacked even the courage to challenge? A young man rose to his feet. Addressing the teacher, you are absolutely right. A person without dreams is better off never becoming a capable individual. I intend to challenge the position of vice class leader. Firstly, because I refuse to concede defeat, and secondly, Fang Ziqing, you scoundrel, return my goddess Gu Wan. As he spoke, his fervor swelled. His face flushed with emotion as he uttered the final words. The surrounding classmates exchanged peculiar glances at Fang Ziqing, whispering among themselves. Fang Ziqing, already simmering with frustration, found himself inexplicably thrust into the spotlight. Have you eaten your family's rice? He retorted, beckoning the young man with a gesture, signaling his acceptance of the challenge. Liangye, observing the scene, nodded in approval. The young man who stood was Liang Bo, one of the two from Class 10, alongside Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi, who had advanced into the top 100, boasting commendable abilities, especially achieving a strength rating of D. It remained uncertain whether Liang Bo could compel Fang Ziqing to reveal his true prowess. The two ascended to the arena and exchanged respectful gestures. As the match commenced, before Liang Bo could react, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from beneath Fang Ziqing's feet. In an instant, Fang Ziqing appeared beside Liang Bo. Before Liang Bo could comprehend the situation, Fang Ziqing delivered a single punch, employing no martial arts techniques whatsoever. The impact resonated with a dull thud. Liang Bo, feeling the immense force, had yet to retaliate when he found himself tumbling off the arena. Fang Ziqing cupped his fists in acknowledgement, conceding the victory. Liang Bo clutched his chest, his face flushed as he protested. I didn't even have a chance to react. This round doesn't count. The onlookers erupted in laughter. who grants you time on the arena. Chapter 12. The invitation from class leader by Fang Ziqing turned to him with a smile. I could grant you another chance. But surely you must offer something in return? Liangya, arms crossed, observed the exchange without intervening. She wholeheartedly supported Fang Ziqing's approach of seeking a favor. Liang Bo, eyeing Fang Ziqing, gritted his teeth. Let us wager 10 merit points, shall we? Although he had managed to break into the top 100 and earn some rewards from the challenge, the prizes beyond the 50th place were merely 30 merit points. Moreover, he had lost some merit points in a bet out of curiosity yesterday, leaving him with only 10 remaining. Fang Ziqing had no objections at this juncture. 10 merit points were quite substantial. However, he stipulated, let it be understood that if you lose, I shall not grant you anything. Liang Bo was no fool. He would not part with his points lightly. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement, signaling his acceptance. The two returned to the arena, and this time, Liang Bo was fully alert. Before Fang Ziqing could make a move, he unleashed the first level of cannon fist, directing his strikes towards Fang Ziqing with precision. Since the previous day's sparring, most had made notable progress, and Liang Bo was among the fortunate few who had, by a stroke of luck, broken through to the first level of cannon fist. No wonder he felt confident enough to wager 10 merit points. He had a trump card. Liang Bo unleashed a flurry of punches toward Fang Ziqing, captivating the audience, as most had not yet mastered this level of cannon fist. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing felt a twinge of disappointment within. The strength displayed was rather mediocre, hardly matching that of the robust competitor from the challenge match. However, he cast a fleeting glance at Liangya, who was crossing her arms beside him, choosing not to opt for a swift resolution. It was only when Liang Bo's fist was about to land on him that he narrowly evaded, adopting a purely defensive stance without any intention to counterattack. After several back-and-forth exchanges, Liangya curled her lip in disdain. With such poor acting skills, who could possibly believe you were holding back? Observing that Liang Bo was nearly spent, Fang Ziqing seized upon a moment of vulnerability and delivered a forceful kick to his rear. The sound of impact echoed as the unsuspecting Liang Bo fell to the ground in a disheveled heap. With an impassive expression, Fang Ziqing silently mused. So you call me a scoundrel? And when did my little Gu Wan become yours? Liangya stepped forward, declaring, well, Fang Ziqing emerges victorious from this match. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? Although some students appeared tempted, the fact that Liang Bo had been defeated twice by Fang Ziqing dissuaded anyone from further humiliation. Noticing the absence of challengers, Liangya's thoughts turned to Bai Yi. It was one thing for Liang Bo to fail to draw out Fang Ziqing's true strength. But Bai Yi was a formidable contender, having reached the top 30. Despite her higher ranking, Liangya understood that Fang Ziqing had already grasped the second level of the cannon fist, making the outcome uncertain. How about a friendly competition between the two of you? Liangya suggested, glancing between them. Bai Yi nodded, her long, fair legs gracefully striding towards Fang Ziqing. Classmate Fang, shall we have a match? She proposed. Though my ranking surpasses yours, it does not necessarily reflect our combat prowess. Fang Ziqing was suddenly enveloped by a delicate fragrance, subtle jasmine. Apart from Gu Wan, he had never been this close to a girl before. Feeling a touch of discomfort, he furrowed his brow and took a slight step back. Noticing his retreat, Bai Yi was momentarily taken aback. Why are you avoiding me? She wondered, recalling a post on the forum that alluded to his close relationship with Gu Wan. Was it to prevent jealousy from arising in Gu Wan? Bai Yi took a breath. Despite Gu Wan's undeniable strength and beauty as a woman, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of competitive spirit, even towards a man she hardly knew. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Fang Ziqing interjected. No need, I concede. I acknowledge that I do not possess the strength to match my classmate. He waved his hand dismissively at Bai Yi, intending to downplay his abilities. Ironically, the more he sought to remain low-key, the more he seemed to attract attention. Being a vice class monitor was sufficient for him. The limelight of the class monitor position should be left for someone else. Bai Yi was taken aback by his response. She was well aware of Fang Ziqing's capabilities, and in a real confrontation, she had no absolute confidence in overcoming him. The position of class monitor represented an additional 20 academic points and was a significant honor. Why would he forsake it? Was it for her sake, or was there another reason? Bai Yi found herself lost in a whirlpool of thoughts, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Fang Ziqing was utterly perplexed by what was transpiring in her mind. Just as he contemplated turning away, the soft, melodious voice of Bai Yi reached his ears. Fang classmate, she said, her tall figure slightly fidgeting with the hem of her garment. May I treat you to a meal after class? Oh, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to express my gratitude for allowing me to take on the role of class monitor, Bai Yi continued, her cheeks flushed. Having been a princess in her family since childhood, she had never initiated an invitation like a boy would. As Fang Ziqing prepared to decline, A sudden glimmer of realization struck him. A meal? Did this mean he could save a considerable sum of federal currency? Yet, he wondered, if he were to indulge himself too much, would she ultimately renege on her offer? Clearing his throat, he replied, by classmate. Are you certain it is you who will be treating me? He emphasized the word treat, seeking further confirmation. Bai Yi paused momentarily, then quickly affirmed, yes, yes. Anything you desire. As Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement, she eagerly added, I shall wait for you after class. Chapter 13. A meal lurking with peril. Upon exiting the training room, Fang Ziqing spotted Bai Yi waiting for him at the door. As she saw him approach, she stepped away from the wall she had been leaning against. Fang Ziqing nodded at her, and Bai Yi, beaming with joy, inquired, is there anything in particular you wish to eat, Fang classmate? After some contemplation, Fang Ziqing replied, whatever you prefer will suffice. Bai Yi pondered briefly before suggesting, although our class cafeteria offers a variety of dishes, it can become monotonous. Why don't we explore the cafeteria of another class? Fang Ziqing nodded. He had indeed not ventured into the cafeteria of other classes since the semester began. Bai Yi smiled at this and proposed, Class 1 boasts the strongest capabilities, so logically, their dining options should be the finest. Shall we check out their cafeteria? Very well, Fang Ziqing agreed, and they made their way toward Class 1's dining hall, engaging in discussions about training and martial arts along the way. Unbeknownst to them, a rather unsavory chubby boy stealthily captured photographs of them walking side by side, the angle creating an illusion that they were holding hands. His plump fingers rapidly tapped on the virtual screen that emerged from his wristwatch. Since each cafeteria was designated for a single class, and with only about 30 students per class, the dining area was quite spacious, rarely witnessing a bustling crowd. The two chose a secluded corner to sit. At that moment, Gu Wan and a group of her classmates from Class 1 emerged from the training room. In the recent election for class monitor, Gu Wan undoubtedly secured the top position, facing no challengers. Conversely, the competition for the vice monitor was fierce, with 9 out of the top 10 contenders hailing from their class, each unwilling to concede, leading to a notably intense contest. Ultimately, a girl named Jiang Lexin emerged victorious, claiming the title of vice monitor. Typically, the monitor and vice monitor collaborate to manage class affairs, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Thus, Jiang Lexin invited Gu Wan to join her for a meal, hoping to get to know each other better. Gu Wan readily accepted. Suddenly, Jiang Lexin's expression shifted to one of awkwardness as she glanced to the side. Noticing her strange demeanor, Gu Wan turned to look as well. White Yi and Fang Ziqing were dining together, appearing quite cheerful as they engaged in light-hearted conversation. Gu Wan, with an impassive expression, turned her head and resumed eating the food on her plate. Jiang Lexin cautiously inquired, Gu Wan, is the information circulating in that post false? Gu Wan lifted her gaze, meeting Jiang Lexin's eyes, and asked, what do you think? Upon encountering Gu Wan's penetrating stare, Jiang Lexin instinctively averted her gaze. Prying into others' private matters was hardly a commendable habit, yet women possess an innate penchant for gossip, particularly when faced with someone of such remarkable beauty, figure, and capability as the woman opposite her. I believe it must be false, Jiang Lexin said. Though Fang Ziqing has indeed secured the 49th position, he remains quite distant from you. However, I do recall that girl beside him. Unable to decipher Gu Wan's emotions, Jiang Lexin hastily shifted the topic. Gu Wan set down her fork, signaling her to continue. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Lexin remarked, I have researched the top 50 rankings and the students with significant advancement. If I recall correctly, that girl's name is Yi. Oh, she seems to be from Class 10, the only one from that class to break into the top 30, currently ranking 20th. Suddenly struck by a thought, Jiang Lexin quickly added, Fang Ziqing is also from Class 10, so perhaps they are merely having a meal together as ordinary classmates. Yet, her curiosity lingered. Why would the students from Class 10 dine in our cafeteria? Could it be an attempt to assert dominance over Gu Wan? Yi, directly facing Gu Wan and her companion, noticed them. Something stirred within her, and as Gu Wan glanced her way, she politely yet somewhat haughtily nodded. Fang Ziqing, I've heard you and Gu Wan from Class 1 are a couple. Could that possibly be true? Yi asked nonchalantly. Fang Ziqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, Gu Wan is not only exceptionally beautiful, but also the brightest talent in Tianhai City. I could never be worthy of her. The discussions on the forum are merely fabrications by bored classmates. Internally, he sighed, realizing he would have to meet Gu Wan in secret henceforth. Otherwise, the rumors would never subside. Ever since the post was pinned, countless individuals had inquired about the matter, and he was unaware of how many had secretly labeled him a scoundrel. Fang Ziqing felt overwhelmed by pressure. As someone who had never been in a relationship, to be given the title of scoundrel was quite the burden. Who could he turn to for solace? Upon hearing this, White E smiled brightly, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Oh, I don't think so. I believe Fang Ziqing is a wonderful person. Many girls must admire you, right? Fang Ziqing burst into laughter, replying, you have misjudged me. Not once in my life have I been liked by a girl. Jiang Lexin discreetly glanced at Gu Wan and whispered, they seem very happy. Gu Wan, unhurried, responded, are you quite invested in them? Jiang Lexin stuck out her tongue and fell silent. The only sound was Gu Wan's emotionless voice declaring, it appears we have finished eating. Let us return. Jiang Lexin nodded in agreement, and the two rose to leave. The cleaning lady noticed that the two had finished their meal and intended to clear away the dishes. Just as she touched the plate, a muffled crack reverberated through the air. Unexpectedly, a fissure appeared in Gu Wan's plate, splitting it in twain. Chapter 14. The bitter taste of jealousy. Fang Ziqing let out a satisfied burp and patted his belly, saying, thank you for today, bye. Next time, I shall treat you. Sure, I'm free any day. Just let me know, came the reply. Huh. Fang Ziqing awkwardly rubbed his nose. I was merely being polite. Why is this girl so oblivious? Absolutely, I certainly won't invite you. The way Bai Yi ordered food had left Fang Ziqing trembling with apprehension. Without even glancing at the prices, she simply pointed and clicked. This meal was likely to cost several hundred federal coins, at the very least. He could be persuaded to do anything, but spending money? That was out of the question. Upon returning home, Fang Ziqing patted his belly, reveling in the fact that he had enjoyed a splendid meal without any expense. Joy is meant to be shared, thus. This singular happiness transformed into a double delight. After some contemplation, Fang Ziqing opened his wristwatch and accessed Gu Wan's message window. Gu Wan was practicing cannon fist, seemingly focused. Yet her mind wandered elsewhere. Deep down, she recognized that she was far from in her prime state, her skills lacking in comparison to usual standards, let alone any thoughts of improvement. Whenever she attempted to immerse herself in the third level of cannon fist, the laughter of Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi echoed in her mind. He had never laughed like that when he was with her. A faint sense of irritation crept into Gu Wan's heart. Shaking her head, she ceased her martial arts practice and casually picked up her wristwatch, intending to check some messages. However, she discovered that her pinned conversation with Fang Ziqing had been overshadowed by other posts. Breaking news, the scoundrel Fang Ziqing surfaces with a new girlfriend. Strolling hand in hand. Is an innocent young girl about to be ruined? Taking a deep breath, Gu Wan tossed her wristwatch onto the bed and turned towards the training room. Bang, bang, bang. A series of striking sounds echoed. Yet, just a few minutes later, Gu Wan emerged from the training room, her expression blank, quickly retrieving her wristwatch to click on that very post. Meanwhile, she silently chanted to herself, I am merely curious about the Academy's happenings. I do not intentionally concern myself with a certain individual. Hello everyone, I am your beloved informant, Little Ling Tong. This episode brings you a shocking twist, following previous reports. We have learned that the scoundrel Fang Ziqing has ensnared the goddess of the First Advanced Academy, Gu Wan. Initially, we hoped that seeing the report from Little Ling Tong would lead him to repent and reform, but alas, he remains unchanged, intent on preying upon yet another young girl. Please look at the image below. A man and a woman are seen walking along the path of the First Advanced Academy, hand in hand. The girl in the white dress is Bai Yi, the class leader of Class 10, ranked 28th in the First Advanced Academy. She possesses remarkable abilities and exquisite beauty, truly deserving the title of goddess. Yet, this innocent maiden has fallen into the clutches of Fang Ziqing. Is this a loss of humanity or a decline in morality? What must Gu Wan, the abandoned one, feel now? We welcome your thoughts in the comments below. This issue of the report on the little spirit has come to a close. Until next time. Gu Wan meticulously read through the entire article, unconsciously clenching her fists. What are my thoughts on this? His hand-holding with other girls is of no concern to me. How utterly tedious. Yet, did that fellow truly engage in a romantic relationship with someone named Bai Yi? Bah, why should I care about that? What relevance does it have to me? A fierce internal struggle ensued within Gu Wan. Although she wished to dismiss the thought, it proliferated uncontrollably, multiplying incessantly. Ding! A message from her friend Fang Ziqing arrived. Haha. Gu Wan, I enjoyed a lavish meal today. You wouldn't believe it. After reading it, Gu Wan scoffed. Is everyone else's meal that delectable? Such a stingy person. After a moment's contemplation, she typed out a response with determination. Oh, congratulations. Our post has been overshadowed. Fang Ziqing, upon seeing Gu Wan's reply, was overjoyed. Finally, no more incessant gossip. Whoever pushed me down deserves a thumbs up and a tip. With great enthusiasm, he clicked on the pinned post. Breaking news. Scoundrel Fang Ziqing surfaces with new girlfriend. The two stroll hand in hand. Is an innocent girl about to be ruined? Such a title. Tianhai City is vast. It's quite normal to have namesakes, isn't it? As he read the title, Fang Ziqing felt a pang of discomfort, reassuring himself. Upon clicking, his expression darkened with each line he read until he saw the image before him. From this angle, I am indeed walking hand in hand with Bai Yi. Who on earth is so adept at finding angles? I cursed their grandfather to be ridiculed while playing chess. At a certain residence in the first advanced academy, a lewd little chubby fellow suddenly sneezed. Who cursed me? He then gazed at the virtual screen projected by his wristwatch, watching the funds from his published article increase. His eyes sparkling with glee. Before Fang Ziqing could respond to Guwan, ding. A message from Bai Yi arrived. Fang, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cause you so much trouble. It's all that rumor-monger's fault. Truly despicable. Don't worry, I'll clarify this on the post. At her residence, Bai Yi, clad in fluffy pajamas, snuggled into the sofa, displaying no hint of remorse as she cheerfully sent her message. This isn't your fault. Rather, I should apologize for dragging you into this mess. Upon reading Fang Ziqing's message, Bai Yi smiled slightly and then opened the forum. Contemplating before posting, I am Bai Yi. Everyone, please do not believe the rumors. Fang is a wonderful person and certainly not the individual described. Seeing someone mention him, Fang Ziqing could only smile wryly. Is Bai Yi foolish? This statement not only fails to clarify, but instead complicates matters further. Sure enough. Chapter 15, a momentous piece of news. Time flew by, and September, a month worthy of remembrance, was drawing to a close. Fang Ziqing had been in this world for a month. He had been fortunate enough to inherit powers, gaining the privilege to glimpse the secrets of this realm. Although, in this month, he had acquired the title of scoundrel. However, ever since the Bai Yi incident surfaced, coupled with her vague attempts to prove her innocence, he himself did not anticipate that the number of people branding him a scoundrel would gradually dwindle. Instead, an inexplicable surge of individuals referring to him as a goddess collector emerged. Moreover, forums began to fill with posts about two women competing for one man, propelling him to fame across the three academies. As none of the three involved chose to respond, a group of frustrated abilities confined within the academy had little to amuse themselves with and resorted to wildly speculating about the truth of the matter. Numerous male classmates stealthily inquired of Fang Ziqing for any romantic tips, to which the only advice he could offer was the martial prowess he had honed in the arena. Lianya entered the theory room of Class 10, smiling as she addressed the eager students. I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The students, nearly driven mad by their incessant training, unanimously responded, the good news. Lianya nodded. The good news is that after the month-end assessment, everyone will have the opportunity to return home for a visit. The classmates erupted in cheers. For those who had long felt confined, such news of liberation was unparalleled. Lianya's smile widened slightly. However, not everyone will have this opportunity. The jubilant atmosphere abruptly ceased as the students exchanged wry smiles. What conditions does teacher Liang have this time? Observing their reactions, Lianya raised two fingers. It's quite simple. First, you must meet the Academy's criteria by achieving a D rating in all three assessed abilities. The class nodded. After a month of intense training, they had made remarkable strides, with 7 students breaking into the top 104 into the top 50. Class leader Bai Yi had even recently defeated a student ranked 9th, securing her place among the top 10. It could be said that Class 10 had surpassed the majority of ability classes. Although a D rating might seem somewhat stringent, many students had indeed made significant progress during this period. As for the second condition, it was to attain the rank of bronze level ability within the virtual space. As Lianya uttered these words, the expressions of Class 10's students began to tighten. Ascending to bronze level within the virtual realm was no simple feat. One must engage in over 30 battles with a win rate exceeding 60% to qualify for promotion. Furthermore, during the subsequent 3 battles following the application, one must secure at least 1 victory. Otherwise, the promotion would fail, necessitating a wait of 50 battles before reapplying. This second condition could be considered the Academy's trump card. Once announced, the virtual training rooms would undoubtedly be overflowing by the end of the month, leading to a frenzied enhancement of everyone's martial skills. Fang Ziqing merely shrugged at this. He was in no hurry. He had stealthily ascended to bronze level the previous week with a remarkable win rate of 100%. To rise to silver level, one must first achieve LV2 ability status and compete in 30 battles against bronze level abilities with a 60% win rate to qualify for promotion. Even without the level restrictions, there were not so many bronze level abilities currently available, so he felt no urgency. Speaking of levels, Fang Ziqing was on the verge of completing 9 major cycles last night. It seemed that his ascension to LV2 ability was imminent. In the entire Tianhai district, there has yet to be any news of someone advancing to level 2. With only 3 days remaining until the end of the month, this period is destined to be bustling. To prevent the manipulation of win rates, there are restrictions on repeated participation in battles, which means that some individuals may inevitably remain unable to ascend to the bronze level. Everyone is putting forth their utmost effort for this opportunity to visit family. Fang Ziqing has been diligently practicing the sword insight diagram at night and contemplating the third level of cannon fist during the day, preparing to unleash a powerful strike. Although the name of this third level may seem unimpressive, its might far surpasses the previous 2 levels. It is said that mastering it can result in an explosive surge of power, potentially doubling one's peak strength, a formidable force indeed. Given Fang Ziqing's current capabilities, a doubled fist strength would be overwhelming in practical combat. His recent dedicated study has brought him tantalizingly close to comprehending the third level. He intends to venture into the virtual training room for a stroke of luck and perhaps earn some extra rewards. Upon entering the virtual space, he is greeted by his formidable battle record. Username: Mighty Gorilla Level, Bronze Record, 37 wins, 0 losses win rate, 100. Noticing that the virtual space is devoid of competitors, Fang Ziqing opts for a random match. Meanwhile, Liangya, keen on monitoring the progress of her students, occasionally enters to engage with them. Of course, her primary aim is to challenge the novices, allowing them to experience the harsh realities of competition. She casually clicks for a random match. Ding! An opponent has been matched for you. If you enjoy the battle, feel free to save it, and a 5-star review would be immensely appreciated tonight. Chapter 16. Astonished Liangya opens the opponent's profile card, her interest piqued. A bronze-level contender with 37 consecutive victories. Such statistics are indeed dazzling. Let us put an end to his winning streak. Hee. Username: Fairy Goddess Level, Bronze Record, Hidden Win Rate, Hidden O? Now Fang Ziqing is intrigued. Both the record and win rate are concealed. Typically, such information is not kept hidden. He raises an eyebrow, speculating about the identity of his opponent. Mighty Gorilla versus Fairy Goddess. A message pops up before them. Would you like to broadcast the match? The points earned from the broadcast will be awarded to the victor. Both parties click disagree. As long as one side disagrees, the match will not be streamed. Assigned level: LV1. Abilities: Strength C, Speed C, Constitution C. Upon promotion to the bronze level, the assigned abilities significantly increase, with 2 C-level abilities being quite formidable. The battle is about to commence. 3, 2, 1. Noticing that his opponent remains still, Fang Ziqing takes the initiative to gather spiritual energy, executing the second level of mountain-piercing strike. Observing his opponent, there is no sign of panic. They calmly respond with the first level, aiming precisely to counter Fang Ziqing's attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two engage in a flurry of punches, skillfully dismantling each other's moves. Fang Ziqing inwardly admires the opponent's impressive martial arts comprehension. They adeptly countered his assault using the first level alone. However, if that were all, it would not suffice. Fang Ziqing channels his spiritual energy into his right leg and swiftly kicks towards his opponent's chest. Clearly, the opponent has been battle-hardened, leaning back to evade Fang Ziqing's strike. A trap has been set. Fang Ziqing gathered spiritual power in both hands simultaneously, executing 2 distinct techniques. The left hand unleashed a technique akin to striking a cow across a mountain, while the right hand targeted with precision. Although he had not yet comprehended the third level within the past month, he had mastered the first 2 levels to perfection, enabling him to employ different techniques with each hand concurrently. Clearly, this strategy was proving effective, despite Liang Ye's timely response to block the shadow of his right fist. His left hand darted toward her like a venomous serpent, poised to strike her form. Liang Ye's gaze sharpened. If this continued, she feared for her position. Fang Ziqing, slightly surprised, realized that his rapid assault had not struck her. Instead, her waist contorted at an exaggerated angle, allowing her to evade his left fist. Qing Shibu, Liang Ye thought, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. What an impressive individual, forcing her to resort to other martial techniques. For a moment, she hesitated, contemplating whether to continue the fight. After all, as a teacher, her combat experience far surpassed that of her students, and being pushed to this extent was indeed quite embarrassing. Fang Ziqing's fighting spirit surged. The opponent before him was formidable, arguably the strongest adversary he had encountered in the virtual realm. He did not hesitate to expend his spiritual power, channeling all of it into his being, leaping forward like a fierce tiger. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Liang Ye gradually found herself at a disadvantage, momentarily disregarding their teacher-student relationship. A flash of spiritual energy illuminated the air as the combination of striking a cow across the mountain and Qing Shibu surged forth. Fang Ziqing instinctively sensed a hint of danger and swiftly lowered his head, narrowly avoiding her strike. Liang smirked, thinking it would not be so simple. With a swift motion, she glided to Fang Ziqing's left side, while simultaneously channeling a vast amount of spiritual power into her right hand, launching an attack toward him. Striking a cow across the mountain. Panic surged within Fang Ziqing as he recognized the opening he had left exposed. This punch contained all of her spiritual energy. Should it connect, defeat was inevitable. Yet, evasion was no longer an option. The only recourse was to face it head-on. Cannon fist. Experience my third level. Fang Ziqing reacted quickly, his right fist colliding with hers, and in that moment, they felt the spiritual energy swirling violently between their fists. The dark energy emanating from her technique slithered into Fang Ziqing's meridians like venomous serpents, but before it could penetrate further, Liang sensed a sudden explosion of immense power erupting from within him. With a resounding boom, all of her dark energy was annihilated, dissipating as that force shattered her illusion. Almost simultaneously, both of them were enveloped in a crimson glow, accompanied by the sound of notifications resonating around them. It was evident that Fang Ziqing had successfully unleashed his third level, yet his spiritual energy was entirely depleted, his physique insufficient to support such power, causing his illusion to collapse immediately. In this battle, the mighty gorilla emerged victorious. Upon hearing this announcement, Fang Ziqing exhaled deeply, relieved that his dissolution had occurred only after overcoming his opponent. Liang stood momentarily stunned, contemplating. Was that the third level of Cannon Fist? Such terrifying power. No. It should be said, such an astounding level of comprehension. Even she has only mastered the second level of the Cannon Fist. This does not imply that Liang Ye's talents are lacking. Rather, it is a testament to the fact that only a select few geniuses can comprehend such intricacies in a remarkably short span of time. As one's strength increases, the pursuit of more advanced techniques becomes paramount, and no one would squander time on rudimentary martial skills. Could it be the instructor? Liang furrowed her brow. Even among her peers, encountering a genius who could grasp the third level within just a month is an extraordinary rarity. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Fang Ziqing exited the virtual space and quietly slipped out of the training room. Lost in her thoughts, Liang failed to notice Fang Ziqing in the corridor and inadvertently bumped into him. My apologies, classmate. I didn't see you. Are you here for training as well? Fang Ziqing nodded, helping Liang to her feet. Yes, but why is teacher Liang so distracted? Liang awkwardly replied. Oh, I encountered a rather peculiar individual. But never mind. After bidding farewell to Liang, Fang Ziqing hurried to his own training room. Closing his eyes, he carefully reflected on the third-level technique he had just executed. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch. A muffled sound echoed through the air. Fang Ziqing nodded. The power was indeed immense. Logically, a level 1 ability user should be incapable of performing the third level of a low-level martial art. The lack of spiritual energy would render the body incapable of withstanding such explosive force. Even a genius could only manage to utilize the second level of basic martial skills at a higher tier. However, Fang Ziqing's training in the sword aperture diagram had fortified his physique to an unparalleled degree, and although he had yet to unlock even a single aperture, the potential for disaster loomed if he were not careful, as untransformed spiritual energy could wreak havoc within his body, causing excruciating pain. Nonetheless, the results he achieved were unmatched by others. His strength, speed, physique, and reflexes had all been enhanced beyond that of his peers. As Fang Ziqing sensed the residual spiritual energy within him and assessed his body's capacity, he mused that this technique could only serve as a trump card. Even he would struggle to employ it consecutively without dire consequences. As the month drew to a close, only about 100 individuals from the entire First Advanced Academy would meet the necessary criteria by the final day. Currently, those who had obtained visiting rights were listening to the esteemed officials impart crucial guidelines. The visiting period spanned 3 days, with a return deadline set for 6 o'clock on the afternoon of October 2nd. All ability users were strictly prohibited from revealing their powers in the presence of ordinary citizens or disclosing their identities and related matters. Violators faced expulsion from the Academy and potential legal repercussions from the Federation. Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing, holding their passes, made their way to the school gate, having exchanged their specialized academy uniforms for casual attire. As they passed by the ordinary academy, the echoes of their former classmates fervently studying reached their ears. They exchanged glances, aware that such a life was no longer within their grasp. Upon exiting the school grounds, a ray of sunlight enveloped them. Fang Ziqing stretched lazily. After being confined within the academy for a month, the outside air felt refreshingly new. Guwon had not notified her family to send a car, so the two planned to walk home. Observing the bustling crowds and vehicles along the street, with a hint of exhaust lingering in the air, they were reminded of the city they knew so well. Suddenly, Guwan quickened her pace, and Fang Ziqing focused his gaze to find a stray kitten nestled among the flowers. Although entirely snow-white, it had nevertheless become soiled with dirt. Guwan crouched down to gently pat the kitten's head. Upon witnessing this, Fang Ziqing turned back and quietly made his way to a convenience store to purchase some cat food. Indeed, it was quite expensive. Fang Ziqing returned to Guwan's side, crouched down, and handed the cat food to her. Guwan looked at him in surprise. You like cats too? Well, then you should feed it, she added. Remaining silent, Guwan poured the cat food into her palm and slowly moved her hand towards the kitten's mouth. The kitten tentatively mewed once, and upon realizing that the person before it meant no harm, it began to eat the food from Guwan's hand. Eventually, it licked her palm and rubbed against the back of her hand before swiftly darting into the grass and disappearing from sight. Noticing the reluctant look in Guwan's eyes, Fang Ziqing suggested, if you like it, why not take it home? Guwan shook her head, explaining that she often wasn't at home and would worry while at the academy. It would be better not to bring it along. At the renowned boundary of the three schools, at the intersection of Jiaji Stone, a short-haired woman approached slowly, exuding a sharp and clean aura. She approached the two and addressed Guwan. Guwan? Guwan nodded impassively. She did not recognize the woman, but judging by her uniform, she was a student from the Advanced Experimental Academy. Xing Fei smiled slightly, saying, You won the first prize in the awakening ceremony. I concede to you this time. But in the upcoming inter-school competition, I will surely win. Upon hearing Xing Fei's provocation, Guwan remained indifferent, showing no interest in her identity as she turned to leave. Observing Guwan's disregard, Xing Fei felt irritated but then noticed Fang Ziqing beside her. With a hint of recollection, she remarked, Oh, isn't this the famous Fang Ziqing from Tianhai District? I was skeptical about the things posted on the forum, but it seems they might be true. As Fang Ziqing noticed the girl speaking about Guwan again, he was about to step forward when he saw Guwan turn coldly and say, No matter who you are, see you at the inter-school competition. Without waiting for Xing Fei to respond, she took Fang Ziqing's arm and turned to leave, never once inquiring about Xing Fei's name. Watching the two gradually walk away, Xing Fei was not angry but smiled slightly, feeling somewhat puzzled. Why did Guwan show no reaction to her, yet seemed so animated at the mention of Fang Ziqing? Could the rumors on the forum about their relationship be true? Guwan continued to hold onto Fang Ziqing's arm as they walked, not releasing her grip. Fang Ziqing moved his arm slightly, indicating her hold. And only then did she realize she was still gripping his arm, quickly retracting her hand. Just then, a notification sound emitted from Fang Ziqing's watch. Ding. Your friend Bai Yi has sent you a message. Chapter 18. The unusual Guwan's ears perked up at the sound. And although her expression remained unchanged as she walked forward, her little ears were already standing at attention. After a brief pause without any further notification, she clenched her fists in frustration, suspecting that Fang Ziqing had merely read the text without activating the voice feature. After a moment, unable to contain her curiosity, Guwan casually asked, Is your class monitor by looking for you? Fang Ziqing shrugged, saying, She asked where my home is, mentioning that if it's not far, she would like to visit. Guwan raised an eyebrow. That's fine, just let her come. I declined, he replied. Fang Ziqing shook his head and remarked, It wouldn't be prudent for Bai Yi to see us cohabitating, would it? Haven't we both wished to avoid such discussions? Guwan responded with a non-committal "oh." Her emotions inscrutable. Fang Ziqing glanced at the incoming message from Bai Yi. Isn't classmate Fang still indebted to me for a meal? I'm free for the next 3 days. Fang Ziqing inhaled sharply, grimacing at the thought of this. Bai Yi, still remembering that meal. It seemed he would face financial strain in the coming days. Guwan halted, turning to him with a slight furrow in her brow, inquiring, Are you two going out to eat? Fang Ziqing nodded, but before he could elaborate, he noticed Guwan simply acknowledged him with another "oh" before turning away. At the Gu family villa, despite having been away for a month, the house remained impeccably clean. Fang Ziqing entered his room. Touching the bed he had only shared with Guwan for a single night. He mused that, as the month drew to a close, he would soon share a bed with Guwan again. However, such matters would only be broached if Guwan initiated the conversation. He felt too shy to bring it up himself. Shaking his head, he made his way to the basement of the Gu residence, where a small training facility had been established for the two of them to practice. Upon entering, he found Guwan diligently practicing the 3rd level of Cannon Fist. It appeared she was on the verge of grasping the threshold of this level. After 10 minutes, she exhaled deeply, not turning around as she called out, Come over. I want to see how well you've mastered your martial skills recently. Fang Ziqing nodded and stepped onto the platform, observing Guwan's slightly flushed face as she gestured for him to attack. Without hesitation, Fang Ziqing's right hand gathered spiritual energy, initiating his technique. The 1st level of Cannon Fist, accurately targeting her. As he advanced, Gu Wan's right foot flickered with energy, and she swiftly aimed for his lower body. Fang Ziqing, unwilling to let her succeed, evaded her kick with a swift motion. Yet Gu Wan was no novice. She quickly launched another rapid assault. Seeing this, he ceased evading and met her head-on. While he managed to block her attack, it disrupted his rhythm. Just as he regained his composure to counter, Gu Wan's flurry of punches descended upon him. Unfazed, he unleashed his own dual fists of energy, mirroring her style, as their strikes collided and dissipated. Gu Wan huffed. It's not that simple. Indeed, her initial barrage was merely a diversion. The true threat lay behind it. Fang Ziqing silently admired her intelligence. She had cleverly utilized the momentum from the first level to facilitate the second level, striking from afar, thereby conserving energy while amplifying her attack's power. As the punches surged towards him, Fang Ziqing appeared still, seemingly caught off guard, yet his eyes were keenly tracking Gu Wan's genuine strike. There it was. He swiftly raised his hand, accurately grasping hers, causing the myriad of punches to vanish in an instant. Curious, Gu Wan asked, how did you find it? Fang Ziqing feigned ignorance, saying, I don't know. I couldn't see anything just now and merely reached out. Who would have guessed it was your real punch? Gu Wan rolled her eyes, thinking how, if not for her knowledge of his true capabilities, she might have been deceived. She withdrew her hand from Fang Ziqing's grasp and suddenly asked, your strength must have reached C, hasn't it? Fang Ziqing's eye sharpened, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. No way, no way. I only just broke through to D not long ago. How can I compare to you? Gu Wan turned slightly, a cold smile gracing her lips. With my strength at C, and with my martial arts enhancement, I can effortlessly withstand your D-level strength with one hand and remain unscathed. That makes my C strength rather impressive. Fang Ziqing sensed the impending trouble and pretended to make a hasty exit. Before leaving, he addressed Gu Wan. Oh, Bai Yi has invited me to dinner, so I won't be back tonight. If anything comes up, let me know in advance. Gu Wan did not raise her head, merely responding with a nonchalant hum before lapsing into silence. It was only after she witnessed Fang Ziqing leave the Gu family villa that she clenched her fists tightly, her face gradually paling. Chapter 19. Young girl Chai Chai stepping out of the Gu family villa and noting that the address sent by Bai Yi was not too far. Fang Ziqing decided against troubling the Gu family's servants. With time still on his side, he opted to walk. After all, he had yet to see the full expanse of Tianhai City. Just then, a timid voice emerged from the roadside. Brother, could you spare me some food? Turning to look, Fang Ziqing saw a little girl in tattered clothes crouched at the street corner, peering at him shyly. He hurried over, squatting down in front of her and inquiring. Little sister, how old are you? Where are your family? Did you get lost? Hearing Fang Ziqing's barrage of questions, the girl appeared frightened, lowering her head without answering. Fang Ziqing, observing her demeanor, gently reassured, do not be afraid. I am not a bad person. Are you hungry? I can take you to eat something, all right? Or I could give you some money. After a moment, the girl shook her head, biting her lip as she replied, Brother, I don't want money. Could you give me some food to take with me? Fang Ziqing raised an eyebrow. She wanted no money, only food, and wished to take it away. He leaned in a little closer, softening his voice. Little sister, why do you want to take the food with you? The little girl hesitated before saying, My younger siblings and sister Momo are all hungry. Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqing quickly asked, Can you tell me what happened? The girl's eyes glistened with tears as she lifted her gaze to Fang Ziqing and recounted, I grew up in an orphanage with a group of friends, and the matron treated us well. But one day, a group of bad people came and hurt the matron, trying to take us away to another place. I managed to sneak out and met Sister Momo, who took me in. Besides me, Sister Momo has taken in many other children, but now she has fallen ill, and I want to bring back some food. Seeing the girl before him, blossoming yet burdened, Fang Ziqing found himself clenching and then gently releasing his right hand. He wanted to pat her head, but the girl flinched slightly, timidly saying, Brother, I'm dirty. Fang Ziqing took a deep breath, shaking his head lightly, and embraced the trembling girl without uttering a word. Had he not experienced similar hardships before arriving in this world? He had not known a joyful childhood and had endured discrimination and torment. Regaining his composure, Fang Ziqing gently released the girl from his arms, smiling as he asked, May I know your name? The bashful girl, embraced by him, lowered her gaze to her toes and murmured, Chai Chai. Fang Ziqing nodded, gently brushing the dust from her face, and took her small hand, saying, I am Fang Ziqing. Would you kindly lead me to see your little companions? After a moment of hesitation, Chai Chai replied, All right, big brother. On their way, Fang Ziqing purchased several large bags of provisions, the abundance of which obscured his figure, drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon arriving at the place Chai Chai had mentioned, Fang Ziqing let out a soft sigh. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a place existed in the city. Dilapidated mud brick houses, corridors so narrow they barely allowed two people to walk side by side, and ahead, a foul-smelling ditch. All of this contributed to the nauseating atmosphere that permeated the air. They hastened through this area, ultimately arriving at a rundown little house. Despite its decrepit state, the tidiness at the entrance indicated that it was often cleaned. Chai quickly approached and expertly knocked on the door using a previously established signal. After a few seconds, Fang Ziqing heard the cheerful voices of children from within, exclaiming, Chai is back. Open the door. A boy younger than Chai joyfully opened the door, but, upon noticing Fang Ziqing standing nearby, hesitated and timidly peered at him from behind the door. Chai affectionately patted his head, chiding, Don't be afraid, who to? This big brother is a good person, and he has brought us plenty of food. Fang Ziqing kindly nodded, gradually entering the house while carrying the heavy bags. As he glanced around, he observed that the room was rather small and dimly lit. 6 or 7 children, aged 4 or 5, stood timidly against the wall, uncertain of what to do, clearly unaccustomed to strangers. Fang Ziqing promptly set down the bags and began distributing the snacks, handing one to each child. Although they stared at the food in their hands, swallowing nervously, none dared to tear open the packaging. Just as he was about to inquire about their reluctance, a frail voice emerged from within the house. Chai, did you run out again? I told you to wait until I feel better before working. This was accompanied by a series of coughs. Chai hurried into the inner room, her eyes reddening as she said, Jia, you haven't eaten for 2 days. I wanted to bring you something to eat. Fang Ziqing gently patted the heads of the bewildered children, reassuring them to enjoy their food, before stepping into the inner room. There, he found a frail woman lying on the bed, her pale face turned weakly towards him. Chapter 20. The Romance Manual. Chai quickly took Fang Ziqing's hand and brought him to her side, saying, Jia. This big brother has brought us lots of food and wanted to come see you. The woman struggled to sit up, and Fang Ziqing swiftly supported her, helping her to lie back down comfortably. However, Tian Mo insisted on sitting up and expressed her gratitude to Fang Ziqing, saying, Thank you for your assistance. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss regarding what to do with these children over the past few days. Fang Ziqing shook her head and inquired, Have you adopted them? She glanced at the children who were peeking at their conversation, and with a gentle smile, she replied, It's not quite adoption. I merely provide them with a place to sleep. I usually manage to make ends meet with some handiwork, but recently I've caught a chill, which is why Chai thought of begging. Fang Ziqing remained silent for a long moment before suddenly asking, Do you regret it? Tian Mo, clearly taken aback by the question, shook her head and replied, Never. Fang Ziqing exhaled deeply, reflecting that had she not been taken in by a benevolent director to an orphanage during her own hardships, she might have perished from hunger long ago. Although the woman before her appeared frail, she felt a profound respect for her resilience. Fang Ziqing pressed a sum of 10,000 federal coins into the woman's hand, saying, I still have some money. Please take this. Also, this note contains my contact information. Feel free to reach out if you need anything. Upon seeing the money, Tian Mo quickly shook her head, saying, Thank you. I would be grateful just to provide these children with something to eat. I absolutely cannot accept this. In a few days, once I recover, I will be able to work again. Fang Ziqing firmly grasped her hand and insisted, Please accept it. I am also an orphan. Let this money help improve the children's lives. At the same time, he discreetly channeled a subtle energy into Tian Mo's body. While this energy could not cure all ailments, it would suffice to strengthen her constitution temporarily to withstand the chill. Before Tian Mo could refuse, Fang Ziqing hurriedly exited the room, gently patting Chai's head and softly saying, Your sister Mo is unwell. You are now the eldest sister, so take good care of them. Chai nodded vigorously, watching Fang Ziqing leave. Strolling slowly down the street, Fang Ziqing's heart was filled with complexity. Why, in this world, do such circumstances still exist? He looked up at the sky, a brilliant azure, devoid of clouds. It was already the appointed time, yet Fang Ziqing had not arrived. However, Bai Yi, who had meticulously prepared for their meeting, exhibited no signs of impatience as she waited at the designated location. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she spotted Fang Ziqing racing towards her, drenched in sweat. Bai Yi stood on her toes and waved. Huff, I'm so sorry, my classmate. I'm late. Fang Ziqing, feeling quite embarrassed, replied, I apologize for being tardy while treating someone to a meal. It's all right, I just arrived as well. Here, Bai Yi said, shaking her head with a smile as she pulled a handkerchief from her bag. A handkerchief? Fang Ziqing accepted it and wiped the sweat from his brow, awkwardly saying, I'll wash it and return it to you later. Bai Yi nodded with a smile and asked, So, where do you plan to take me for fun? I thought we were just eating. Do we also need to play? Fang Ziqing felt a jolt of apprehension and replied stiffly, How about watching a movie? Bai placed her delicate hand on her chin, contemplating thoughtfully before responding. That sounds great. I've never seen a movie outside before. I agree. Fang Ziqing allowed her to walk ahead, while he began fervently considering whether there were any group buying apps in this world. Just now, I had nearly depleted my funds on those children, leaving only a meager amount of change in my possession. Fang Ziqing let out a long sigh upon discovering the software. Relieved that it was available. "My classmate, what movie would you like to watch?" Bai Yi turned around and approached him, glancing at the titles on his phone, blinking with curiosity. As the heiress of the Bai consortium, she had never watched a film in public, and today was no exception, as she had sneaked out. Tentatively, she pointed to one and said, "How about this one? The Love Handbook?" Fang Ziqing nodded. He was indifferent to what they watched, as in that world. He was too preoccupied with survival to think of enjoying a film. Upon arriving at the cinema, with some time before the screening, Fang Ziqing approached with a handful of popcorn and juice, presenting them to Bai Yi. "What's this?" Bai Yi asked, puzzled. "Aren't we here to watch a movie?" Fang Ziqing was taken aback. Wasn't it customary to eat popcorn while watching a film? Perhaps this world lacked that tradition, though many around them were indeed purchasing some. You don't like it?" Bai Yi blinked, noticing that many people around her were holding popcorn. Was this a requirement? Having grown up in a secluded manner, she was not well versed in outside customs, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Chapter 21. The date in progress. Bai Yi hurriedly accepted the popcorn, feeling embarrassed as she stammered, No, it's just that I don't often watch movies outside." Fang Ziqing nodded, thinking to himself that this Bai classmate was likely a reclusive girl who seldom ventured beyond her home. Bai Yi observed that Fang Ziqing had only purchased one serving of popcorn and asked, "What about yours?" "Oh, I've never liked this stuff since I was a child," Fang Ziqing replied, scratching his head, but inwardly lamenting the exorbitant price of the popcorn, which cost more than the ticket itself. He vowed never to return to such a wretched cinema again. The movie is about to start. Let us go get our tickets checked." Bai Yi nodded and followed behind Fang Ziqing, curious as they queued. Given the nature of this film, it was predominantly couples attending, with many young women affectionately linking arms with their boyfriends. Bai Yi hesitated, wondering if this was also an unspoken rule, akin to entering a ball by either linking arms with one's father or with a boyfriend. She glanced at the popcorn in her hands. Feeling she had embarrassed herself earlier, she hoped this socially awkward classmate would not think her uncultured. Suddenly, she felt her right hand being gently grasped, causing Fang Ziqing to pause. As the movie commenced, the surroundings darkened except for the screen. Fang Ziqing had no interest in this romantic film and found himself fighting off sleepiness. Meanwhile, Bai Yi appeared captivated, sitting upright with wide eyes, fixated on the screen, forgetting to eat the popcorn in her hands. When Fang Ziqing turned back, he noticed the female lead on the screen kissing the male lead. An exhilarating moment for the couples present, but for the two of them, it was exceedingly awkward. Why did I choose this movie? Oh wait, it wasn't my choice. Fang Ziqing pressed his forehead, glancing sideways at Bai Yi, who was casting him a furtive glance with a rosy complexion. He quickly turned his head, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. At long last, when the film concluded, the two of them joined the throng, slowly exiting the screening room. Bai Yi, with her head bowed and nervously clutching her skirt, obediently trailed behind him. At that moment, a cinema staff member approached and cheerfully remarked, "Good day, sir. Our cinema is currently hosting a couples challenge. As long as there are 2 participants who have watched the romance guide, you can join and stand a chance to win numerous prizes." Fang Ziqing replied to the staff member, "Oh, we're not a couple." "That's quite all right, sir. As long as there are 2 people, you can participate," the staff member responded with a knowing smile. He turned to look at Bai Yi, who appeared genuinely curious, and nodded in agreement. They followed the staff's directions to the game area. The staff pointed towards the course ahead, explaining, "The rules are simple. The male participant must carry the female participant through our obstacle course. The first team to cross the final hurdle can claim a mysterious prize." "Carry her?" Fang Ziqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. Upon noticing his discomfort, Bai Yi chuckled, "Fang, during our training, we often had to engage in physical competition." "What? Are you feeling shy?" Fang Ziqing cleared his throat, slightly flustered. "All right, now let's welcome the next group." There were 8 teams in total, and they found themselves among the 6 teams on track 6. "Ready, everyone." Bending slightly, Fang Ziqing felt a soft sensation against his back. He quickly shook off his distraction, focusing intently. The weight he felt was manageable. Even before gaining enhanced physical abilities, carrying Bai Yi had never posed a challenge. She wrapped her delicate legs around his waist and clasped her arms around his neck, pressing herself closely against him. "Start." With the referee's command, all 8 teams began their challenge. The first obstacle was an acceleration belt. As the speed increased, 2 couples failed to navigate the course and fell into a pit of foam balls. The eliminated girls expressed mild annoyance, while the boys sheepishly scratched their heads. The second challenge featured a swinging pendulum, with only a narrow beam for passage. This round tested not only speed, but also reflexes. All teams came to a halt at this stage. The longer they lingered, the quicker their stamina waned, and with a determined resolve, the boys charged forward. Bai Yi clung tightly to Fang Ziqing, her entire being pressed against him. Although the speed was nothing extraordinary in their usual training, the sensation of being carried was exhilarating. Even without the use of spiritual power, Fang Ziqing effortlessly surpassed the challenge due to his exceptional reflexes. At this juncture, only 3 teams remained. Now for the final challenge. When I give the command, the first team to reach the gong and strike it will win the mysterious grand prize. The referee announced loudly. The remaining 3 teams were clearly determined to succeed. Begin. With the command given, the 3 individuals began to sprint towards the opposite side. Come on, Fang! Bai Yi exclaimed. Her face flushed with excitement as she called out to Fang Ziqing. She was not alone. The other 2 girls fervently cheered for their partners as well. Fang Ziqing nodded slightly, increasing his speed just enough to pull ahead of the other 2. Soon, they reached the gong, and Fang Ziqing turned slightly to Bai Yi, saying, "The rest is up to you." "Got it," Bai Yi replied, extending her hand to grasp the mallet and striking the gong above. "Yay! We won! We won!" she exclaimed, brimming with joy, as she playfully wrapped her arms around Fang Ziqing's neck and whispered in his ear, "Let us congratulate this couple. Please follow us to the podium to receive your mysterious prize." As they ascended the podium, the mysterious prize turned out to be a necklace named Heart of the Ocean. The judge, beaming, said, "You may place it around your partner's neck." Fang Ziqing scratched his head, lifting the Heart of the Ocean towards Bai Yi's neck, only to notice she was already wearing a necklace that, to even someone as unversed in jewelry as he, appeared far more exquisite. Before he could utter a word, Bai Yi decisively removed her original necklace, tossing it into her bag with a cheerful smile directed at him. Fang Ziqing, chuckling, placed the necklace around her neck, realizing that it suited her remarkably well. As the sky began to darken, Fang Ziqing inquired, "Bai, are you hungry?" Bai Yi, in particularly high spirits, replied, "Oh, please don't call me Bai anymore, just call me Yi." Fang Ziqing nodded, and Bai Yi bit her lip, asking, "Can I call you Ziqing then?" Fang Ziqing coughed lightly and nodded in agreement. "What would you like to eat?" Bai Yi raised a finger to her lips, saying, "Last time I treated you to a meal, you said the host should decide, so now I want you to choose." Fang Ziqing silently calculated how much money he had left. If they opted for something simple, it would suffice, but after spending half a day together, he had discerned that Bai Yi's family background was undoubtedly affluent. What if she couldn't tolerate ordinary street food? He pondered for a moment before candidly asking, would you be okay with street food?" Fang Ziqing felt his cheeks heat up. It seemed rather disrespectful to offer a wealthy young lady street food. It wasn't that he was stingy, he simply had no money left. If they went to a high-end restaurant and he couldn't pay, it would be far more embarrassing. "Sure. I've never tried it before. Take me there." Bai Yi's eyes lit up as she spoke. By the time they arrived at a snack street, night had completely fallen. The street stretched about 100 meters, adorned with colorful lanterns providing illumination. Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi settled at a small stall, where an array of barbecued delicacies and seafood awaited them. After meticulously calculating, Fang Ziqing spent every last cent in his pocket, leaving not a single coin behind. They dined for approximately 2 hours, and as Bai Yi rubbed her full stomach, she marveled, "Why am I only tasting such delicious food now?" Fang Ziqing smiled gently. Despite being a privileged young lady, she was easygoing and refreshingly innocent. Due to having consumed a bit of alcohol, the atmosphere was even more relaxed. Bai Yi's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue as she gazed at Fang Ziqing, expressing, "I am quite delighted today. Thank you." Fang Ziqing shook his head, about to respond when the roar of engines echoed from the street. An elderly gentleman with braided hair emerged from a luxury vehicle. Clad in a black suit with a tie, he hurried towards Bai Yi, chiding, "Miss, I have finally found you. Why did you not announce your departure?" Bai Yi adjusted her hair and offered an apologetic smile to Fang Ziqing, saying, "I must take my leave now, Ziqing." Fang Ziqing rose, nodding with a smile, "Farewell." As he watched the convoy whisk Bai Yi away down the street, the vendor from a nearby stall leaned over and remarked, "Brother, you are truly fortunate." Fang Ziqing merely shook his head in silence, settled the bill, and returned to the Gu residence. Upon his arrival, the servant Xiaoqing rushed to him with a worried expression, exclaiming, "Young Master Gu, something terrible has happened. Miss has fallen ill." Chapter 23. Gu Wan's affliction. Let us momentarily rewind time. Just as Fang Ziqing departed, Gu Wan exhaled, her complexion pale. According to the calendar, today marked the onset of her illness, and she could already sense the signs. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chilling wave surged within her, furrowing her brow. She wondered why the affliction had struck her so early this time. She attempted to harness the meditation technique to combat the chill, only to find that the spiritual energy circulating within her unexpectedly intensified her condition. A piercing pain soon followed. Gu Wan's face turned ashen, her body trembling slightly. It seemed to be more severe than before. This strange illness was truly terrifying. Despite her enhanced physical capabilities as a practitioner, she could not stave off its onset. Gritting her teeth, she leaned against the doorway, unsteadily making her way back to her room. She knew this was merely the prelude to her affliction. The true torment awaited with the moon's ascent. Xiaoqing, carrying a plate, was about to descend the stairs when she saw Gu Wan in distress. She hastily dropped the plate and rushed to support her, asking, "Miss, what has happened? Are you unwell again?" Gu Wan's lips had begun to pale, and she, battling her discomfort, shook her head in silence. "Miss, I shall fetch young Master Fang at once," Xiaoqing exclaimed, turning to leave. "Xiaoqing," Gu Wan called out. Xiaoqing turned back. Gu Wan, trembling slightly, insisted, I am fine. He is busy. Do not disturb him." Xiaoqing bit her lip, saying, But Mississippi." Gu Wan forced a faint smile. "Do not worry. I am well. Please go outside and ensure no one approaches the second floor." Seeing Gu Wan's resolute demeanor, Xiaoqing complied reluctantly. Once Xiaoqing departed, Gu Wan let out a soft laugh, the meaning of which was uncertain, whether in mockery of others or herself. In the past, whenever Fang Ziqing was present, her illness would be contained, and she seldom had the opportunity to experience this agony. Now that he was absent, could she endure alone? In her childhood, her father was perpetually occupied, while her mother's health deteriorated after giving birth to her, ultimately passing away when Gu Wan was merely 3 years old. Thereafter, she found herself living alone in a cold, vast house. Though surrounded by numerous servants attending to her, she found herself devoid of a single companion to share in playful pursuits, rendering her childhood a tapestry woven with shades of unrelenting gray. Growing up in such a solitary environment shaped her into a reclusive individual, only to be further afflicted by a mysterious ailment that, on certain nights, enveloped her in a bone-chilling torment that made existence feel more unbearable than death itself. Her father, having exhausted the family fortune, tirelessly sought medical help, and that year, she existed almost as a nomad. She witnessed her father shedding tears in secret, often pondering whether she was a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity not only to her mother, but also inciting profound guilt in her father. It was until that fateful day when her father introduced her to a boy who had been hiding behind him, exuberantly embracing her and proclaiming that she had found salvation. With one hand resting on the boy's head and the other on his own, he instructed them to foster a harmonious relationship, thus transforming her world from one of solitude to companionship. Gu Wan lay in bed, her eyes tightly shut, her body trembling slightly as she delved into memories. Despite his taciturn nature and disinterest in playing with her during their childhood, she felt a deep sense of joy. On the day of her affliction, her father brought her into his room. Anxiety gripped her, but upon seeing the boy curled up in a corner, a strange sense of calm washed over her. That entire night, she leaned against him, enveloped in an unprecedented warmth, and to her astonishment, the dreaded illness did not return. As time slipped away, Gu Wan's trembling intensified as she sat in a corner of the bed, hugging her knees. When she finally opened her eyes, she found herself transported back to her childhood. The room lay dim and deserted, and fear enveloped her as she called out loudly, yet no one answered. Only echoes and the vast, unending darkness responded. Gradually, she sensed shadows encroaching upon her, bringing with them an oppressive chill. Just as the darkness threatened to engulf her, a voice, seemingly dazed, broke through. Gu Wan. She struggled to open her eyes, and suddenly, the darkness was rent by a beam of light, revealing the boy from her memories. Shaking her head to maintain her consciousness, she realized it was not the boy, but the grown-up Fang Ziqing. Chapter 24. Suppressing the ailment upon hearing Xiaoqing's words. Fang Ziqing rushed to Gu Wan's room with utmost urgency. As he flung open the door, he was met with a chilling atmosphere. Discovering Gu Wan curled up in a corner, her body entirely rigid. Without a second thought, he scooped her into his arms, calling her name loudly. Alarmed by the pallor that had drained her face of color, biting his lip, Fang Ziqing recalled his earlier inquiry about whether she was unwell. At that moment, she had not even lifted her gaze, dismissing his concern with a nonchalant, no. Why did she not inform him that today marked the onset of her suffering? Was it to spare him from worry, or to avoid being a burden? Fang Ziqing rubbed her frozen back, hoping to restore a semblance of warmth. Strangely enough, The previously chilling temperature seemed to dissipate rapidly upon Fang Ziqing embracing Gu Wan, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Before long, the coldness in the room gradually retreated. With a furrowed brow, Fang Ziqing attempted to recall how he had assisted Gu Wan in suppressing her mysterious ailment. A sharp pain surged through his mind. Indeed, the memories had not only become increasingly elusive, but each time he endeavored to remember, it felt as though he were being cut by daggers. Gazing at Gu Wan, who remained unconscious in his arms, Fang Ziqing shook his head vigorously to maintain his alertness. Gritting his teeth, he persisted in his recollection. A plethora of memory fragments burst forth in his mind. No matter how hard he tried to grasp them, those memories remained as ephemeral as a mirage, forever out of reach. Suddenly, a figure flashed across his consciousness, but before he could focus, the world spun around him, and he lost consciousness. Gu Wan's delicate fingers stirred slightly, her awareness gradually returning, though her body remained temporarily unresponsive. Overwhelmed with embarrassment and anger, she could hardly believe that her final thought had been of Fang Ziqing. If he were to discover this, he would surely find it laughable. As her consciousness became clearer, sensations began to awaken within her. It felt as though her body had never suffered from that mysterious illness. The cold, sharp pain had vanished, replaced by warmth. Gu Wan sensed a weight pressing down on her, rendering her particularly heavy. Slowly, she opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she found herself cradled in Fang Ziqing's embrace. His head nestled against her chest, sleeping soundly. The previously vacant expression in her eyes transformed into one of shock as her heart raced. What was happening? She only remembered feeling unwell, engulfed in coldness and pain. The last image that lingered was of Fang Ziqing, like a beacon of light, dispelling the endless chill and darkness. Was it you who saved me, Fang Ziqing? Unable to resist, Gu Wan gently reached out to touch his hair. In that moment, a faint fragrance wafted from his nose, reminiscent of a girl's scent. Recalling that he had just dined with Bai Yi, Gu Wan couldn't help but clench her fist and give his hair a fierce tug. Cursed Fang Ziqing. Suddenly, he stirred, rubbing his head against her chest. Feeling an unusual sensation, Gu Wan's face flushed. Just as she contemplated delivering a slap to this insufferable fellow, Fang Ziqing, in a state of unconsciousness, twitched his nose. Noting the softness of the pillow and the delicate fragrance it carried, as if struck by a realization, he abruptly lifted his head, only to find Gu Wan glaring at him, her right hand raised high. No, I don't know anything, Fang Ziqing hastily explained, fearing that her slap would leave his face swollen for half the day. Speaking thus, he instinctively raised both hands. However, he forgot that he was currently the one embracing Gu Wan. With a startled cry, Gu Wan fell back onto the bed, instinctively clutching at Fang Ziqing. A muffled thud echoed as Gu Wan landed on the bed, with Fang Ziqing landing atop her, their heads colliding with a resounding impact. Fang Ziqing felt as if the tip of his nose had just brushed against Gu Wan's. The two locked eyes, staring at each other in surprise. Fang Ziqing thought, I'm doomed, absolutely doomed. Gu Wan pondered, what should I do? Should I slap him or kick him? But it seems I was the one who pulled him down. Miss. Young Master Fang, are you both all right? Xiao Qing entered the room, her eyes widening at the sight of the two. She instinctively mumbled what she hadn't finished saying and quickly covered her eyes, leaving just a couple of small gaps. I didn't see anything. Hurriedly, she turned to leave, only to collide with the door in her nervousness. Ouch! She fumbled her way out, kindly closing the door behind her. The moon had fully risen, and outside, two little birds chirped merrily on the trees, their sounds particularly crisp in the night air. Inside Gu Wan's room, the two sat at opposite corners of the bed, the silence so profound that the fall of a pin could be heard. Fang Ziqing cleared his throat. Do you feel any better? Gu Wan nodded. Fang Ziqing rubbed his nose. So shall we just sit here? Gu Wan nodded, then shook her head. He shrugged. Then let's just sit. Without a word, Gu Wan suddenly picked up a pillow and flung it at Fang Ziqing. With a thud, the pillow struck him unexpectedly. Covering his head, Fang Ziqing looked at Gu Wan and asked, Why did you throw a pillow at me? Gu Wan remained calm, responding with a question of her own. Did you have fun today? Fang Ziqing was taken aback, then sighed. Don't mention it. I've truly become a pauper now, with not a single cent left in my pocket. Oh, you really are generous to Bai Yi, Gu Wan teased, but Fang Ziqing pretended not to hear her sarcasm. Steering the conversation back, what exactly is this strange illness of yours? Why does it seem to worsen since you became an ability user? Gu Wan lowered her head, silent. Indeed, ever since becoming an ability user, her strange illness felt increasingly uncontrollable. Perhaps one day, why don't we cultivate together? Curiosity sparked in Gu Wan's eyes as she looked up at him. Fang Ziqing stated earnestly, You can't even figure out where this strange illness is hidden in your body. How about I take a look? Gu Wan furrowed her brow, hesitating. You mean? We would each infuse our spiritual energy into each other? Exactly, Fang Ziqing nodded. Just be cautious. It won't go wrong. He was quite confident in his control over spiritual energy. When practicing the sword aperture diagram, any minor mistake would cause the volatile energy to inflict unbearable pain, which had ultimately honed his absolute mastery over it. Guwan nodded, and they sat cross-legged facing each other. Before infusing energy, it was crucial to synchronize, ensuring equal amounts were exchanged, and most importantly, neither should resist. Otherwise, the clash of energies could lead to trouble. Fang Ziqing spoke seriously, though I have confidence in myself. It's still our first time cultivating together, so we should proceed with caution. Guwan furrowed her brow and remarked, synchronizing time is one thing, but achieving the same quantity is far from simple. Fang Ziqing responded with a faint smile. You may transmit to me without hesitation, regardless of the amount. I shall promptly return the same quantity to you. Guwan nodded, and the two joined their palms together, a stream of spiritual energy emanating from her hands. Ready? I shall begin, she declared. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement, and soon felt a surge of unfamiliar spiritual energy within him. He swiftly released an equal amount of spiritual energy into Guwan's body. The moment the energy entered Fang Ziqing, Guwan sensed her own spiritual energy slipping from her control, replaced by this strange force. She bit her lip. Realizing the overwhelming nature of the energy, she could neither command nor contain, as both energies began to circulate within them, gradually establishing an exquisite equilibrium. How infuriating it was that her own energy had been commandeered, swirling chaotically within her, as though laid bare before that scoundrel. Guwan's face flushed, yet she did not withdraw her palms. Fang Ziqing gasped inwardly. Although he was the one orchestrating their energies, each full cycle of their combined power resulted in tremendous feedback. By a stroke of fortune, they had inadvertently discovered a shortcut to cultivation. Half an hour later, both felt a slight tremor in their bodies, and a bead of sweat that had just formed on their foreheads was evaporated by the intense heat. In merely 30 minutes, Guwan experienced a meteoric rise in her cultivation, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of LV1. Fang Ziqing hesitated momentarily, but then cautiously infused a trace of unique energy from the sword aperture diagram into the gradually merging forces. Suddenly, Guwan felt an explosive surge of power, the vast energy swirling chaotically within them. This was disastrous. The energy was spiraling out of control. Just as she intended to suppress it forcefully, she realized that the reins of control lay not within her grasp, having been completely usurped by Fang Ziqing. Time was of the essence. The Academy had forewarned that should spiritual energy erupt, the consequences would be dire, if not curtailed promptly. The overwhelming force could tear the body asunder. With a determined clench of her jaw, Guwan resolved to direct the energy entirely into herself, hoping to mitigate the impact on Fang Ziqing. Before she could act, the previously raging energy suddenly calmed, transforming from a tempest into a gentle lamb. It then flowed into her body with the precision of a well-trained army, shattering the final barrier of her cultivation. The powerful feedback of spiritual energy compelled Guwan to emit a soft sound of surprise. LV2. She had unexpectedly broken through at that moment. Fang Ziqing smiled slightly. The ferocious energy he had cultivated was plentiful, and this was but a small feat. Observing Guwan's breakthrough, he couldn't help but nod in approval. Though he had lent his assistance, it remained uncertain whether she could have achieved this were it not for her prior attainment of the pinnacle of LV1. Just as he prepared to retract his energy, an unexpected surge of feedback erupted, rushing into Fang Ziqing's body. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Ziqing activated the sword aperture diagram. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 8 cycles. He exhaled deeply, having previously struggled at the 9th cycle, feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing through his body. The 9th cycle, broken. He successfully completed the first phase, continuously operating through 9 cycles. The two slowly opened their eyes, astonished by the unexpected results of their cultivation. Guwan hesitantly remarked, I believe I have broken through to LV2. Chapter 26. Go to your own room to sleep. Fang Ziqing feigned ignorance, expressing surprise. Really? Observing Fang Ziqing's astonishment, Guwan felt a sense of unease but couldn't pinpoint why. She nodded, stating, during my cultivation, each cycle brought immense feedback, not only perfecting LV1, but also allowing me to leap into LV2. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, I too felt a surge of feedback, and my own cultivation has improved significantly. Silently harnessing his spiritual energy, he realized that the realm achieved through the 9 cycles of the first aperture was undeniably comparable to LV2, if not stronger, for those with abilities. People typically gauge an individual's cultivation level through the aura of spiritual energy surrounding them. When a practitioner employs spiritual energy, a faint aura manifests around an LV1 individual. If LV1 is categorized into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfection, the clarity of the aura increases with each minor breakthrough. Before cultivation, Guwan had reached the perfection of LV1. Having previously studied relevant materials, Fang Ziqing had painstakingly concealed his level of cultivation. Otherwise, the aura would reveal itself whenever he displayed his abilities. After much contemplation, he discovered that by operating the sword aperture diagram, he could attempt to perceive and control that aura. Naturally, this required the use of spiritual energy not exceeding 30. If one pretended to be at the advanced stage of LV1 while wielding the power of perfection, exposure was inevitable. He discreetly employed the techniques he had devised to mask his cultivation, projecting his spiritual energy to the pinnacle of LV1. Observing the two faint auras of spiritual energy appearing beside him, Guwan sighed and asked, "You helped me, didn't you?" Fang Ziqing responded with a puzzled hum. Guwan raised an eyebrow, "Did you not?" Fang Ziqing decisively shook his head, refusing to acknowledge it. "I was merely close to LV1 perfection. How could I have broken through so swiftly? Even the seniors from the previous cohort took more than 2 months to break through to LV2, and here I am, achieving it in just a month." A strange smile flickered at the corner of Guwan's mouth as she spoke slowly. "What do you think is the reason?" Fang Ziqing snapped his fingers, declaring, "You are the first genius of Tianhai City. Is it not only natural for you to break through sooner than others? Even a waste like me has reached LV1 perfection. Your advancement to LV2 is hardly remarkable. Despite this, breaking through to LV2 in such a brief period was undoubtedly a record-breaking feat." Guwan gazed at the aura of spiritual energy surrounding Fang Ziqing, signaling his attainment of LV1 perfection. "During the recent cultivation session, I found myself being led astray, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy I sensed were certainly no less potent than my own after a breakthrough. In fact, they may have even surpassed mine. However, the aura of spiritual energy does not deceive. Could it truly not be his doing? No, that overwhelming force from the last challenge, which defeated me despite my utmost efforts, indicates that Fang Ziqing must be concealing something from me." Fang Ziqing observed Guwan lost in thought, but paid her no mind, instead slipping into bed like a slippery eel, feeling quite fatigued after a night of turmoil. Inhaling the fragrant aroma of the quilt, Fang Ziqing could not resist snuggling against it. Guwan, witnessing this, could not help but feel irked and retorted, "This is my room. Return to your own." With a lazy drawl, Fang Ziqing replied, "Can you guarantee that I won't disturb you again after I leave?" Guwan was momentarily taken aback. "Besides, when you came to my room before, you didn't return to your own room in the middle of the night either." Taking a deep breath, Guwan tried to maintain her calmness, saying, "Then go fetch another blanket. I only have this one." Fang Ziqing chuckled, "I'm too lazy to go. You can do it." He then buried his head in the covers, ignoring Guwan. Frustrated, Guwan snapped, "When I went to your room, I brought my own blanket." Fang Ziqing waved his hand dismissively. "I came to save you. Do you think I wanted to come here?" Clenching her fists, Guwan hesitated for a moment before forcefully releasing them, declaring, "Then don't even think about sleeping." She promptly yanked the blanket covering Fang Ziqing and tossed it aside, exposing him to the chill. Fang Ziqing widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Hey you! You're utterly wicked." Guwan replied, her expression impassive, "Sorry. I didn't mean to make you realize." Fang Ziqing crossed his arms defiantly, scoffing, "Fine, let us see who succumbs first." As October ushered in winter, the night air was not only cold but piercing. The two sat on opposite sides of the bed, Fang Ziqing hugging his knees, occasionally rubbing his arms and thighs to stave off the cold. He cast a sideways glance at Guwan, who, despite feigning composure with an air of arrogance, betrayed her state with her slightly trembling body. Gazing at the clock, he noted it was already past 1 in the morning, cold and weary. Observing Guwan with her eyes closed in meditation, Fang Ziqing could no longer resist the temptation and subtly tugged at the corner of the quilt to draw it closer to him. He thought to himself, "Oh, you wish to compete with me?" Seeing that Guwan was oblivious, he felt a rush of triumph and quickened his pace. However, halfway through, he found he could not pull it any further. It won't budge. Increasing his effort, he still found no success. Looking over at Guwan, he realized she had opened her eyes at some point, glaring at him to prevent any further thievery of the blanket. With a sigh, Fang Ziqing recognized that they were in for a long night. Neither was willing to yield, sitting in silence on the cold bed, locked in a mutual stare. Chapter 27. The Orphanage of Youth. Achoo. Achoo. Almost simultaneously, both individuals sneezed. Exhausted and chilled, they could endure it no longer. Fang Ziqing, disregarding all semblance of decorum, shouted, I concede. He then swiftly burrowed into the covers, emitting a contented sigh. Guwan scoffed, "What a shameless act." After a while, feeling the chill of her body, she gritted her teeth and likewise snuggled under the blankets. Though the bed was spacious and their bodies did not touch, it was their first time sharing a blanket, and she could distinctly feel the warmth emanating from him. As the temperature gradually rose, Guwan found herself unable to drift into slumber, maintaining her position for half an hour without daring to move. Suddenly, she sensed the blanket slowly shifting away from her. How infuriating! Even in sleep, he was stealing the covers. With a fierce grip, she yanked the blanket back, causing it to snap back to her side. Observing Fang Ziqing's exposed body shivering from the cold, Guwan exhaled, then returned a portion of the blanket to him. Before long, she found herself slipping into a dream. As the midday sun ascended, two individuals remained unawakened in the Gu residence. Guwan rubbed her eyes and glanced at the clock. It was nearly noon. Attempting to move her legs, she discovered she could not. Turning her head, she was met with Fang Ziqing's large face. Lifting the covers, she realized she had entangled herself around him like an octopus, having spent the entire night clutching his head as if it were her cherished doll. Fang Ziqing let out a grunt as he slowly stirred awake. Guwan hastily tugged and pulled, freeing his trapped leg from beneath her. As he awoke, he rubbed his sore neck and murmured, "Good morning." Guwan turned her head away, her cheeks flushed, and offered no reply. Fang Ziqing winced, muttering to himself, "Have I slept awkwardly? Why does my neck feel so uncomfortable?" Guwan clutched the blanket tightly, her face growing even redder, mortified at the thought of her unconscious embrace. A shadow loomed above her, and she realized it was Fang Ziqing leaning closer, placing a hand on her forehead, murmuring, "Given your flushed face, you aren't coming down with a fever, are you? I suppose it's my fault for a big man like me to be quarreling with a girl over blankets. Now look what I've done, you've caught a cold." Listening to his incessant chatter, Guwan swatted his hand away from her forehead. Unfazed, Fang Ziqing rose, yawning and stretching. "I suppose I'll head back now." "Wait a moment," Guwan called out to him. Fang Ziqing turned, asking, "What is up? Do you wish for me to stay for another nap?" Guwan ignored his remark, stating, "In a bit, gather your things and accompany me somewhere." As they strolled along the street, Fang Ziqing looked at Guwan ahead of him, exclaiming in exasperation, "Where exactly are you taking me?" "To shop," she replied. Fang Ziqing, glancing around, noted the increasingly desolate surroundings and remarked, "Isn't tea shopping supposed to be at the mall?" Guwan halted abruptly, causing Fang Ziqing to nearly collide with her. She turned to him and said, "You can spend half a day with Bai Yi without growing weary, yet you're already impatient with me after such a short time?" Fang Ziqing rubbed his forehead, bewildered at how Guwan had seemingly become antagonistic with Bai Yi. "How could it be? Accompanying you, Miss Gu, is indeed my honor. How could I possibly be impatient?" Guwan disregarded Fang Ziqing's words and turned to leave, prompting him to hasten his pace to follow her. As they gradually ventured out of the city and into the suburbs, he could not help but wonder where Guwan was taking him. Upon arrival, Guwan pointed to a few aging houses in the distance. Fang Ziqing looked up and noticed the old, faded inscription on the plaque above the entrance, "Hope Orphanage." Furrowing his brow, he glanced at Guwan, who nodded affirmatively, confirming, "Indeed, this is the orphanage where you once resided." Fang Ziqing nodded, feeling a vague sense of familiarity, yet unable to articulate it. As they walked, Guwan explained, "This is a privately established orphanage that has not received federal accreditation, hence it lacks funding. My father, in gratitude to the director who once took you in, offered a sum of money to support this orphanage, which was unfortunately declined. Subsequently, I heard the director passed away, leading to the orphanage's decline." Fang Ziqing nodded, the memories of his previous life becoming increasingly hazy with the passage of time, leaving him unable to recall any traces of his existence there. Suddenly, Guwan expressed her confusion. Fang Ziqing turned to her and asked, "What is it?" She pointed towards a door, and as he glanced over, he noticed that the door, which should have been covered in dust, appeared remarkably clean, as if someone had recently wiped it down. Could there still be someone living here? "Big brother, what are you doing here?" Chapter 28. Is that my handwriting? Fang Ziqing turned back to see a little girl holding a basin of water, looking at him with delight. "Chai Chai, what are you doing here?" Fang Ziqing exclaimed in surprise. It was indeed the little girl he had encountered begging earlier. Chai Chai set down the basin and, taking his hand, pulled him towards the house while calling out, "Hutu, quickly tell Sister Tian Tian that Big Brother has come." Fang Ziqing was led into the house by Chai Chai, with Guwan following closely, her expression one of curiosity. Inside, he saw the children he had met the previous day, all armed with rags and brushes, busily cleaning the rooms. Upon spotting the big brother who had brought them food, they excitedly gathered around him. Fang Ziqing smiled gently, affectionately ruffling the hair of one child after another. Gu Wan observed from behind, intrigued by the apparent familiarity between them. He then noticed the improved-looking Tian Mo being pulled outside by Hutu, who nodded in his direction. Fang Ziqing returned the gesture with a smile and asked, "How come you are living here now?" Tian Mo led them to a freshly cleaned room, poured them glasses of water, and instructed a few boisterous children outside. "Go help Sister Chai Chai with the cleaning. I will prepare fish for you this afternoon." Upon hearing of the afternoon's fish meal, the children cheered and dashed off to assist with the chores. Turning back to Fang Ziqing, Tian Mo smiled and inquired, "What brings you here?" Fang Ziqing gestured for her to sit down, rubbing his nose as he replied, "Well, I was once a resident of this orphanage as well, so I thought I would come and take a look. By the way, are you feeling better?" Tian Mo paused, surprised. "I'm almost fully recovered." "You mean you were also a resident of this orphanage?" Fang Ziqing nodded and said, "When I was a child, I was adopted by a family. And this is their daughter." He gestured toward Gu Wan, who nodded in acknowledgement. Tian Mo sighed and remarked, "What a remarkable twist of fate." Fang Ziqing, intrigued, inquired, "How so?" Tian Mo smiled faintly and pointed to the building, saying, "This orphanage was established by my mother. During my time working elsewhere, I lacked the opportunity to visit her, and by the time I returned, she was nearing the end of her days." Fang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Tian Mo was indeed the child of the orphanage's director. Tian Mo continued with a touch of sorrow. "Her sole wish was for me to care for these children, and I have endeavored to honor her wish. However, due to certain circumstances, the government seized the orphanage, and we were forced to leave. Consequently, I rented this house with the substantial funds you left behind, ensuring the children have a spacious place to live, rather than being cramped together as before." Fang Ziqing shook his head, insisting, "Do not call me benefactor. Had it not been for the director's kindness in taking me in, I might have perished from hunger long ago." Tian Mo chuckled lightly, saying, "It is indeed a twist of fate. When you were at your lowest, you came to rescue these children." Fang Ziqing scratched his head and mused, "Perhaps this is karma. The director adopted me, and thus, I have returned here one day." Gu Wan, listening to their conversation, felt puzzled. Tian Mo offered her a gentle smile and recounted the events of the previous day. Gu Wan was taken aback, realizing that Fang Ziqing had selflessly bequeathed his meager wealth to these unfamiliar children. Was this truly the same thrifty Fang Ziqing? No wonder he claimed to have spent all his money. She had mistakenly thought he had squandered it all on Bai Yi. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Gu Wan's gaze, Fang Ziqing changed the subject, asking, "Tian Mo, what are your plans for the future?" Tian Mo pondered for a moment and replied, "Initially, I cared for these children to fulfill my mother's last wish, but after spending so much time with them, I find it hard to part from them. Once everything is settled, I intend to find a job to support their upbringing. If I'm able in the future, perhaps I will adopt more children." Fang Ziqing remained silent for a long while. "You are as noble as your mother. I cannot simply abandon everything as you have. However, I will do everything in my power to assist you." With that, he handed her a bank card. "From now on, a sum will be transferred each month as my contribution to these children." Tian Mo repeatedly declined, insisting, "Mr. Fang, there's truly no need. I will be able to work soon. And the eldest among these children has already started school. Just the other day, he called to tell me he received several scholarships, which can help support his younger siblings. The money you provided yesterday is already more than sufficient. I cannot accept any further." Fang Ziqing grasped her hand firmly, shaking his head. "How long can you bear this burden alone? This money is not for you. It is for these little ones. In a few years, they will need to attend school, and expenses will increase significantly." At his words, Tian Mo hesitated, her hand halting over the bank card, uncertain of how to respond. "Moreover, I typically have my meals and accommodations covered by the school, spending very little in the process. Please do not decline. The children are in a crucial phase of growth and must not be deprived of proper nutrition." Tian Mo, with reddened eyes, expressed her gratitude. "Mr. Fang, I truly do not know how to thank you." Gu Wan remained silent, her hands unconsciously clenched. She had never anticipated that bringing Fang Ziqing here would lead to such a series of events. She had never witnessed him in such a serious demeanor. It seemed as though this was his true self. The three of them soon joined the cleaning brigade, and the 3 small rooms were swiftly tidied up. During this time, Gu Wan discreetly instructed the family's servants to purchase a variety of daily necessities and bedding, transforming the small abode in less than half a day. As evening descended, everyone gathered together in anticipation of the meal. Dinner is served. Fang Ziqing, donned in an apron, approached with a platter of sweet and sour fish, followed by Gu Wan and Tian Mo, who carried the side dishes. The little one's eyes sparkled at the sight of the abundant dishes. Once all the food was laid out, Fang Ziqing took his seat, looking at everyone in surprise. "Why aren't you eating? Has my culinary skill diminished?" Chai picked up his chopsticks and offered 2 pieces of the most tender fish to Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan. Big brother Fang, big sister, you eat first. The other children chimed in, surrounding the two. Fang Ziqing quickly shook his head. There are no such formalities. Gu Wan had never encountered such a scenario before. Her cheeks flushed, unsure of how to respond. Tian Mo smiled gently. It is the children's goodwill. You too should indulge. They exchanged glances and nodded. After they finished eating, Tian Mo clapped her hands. Everyone, let us dig in. The little ones eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Chai smacked his lips and said, Sister Tian, your cooking has improved. This fish is delicious. Tian Mo ruffled Chai's hair, shaking her head. This was not made by me. It was prepared by your big brother Fang. Chai's eyes lit up. Big brother Fang, you can cook? That is amazing. Fang Ziqing smiled faintly. Having once lived alone and unable to afford takeout, he had honed his culinary skills. Gu Wan discreetly cast a glance at Fang Ziqing, wondering when he had acquired the ability to cook. During his time at the Gu household, it had always been the servants preparing meals. Could it be that he had learned prior to that? But that didn't seem plausible, as he had only been 6 or 7 years old when he came to the Gu family. Noticing Gu Wan's gaze, Fang Ziqing asked, Is it good? Without hesitation. Gu Wan replied, Delicious. Fang Ziqing grinned. If you want more in the future, I'll make it for you. Gu Wan's eyes widened. Really? Then she realized her lapse in composure and feigned indifference while continuing to eat. By the way, Mr. Fang, there is one more thing I would like to trouble you with before we leave. Fang Ziqing turned back. Of course, what is it? Tian Mo chimed in. Today marks the re-establishment of the orphanage. My mother mentioned that the plaque of the orphanage is an old relic, but it has recently corroded. I would like to ask if you could create a new one. What do you think? Fang Ziqing nodded without hesitation and said, No problem. After dining, the group gathered at the entrance where a sign faintly read Hope Orphanage. Gu Wan handed over the paint she had purchased, and Fang Ziqing nodded, dipped the brush, and was about to write when she paused, puzzled. This old sign bore a striking resemblance to a familiar script, yet she could not recall where she had seen it before. With diligence, Fang Ziqing inscribed Hope Orphanage stroke by stroke. Gu Wan and Tian Mo exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, commenting, Your handwriting resembles that on the sign. Unable to contain herself, Gu Wan exclaimed, Wow, causing Fang Ziqing's brush to tumble to the ground. My handwriting? Chapter 29, This is not a dream. A tempest of emotions surged within Fang Ziqing. Indeed, this was her handwriting, which explained the familiarity. Tian Mo had mentioned that this was an old relic, yet even after scouring all available records, there was no trace of her previous world. Moreover, she had never inscribed anything on this sign before her journey. Shaking her head, she thought, Perhaps I am merely overthinking it. Gu Wan observed Fang Ziqing, who seemed lost in thought, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. What's wrong? Fang Ziqing snapped back to reality, forcing a smile, and replied, Nothing. They bid farewell to the others, and as they made their way back, the sun had already set. Thank you for today, Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing expressed sincerely. If it weren't for you bringing me here, I might never have encountered them again. Nor would I have learned that Tian Mo is the daughter of the former director. Truly, thank you. Such serious moments were rare between them. Gu Wan regarded the earnest Fang Ziqing, nodded, then shook her head. There's no need for thanks. If anything, I should be thanking the director who adopted you. Without her, there would be no you, and without you, there would be no me. Gu Wan seemed uncomfortable with the gravity of the conversation and quickly shifted the topic, saying, Hope Orphanage, the name is quite lovely. Fang Ziqing was jolted and halted her steps. Gu Wan turned back, puzzled. What's wrong? What did you just say? Fang Ziqing inquired, her heart racing. I said the name of the orphanage is beautiful. The word hope carries profound meaning. But before she could finish her thought, Fang Ziqing abruptly raised her head, shaken. Hope Orphanage. Wasn't that the name of the orphanage in my previous world? Gu Wan, noticing Fang Ziqing's stunned expression, frowned and asked, Is something amiss? Fang Ziqing shook her head and remained silent. As they continued their journey back to Gu's home, Gu Wan sensed that Fang Ziqing was preoccupied, her demeanor unusually quiet. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing's mind raced, contemplating the connections between her former world and the present. Why were there so many coincidences? And why was it her who had traversed into this realm? The series of events from the day caused Fang Ziqing to break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, an idea struck her, illuminating her thoughts. Could this all be a dream? Perhaps she would awaken to find it was merely a fleeting slumber. Abruptly, Fang Ziqing called out to Gu Wan, Hey, Gu Wan, punch me. Gu Wan turned back, bewildered by Fang Ziqing's odd request. Are you sure? Fang Ziqing nodded vigorously, saying, I'm certain. Go ahead, hit me harder. Gu Wan tightened her fists, confirming once more. Am I starting? Just as Fang Ziqing was about to nod, a sudden thought struck him. What if upon waking from this dream, He could no longer see Gu Wan. In an impulsive moment, he embraced her tightly, inhaling her fragrance deeply. Then, stepping back 3 paces, he exhaled. All right, I'm ready. Gu Wan widened her eyes, observing the series of actions from Fang Ziqing. Why did he hug me? And now he wants me to hit him? Shouldn't there be a warning before embracing a girl? As Gu Wan hesitated to make a move, Fang Ziqing urged, don't be dazed, hurry up. Gu Wan clenched her fists, fuming, go to hell. With a resounding thud, dust erupted behind Fang Ziqing as Gu Wan finally retracted her fist. He fell to the ground with a loud slap, his face pressed against the earth, gazing up at Gu Wan looking down at him, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face. Good, it's not a dream. Seeing Fang Ziqing's smile sent a chill down Gu Wan's spine. This guy was smiling after being hit. Surely he hadn't lost his mind? Looking at her own fists, Gu Wan wondered if she had somehow awakened her abilities early. Fang Ziqing sprang up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Let us go, what are you dawdling for? It's getting dark. Chapter 30. Return to School Assessment September 2nd marked the return to school. All ability users who had gone home for family visits were required to return to the academy by 6 p.m., or they would be deemed deserters. The distance from the Gu family villa to the academy was not far, and neither Gu Wan nor Fang Ziqing fancied taking a vehicle. So they opted for a leisurely walk down the street. Ziqing? Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Fang Ziqing turned to see a girl in a white dress waving at her. Upon noticing Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing realized she showed no intention of leaving. The girl jogged over. What a coincidence, Ziqing, it's really you. Fang Ziqing nodded. Yes, what a coincidence. By the way, this is my friend, Gu Wan. The girl smiled brightly at Gu Wan. Everyone at the First Advanced Academy knows our top genius. Hello, I'm Bai Yi, and I'm in the same class as Ziqing. Gu Wan, expressionless, nodded. From your address, it seems you and Fang Ziqing are quite familiar. Did you know each other before? Bai Yi glanced at Fang Ziqing, a hint of shyness in her voice. Oh, we just went on a date the other day, so we're quite familiar now. A date? Gu Wan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just mention having a meal? Ziqing, how intimate. She then turned her gaze to Fang Ziqing, who looked between the two of them, one shy, the other with a piercing gaze. What else with the stares? Why are you looking at me? Fang Ziqing cleared his throat. Oh, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. You two carry on. See you later. Without waiting for further conversation, he quickly hurried towards the school gate. As he picked up his room card, just before he could open the door, he heard someone calling him. Turning around, he saw Liang Bo, who had previously challenged him in class, now waving with a flushed face. What's up, Liang? Fang Ziqing inquired, puzzled. Liang Bo lifted his lowered head, his eyes slightly red, and declared, in the future, whether it's climbing mountains or traversing seas of fire, as long as you command, I, Liang Bo, will not flinch. Fang Ziqing gazed at him in confusion, wondering why he had suddenly brought up such matters. He invited Liang Bo into the room and poured some tea, offering it to him. It turned out that Liang Bo was the eldest among the children adopted by Tian Mo due to not meeting the requirements for a family visit. He was unable to obtain this opportunity. During their conversation, he learned that it was Fang Ziqing who had assisted them in their most urgent time of need, as well as helped in the reconstruction of the orphanage, which prompted Liang Bo's earlier actions. As the eldest of these children, Liang Bo had excelled academically and gained admission to the prestigious First Advanced Academy, eventually becoming an ability user. He had hoped to alleviate some of Tian Mo's burdens, but was unaware that Tian Mo had fallen ill and had no source of income. Had he not encountered Fang Ziqing, he could only imagine how dire the situation might have become. If Tian Mo or his younger siblings had starved, Liang Bo would have carried that guilt for a lifetime. He grasped the teacup tightly, feeling somewhat awkward and embarrassed, especially since he had previously offended Fang Ziqing. I caused you distress. You may as well hit me a few times to vent your frustration, he said. Fang Ziqing sighed at this and patted Liang Bo on the shoulder, saying, We are all family. There's no need for such talk. And what with this fidgeting from a grown man? I didn't help them because of you. Liang Bo, I genuinely regard them as my own family. With reddened eyes, Liang Bo nodded. The children who emerged from the orphanage had only the orphanage as their home, and their companions as their family. Regardless of the circumstances, had it not been for Fang Ziqing that day, his younger siblings would likely have faced starvation. Whenever you need me, Liang Bo, do not hesitate to ask. I will always be willing to help, he pledged. Seeing his resolve, Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. No problem. I will inform you if I ever need assistance. After Liang Bo departed, Fang Ziqing sighed softly. No one knew the immense effort Liang Bo had exerted to gain admission to the First Advanced Academy. In comparison, he felt fortunate in his previous life. Ding. A message popped up on Fang Ziqing's wristwatch. All ability students are to report to the comprehensive training room within half an hour. It was said that after each family visit, to prevent students from becoming complacent in their training, the return day served as a day of assessment to urge students to practice diligently. Upon arriving at the comprehensive training room, students were seated according to their rankings from the challenge competition, with Guwan sitting at the top, standing out among the rest. Below were the 2nd to 10th rankings, including Bai Yi at 9th place. The next tier consisted of rankings 11 to 50, with Fang Ziqing situated in the 3rd row, while the 4th row encompassed rankings 51 to 100. The subsequent row was positioned 100 meters away, forming a pyramid structure of seating. Only those seated in the first 2 rows had the hope of becoming awakened during the major examination. Standing at the forefront was the formidable Black Boss, flanked by the class instructors. Little ones, you have been studying and training for a month now. Today is the day to assess your progress. Let me see if any of you have been slacking. Some students, who had not made significant advancements, dared not meet his gaze, while others stood tall, evidently confident in their current abilities. Although all were at LV1, there were distinctions among beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfected levels. Beginning with the last student in the 5th row, a frail young man approached the center where the testing apparatus was situated. He summoned his spiritual energy and directed it toward the device. The young man nodded, placing his right palm upon it, and a faint aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. The teachers exchanged glances, shaking their heads. It was evident from the aura alone that he had yet to advance to the intermediate level, rendering his prospects of passing the first hurdle of the grand examination bleak. Indeed, the apparatus indicated LV1, the primary level. The overseer nodded. Next, the young man returned to his seat, abashed. The tests continued, and none of the top 100 students had managed to break through to the intermediate level, causing the overseer to furrow his brow. Next, he called. Liang Bo stepped forward, and the apparatus displayed LV1 intermediate. The overseer nodded approvingly. Ranked 98th, he had evidently worked hard. The atmosphere grew tense. Previously, there had been little to compare among the lower levels, but the emergence of an intermediate student heightened the pressure. The student ranked 97th completed his test, revealing LV1 primary. Hearing the murmurs from his peers, his face turned pale. It was indeed embarrassing to be ranked so high yet fail to reach LV1 intermediate. However, he was not alone in his humiliation. Up to the 57th position, only a few had broken through to the intermediate level, while the majority remained at the primary stage. It wasn't until the 50 mark that intermediate cultivators began to appear more frequently. Next, called the overseer, and Fang Ziqing approached. Gu Wan, ranked 1st, opened her eyes, while Bai Yi, seated 9th in the 2nd row, also leaned forward eagerly. In the 4th row, Liang Bo clenched his fists in joy, silently cheering for Fang Ziqing. Fang Ziqing approached the apparatus, nodding at the overseer, and returned a gentle smile to Liang Ya, who encouraged him from the side. After a moment's hesitation, he placed his hand on the device. The results were projected onto the large screen for all to see. What? My heavens, what am I witnessing? Chapter 31, the first day. The students below gazed in astonishment at the unprecedented results displayed on the screen. LV1 advanced. Bai Yi clapped her hands in delight, realizing that only about 10 students would likely achieve such advancement. To her astonishment, Fang Ziqing had reached LV1 advanced, despite being outside the top 10. It was truly unbelievable. However, Bai Yi soon felt a swell of joy, affirming that Ziqing's talent was indeed on par with hers. Lianya, slightly taken aback, thought to herself that this young man had potential, having believed in him from the very beginning. Listening to the praise and discussions among the teachers, Lianya couldn't help but smirk. As for Gu Wan, she rested her forehead on her hand, realizing that this individual was once again concealing his true abilities. After their dual cultivation, she had advanced to LV2, while Fang Ziqing had been at LV1 peak perfection at that time. Although she was unsure how he had altered the intensity of the surrounding spiritual energy to manifest an advanced level. Was it truly necessary for him to always hide his cultivation like a thief? This was indeed a matter that could not entirely be blamed on Fang Ziqing. Originally, he envisioned that achieving a rank around 10th place in this assessment would suffice, striking a balance between a commendable score that would garner decent rewards and a level of difficulty that was palatable. However, he misjudged the progress of his peers. It appeared that the top 10 were all at the advanced LV1 level. Should he reveal his profound mastery, it would undoubtedly attract attention. Fang Ziqing cast a fleeting glance at Gu Wan, regretting not having adjusted his deliberately exposed prowess during their dual cultivation session. Fortunately, this singular vulnerability lay with Gu Wan, not with anyone else. The other students, who had just begun to relax at their promising ranks, felt their anxiety surge once more. Indeed, until the 10th rank, no advanced levels emerged. All were uniformly at the intermediate level. It was only when Bai Yi, ranked 9th, took the stage that a second advanced level appeared. By the time Jiang Lexin, ranked second, performed, all were undeniably of the advanced caliber, solidifying their dominance in the top 10. What level would the highly anticipated Gu Wan exhibit? Could she attain the realm of profound mastery and continue to embellish her reputation as the foremost genius? The imposing figure, known as Black Boss, momentarily paused, remarking on the recent boast from an old acquaintance at the Experimental Advanced Academy, who claimed that Xing Fei from their institution had breached the realm of LV1 profound mastery and inquired about the status of their own academy. Upon hearing this, excitement surged among the crowd. They were astonished to learn that Xing Fei had indeed reached such heights. Yet, Gu Wan had yet to be tested, who would ultimately claim the title of the foremost genius. Xing Fei, disregarding the envious glances from her peers, fixated on the ever-updating ability rankings of Tianhai District. Currently, she held the top position, though the name of the first advanced academy had yet to be listed, leaving the outcome uncertain. A slight smirk crept onto Xing Fei's lips as she mused that even if Gu Wan achieved profound mastery, the future would not belong solely to her. Henceforth, the narrative would also include Xing Fei. As Gu Wan descended the steps amid the watchful eyes of the crowd, she approached the apparatus. Spiritual energy began to manifest around her, forming a halo of almost tangible essence. Observing this, the teachers collectively exhaled in relief. It appeared Gu Wan had indeed reached the realm of profound mastery. This suggested that the first advanced academy would not be overshadowed by the Experimental Advanced Academy. However, the spectacle was far from over. To everyone's astonishment, a second halo of spiritual energy began to materialize beside Gu Wan. Even the teachers from the first advanced academy gasped in disbelief, not to mention the stupefied students. They quickly turned their attention to the results displayed on the large screen. LV2 Intermediate. Those brief words seemed to possess an enchanting power, captivating the entire audience, including the teachers who widened their eyes in astonishment. The hall fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had paused at that moment. Fang Ziqing smiled faintly. Well done, Gu Wan. This ensured that all eyes were upon her, diverting attention from himself. He then raised his hands and began to applaud, igniting a wave of cheers throughout the training facility. In the prestigious academy of Tianhai City, Xing Fei gazed intently at the leaderboard, only to witness a sudden shift. The top rank, held by Gu Wan, now displayed the designation LV2. Staring in disbelief as her own position fell to second place, Xing Fei's eyes widened. Chapter 32, C-Class Medal. How could Gu Wan have reached LV2? It seemed implausible, despite her relentless training. She had barely managed to achieve the pinnacle of the great perfection realm. No one understood the difficulty of breaking through better than Xing Fei, yet the evidence was irrefutable. With a bitter expression, she mused, could it be that my talent truly pales in comparison to yours, Gu Wan? Meanwhile, in the first advanced academy, the notorious leader laughed heartily as he picked up his phone to contact someone. Hello? Oh, weren't you just inquiring about our first advanced academy? Not much to report. Just a LV2. I recall your experimental academy's best score was. Oh, don't hang up now. Seemingly unfazed by the commotion, Gu Wan strolled leisurely to her designated seat, pausing slightly as she passed Fang Ziqing. Upon seeing Gu Wan approach, Fang Ziqing's hair stood on end. What was her intent? Please, don't let the spotlight shift back to me. Gu Wan, noticing Fang Ziqing's pleading expression, couldn't help but chuckle before continuing to her seat. Relieved that Gu Wan wasn't causing her trouble, Fang Ziqing exhaled deeply. The moment to distribute rewards had arrived. According to the Academy's reward system, points were allocated based on rankings. 200 points for first place, 100 points for ranks 2 through 11, 50 points for ranks 11 to 50, 30 points for ranks 50 to 100, and 10 points for the rest. The disparity between the highest and lowest was a staggering 20-fold. Additionally, the top 10 would receive a separate reward of a piece of C-Class metal. This C-Class metal was inaccessible in the outside world. Once enough was gathered, students could spend their points to commission the Federation to forge a weapon. Weapons crafted from C-Class metal not only surpassed all conventional cold weapons, but also enhanced spiritual energy, becoming indispensable to any ability user. Upon hearing about this reward, the crowd cast envious glances towards the top 10. The notorious leader addressed the highest-ranking 10 students, stating, choosing the right metal is crucial. For those aiming to forge defensive weapons, select the left side metal. For offensive weapons, opt for the right side metal. The students nodded in agreement, except for one classmate who indeed excelled in physical prowess and chose the left side metal. The leader nodded approvingly, regardless of the metal. The best choice is the one that suits you best. In future competitions, I hope you strive to accumulate enough metal and points to exchange for a C-Class weapon. Your strength will see a tremendous enhancement. The crowd nodded in affirmation. The leader then announced, the provincial government has just sent a commendation. Gu Wan is the first to break through to LV2 in the Tiannan province, and as such, has been awarded 500,000 Federation coins, a 2-star spirit-nourishing pill, and 2 pieces of C-class metal. Everyone was astounded. Amidst the 20-plus districts of Tiannan province, Gu Wan was the first to achieve such a breakthrough. It seemed that the title of Tianhai City's foremost genius would soon be supplanted by the title of Tiannan province's top talent. The students within the top 10 gazed enviously at Gu Wan, as they had just received a list of weapons. The types of weapons necessitate different metals. Yet with Gu Wan now possessing 3 types of metal, she is entirely capable of crafting a pocket-sized dagger. Not to mention the 2-star spirit-nourishing pills. In the future, Gu Wan's cultivation will inevitably accelerate, leaving them far behind. Upon hearing the figure of 500,000 Federation coins, Fang Ziqing nearly leaped up to exclaim that he too is a level 2 ability user. Had he known the reward was so substantial, he would have refrained from revealing his cultivation level. One can imagine how swiftly Gu Wan's profile garnered the attention of the province. Even contemplating it for himself brings a shiver of fear. Gu Wan glanced subtly at Fang Ziqing, discovering his comically grave expression, which caused her to stifle a laugh behind her hand. This money-loving fellow must have been stirred by the mention of the reward. After all, Fang Ziqing is currently a true pauper, having shamelessly borrowed 1,000 Federation coins from her before returning to school, claiming it was for meals. Indeed, Fang Ziqing's current net worth stands at a negative 1,000. With this thought, Gu Wan's spirits soared. At that moment, the head teacher of Class 1 approached Fang Ziqing, stating, "Student Fang, with your current strength, you could easily join our class. It is well known that Class 1 boasts the strongest abilities." Before he could finish his sentence, Liangya stormed over, her face ablaze with fury. "You, Lu Jie, dare to poach from my Liangya? Do you take me for clay?" Lu Jie sheepishly rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed to be caught red-handed in his underhanded tactics, and promptly sulked over to Gu Wan's side. Liangya let out a long sigh, linking arms with Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing, laughing heartily. "You two are truly making me proud. You should have seen their sour faces just now, huh? Tonight, Teacher Liang will treat you both. You must come." Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing exchanged a glance and shared a gentle smile. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Fang Ziqing's back. Turning around, he found Gu Wan squinting at him intently. Discreetly freeing himself from Liangya's grasp, he approached Gu Wan and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "The first genius of Tianhai City. Oh no, it should now be called the first genius of Tiannan province. That name is truly impressive, absolutely remarkable." Gu Wan responded with a cold smile. "Is that a sincere congratulation?" Fang Ziqing nodded like a chick. "Of course." Gu Wan gave a mysterious smile. "Then treat me to a meal?" Chapter 33. Joining the gathering. Upon hearing this, Fang Ziqing's expression stiffened, mentally cursing himself. "That 1,000 I lent you is still on my tab. The school's subsidy won't arrive until mid-month. How could I possibly have money?" Gu Wan replied nonchalantly. "What is the matter? Is student Fang merely speaking for show?" "Of course not." Fang Ziqing regretted approaching Gu Wan for conversation, but suddenly had a bright idea. "In fact, I had intended to invite you to dinner today. However, there was a sudden matter in class. Teacher Liang invited the students of Class 10 to a gathering. What do you think?" Gu Wan, unfazed, responded, "No worries, I can join you at your Class 10 gathering, considering it as your treat." Fang Ziqing was taken aback. "You're going to our Class 10 gathering? This seems rather inappropriate. I doubt Teacher Liang would agree." Gu Wan approached Teacher Liangya, who was addressing the students of Class 10, and offered a slight smile. "Teacher Liang, I heard your class is having a gathering today. May I attend?" Liangya paused briefly, glancing at Fang Ziqing, who was awkwardly scratching his head. As if understanding the situation, she smiled and replied, "Of course, little Gu Wan. You are most welcome." She then turned to Bai Yi and said, "Yi, you're the class monitor. I'll leave the arrangements for Gu Wan to you." Bai Yi nodded and smiled at Gu Wan, who returned the gesture with a nod of her own. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing covered his face, thinking about how the two girls had once again found themselves together. Although the ability users could not go outside, there were still ample places within the academy for gatherings. While Liangya was the organizer, she entrusted the entire event to the class monitor, Bai Yi. In less than an hour, the classmates transformed the meeting room into a festive party atmosphere. The dinner was scheduled to begin at 6 in the afternoon, with still over half an hour to spare. "Ziqing, are you familiar with Gu Wan?" Bai Yi asked, observing Fang Ziqing as he helped arrange the tables and chairs. "We're quite familiar. Why?" he replied. Bai Yi shook her head, saying, "It's nothing. Teacher Liang has asked me to handle the arrangements for this event. I'll go pick up Gu Wan. Would you like to join me?" Fang Ziqing quickly waved his hands, joking that he did not wish to be caught between two girls. He then made an excuse, saying, I need to handle the food orders, so I'll pass. Bai Yi nodded, glanced at her watch, and noted that the gathering time was approaching. She added, then please inform the other classmates and teacher Liang. I'll go get Guwan. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Bai Yi then left the meeting room. Before arriving at Guwan's residence, she specifically returned to change into a dress she adored, a lovely white gown. When selecting jewelry, she chose to wear the heart of the ocean, a precious piece she kept in a special box. Bai Yi, already possessing an ethereal beauty, appeared even more stunning after her careful preparation. She rang the doorbell of Guwan's villa and patiently waited at the entrance. When the door opened, Guwan appeared, clearly having just finished training. Bai Yi smiled, saying, Guwan, the gathering is about to start. I was worried you might be unfamiliar with the route to our class 10, so I thought I'd accompany you. Guwan nodded, discreetly assessing Bai Yi's elegant attire. Please, come in, Bai. Bai Yi entered Guwan's home, where Guwan handed her a bottle of drink, saying, I'll get ready quickly, please wait a moment. Bai Yi nodded. 5 minutes later, Guwan emerged, and Bai Yi was taken aback. Guwan was dressed in a black spaghetti strap evening gown, with a hint of makeup enhancing her natural beauty, every movement exuding grace. Chapter 34. A clash of black and white. Bai Yi regained her composure and remarked, Guwan, you truly are a natural beauty. Guwan smiled politely, radiating confidence and elegance in her every gesture. As the two walked down the street, one clad in black and the other in white, they attracted the attention of many classmates along the way. The gathering was nearly complete, with only Bai Yi and Guwan yet to arrive. After a month of camaraderie, everyone had grown quite familiar with one another. Some girls had become close friends with Liangya, engaging in lively banter and laughter. The boys, on the other hand, were busy boasting and challenging each other to drinking games. Fang Ziqing and Liang Bo sat together, locked in a contest of strength, with Liang Bo using both hands to try to overpower Fang Ziqing's single hand. Liang Bo's face turned crimson, while Fang Ziqing appeared completely at ease, even lifting a wine glass with his free hand to take a sip. A crowd of boys gathered around, eager to witness this showdown. Fang Ziqing was undoubtedly among the top 10 talents in the school, representing Class 10 alongside Bai Yi as two formidable forces. Besides Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing, Liang Bo had emerged as the third notable figure in Class 10, gaining recognition during the recent assessment. It was surprising how close Liang Bo and Fang Ziqing had become. Just yesterday, a male classmate had made a jest about Fang Ziqing's forum incident, only to be soundly beaten by Liang Bo for his remarks. Come on, Liang Bo. If you can't win with both hands, that would be quite embarrassing. Some boys teased. Yes, Liang Bo, if you defeat Fang Ziqing, you'll be the top guy in Class 10. The boys, relishing the spectacle, continued to jest. After a prolonged struggle, Liang Bo finally released his grip and shrugged, saying, I don't need to be the top guy. If anyone wants to take my place, feel free. The surrounding boys hastily waved their hands in refusal. Come on, Liang Bo, you're an intermediate LV1 ability user. If both your hands can't best Fang Ziqing, we'd only be humiliated trying. The nearby girls stifled their laughter upon witnessing the boys' defeatist attitudes and slyly glanced at Fang Ziqing. In the Academy of Ability Users, 1's skills were the most obvious means of gaining esteem. It was said that ever since Liang Bo made an impressive showing during the assessments, several girls had expressed their willingness to date him. Fang Ziqing nudged Liang Bo, saying, Look at the girl third to your left. She has been sneaking glances at you for a while now. Honestly, are you seeing someone? Liang Bo chuckled awkwardly, his cheeks flushing. Big brother Fang, you know my situation well. I'm just a poor kid, and most of the students at the First Advanced Academy come from affluent backgrounds. How could I dare to pursue a relationship? Fang Ziqing raised an eyebrow and playfully punched him. You're such a coward. You're on the path to becoming an extraordinary ability user, and your ranking is surely climbing into the top 50 or higher. Who would dare to look down on you? Liang Bo shook his head. Even though our monthly stipend is considerable, I have younger siblings who need financial support. How could I feel at ease using that money to pursue a relationship? Fang Ziqing nodded in understanding. He, too, had refrained from pursuing relationships for years, feeling unworthy even to glance at a girl he liked. Speaking of which, big brother Fang, you send your monthly allowance to your siblings, too, which must also affect your love life. You could say I'm a burden to you, Liang Bo remarked. Fang Ziqing shot him a glare. Nonsense. Just because you, Liang Bo, are noble and know how to repay kindness, does that mean I, Fang Ziqing, am a heartless ingrate? Apologies, Liang Bo sheepishly remarked, Boss Fang. Was that truly my intention? He then chuckled. I just noticed that the number of girls stealing glances at you far exceeds those looking at me. Have you taken on the role of a sage, Boss Fang? Yet, I must concede that you are indeed deserving of someone as divine as Bai Yi. Fang Ziqing rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. Liang Bo nudged him with his elbow. Bai Yi and the others have arrived. The door to the conference room swung open, revealing Bai Yi in a flowing white dress. Previously, while they were aware that their class monitor was a beauty, the training uniforms concealed her true allure, much like how students in uniforms failed to showcase their individuality. Today, however, Bai Yi's white dress accentuated her femininity exquisitely, making all the other female classmates feel inadequate, their heads bowed in shyness, unable to meet her gaze. Bai Yi smiled warmly at her peers, and numerous male classmates could be heard swallowing nervously. The training attire had masked Bai Yi's true beauty until now. Under the spotlight, she radiated like the gleam of a bracelet. Leaning closer to Fang Ziqing, Liang Bo whispered, "Boss Fang is truly fortunate." Fang Ziqing ignored him. He had seen Bai Yi in a dress during their outings, and though the styles differed, to him, they were all simply white dresses. Perhaps it was the jewelry and makeup that made him glance a bit longer today. Just then, he noticed Bai Yi smiling and directing her gaze toward him, seemingly inquiring about her appearance. Clearing his throat, Fang Ziqing averted his eyes. "Allow me to introduce our class's prodigy, the top genius of our college, Gu Wan." Chapter 35. Who is the true empress? Bai Yi stepped aside, gesturing for Gu Wan to enter. Fang Ziqing took a sip of water, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of striking black high heels, leading up to flawlessly white thighs that created a stark contrast against her black strapless gown. Most arresting was the sensual curve of her collarbone, captivating everyone's attention. Her straight hair was styled in a simple ponytail, and a hint of blush adorned her cheeks. The entire class 10 fell silent. Both boys and girls transfixed by Gu Wan's entrance, unsure how to react. Bai Yi was a familiar presence, but Gu Wan was the college's most sought-after star, someone they had only glimpsed from afar in the past. The transformation from her usual training attire to a stunning black dress was nothing short of breathtaking, eclipsing all the other women present, including Bai Yi, who momentarily faded in Gu Wan's radiant light. The room remained hushed, no one daring to speak. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, a loud sputter as Fang Ziqing, in the midst of drinking, inadvertently expelled water from his mouth. Coughing and patting his chest, he shattered the tense atmosphere. Bai Yi stepped forward with a smile. "Do we not welcome our classmate Gu Wan?" "Welcome, welcome." The arrival of Gu Wan in our class truly brings a radiant brilliance. The classmates stood in unison to express their warm welcomes. Liang Ye rose and approached Gu Wan, saying, "Welcome, Gu Wan. You look stunning today." Gu Wan smiled softly and replied, "Thank you, Teacher Liang. You are also very beautiful." Liang Ye chuckled heartily. "Now that everyone is here, let us take our seats." However, a dilemma arose. There was only one seat beside Fang Ziqing, which logically should have been occupied by Bai Yi, the head class monitor. Yet, Gu Wan was still considered Fang Ziqing's rumored girlfriend, and the posts about their romantic speculation still remained pinned in the forum. Subsequently, rumors surfaced about a rivalry between Bai Yi and Gu Wan over Fang Ziqing's affections. The students were intrigued, eager to discover who would claim the title of the rightful queen. The atmosphere was charged with gossip, yet neither of the two moved. They stood smiling at Fang Ziqing, seemingly allowing him to make the decision. Fang Ziqing felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, his discomfort palpable, as he dared not look in their direction. Observing this, Liang Ye squinted at the trio, seemingly understanding the dynamics at play. With a sly smile, she chose to ignore it, leisurely returning to her seat to enjoy the unfolding drama. Her philosophy was that one should strive for what they desire, including matters of the heart, and she had no intention of favoring either party. Bai Yi spoke first. "Gu Wan, your designated seat is here. I've arranged for you to sit beside Teacher Liang. Does that work for you?" Gu Wan smiled gently. "As the class monitor, Bai, you should ideally sit next to the homeroom teacher. I'm fine sitting here." She then pointed to the seat on Fang Ziqing's left. At this, Liang Ye's expression darkened. "Why are you two dragging me into your dispute? Am I your shield?" Upon hearing Gu Wan's direct response, Bai Yi subtly furrowed her brow, taken aback by Gu Wan's forthrightness about sitting next to Fang Ziqing. The other students exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Even the most oblivious among them sensed the tension, their eyes drawn to the fierce competition between the two goddesses. Some of the male students cast envious glances at Fang Ziqing. Fang Ziqing, appearing nonchalant as he sipped his drink, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He knew that the convergence of these two would not yield anything good. Just then, Liang Bo, a bystander, suddenly felt a surge of inspiration, believing he could rescue Fang Ziqing from this predicament. He thought to himself, "Now is my chance to repay the favor." He promptly stood and said, "Teacher Liang, I have some questions regarding my training that I would like to discuss with you. Would it be all right if I sat with you?" Liang Ye nodded with a smile. The two girls, standing on either side, promptly took their seats beside Fang Ziqing. He instinctively tightened his grip on the straw, silently cursing Liang Bo. You scoundrel. One was already too much to handle. Now there are two? The atmosphere in the room felt peculiar. The boys, previously boisterous, now adopted a more gentlemanly demeanor, stealing glances at Bai Yi and Gu Wan. Meanwhile, the girls had discreetly divided into two factions, one supporting Gu Wan and the other backing Bai Yi. Caught between the two, Fang Ziqing felt as if he were ensnared in a tempestuous vortex. Gu Wan took a sip of her wine and inquired, Did you just see me spray water? Do you think I look unappealing today? Fang Ziqing, aware that she was questioning him, replied, Not at all. I find you truly stunning today. I've never seen you like this before, and it's quite surprising. Gu Wan raised an eyebrow. So you really like my outfit? Listening to their conversation, Bai Yi couldn't help but grip her drink a little tighter. Gu Wan was already beautiful, and with just a bit of embellishment today, she was absolutely dazzling. Before Fang Ziqing could respond, Bai Yi chimed in with a smile. Ziqing, do you think this ocean heart necklace matches with the dress? I picked this dress after much deliberation, believing it complements the ocean heart perfectly. Upon hearing Bai Yi's address, Gu Wan arched an eyebrow. Does my classmate particularly fancy this necklace? Bai Yi smiled shyly at this and playfully tugged at the hem of her dress. It was a gift from Ziqing when we went on a date, so I cherish it greatly. Gu Wan, with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes, looked at Fang Ziqing. Oh, is that so? It seems that Fang classmate has quite the gift for choosing presents. Chapter 36. Not being able to make you like me. Is quite disheartening. Fang Ziqing felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yi laughed. He may appear a bit dull at times, but he's truly a thoughtful person. Gu Wan nodded and turned to Bai Yi. It seems you have quite the fondness for Fang classmate. Bai Yi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she straightened her posture. Ziqing is exceptional. It's no wonder many girls admire him. Previously, he caused some trouble for Gu classmate, and as his class representative, I owe her an apology. By not directly answering the question, she used the previous incident to apologize to Gu Wan, thus asserting her own status while distancing Gu Wan from Fang Ziqing. Quite clever indeed. Liang Yamen casually picked at her food while attentively listening to the conversation between the two. It appeared that our class representative was currently in a favorable position. Gu Wan shook her head. It's really no big deal. Although the stories were somewhat exaggerated, there was a grain of truth in them. Bai Yi's heart skipped a beat at her words. What did she mean by a grain of truth? Did they actually have a history? Nevertheless, she smiled and replied, Indeed, those bloggers have no shame. They can concoct stories out of thin air. Thankfully, we weren't spotted during our date a few days ago, or who knows what they would have fabricated. As Bai Yi frequently mentioned their date, Gu Wan felt a twinge of irritation, unsure whether it was directed at Bai Yi or Fang Ziqing. Oh really? I wonder what you two did on your date. Gu Wan asked leisurely. Bai Yi covered her mouth and giggled, feeling a bit shy. Well, we didn't do much, just watched a movie and played a couple's game. Oh, and this necklace was won by Ziqing during the game. And what about the meal? What was so exquisite? Gu Wan inquired, her interest piqued. Fang Ziqing, increasingly overwhelmed, quickly wiped his brow and said, It was nothing special, just some street barbecue. Yes, but I have never tasted anything so delicious. Bai Yi interjected, and Gu Wan nodded slightly, casting a reproachful glance at Fang Ziqing. Before we set off, I suggested you bring more money, but you didn't listen. When you go out with Bai, you should at least treat her to some barbecue. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi furrowed her brows, perplexed. What do you mean by suggesting he bring more money before departure? From what Gu seems to imply, how can he still be living with Ziqing? Gu Wan subtly smirked, choosing silence as she delicately forked a piece of salad from her plate and leisurely savored it. Adopting a feigned look of surprise, she turned to Bai Yi. What's the matter? Didn't Fang Ziqing tell you? Bai Yi's expression stiffened, and biting her lip, she asked, Are you two cohabiting? Her gaze swiftly shifted to Fang Ziqing. He felt as if a sharp blade had struck him. Before he could respond, a hand seized his waist, spinning him around several times. Gu Wan. He grimaced, suppressing the pain while managing a faint smile. I suppose you could say that. He quickly lowered his head, as if something delectable on the plate had captured his attention. Liang couldn't help but click her tongue in admiration. What a masterstroke, Gu Wan, truly impressive. Observing her class monitor's distracted demeanor, Liang stood up, raising her glass. Let us toast to our first gathering in Class 10 and to welcome Gu Wan among us. The others rose in unison, raising their glasses. Liang removed her wristwatch, positioned it before them, and declared, on 3. 1, 2, 3. The moment of their inaugural gathering was immortalized in a photograph. After the gathering concluded, as they were about to leave, Liang Bo patted Fang Ziqing's shoulder, wishing him good fortune. As classmates gradually departed, only Bai Yi, Fang Ziqing, and Gu Wan remained. Sensing the return to a tranquil atmosphere, Fang Ziqing hastily stood. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Ziqing, since I'm nearby and have some questions for you, why don't we head back together? Bai Yi said, her gaze lowered. Fang Ziqing scratched his head, glancing at Guwan. She rose and said, sure. I'll accompany you both. Thus, Fang Ziqing found himself sandwiched between them, nervously making his way back to his residence. Along the way, their presence drew the attention of many classmates, who whispered and speculated. 3 of the top 10 star figures, and there are rumors of a love triangle. Is there anything more sensational? After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at Fang Ziqing's dwelling. He awkwardly inquired, would you two like to come in for a moment? In truth, he secretly hoped they would decline. To his surprise, Guwan complied, sure. Bai Yi, unwilling to back down, added, then I shall trouble you, Ziqing. Just as Fang Ziqing reached for his room card to unlock the door, Guwan preemptively produced the spare card they had exchanged earlier and opened the door first. Witnessing this, Bai Yi's face turned pale, and biting her lip, she stammered, Guwan, I just remembered I have something to do. I want to go in, I'll take my leave now. Without waiting for them to respond, she hurriedly dashed out. Back in her own quarters, Bai Yi buried her head under the covers, tears unwittingly pooling in her eyes. After a while, she sat up and examined the heart of the ocean pendant around her neck with great scrutiny. I'm so glad to have met you. It pains me that I couldn't make you like me. Chapter 37. 2 intermediate martial techniques within Fang Ziqing's residence. He observed Guwan, who was unusually out of sorts today. What is the matter with you? Your attire is unlike your usual self, and you are speaking in peculiar phrases. Guwan cast him a fleeting glance, languidly reclining on the sofa with her eyes shut. You wouldn't understand, she replied. Fang Ziqing shrugged, disregarding her disorientation. It's getting late. Shouldn't you be heading home? Guwan opened her eyes and suddenly lunged at Fang Ziqing. He instinctively countered, only to find that Guwan had deftly sidestepped. After the initial exchange, Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow and inquired, is this a new martial technique? Guwan nodded. Upon reaching LV2, I was able to exchange for 2 low-level techniques and 1 intermediate technique. This is the intermediate movement technique I selected, butterfly dance technique. Fang Ziqing acknowledged her words. Recognizing that martial techniques are categorized into 3 types, attack, defense, and movement. Clearly, butterfly dance technique belongs to the intermediate movement category. During her previous encounter in the virtual space with someone named Fairy Bangxian, she had utilized a technique that resembled a movement skill, ultimately overcoming her opponent by breaking through to the 3rd level of Cannon Fist. Advancement to LV2 allows for the cultivation of intermediate techniques. Guwan's advanced technique, layered waves, requires a minimum of LV3. Both Cannon Fist and layered waves fall under attack techniques, making the choice of a movement technique quite fitting, especially considering the rarity of achievement points. Guwan then presented butterfly dance technique to Fang Ziqing. After exchanging for this intermediate technique, my achievement points are dwindling. Do you have enough points to exchange for another intermediate technique? Fang Ziqing nodded. Generally, a typical LV1 practitioner can only utilize the 1st level of low-level techniques, while the 2nd level requires reaching LV2. However, this world is never short of prodigies. Some individuals with exceptional spiritual energy can perform techniques beyond their level. For instance, both Guwan and Xing Fei can execute the 2nd level at LV1, as their capabilities are already comparable to ordinary LV2 practitioners. On the other hand, Fang Ziqing, due to the overwhelming nature of sword aperture diagram, can even forcefully utilize the 3rd level at LV1. For an ordinary LV2 practitioner, low-level techniques provide the best cost-effectiveness. Intermediate techniques are not only expensive but also unnecessary, since an LV2 practitioner can only execute the 1st level of intermediate techniques. However, for prodigies like Guwan, the situation is different. She can utilize the 2nd level of intermediate techniques at LV2, which far outweighs the benefits of low-level techniques. What should we exchange for? Guwan and Fang Ziqing perused the martial technique exchange list. After some deliberation, they decided to opt for a defensive technique. As time passed, Guwan would be able to execute the 3rd level of low-level techniques. With offensive techniques already plentiful and movement techniques acquired, only a defensive technique remained. Ultimately, the 2 reached a consensus and chose to exchange for the intermediate technique Mystic Armor Shield. Fang Ziqing watched with a pained expression as a significant portion of his achievement points diminished, before promptly gifting Mystic Armor Shield to Guwan. She nodded in acknowledgement. Although both still had remaining points, neither intended to exchange for additional techniques. Typically, at LV2, acquiring 2 low-level techniques would already require a substantial amount of time for cultivation. They currently possess 3 distinct techniques, 2 of which are intermediate-level martial arts. Even with an extraordinary capacity for comprehension, they have reached the limits of mastering these skills, rendering them unable to exchange for new martial techniques for a considerable duration. It is often said that one should prioritize quality over quantity. Lianya once remarked that, ultimately, during the final examination, the highest level of martial arts that individuals can master rarely exceeds the advanced tier. Generally speaking, a level 1 practitioner can execute the first stage of a low-level technique, while a level 2 practitioner can perform the second stage of a low-level technique and the first stage of an intermediate technique. A level 3 practitioner can employ the third stage of a low-level technique and the second stage of an intermediate technique, culminating in the first stage of an advanced technique. Even at level 5, one can only barely access the third stage of an advanced technique, which necessitates not only meeting the physical requirements dictated by their level, but also possessing a profound comprehension and diligent effort. The aforementioned is merely theoretical. How many can genuinely surpass level 5 before the significant examination? It is quite common for none to achieve this, as even the most exceptional comprehension cannot compensate for insufficient levels that fail to meet the physical standards required for practice. Thus, advanced martial techniques are entirely sufficient for those at the capable stage. After Gu Wan departed, Fang Ziqing opened 2 intermediate martial arts techniques. Chapter 38. The Terrifying Suanjia Shield. Generally, the average standard for level 2 is C. Attaining a C across all metrics is the sole requirement for practicing intermediate level techniques, though different methods often impose varying demands. For instance, the first stage of Yu Dai Shen Fa requires not only strength and constitution to reach C, but also agility and perception to attain the same level. In contrast, the first stage of Suanjia Shield necessitates a speed of C, with both perception and constitution also needing to meet this standard, alongside specific requirements for spiritual energy. Only when the spiritual strength and intensity achieve level 2 can one unleash the first stage of the shield. Fang Ziqing, at level 1, was capable of executing the third stage of Boquan, and now, having traversed 9 cycles, his attributes have surpassed B level across the board, rivaling an ordinary level 3 practitioner. Thus, mastering 2 intermediate techniques poses no issue. It is likely that Guwan never considered the possibility of him being unable to cultivate intermediate martial arts. Alternatively, it may be that Guwan subconsciously regarded Fang Ziqing as an equal. Yu Dai Shen Fa not only emphasizes speed, but, more importantly, the element of deception, ensuring that one's opponent remains perpetually unaware of the next position one may assume. Speed is merely the foundation. One must also cultivate flexibility, judgment, and possess ample spiritual energy. The optimal method to train in this technique involves obstacles. However, the training room lacks the necessary equipment, prompting Fang Ziqing to set this technique aside for the moment. The Suanjia Shield is arguably the most expensive of the intermediate techniques, yet it is highly esteemed. Its difficulty in practice is notable, and once mastered, it stands as the most formidable defensive technique among its peers. Other techniques feature 3 stages, whereas this one comprises only 2. The first stage, Stone Shield, and the second stage, Iron Shield. The third stage is uniquely categorized as a separate technique available in the Advanced Martial Arts Sales section, underscoring the distinctiveness of this method. The first layer of the Suanjia Shield imposes exceedingly stringent requirements on nearly all aspects, aside from speed. This initial layer provides comprehensive defense, utilizing exceptionally precise spiritual energy to form a stone-like barrier around the skin. Regardless of the angle from which an enemy strikes, they must first breach this barrier, or else the defender remains unscathed. For Fang Ziqing, whose comprehension is extraordinary and whose capabilities far exceed the prerequisites, manifesting the first layer poses no challenge. In merely a few hours, he successfully coalesced the first layer of the stone shield, observing the spiritual barrier resembling a ring of stone patterns surrounding his body. He felt compelled to test its efficacy. He activated the first layer of Boquan and struck himself with a punch. Although he did not exert his full strength, the outcome astonished him. The barrier remained utterly unmoved, and the recoil from the punch was astonishingly reflected back, truly deserving of its reputation as the strongest defensive technique. It proved formidable. However, the consumption of spiritual energy was indeed alarming. Even Fang Ziqing, with his considerable reservoir of spiritual power, could not sustain it for long. How then could others wield such a technique? He resolved to continue training in the second layer of Suanjia Shield, perfecting the first layer to the point of mastery, allowing for fluid control and even localized defense. This implies that upon achieving remarkable control, one could anticipate an enemy's attack and, in an instant, solidify only the chest, effectively blocking the assault while conserving spiritual energy. Currently, Fang Ziqing could at most achieve full body coverage, requiring 2 breaths to manifest. In the heat of battle, 2 breaths is an eternity. The path to mastering the first layer of the stone shield remains long. As dusk descended, Fang Ziqing took a cold shower and returned to his room. System, he silently intoned, and suddenly, 2 lines of text appeared before him. Status, unawakened. Please find the heritage stone to activate. Heritage, sword aperture diagram. It remained unchanged, a reflection of his prior state. Clearly, to truly activate this so-called system, he would need to secure a heritage stone during the upcoming examination. Perhaps then he could uncover the secrets of his transmigration. Fang Ziqing recalled the inscriptions on the plaque of the Hope Orphanage and the identical name of the orphanage before his journey. He clenched his fists tightly, then gradually relaxed them. Chapter 39. Anxious waiting, however. Pondering these matters was futile. For now, he could do nothing but take one step at a time. Speaking of the system, Fang Ziqing felt a deep gratitude for it. Without it, he would not possess the sword aperture diagram. It enabled him to achieve a level of cultivation and physical enhancement far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. At present, he had reached the first stage of the sword aperture diagram, capable of operating 9 cycles. The next milestone would be 36 cycles. Since attaining the first stage, he sensed that his internal spiritual energy was increasingly distinct from that of others. While others cultivated the meditation method, their spiritual energy was tranquil, whereas his was sharp and tumultuous like a blade. Another reason Fang Ziqing refrained from unleashing his full strength against foes was, he discovered that his unique spiritual power seemed extraordinarily sharp. Even when encountering an equal amount of spiritual energy, the opponent's energy would be shattered instantaneously. Fortunately, the virtual space was randomly generated. Had he employed his own power, he would have hesitated to unleash it fully. As he gazed at the moonlight illuminating the sky, Fang Ziqing relaxed his body, recognizing this as the optimal time for cultivation. Since reaching the 9th reincarnation, the manner in which his spiritual energy operated had undergone a transformation. Previously, it flowed in a clockwise direction throughout his body, but now it had completely reversed. During his initial attempts at cultivation, Fang Ziqing felt as though he were driving in reverse, awkward and requiring utmost caution. Not only was his progress significantly slower than the clockwise operation, but he frequently made errors that caused disruptions in his spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ziqing commenced his first reincarnation. He had already mastered 9 cycles of clockwise energy flow in a single night. However, since switching to counterclockwise, his best achievement had been merely 3.5 cycles before he could no longer contain the energy. He silently vowed to himself that he must break through to 4 cycles today. As waves of spiritual energy began to manifest around him, Fang Ziqing delved deeply into his practice. The sky gradually lightened, and the morning sun streamed through the window. Sitting on his bed, Fang Ziqing slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Over the past month, he had grown accustomed to replacing sleep with cultivation, transitioning from initial discomfort due to lack of rest to now feeling invigorated after a night of practice. Checking his wristwatch, he saw that the virtual screen indicated he had no classes that morning, prompting him to plan a session in the comprehensive training room to practice the floating disc technique. Just as he intended to close the screen, he suddenly noticed an unread message. By Ziqing. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to still call you that. I was unaware that you and Guwan were together, so I hope you can forgive me for my previous actions. However, I would like to keep the ocean's heart, of course. I promise not to take it out and embarrass Guwan. I just want to keep it as a memento. Would that be all right? Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow. Me and Guwan together? Where on earth did she get that information? Surely no one is spreading rumors on the forum again. He opened the forum and found no new gossip about himself. He casually replied to Bai Yi's message. Meanwhile, in her residence, Bai Yi sat on her bed, her mind wandering. It had been half an hour since she sent the message to Fang Ziqing, and yet there was no response. Does he dislike me now? She pondered, her face paling as she stared at the ocean's heart she had clutched all night, lost in thought. Ding! Your friend Fang Ziqing has sent a message. Bai Yi's eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation as she reached out to open the message. However, just before she tapped it, uncertainty gripped her. What if he refuses? Her heart raced wildly. She glanced at the ocean's heart in her hand and murmured, I hope it's not bad news. No, it absolutely cannot be bad news. With a sudden burst of determination, she clicked to open the message while covering her eyes with one hand, her voice trembling as she pleaded, Ziqing, please don't reject me, I beg you. Gradually, she lowered her hand from her eyes, her expression shifting from despair to wide-eyed surprise as joy illuminated her features. Chapter 40. The heartbreaking training of body techniques. Fang Ziqing. One may indulge in a chaotic meal, but one must never speak recklessly. I merely reside at Guwan's home due to special circumstances. As for that heart of the ocean, if you wish to keep it, I have no objections. Suddenly, Bai Yi sprang to her feet, her exuberance causing her to forget her abilities. With a resounding thud, she collided with the ceiling. Clutching her head, she chuckled foolishly, tears of either pain or joy glistening in her eyes. In the comprehensive training room's body technique zone, there existed automatic plum blossom stakes, a 100-meter obstacle course, a labyrinth of rocks, and other facilities dedicated to the training of body techniques. The automatic plum blossom stakes allowed for adjustable difficulty levels. At the beginner level, one must navigate through 36 plum blossom stakes within 3 minutes, without retreating or stepping on any stake twice, while ensuring the entire plum blossom formation moves at a speed of c. The intermediate level requires traversing 64 stakes under the same conditions, with the plum blossom formation maintaining the same speed. To advance further, one must even surrender performance points? How outrageous. Fang Ziqing glared at the screen displaying the gray advanced and hellish difficulty levels, along with the glaring red words. Please recharge. He selected the beginner difficulty, and the ground ahead transformed, revealing 36 plum blossom stakes of varying heights, with a red button at both the start and the end. According to the rules, pressing the button would activate the entire formation, necessitating the crossing of all 36 stakes within 3 minutes. Not a single extra step could be taken, nor could one fall short. Only upon reaching the opposite side and pressing the button would one successfully complete the challenge, earning 20 performance points for the first victory. Oh, monetary rewards? Why not mention it sooner? Although rewards are only granted for the initial completion, if I manage to conquer all the challenges in the training room, I could amass a fortune in performance points. However, after just 1 minute, Fang Ziqing's perspective shifted dramatically. As he pressed the button, intending to dash through the 36 stakes in one go, they began to rotate at an astonishing speed. Not only did they ascend and descend, but they also shifted positions in every direction. It soon became evident that the first stake could easily find itself at the end of the line. While the rules dictated only a single step upon each stake, this meant that not only speed was required, but also a keen memory to track the positions of each stake. During his initial attempt, Fang Ziqing barely reached this stage. The violent oscillation of the stakes sent him tumbling down. Rubbing his arms, he pondered, wasn't he the speed only at C? Surely my speed must be at least B. Yet I find myself in such a predicament against this formation. Indeed, without proficient body techniques, even the swiftest speed proves futile. The first level of the UD body technique speaks of an unpredictable nature. With renewed determination, Fang Ziqing attempted again. As soon as he stepped onto the first stake, it plummeted rapidly. He swiftly propelled himself onto the second stake. It felt as though he had stepped upon a fragile, paper-like stake, which promptly became soft and pliable. Had he not been prepared from his earlier experience, he would have certainly fallen. Channeling his energy through his toes, he leapt to the third stake. Ding! Stepping on the same stake twice resulted in a challenge failure. All the plum blossom stakes swiftly retracted into the ground. Fang Ziqing, wore a look of frustration. Having narrowly evaded two, I had failed to memorize their shifting positions and consequently faced defeat. In comparison to the profound technique of the Suanjia shield I had practiced the previous night, the UD body technique felt utterly toxic. It was perplexing, for Guwan had successfully executed it the day before. Meanwhile, in her training room, Guwan bore an expression of dismay, having failed for the 324th time in her attempt to master the Suanjia shield. Since returning home last night, she had devoted herself to relentless practice, sacrificing a night of sleep to no avail. Now, fatigue etched across her features, she gazed out at the sun, pondering how Fang Ziqing was faring, whether he was in the same predicament as herself or had made progress. Given his nature, it was likely he would be in the body technique training room practicing the UD body technique. Reflecting on her own struggles, she couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Fang Ziqing's likely vexation. Chapter 41. An unseen arrow in the body technique training room. Fang Ziqing was surrounded by illusions beneath his feet, weaving through the plum blossom formation with an enigmatic path of movement. After a morning filled with failures, he finally began to grasp a fragment of the first layer of the UD body technique. Various body techniques exist, each with different emphases. For instance, the UD body technique focuses on unexpected movement, while others may prioritize speed, significantly enhancing one's velocity upon mastery. For Fang Ziqing, practicing the UD body technique amidst the ever-shifting plum blossom stakes proved to be an excellent training method. As he swiftly responded to the changing stakes, his mind raced to memorize their new positions. The journey had progressed beyond halfway, with only 4 stakes remaining before he could reach the button on the opposite side and succeed in the challenge. After an entire morning of unyielding training, bolstered by the UD body technique, he felt well prepared to tackle this challenge. Although the stakes shifted unpredictably, His formidable reflexes and mobility allowed the first layer of illusions to gradually manifest beneath his feet, indicating significant advancement in his training. With only one plum blossom stake left, Fang Ziqing grew increasingly composed. He could not afford to be careless. Glancing at the timer before him, he noted there were 10 seconds remaining, ample time. His mind swiftly calculated the previously memorized positions of the stakes, methodically eliminating possibilities. Found you. A spark of realization ignited within him. Channeling his energy, he stepped lightly, creating an illusion beneath him, and deftly pivoted towards the last plum blossom stake. Past experiences had taught him that these stakes not only moved, but could also suddenly soften and collapse, necessitating heightened concentration. No matter whether they shifted or softened, he merely needed to step on at once to springboard towards the opposite button and complete the challenge. As Fang Ziqing's left foot landed on the final plum blossom stake, it indeed softened instantaneously. Fang Ziqing chuckled softly, realizing that the tactics previously employed against him would no longer suffice. Just as he intended to leap towards the button with momentum, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a spring-loaded device ahead. Almost as he was about to step on the last plum blossom stake, 7 miniature wooden arrows were unleashed towards him. Instinctively, Fang Ziqing bent down to evade the first wave of projectiles, only to find a second wave hurtling toward him from his left side. Drawing upon his inner energy, he seemed to create countless phantoms of himself, narrowly escaping the onslaught of hidden weapons. With a chime, the time limit expired, and the challenge ended in failure. Fang Ziqing scowled at the glaring red letters on the timer, his expression clouded with frustration. Was this not merely an elementary plum blossom challenge? Who could possibly navigate such a torment? This also stemmed from his lack of awareness regarding the training conditions of others. Taking the plum blossom stakes as an example, enduring for even a minute atop them would signify mastery of movement, let alone surmounting the challenge. Glancing at the time displayed on his watch, Liang Ye had indicated that the entire class was to assemble in the conference room at 6 o'clock to announce a significant matter. With the clock striking noon, nearly 6 hours of training lay before him. Fang Ziqing gritted his teeth, resolutely determined to conquer this accursed plum blossom formation today. He aimed to advance the first level of the shadow movement technique to a minor accomplishment. Otherwise, encountering Gu Wan would become exceedingly awkward. Fang Ziqing had always believed that Gu Wan had effortlessly achieved a minor accomplishment in her training, which only fueled his dissatisfaction with his own progress. Meanwhile, at Gu Wan's residence, a crisp sound resonated. Chapter 42. At last, the challenge conquered. Gu Wan exhaled deeply, having spent an entire night grappling with the Suanjia shield technique. She finally grasped a fragment of its essence. Although the petrification lasted less than 3 seconds before collapsing due to uneven energy distribution, her ability to glean even a hint of understanding in a single night attested to her exceptional martial arts talent. This was no ordinary technique. It was said that even those with extraordinary abilities struggled for months without success in mastering it. Gu Wan found herself momentarily lost in thought, wondering how Fang Ziqing was faring. Had he discovered even a hint of insight into the shadow movement? Shaking her head, she concluded that even if he had gleaned a fragment of understanding, merely entering the technique's threshold would not suffice to navigate the lower-level movement training room, especially with the impending threat of hidden weapons. Only by achieving a minor accomplishment could one evade such projectiles in a fleeting moment, a lesson learned through countless failures. Just as Gu Wan pondered these matters, an announcement echoed through the movement training room. Ding! The automatic Plum Blossom Stakes level challenge has been completed. With a current record of 2 minutes and 52 seconds, a reward of 100 merit points has been granted, and we encourage our students to persevere. The students within the movement training room widened their eyes in disbelief, who had managed to clear the challenge. Many who were confident in their speed had attempted the automatic Plum Blossom Stakes, only to have their self-assurance thoroughly shattered. All eyes turned towards the entrance of the automatic Plum Blossom training room, eager to discover the identity of the successful challenger. With 8 unentered training rooms remaining, the individual who had passed the challenge must surely be among them. Inside the automatic Plum Blossom training room, Fang Ziqing stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. A successful completion merited merit points. Quite commendable. How much better it would have been had the reward been in federal currency. If others were to discover Fang Ziqing's thoughts, he would surely be subjected to scorn. Do you truly believe that achieving such high grades is effortless? Not everyone is fortunate enough to have a friend like Gu Wan, nor does everyone possess the immense wealth that Fang Ziqing enjoys. In the future, as everyone ascends to level 2, a significant portion will be compelled to opt for lower-tier martial arts due to insufficient academic performance, unable to cultivate intermediate skills. Most individuals entering the top-tier academy come from affluent backgrounds, aside from a select few like Fang Ziqing and Liang Bo, who truly cares about the Federation currency. However, it is worth mentioning that Fang Ziqing does receive a considerable allowance from the Gu family, as Gu's father has always been rather generous towards him. Nevertheless, whether in the past or present, he remains a stubborn individual, resolutely refusing to spend the Gu family's money. Fang Ziqing glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, with an hour remaining until Liang Ye's designated time. He decided to take this opportunity to solidify his recent breakthrough in the first level of the UD body technique. The difference between Fang Ziqing post-breakthrough and his prior state was indeed substantial. Now, traversing the plum blossom stakes within 3 minutes felt remarkably effortless. Yet, he was determined to shatter his own record, aiming for 2 minutes and 50 seconds. The previous record he had encountered was not his own, but belonged to an unknown competitor who had beaten him by a mere second, claiming the top spot at 2 minutes and 51 seconds. It was easy to guess that it was that little girl, Gu Wan. The thought of her returning to the training room to find her record surpassed by him made Fang Ziqing chuckle with delight. In under 3 minutes, Fang Ziqing had once again broken the record, achieving 2 minutes and 49 seconds, 2 seconds ahead of Gu Wan. He nodded in satisfaction, thinking it was time for her to eat dust behind him. Chapter 43. The Fall Guy. Meanwhile, in another training room, Zhao Peng was exuberant after completing a third of the course without a fall, proudly pushing open the door to the training room. The students in the hall, closely monitoring the 8 training rooms, gathered around. For doors had already swung open, but those who emerged were all ranked lower, their dejected expressions betraying their struggles. Zhao Peng, however, was different. His demeanor radiated triumph. Moreover, he was ranked among the top 10, excelling particularly in speed. As Zhao Peng observed the throng of classmates surrounding him, he felt a hint of confusion. Zhao, you are truly impressive. Indeed, you are the foremost expert in body techniques at our top-tier academy. What nonsense. He should be recognized as the best in the Tianhai district. Zhao Peng, buoyed by the compliments from his peers, straightened his posture, feeling a swell of pride. However, he pondered how they knew he had completed a third of the course. The title of the foremost expert in body techniques within the Tianhai district brought a smile to Zhao Peng's face. Just then, Fang Ziqing opened the door to the training room, noticing a crowd surrounding a fellow student. He glanced up at the automated Plum Blossom Stakes leaderboard. Rank 1, Anonymous, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Rank 2, Anonymous, 2 minutes and 51 seconds. He chuckled to himself. Heh, go on. I wonder what your reaction will be when you see this. Fang Ziqing, brimming with confidence, strode toward the conference room of Class 10 with an air of indifference. Meanwhile, those waiting in the hall were left to watch as time slipped away unnoticed. Upon entering the conference room, Fang Ziqing immediately spotted Bai Yi waving at him, beckoning him to sit beside her. Nodding in acknowledgement, he took a seat next to her. For the students of Class 10, this was a commonplace occurrence. Not only did the class monitor and vice monitor share the same space, but both also ranked among the top 10 in terms of ability, serving as the pride of Class 10. Even the envious girls and the boys infatuated with Bai Yi had to concede that they were a handsome couple. Bai Yi appeared somewhat bashful, unable to meet Fang Ziqing's gaze, and shyly remarked, Ziqing, I'm so sorry for making a misunderstanding yesterday. Fang Ziqing replied with a carefree smile, There's no need to feel embarrassed. Are we not friends? Bai Yi quickly nodded, affirming, Yes, you are my best friend. Just then, Liang Ye emerged from outside, surveying the students assembled in the classroom before announcing, I have some wonderful news to share with you all. The students perked up, recalling that the last time she had promised good news was related to a family visiting holiday. Liang Ye continued with a smile. To evaluate the abilities of our district's practitioners over the past month, it is customary to hold a tri-school competition in October. The students exchanged glances, pondering what constituted good news in this context. Liang Ye tapped the table, reminding them, Have you forgotten what I informed you? Large competitions are the best opportunities for you to vie for resources and broaden your horizons. She counted on her fingers, federal currency, grade points, martial skills, C-grade medals, and even elixirs. Anyone who participates will be eligible for rewards. The students couldn't help but swallow hard at the mention of such bountiful prizes. Liang Bo, eyes sparkling, stood up and asked, Teacher Liang, how exactly will the rewards be distributed? Liang Ye smiled slightly and replied, Well, it's still in accordance with the previous rules. Not everyone will have the chance to compete. The students' expressions fell, recalling the last opportunity for family visits where only about 30 to 40 individuals from the entire First Advanced Academy had qualified, a rather harsh selection. They wondered what the requirements for this competition would entail. Liang Ye cleared her throat, stating that, as per tradition, the 3 schools would select the top 50 outstanding individuals to compete, divided into individual and team events. She continued, Your first task is to advance past the school competition. As long as you place within the top 50, Even a lackluster performance will earn you rewards. If you excel, I assure you, the prizes will be abundant. As this time our district has invested significantly, with 50 individuals to be selected from the entire school, that averaged out to about 5 from each class. However, this was merely an average. In reality, classes closer to the top would have a higher selection rate. Liang Ye turned her gaze towards Fang Ziqing and his companions, stating, "As it stands, our class has already confirmed the inclusion of Fang Ziqing, Bai Yi, and Liang Bo." The other students gazed enviously at the trio. Liang Ye paused momentarily before continuing. Of course, after the selection concludes, no one can predict what dark horses may emerge. After all, the selection relies not solely on cultivation, but rather on combat prowess. Additionally, there may be capable individuals who achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation or martial skills during this period. Therefore, do not lose heart. Every one of you holds hope. The top 50 will be determined in 3 days, so ensure you rest well tonight and prepare diligently, aiming for as many of you as possible to qualify. All right, everyone is dismissed. Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi walked side by side out of the conference room. Do you feel confident for tomorrow? Fang Ziqing inquired, tilting her head slightly. Given that tomorrow's selection would be based on combat strength rather than cultivation, Fang Ziqing was uncertain about Bai Yi's fighting capabilities, despite her being ranked among the top 10 in cultivation. Bai Yi smiled gently, "Rest assured. While I may not possess the extraordinary talent of Gu Wan, I have been working diligently these past few days." Fang Ziqing nodded. Due to the impending competition, many students had been exchanging their credits for lower-tier martial skills, leading to overcrowding in the training rooms, evidently engaged in martial training. After bidding farewell and returning to her residence, Fang Ziqing inquired about Gu Wan's progress in martial skill training. "How is your Suanjia shield coming along?" she asked. Shortly thereafter, Gu Wan's response arrived. "What about your Yudai shaping?" Gu Wan replied. Fang Ziqing chuckled softly. "Oh, are you trying to keep me in suspense? Alas, this technique is exceedingly difficult to master. I have yet to grasp the fundamental techniques," she admitted with a grin, hoping to extract some intriguing information from Gu Wan. Gu Wan, upon reading Fang Ziqing's message, furrowed her brow slightly. Did she really think I was unaware that the record for the automatic plum blossom post in the movement training room had been broken? This person always keeps secrets. Yet, as she pondered, a faint smile graced her lips. Perhaps I lack the innate talent for defensive martial skills. Even now, I have not made any progress with Suanjia shield. Gu Wan confessed. Fang Ziqing scoffed at the message. If anyone understood Gu Wan, it was certainly him. After their dual cultivation session, Fang Ziqing had gleaned a clear understanding of Gu Wan's circumstances. Were it not for his unique cultivation method, Gu Wan would undoubtedly be regarded as an unparalleled genius. Her comprehension and mastery of spiritual energy, as well as her insights into martial techniques, far surpassed those of her peers. Moreover, Gu Wan's dedication to her training was unwavering, leaving no room for others to catch up. Initially, both Gu Wan and Xing Fei received a 1-star spirit nourishing pill as a reward for breaking the Academy's record. Undoubtedly, Xing Fei, as the Academy's foremost genius, was exceptionally gifted. However, even with the elixir, she merely reached the peak of her realm. In contrast, with the pill she had given herself, Gu Wan was on the verge of a breakthrough to the pinnacle of her cultivation during their dual cultivation phase. It could be said that Gu Wan's talent was truly unrivaled. A whole day without making progress on Suanjia shield? Such a deception. Chapter 45. Pre-competition rules. Fang Ziqing set down her wristwatch and began to meditate in tranquility. After some time, feeling her body restored to its peak condition, she commenced her training on Suanjia shield. This morning, her Yudai shaping had already achieved a small degree of mastery. As the first intermediate technique to be cultivated, the Suanjia shield naturally cannot be neglected. Within but 2 breaths, a barrier of spiritual energy resembling stone patterns envelopes Fang Ziqing. Observing the stone armor shield, which typically requires approximately 2 breaths to form, Fang Ziqing furrows his brow slightly. Although this martial skill possesses formidable defensive power, its utility significantly diminishes before reaching minor mastery. During these 2 breaths, one cannot invoke other martial techniques, necessitating absolute focus on the spiritual energy supply for the Suanjia shield. However, it must be noted that in genuine combat, a single breath could determine the outcome, let alone 2. Therefore, it is imperative to swiftly achieve minor mastery, approaching instantaneous activation. Yet, the Suanjia shield is not akin to the Yudi body technique. Even Gu Wan failed nearly 400 times before barely grasping it. Thus, even Fang Ziqing cannot hope to cultivate the Suanjia shield to minor mastery in a single night. 3 hours later, Fang Ziqing refreshed himself with a cold shower and donned a clean set of clothes before sitting cross-legged on his bed. If innate talent may elevate one's starting line above others, then success in the overall contest relies on one's relentless effort and perseverance. Whether it be Gu Wan, Bai Yi, or even the initially disadvantaged Liang Bo, they spent nearly the entire day either in meditation or honing martial skills, allowing them to surpass their peers in cultivation. Conversely, those who indulge in pleasure and shy away from hardship, finding cultivation tedious, cannot blame anyone but themselves for their stagnant progress. To reach minor mastery in the sword aperture diagram, one must execute 36 cycles in a counterclockwise motion, even with unwavering diligence. Fang Ziqing can barely manage 9 cycles in a clockwise motion. 3 days later, as the sun rises gently, the first advanced academy prepares itself. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the proficient students of the 3 major universities in Tianhai City have been gathering their energies in anticipation of this day. In the comprehensive training room of the first advanced academy, the seating arrangements have shifted since the start of the term. Aside from Gu Wan, who firmly occupies the top position, other students have experienced varying degrees of change. For instance, Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi now rank 9th and 5th respectively. Seated in the second row beneath Gu Wan, Liang Bo from Class 10 has also surged into the top 30, marking a new breakthrough for his class. Each gathering in the comprehensive hall serves as a stimulus for the students. Witnessing former peers, once at the same level, now sitting above him, evokes a complex feeling within. The imposing figure of the head instructor strides in, followed by 10 class heads. He raises a hand, signaling for silence among the students. I trust you are all prepared to vie for the top 50 positions today. Allow me to explain the rules, he begins. Raising a hand, he continues. The competition for the 50 spots is quite straightforward. Currently, there are 50 ranked positions. If you challenge someone you believe is unworthy and succeed, you will usurp their position. If no challenges arise, the top 50 will compete. The crowd nods in agreement. The first advanced academy has always favored a straightforward and forceful approach. If one desires something, they must strive and seize it. The weak have no voice here. There is no democracy, only the strength of one's fist. As the formidable figure observed the silence among the crowd, he continued, this year's competition among the 3 schools is divided into 2 segments, individual and team events. The individual competition will identify the top 10 contenders in Tianhai City, while the team event will determine the champion team. A standard team comprises 6 members. Thus, the representatives from our esteemed First Senior Academy will be selected from the top 10 after today's elimination round. Chapter 46, Golden Shield vs. Eagle Claw. Listening to the imposing figure's elaborate rules, the audience couldn't help but clench their fists in anticipation. The prospect of competing against the top 10 talents in Tianhai City ignited a fervor within them. The intensity of the team competition would undoubtedly impose significant pressure on the top contenders. Those skilled enough to reach the top 10 possessed a general understanding of each other's capabilities. Aside from Gu Wan's unassailable position, the fate of the others remained uncertain. All participants were at the LV1 advanced level, and recently, an opportunity to exchange for lower-level martial techniques had been made available. No one could ascertain the hidden trump cards each contender might wield. Today would be dedicated to determining the 50 finalists, with 10 platforms available for combat. For the moment, no one dared to challenge the top 10 due to their superior levels. However, the skirmishes among the 11th to 50th rank participants promised to be chaotic. Fang Ziqing spotted Liang Bo standing on platform 2. Upon meeting Fang's gaze, Liang Bo grinned, and Fang responded with a thumbs up. As the battle commenced, Liang Bo found himself facing a female contender. She had previously ranked 50th but had been ousted from the top 50 during the assessment due to her cultivation level. Watching Liang Bo ascend from 100th to 20th place, she felt a pang of inequality. The two exchanged respectful salutes before swiftly advancing towards each other. It was evident that Liang Bo excelled in strength while the female contender specialized in speed. Recognizing this, Liang Bo halted, opting to wait for her to strike rather than initiating an attack, seeking to exploit her weaknesses. After days of rigorous training, he had perfected the first level of his cannon fist technique and was eager to test his skills. Suddenly, the female contender launched an attack from behind Liang Bo, employing a new martial technique rather than the universally practiced cannon fist. It appeared she had chosen to reveal her trump card from the outset. Unfazed, Liang Bo had strategically selected a defensive technique, and a faint golden aura enveloped him. The girl then transformed her fist into a claw, striking with her chosen low-level offensive technique, Eagle Claw. Although she had only just begun her training in this technique, the impact was enough to incapacitate his right arm. Before she could react, she heard a low growl. Too late. Lacking a defensive technique and facing a mid-level opponent with a substantial difference in spiritual power, she succumbed in less than 3 rounds. Originally contemplating Liang Bo as an opponent, the other contenders reconsidered their choices. Liang Bo's display of strength made it clear that he was not to be underestimated. Liang Yan nodded slightly, recognizing that the golden light had indeed been the low-level defensive technique, Golden Shield. Liang Bo is one of the students who has ascended significantly. Alongside Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi, and Liang Yan harbors great expectations for him as well. After defeating his opponent, Liang Bo clasped his fists in salute and returned to his seat to rest his eyes. He also planned to challenge a student ranked higher, as greater ranks yield more rewards. Finally, the top 10 ability users encountered challengers. Notably, the 11th ranked student, Yin Fiyu, approached the 9th ranked Fang Ziqing, offering a fist salute to signify his intent to challenge him. Given that Fang Ziqing hailed from class 10, Yin Fiyu ultimately decided to take on the challenge. Yin Fiyu was already on the verge of attaining the advanced level of LV1 and had diligently trained over the past few days, achieving a breakthrough. This was one of the reasons he felt confident about entering the top 10. Bai Yi sat up, her hands slightly clenched into fists, silently urging Ziqing to secure a victory. Meanwhile, at the top, Guwan languidly closed her eyes, feeling uncertain about her ability to defeat Fang Ziqing, let alone others. Chapter 47. Who is the soft persimmon? After both stepped onto the stage and exchanged salutes, neither made a move. Fang Ziqing contemplated briefly and arrived at a conclusion. Earlier, Liang Yan had analyzed the top 30 ability users, and Yin Fiyu was particularly exceptional. His physique was remarkably strong. In simpler terms, he was resilient. It was predictable that he would choose a defensive martial technique for this bout. Fang Ziqing's cannon fist had reached a state of perfection at the 3rd level. However, employing it in this context would be overly astonishing, especially since even Guwan had not been able to execute this 3rd level. The other 2 intermediate martial techniques were also off limits. Otherwise, it would be clear to everyone that he was an LV2 ability user who had previously concealed his true power. In truth, with Fang Ziqing's current strength, he could easily defeat Yin Fiyu without utilizing any martial techniques, relying solely on his formidable power. Yet, the crux of the matter was that he could not afford to do so. If an 11th ranked ability user exerted all their effort and was effortlessly subdued by a 9th ranked opponent who had not even employed martial techniques, it would be obvious something was amiss. Fang Ziqing found himself in a bit of a quandary, wishing he had selected a lower-tier martial technique to mask his prowess. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. Given Fang Ziqing's frugality, he would never expend performance points on a martial technique of little use. Yin Fiyu, noticing Fang Ziqing's reluctance to make a move, furrowed his brows. For someone with outstanding defensive capabilities, taking the initiative would be akin to exposing his weaknesses, putting him at a disadvantage. Coming back to his senses, Fang Ziqing began to loosen his muscles. He could neither refrain from using martial techniques nor overexert himself. Thus, he decided to conclude the battle with the 1st and 2nd levels of cannon fist. However, the fight could not end too swiftly. It needed to last for several rounds. Fang Ziqing summoned his spiritual energy, opting not to employ drifting body technique, but relying solely on his speed to dash straight towards Yin Fiyu. Yin Fiyu thought to himself. Although he chose to challenge Fang Ziqing because he perceived him as a soft target, none in the top 10 were pushovers. Despite his confidence in his abilities, he was cautious not to overestimate himself. He summoned his spiritual energy in his right arm, and with the recent breakthrough of the 2nd level of cannon fist, he unleashed a powerful strike. With his exceptional physique and Fang Ziqing's mastery of boxing, even when his opponent employed the technique of striking the bull from the mountain, he remained undaunted, even seizing opportunities to gain the upper hand. Having engaged in numerous battles within the virtual realm, Fang Ziqing had long discerned the flaws in his adversary's approach. The opponent's understanding of striking the bull from the mountain was superficial, allowing Fang to potentially turn the opponent's own strength against him. However, recognizing the need for subterfuge, he decided to indulge in this sparring match. A faint smile graced Fang Ziqing's lips as he chose not to unleash the 2nd level of the technique, instead opting for the 1st level, striking precisely where he aimed. Observing Fang Ziqing's sudden display of martial prowess, Yin Fiyu felt compelled to remain vigilant. Yet, a hint of confusion crossed his mind. Fang had not utilized the 2nd level of the technique, diverging from his expectations. Could it be that this individual had yet to grasp the 2nd level? This thought ignited a surge of exhilaration within Yin Fiyu, who secretly praised his own wisdom in selecting what he believed to be a soft target. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of shattering the myriad of fists did not unfold. Instead, he found himself unable to gauge his opponent's true strength, missing entirely with a full-powered punch. As he quickly turned to strike again, he was taken aback to find Fang Ziqing had already positioned himself behind him, lightly greeting his posterior. Yin Fiyu felt a sudden force collide with him, propelling his body forward and nearly sending him sprawling in an undignified manner. Though the blow inflicted no real harm, it left him feeling humiliated. Nevertheless, he rationalized that Fang Ziqing's attack was rather trivial, perhaps owing to the strength of his own defenses, which had rendered him largely unharmed. Little did he know that Fang Ziqing had intentionally held back. Meanwhile, in the stands, Bai Yi stood up, cheering exuberantly, "Ziqing, you're amazing. Go, Ziqing." Fang Ziqing noticed Bai Yi waving her small hand at him and smiled in acknowledgement. Guan scoffed, finding the scene tedious. Chapter 48. Can I just surrender? She could easily see that this individual was concealing his true capabilities. Only Bai Yi, with her naive optimism, believed in his prowess and worried for him. Reflecting on this, Guan furrowed her brow, noting that Bai Yi's demeanor today was markedly different from her despondent state at the gathering. Was it possible that Fang Ziqing was engaging in some undisclosed activities behind her back? Unbeknownst to him, Fang Ziqing was the subject of Guan's fervent musings. Observing the seemingly confident Yin Fiyu, Fang Ziqing wore a benevolent smile, harboring no ulterior motives, merely appreciating his opponent's blind self-assurance. In contrast, Yin Fiyu felt a shiver run down his spine at Fang Ziqing's smile. The lingering discomfort in his backside reminded him of a post he had seen online claiming that Fang Ziqing was appealing to both genders, previously dismissed with a chuckle. This thought now pricked at his mind. Indeed, he had just had the opportunity to strike other vulnerable points. Why had Fang Ziqing chosen a location that would inflict minimal damage? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his suspicions. Hastily shaking his head and resolving to conclude the fight, golden light began to emanate from him, akin to Liang Bo's golden shield, yet with a deeper hue, indicative of a more profound mastery of cultivation. He expended a considerable amount of spiritual energy, intending to swiftly conclude the battle. Fang Ziqing observed his desperate demeanor. Filled with perplexity, why was he so frantic when the fight was going well? Nevertheless, while you wish for a swift defeat, I have no such inclination. As Yin Fiyu launched his attack, Fang Ziqing summoned a surge of energy beneath his feet, pivoting gracefully to evade Yin Fiyu's strike. In a swift motion, he aimed for the other's posterior with a resounding thud. Yin Fiyu turned, his expression darkening as he glared at Fang Ziqing, silently lamenting. Is he truly fixated on my backside? How infuriating! I shall match your fervor. However, Yin Fiyu was not particularly adept at speed, and his repeated assaults were effortlessly sidestepped by Fang Ziqing. The latter refrained from counterattacking, instead delivering a gentle kick to his rear as a show of respect. It became evident to Yin Fiyu that Fang Ziqing's prowess far surpassed his own. Their previous exchange had clearly been a teasing endeavor. To be toyed with by a delicate girl was one thing, but to be mocked by another man was an utter humiliation. I cannot defeat you, but surely I can concede? He then glanced at the referee. Fang Ziqing, noticing the sudden halt in combat and the intention to surrender, hurried over, saying, My friend, we have yet to reach the pinnacle of this contest. How can you flee without a fight? An unnerving chill coursed through Yin Fiyu as Fang Ziqing approached. Without waiting for the referee's confirmation, he leapt down from the stage, not looking back as he declared, I concede, I concede. Fang Ziqing watched his resolute demeanor with a faint sigh. Though their exchanges had not met his expectations, they could be deemed sufficient. After a day of competition, the rankings had shifted once more. Following his victory, Fang Ziqing refrained from challenging others, maintaining his position at 9th. Bai Yi triumphed over Xiaopeng, who held the 4th rank, thus elevating her standing. Meanwhile, Liang Bo had not been idle, forcefully ascending to the 18th spot. As the day's contest neared its conclusion, Lord He approached the 50 individuals determined to emerge victorious and spoke. Indeed, you are the finest 50 of our esteemed academy. In 1 week, you shall fight on behalf of our institution. I hope you take this evening to rest well. Tomorrow, 2 teams will be selected, consisting of 6 main members and 6 reserves. Rewards will be distributed accordingly. Chapter 49. The harsh rules. The crowd nodded in agreement, while those not selected harbored mixed feelings. Despite all having commenced their training over a month ago, the gap between them had widened significantly in such a short time. If this trend continued, they would inevitably be excluded from the legendary awakeners during the grand examination. The students with abilities indeed had recreational facilities. Yet Fang Ziqing and his peers found their training schedules far too demanding for leisure. No one's success comes without a cost. As Fang Ziqing gazed at the darkening sky, he made his way to the agility training room. Upon arrival, he discovered that his record had been surpassed. Rank 1, Anonymous, 2 minutes and 47 seconds. Rank 2, Anonymous, 2 minutes and 49 seconds. There were no new contenders on the list. It must be that Guan, that little girl, had reclaimed the top spot. A smile crept across Fang Ziqing's face as he mused. Let us see how I can displace you once more. At this moment, Gu Wan's lips curled into a faint smile, as if to assert her dominance, yet there was no chance of that happening. The two had not disclosed their navigation through the automatic plum blossom stakes, yet they began to compete against one another, a testament to their remarkable synergy. The effort to train was not exclusive to them. All classmates were tirelessly engaged in their preparations, especially those who had secured a place among the top 50. The selection for tomorrow's team competition was destined to be even more ruthless, as the strongest 18 would be chosen from these 50 to form the primary and reserve teams. As dawn broke, the grassland of the first advanced academy was filled with the top 50 abilities. Master He stepped forward, stating, "Our team competition emphasizes cooperation. Hence today's selection process is somewhat unique. First, you will form your own teams of 6. Those unable to do so will be immediately eliminated." Upon hearing this, a wave of panic swept through the crowd. What sort of rule was this? With 50 individuals in groups of 6, it meant that 2 unfortunate souls would face elimination. The teachers exchanged knowing smiles, for this round was quite straightforward. Team competitions hinge on collaboration, thus one's interpersonal skills must not be lacking, otherwise, no one would entrust their backs to you during the competition. You have 3 minutes to form your teams, and come to me for your numbers. Those who fail will be eliminated immediately, Master He declared solemnly. This sent everyone into a frenzy. Some girls, unfamiliar with those around them, were on the verge of tears due to the immense pressure. They instinctively looked towards their own classes. In Class 10, only 3 had made it into the top 50, Fang Ziqing, Bai Yi, and Liang Bo, which was only half the required number. If they could not find partners within 3 minutes, they would be eliminated. Ordinarily, everyone had been preoccupied with training, having little interaction with students from other classes. The only exceptions being Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan. Gu Wan nodded in their direction before approaching. Following her were Jiang Lexin, the vice-class leader, and Zhao Peng, whom Bai Yi had defeated the previous day. As time dwindled, the 6 exchanged nods of agreement. Gu Wan went to Master He to retrieve her number, securing the first team. As the 3 minutes elapsed, the results were unexpected. The number of those eliminated far exceeded 2, totaling 14, including one of the top 10 abilities. The young man, ranked among the top 10, visibly disgruntled, protested, "Master He, our class has very few representatives in the top 50, which hindered our ability to form a team within the allotted time. However, my strength surpasses that of most." Master He interrupted him, saying, "Those of you who have been eliminated should reflect on why you failed to form a team within 3 minutes. Do not claim it was unfair due to unfamiliarity. Had any of you set aside your pride to invite others to team up, perhaps so many would not have been eliminated. While confidence is admirable, no one will bear the consequences of your actions." The 14 individuals, dejected after their elimination, stood there disheartened. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Master He's eyes as he continued, "Of course, I will offer you an opportunity. You may now form a special team of 14. If you perform well, you may indeed replace those who have succeeded. Are you willing?" The 14 individuals' eyes brightened with newfound hope, and they eagerly nodded in agreement. Apart from the special large team, there are numbered teams 1 to 6. Each individual will be issued 5 scorecards, and once the battle commences, each team will fend for itself. They may choose to separate or band together in pursuit of the scorecards concealed in their surroundings. Furthermore, teams are permitted to engage in theft, and upon vanquishing a member of another team, one may claim only a single scorecard. After 3 hours, the team with the highest score will ascend to the position of the main team, while the second highest will become the deputy team. To prevent any member from becoming ineffective, adjustments will be made to the team composition based on the scorecards held. In essence, focusing solely on one's own gain could lead to one's team's downfall, yet neglecting personal interest may result in expulsion from the group. The special large team, consisting of 14 members, must rely exclusively on theft to acquire scorecards, making them a formidable opponent when united. This scenario also encompasses the dynamics of collaboration and competition between teams. The assessment will take place in a man-made forest. The 6 members of Team 1 are gathered. Deliberating strategy. Zhao Peng speaks first. "I have observed all the teams, and our team's overall strength appears to be the most formidable. With 5 out of 6 members ranked in the top 10, our sole weakness lies with classmate Liang Bo." Liang Bo nods in agreement. "Each of us holds 5 scorecards, and if other teams target us, I am the weakest link. This is merely one aspect to consider. More critically, as we embark on the search for scorecards, we must deliberate whether to split up. While separating increases the likelihood of discovery, it also renders us vulnerable to theft." Bai Yi ponders aloud, while Jiang Lexin, gravely manipulating the stones at her feet, adds, "I fear that if other teams unite, We may not stand a chance. While we can handle a single opponent, 2 or even 3 teams combined could diminish our odds significantly. Let us not forget that the special large team outnumbers us 2 to 1, and their reliance on theft will make them exceedingly aggressive. Guwan turns to Fang Ziqing. What is your perspective? Fang Ziqing, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass, surveys the surroundings. If it were up to me, we would simply raid the other teams. Our strength is unparalleled. There is no need to split. Zhao Peng furrows his brow, but I fear they may band together to attack us. Would we then forsake the search for hidden scorecards? Fang Ziqing smiles slightly. Of course we will search. We will merely have them assist us in finding the cards. Since one can claim only 1 scorecard per defeat, a team must win at least 5 times, providing ample time for them to uncover several scorecards, which do not adhere to the 1-card rule. As for uniting, it is simple. We must instill fear in them to prevent any collaboration. The group nods in contemplation, recognizing that a proactive approach may indeed be more advantageous than aimless defense. Jiang Lexin inquires, how shall we distribute the scorecards? Guwan rises. The cards claimed from defeated opponents belong to the individual, while the hidden scorecards obtained by the team will be evenly divided. The group nods in agreement, acknowledging the fairness of this arrangement, which ensures that everyone contributes while also considering the members who may be less fortunate. Jiang Lexin exclaimed with excitement, shall we begin our pursuit? Chapter 51, The Trap. Team 4 opted not to split up, primarily out of fear of being ambushed. However, their apprehensions materialized as 3 ability users emerged ahead: Guwan, Zhao Peng, and Jiang Lexin. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, their expressions grim. Cursed be their fate. For all were ranked among the top 10 experts. They hastily glanced backward to witness 3 more figures emerging from behind a large tree: Fang Ziqing, Bai Yi, and Liang Bo. The 6 exchanged looks, realizing that a confrontation was inevitable. A tall male student lowered his voice, suggesting, when the opportunity arises, we should break through as much as possible to minimize the loss of our points. The 3 at the back possess relatively weaker overall strength, so our primary focus should be on breaking through from the rear. The remaining 5 nodded in agreement. Retreat, the tall boy shouted, and the passerby swiftly charged towards Fang Ziqing and his companions. Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing exchanged faint smiles. Bang, bang. Before they could reach the trio, they fell into a prearranged trap. Onlookers gathered around, watching the passerby tumble clumsily into the deep pit. This cunning plan was devised by Liang Bo, who had once possessed a knack for trapping rabbits in his childhood. By utilizing leaves from the forest for camouflage, they rendered Team 4 utterly defeated without a single fight. Fang Ziqing and his team had prepared vines to pull them up. Reluctantly, the 6 of them produced their point cards, suffering significant losses in a short span. Yet they accepted their defeat with grace. After the 2 teams parted ways, the scoreboard on each team's wrist displayed new changes. The previously equal scoring teams transformed into Rank 1. Team 1, 36 points. Rank 6, Team 4, 24 points. The other teams felt a wave of tension. Within a brief period, one team had been utterly decimated, and Team 1 was proving formidable. However, Team 1 had also become a thorn in the side of the other teams. When Fang Ziqing's group encountered Team 2, they found themselves encircled. Team 2 intentionally dispatched 3 members as bait, while 9 others lay in ambush with Team 3. They surrounded the 3 members of Team 2, while the 9 ambushers encircled the 6. For a moment, neither side dared to make a rash move. The 6 remained unperturbed, having anticipated the possibility of a joint assault. Guwan calmly stated, let us execute Plan 1. First, Fang Ziqing and I will swiftly eliminate the 3 encircled individuals, while the remaining 3 must hold off the 9 for a moment. Once we free ourselves, we will join the fray. Despite their numerical advantage, their overall strength paled in comparison, for the opposing team boasted 5 advanced ability users. As soon as Guwan finished speaking, she and Fang Ziqing surged towards the 3 trapped individuals. Perhaps as an act of bait, the encircled group comprised 2 girls and a frail boy. The 2 exchanged a glance, both eager to secure victory over the other. Almost simultaneously, the unsuspecting girls were struck down by Guwan and Fang Ziqing. Subsequently, neither was willing to concede, and both raced towards the frail boy. The young man's complexion was pallid. I could hardly withstand 1, let alone 2. I hastily declared, I shall take care of it myself, and promptly lay down, conceding my defeat. The remaining 9, witnessing their comrade's swift collapse, did not remain idle. They swiftly targeted Liang Bo, the weakest among them. However, Liang Bo, while comparatively weaker than the other 5, was still ranked 18th among the capable ones. Moreover, he had cultivated a defensive technique, the Golden Shield, which allowed him to hold his ground for a while. After several exchanges, it became evident that none from our side had been subdued. Meanwhile, The formidable Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing had entered the fray. The 9 seemed to reach a consensus and chose to retreat in an instant. However, the advance had been easy, yet the retreat was fraught with difficulty. In Chapter 52, The Target of Many, by Yi and Zhao Peng, though unable to hold 3 opponents single-handedly, found it no challenge to contain one. Both were advanced capable individuals and dispatched their foes within 3 exchanges. This encounter yielded 5 scorecards for their team, 3 for Team 2, and 2 for Team 3. Jiang Lexin, having let an adversary escape due to a momentary lapse, lamented, "It's unfortunate that they got away." Gu Wan comforted her with a pat on the shoulder, saying, "No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities." With over 2 hours remaining until the deadline, the rankings were as follows. First place, number 1, with 41 scorecards. Second place, numbers 5 and 6, with 30 scorecards. Third place, number 3, with 28 scorecards. Fourth place, number 2, with 25 scorecards. Fifth place, number 4, with 24 scorecards. In total, they possessed 40 scorecards, just one shy of their competitors. The 6 exchanged glances and promptly resolved to target number 5. The saying goes, an innocent man bears the burden of wealth, and with such fortune comes the necessity of strength. As they sought number 5, they were unexpectedly approached by members of the special team, who encircled the 6 of them. The captain of Team 5 was none other than Yin Fi, who had previously been defeated by Fang Ziqing. He subsequently challenged other top 10 capable individuals and secured victories through his formidable defense. Yin Fi grinned at Xiang Qi, the only top 10 expert among the special team, whom he had previously vanquished. Although Xiang Qi had found opportunities to rise again afterward, their encounter remained somewhat awkward. Yin Fi remarked, "Brothers, while you may have the numbers, we have 3 top 10 experts among us. You know that the disparity between advanced and intermediate levels is unmistakable. Are you not afraid of being outmaneuvered?" Clearly, the formidable numbers of the special team were not intimidated by his words. While high cultivation indeed posed significant pressure, it did not encompass everything. True combat prowess was paramount. Furthermore, their side outnumbered the opposition significantly and had just emerged victorious, rendering them unfazed by Yin Fi's remarks. With a subtle exchange of glances, the 14 moved in to encircle Team 5. Observing the special team's resolute intent to eliminate them, Yin Fi signaled to a girl nearby. She retreated to the center of the group, and it was evident that the 10 scorecards just acquired were concealed upon her person. Upon realizing that the girl was surrounded, Xiang Qi and his companions immediately recognized her as the pivotal figure. A slight perplexity arose. Why would Team 5, with 3 top 10 experts, choose to protect her? In a scenario where 14 faced 6, 2 of Team 5's top 10 experts stood resolutely at the forefront, while the last remained as a guardian for that girl. Xiang Qi furrowed his brow. Despite their numerical superiority, the 3 esteemed top 10 experts were no trifling matter. Should a confrontation ensue, the victor remained uncertain. Xiang Qi then suggested, "Yin Fi, perhaps it would be wiser for you to concede. After all, losing just 1 point card per person would not entail significant loss." Yin Fi hesitated briefly, inwardly scoffing at the notion. "I trust you not. Once we abandon our defensive formation, the 10-point cards we just acquired will undoubtedly be snatched away by you." Stepping forward, he declared loudly, "Dream on. Do you truly believe that with just 1 advanced ability user and a few intermediates, you can best our 3 advanced ability users?" Upon hearing this, the other intermediate ability users exchanged glances, realizing that in a one-on-one clash, they would likely be subdued in mere moments. Chapter 53, The Heist. Xiang Qi chuckled. "Why must we defeat you? Merely entangling you will suffice." With a swift gesture, it appeared that the special squad had long since been assigned their tasks. 6 individuals engaged the 2 advanced ability users in front, while 2 others faced off against 2 intermediates from Team 5. Meanwhile, Xiang Qi led the remaining 5 to confront the last advanced ability user and the girl. A flicker of anxiety crossed Yin Fi's brow as he shouted towards the girl and the advanced ability user at the back, "They are targeting you. Retreat along the original route and ensure the point cards are well protected." Upon hearing Yin Fi's voice, the advanced ability user and the girl exchanged a glance and began to flee towards the rear. Xiang Qi, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight and signaled his companions. Indeed, Yin Fi and his team were obstructed by the 8 individuals left behind, while Xiang Qi and the remaining 5 pursued the 2 retreating ability users. Gu Wan and her companions lay in ambush, and just as Liang Bo attempted to move, Fang Ziqing restrained him, saying, "Stay still, the show is just beginning." Zhao Peng glanced back at Fang Ziqing and asked, "Why do you say that? Our target is clearly that girl. Shouldn't we pursue them?" Gu Wan cast a cool glance at Fang Ziqing and replied, "If even you perceive that the target lies with that girl, Do you truly think Yin Fiyu and Team 5 are so naive? Zhao Peng scratched his head in silence, while Bai Yi nodded, stating, earlier, Yin Fiyu deliberately mentioned the point cards to lure Xiang Qi into a trap. If I am not mistaken, the point cards should still be here. The 6 members of Team 1 remained concealed behind a thicket, closely monitoring the unfolding events before them. As the 4 surrounded individuals watched Xiang Qi and his companions gradually distance themselves, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. In an instant, the tension on the faces of the 8 surrounding them seemed to dissipate, as if sheep had transformed into wolves. Yin Fiyu tossed his hair with a sense of triumph, exclaiming, "Did you truly believe you could impede us?" The nearby top 10 expert laughed heartily, replying, "In fact, you are the prey." The dynamics of the scene shifted abruptly, as the 4 individuals proceeded to surround the 8. It seemed almost ludicrous. How could 4 possibly encircle 8? However, let us not forget that the only top 10 expert of the special squad, Xiang Qi, has already left, leaving behind merely 8 mid-level abilities. Although Team 5 consists of only 4 members, half of them are high-level abilities from the top 10. Within 3 minutes, the battle was decided. Indeed, in the presence of high-level abilities, mid-level abilities stood no chance of retaliation. Yin Fiyu, holding 8 scorecards in his hand, remarked that even if the 2 of them were captured, it would only result in a loss of 2 scorecards, while they would gain 8. Moreover, the 10 scorecards were not even in Mao Shuya's possession. He could already envision Xiang Qi's frustration. Beside him, the top 10 expert Sun Hong lamented that it was a pity Xiang Qi did not stay, for aside from the initial 5 scorecards, any others, whether seized or discovered, could be stolen all at once. The 6 scorecards taken by their special squad were undoubtedly in Xiang Qi's hands. Yin Fiyu nodded and said, "There's no rush. Once Xiang Qi realizes he has been deceived, he will surely choose to return for support. At that time, we will hide and give him a surprise from above." Sun Hong raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Indeed, when the time comes, a declaration of robbery will surely leave them bewildered." As if on cue, Gu Wan and her companions burst forth from the thicket, surrounding the 4 of them. In an instant, the 4 were left dumbfounded. What was happening? How could a team be here? Chapter 54. Who is the Yellow Bird? The 8 members of the special squad, crouched on the ground, shrugged their shoulders, reveling in their misfortune. Hee. Looks like Team 5 has now found themselves in the grasp of the mantis, with the Yellow Bird lurking behind, they said, completely unfazed. After being defeated and surrendering their scorecards, they could refuse to fight for a short period, so they preferred to sit back and watch the spectacle. Liang Bo was the first to step forward and said, "Haha, be sensible and hand over all your scorecards to avoid any bodily harm." Yin Fi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the presence of Team 1. To his astonishment, 4 of them were even high-level abilities ranked in the top 10. On their side, they only had 4 members. And in terms of quality, they were utterly outmatched. Moreover, there was that man. Yin Fiyu caught sight of Fang Ziqing and instinctively tightened. Fang Ziqing, upon seeing this familiar face, waved amiably. Yin Fiyu quickly turned his head away, pretending not to see. Gu Wan stepped forward and declared, "Let us be swift. Let us finish them off. There's a grand feast awaiting us afterward." She charged ahead, and even Fang Ziqing did not intervene. In less than a minute, the seated group transformed from 8 to 12. Yin Fiyu, with a wry smile, surrendered 4 basic cards, reluctantly producing the 8 cards he had seized and the 10 he had unexpectedly acquired. Liang Bo and the others displayed expressions of joy, as this haul was immensely gratifying. Meanwhile, Xiang Qi, who had caught up with Mao Shuya and her companion, saw them calmly producing 2 basic scorecards without even engaging in combat. Xiang Qi's heart sank, realizing he had been tricked. He quickly urged the 5 individuals beside him, hurry back, this is bad." The 5 swiftly turned and sped away, while Mao Shuya and her companion exchanged a knowing smile, clearly having devised this plan long ago. When Xiang Qi returned to the earlier location, panting heavily, he was taken aback. He had anticipated the worst, imagining that his 8-member team had been defeated by Yin Fiyu and his companions, resulting in the loss of 8 scorecards. However, before him sat 12 individuals on the ground. What was happening? One of the boys among the 8 forced a wry smile and said, "Boss Xiang, you've been deceived." Before he could inquire further, he noticed that Fang Ziqing and several others had surrounded his 6 companions. Upon realizing this, Xiang Qi's expression darkened. How could there be an entire team here? Not only were his companions exhausted from their hurried return, but even at their peak, they would struggle against a full team. Liang Bo stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Save your energy, hand over the scorecards." Xiang Qi, seeing his panting teammates, gritted his teeth and reluctantly nodded in resignation. The 6 members unwillingly surrendered their basic cards. Xiangqi went further, producing the scorecards of Mao Shuiying and her partner from Team 5, along with 6 cards stolen from Team 6. After handing over the cards, the members of Team 5 felt a sense of relief, knowing that others were faring even worse than they were. Once the members of the special team and Team 5 departed, the 6 gathered in a circle, gazing at the small mountain of scorecards piled on the ground. In addition to each member's basic 5 cards, totaling 30 in all, they had captured 6 cards from Team 6, 5 from Team 2, 22 from Team 5, and 14 from the special team. At that moment, the rankings shifted dramatically. First place, Team 1, 77 points. Second place, Team 3, 28 points. Third place, Team 2, 27 points. Fourth place, Teams 4, 5, and 6, 24 points each. Fifth place, the special team, 14 points. They had established a considerable lead with less than an hour remaining in the competition. The outcome appeared largely settled. It was merely a matter of which team could claim second place in the limited remaining time. Guwan stood up and remarked, "However, we must not become complacent. Some teams may still discover hidden scorecards." Jiang Lexin nodded, asking, "Shall we continue rating?" Chapter 55. First, at this suggestion, the group brightened visibly. Clearly, the series of raids had exhilarated everyone. Guwan hesitated before replying, "Let us see how their luck holds. If we encounter them, we'll take them down. But let us not deliberately target any particular team." Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing that they had already bullied several teams, including some of their own classmates, which might make for awkward encounters in class later on. As the deadline approached, all participants returned to the predetermined assembly point. This competition had yielded significant rewards for everyone. Once removed from the arena-style competition, success relied not only on brute strength, but also on cunning. Hey Leida observed the glum expressions of most participants and smiled faintly, as if to say they needed to experience a setback. He pointed to the score standings displayed on the screen. Undoubtedly, Team 1 remained firmly in first place. Surprisingly, Team 5 occupied second place. It seemed that in the final hour, Team 5 had been busy, either raiding other teams or uncovering hidden scorecards. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the comprehensive strength of Team 5 is indeed the second strongest, following Team 1, and such a conclusion is not entirely unacceptable. The leader spoke, announcing, "With the conclusion of the match, the top 2 teams will be selected as substitutes for the main team during the competition." The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing that despite the numerous shortcomings displayed in today's contest, both teams had rightfully earned their rankings through merit. However, even with the selection of 2 teams, Team 1 still included a level 1 intermediate ability user. According to the distribution of maximum combat power, it would be more advantageous to replace this individual with a higher level ability user, especially considering the competition with other academies. Prior to the match, it was stated that adjustments would be made based on individual scorecards, yet Team 1 ultimately divided the points equally among its members, resulting in each participant possessing numerous scorecards, far exceeding the members of other teams. The leader pondered for a moment, recognizing that rules once established should not be altered. Nonetheless, the competition was a serious matter, one that affected the honor and resource allocation of the entire academy. Logically, it was essential to exclude the academy's weakest link. However, combat power was only one aspect, as the synergy among team members also played a crucial role. The leader allowed them to decide for themselves. All 5 members shook their heads, indicating that they did not wish to change personnel. Throughout today's training, the 6 individuals had already forged friendships and established their own little circle. Liang Bo glanced at his teammates, who were all expressing their determination to the leader on his behalf, feeling a sense of guilt as he stepped forward and said, "Thank you all, truly, for your trust. However, considering the rivalry among the 3 major academies, I fear I will be a burden to you all." Fang Ziqing frowned at this, clapping Liang Bo on the shoulder and stating, "What are you saying? Even if our team does not consist entirely of high-level ability users, we can still defeat the other 2 academies." Liang Bo looked at Fang Ziqing gratefully, shaking his head in response. "Thank you, Fang, but my strength is indeed insufficient. It would be better to allow someone more capable to take my place. There will be other competitions, and I believe I can represent the academy next time." Seeing Liang Bo resolute in his decision, Fang Ziqing chose not to press further, merely giving Liang Bo's shoulder a gentle pat. The leader approached Liang Bo, placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, "Student Liang, your actions are commendable. Thinking of the collective is important. However, the rules are set by me. To compensate for your sacrifice, how about I gift you an intermediate martial skill when you reach level 2? At this, not only Liang Bo but also the other students brightened, for an intermediate martial skill was worth thousands of points. They looked at Liang Bo with envy. As he scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed at receiving such a generous offer. Acknowledging his acceptance, the leader nodded and declared, "Then we shall select a level 1 high ability user from the second-ranked team to replace Student Liang." Chapter 56. The pot falls from the sky. Upon hearing this, Yin Fiyu and the other two felt their breaths quicken. After all, their team boasted 3 level 1 high ability users, giving them a 1/3 chance. According to the rules, those with more scorecards would prevail. The leader turned to the 3 individuals. Yin Fiyu exhaled, knowing that he had contributed the most to the team, thus earning the highest number of scorecards. Although the other 2 advanced practitioners were reluctant, it was undeniable that Yin Fi had exhibited the greatest strength. Thus there were no objections. Consequently, the primary team of the first advanced academy was formed, comprising Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing, Bai Yi, Zhao Peng, Jiang Lexin, and Yin Fu. The substitute team saw Yin Fiyu swap places with Liang Bo, allowing Liang Bo, Sun Hong, and Mao Shia to join. Those who were not selected could only regretfully return to their residences, although they could not participate in the team competition. Achieving commendable results in the individual competition would still be worthwhile. The remaining 12 individuals would serve as seeds for the team competition a week later. The imposing black boss regarded them and remarked, "The team competition differs from the individual competition. Relying solely on individual prowess is insufficient." Just as in this battle, Team 5 employed strategy to easily dispatch Team 1, which serves as an exemplary case. The crowd nodded in agreement, contemplating that had Team 1 not been vigilant, they might have found themselves outmaneuvered. If Team 5 could seize Team 1's scorecards and evade them, they might indeed contend for the top position. Each team must possess a core. The individual who ultimately decides the policy becomes the nucleus of the entire team. "I give you 3 minutes to elect a captain and a vice-captain," stated the black boss with an air of indifference. The 6 exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Gu Wan, the most skilled among them, was undoubtedly the prime candidate for captain. However, determining the vice-captain proved more challenging, as the other 5 were all top 10 experts, each with their own pride, making it unlikely that any would yield to the others. Fang Ziqing did not care who took the position, as long as it was not herself. Gu Wan stepped forward and proposed, "Let us vote. It is the most equitable approach." The others nodded in agreement, and Gu Wan was unanimously elected as the captain. When it came to the vice-captaincy, no one stepped forward to contend. Yin Fiyu, being a newcomer to the team, had few acquaintances. Only Fang Ziqing could be considered a partial friend. Aware that he had little chance of being chosen, he opted to observe rather than compete. Although Jiang Lexin and Zhao Peng were both familiar with each other and were in the same class, they felt they lacked leadership qualities. As for Bai Yi, her gaze frequently darted towards Fang Ziqing, clearly displaying her disinterest in the captaincy. Seeing the stalemate was unproductive, Yin Fiyu, as an outsider, felt no need to adhere to social niceties. He straightforwardly declared, "I support classmate Fang Ziqing." To him, Fang Ziqing represented his only true acquaintance. Despite her peculiar interests, he had sensed her formidable strength on the arena, acknowledging that even in current rankings, he was beneath her. Should she truly desire it, it was likely that only Gu Wan could rival her prowess. Naturally, a strong leader could guide the team effectively. Upon hearing Yin Fiyu's endorsement, Bai Yi quickly raised both hands, exclaiming, "I too support her." Jiang Lexin and Zhao Peng nodded in agreement, as everyone had witnessed each other's performances throughout the competition. Though Fang Ziqing seldom spoke, her contributions were always crucial, and her decisive actions on the battlefield were as fierce and resolute as Gu Wan's. Leaving them with no objections, Gu Wan nodded slightly. "All right, let it be." Chapter 57. Field training. The crowd witnessed Fang Ziqing step forward, speaking with righteous conviction. To be candid, he had been momentarily distracted, contemplating when he could next visit the Hope Orphanage to see the children. He was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the vice-captain had suddenly risen to prominence over him. Casting a resentful glance at Yin Fu, he frightened him into feigning interest in the sky above. Bai Yi tugged at Fang Ziqing's sleeve, saying, "Ziqing, just accept it. After all, you have a captain above you, and it's merely a nominal title." Yin Fiyu hastily interjected, "Indeed, just like a vice-class monitor assists the head monitor." Just as Fang Ziqing was about to refuse, he saw Gu Wan approach the black leader to report the situation, effectively denying him the opportunity to protest. With the choices for the captains and vice-captains of the 2 teams now determined, the black leader nodded and stated, "What is referred to as the main force in reserve can also be called Team 1 and Team 2. Team 1's captain is Gu Wan, and the vice-captain is Fang Ziqing. Team 2's captain is Sun Hong, and the vice-captain is Liang Bo. After all, being part of Team 1, it was only fitting that they could manage to hold a vice-captain position in Team 2. Fang Ziqing, observing Liang Bo's lack of ambition, gave him a swift kick to rouse him from his stupor. The black leader raised his hand for silence. All right, let me outline your training tasks for this week. First and foremost, I will be your instructor, and the class teachers behind me will assist in your training. The crowd nodded in agreement. The black leader was evidently the highest-ranking individual in the First Advanced Academy. As Lianya had previously mentioned, the black leader's abilities far surpassed hers. The 12 individuals were blindfolded and escorted to their training ground. When their blindfolds were finally removed, they were astonished to find themselves not in a training room, but in a primeval forest. Looking up, the trees towered nearly 100 meters high, their massive branches obscuring the sun completely. The black leader spoke leisurely. The focus of your training today is survival. Survival? What could that possibly entail? From this moment on, no one would provide you with any resources or resting places. Your wristwatches would also be confiscated, and everything would need to be accomplished by your own hands. The group nodded, although most were pampered young ladies and gentlemen. Their abilities as capable individuals assured them that survival would pose no problem. Noticing their dismissive expressions, the black leader smirked. Oh, I forgot to mention. There may be others who will attempt to disrupt your training. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their faces reflecting concern as they regarded Lianya and the other teachers accompanying the black leader. It seemed the days ahead would be anything but tranquil. Accompanying the black leader were the class teachers, Lianya from the 10th class, Gao Ge from the 1st class, and Feng Yiwen from the 2nd class. They were chosen to assist in the training as most of the 12 students hailed from the 1st, 2nd, and 10th classes. The class teachers understood them best, hence their presence. Good luck, little ones. With that, the black leader and the teachers vanished, leaving the 12 students in a state of disarray amidst the wind. Clearly, teams 1 and 2 were to be separated for training, and after bidding farewell, the friends parted ways, heading in opposite directions. Gu Wan and her companions traversed the forest while searching for sources of water and other essentials. Fang Ziqing, as he walked, casually marked his path. Bai Yi, who followed closely behind, noticed this and quickly approached him with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Ziqing, you are truly attentive." Naturally, Gu Wan, with her sharp ears, overheard their exchange and nodded in approval at Fang Ziqing's markings. In such a dense forest, it was exceedingly easy to lose one's way, particularly since their watches had been confiscated. However, the incessant laughter between the two at the back was quite irksome. Chapter 58. I want to pat your head. Gu Wan halted and signaled for them to gather around. Observing the encroaching twilight, she proposed a plan of action. Jiang Lexin raised her hand and suggested, "Shouldn't we first find a place to stay? Otherwise, we won't have a restful night, and if it rains, it could turn disastrous." Bai Yi nodded in agreement, adding, "Everything was confiscated when we arrived. Without a water source, we cannot last long. I propose we prioritize finding both water and shelter." The group reached a consensus, although some differences arose. Zhao Peng remarked, "In matters of chance, splitting the team might increase our odds. What do you think?" Jiang Lexin frowned, surveying their surroundings. "But what if we get lost? The forest at night can be quite terrifying." Fang Ziqing rose from the tree he was leaning against and said, "It's simple. We can split into 2 teams. But each team should consist of 3 members to provide mutual support in case we lose our way. To avoid getting lost, I suggest we mark our path at intervals for easy reference. Let us agree on a time to regroup here, regardless of whether we find anything." Gu Wan approached and nodded, stating, "All right, regardless of our findings, we will reconvene here in 3 hours. They ultimately decided that Gu Wan would lead one team, comprising Jiang Lexin and Zhao Peng, while Fang Ziqing would lead the other, consisting of Bai Yi and Yin Fiu. Fang Ziqing felled some smaller trees around them to create a formation, as the scenery in the forest was largely uniform, and missing each other during the regrouping would be troublesome. The others nodded in acknowledgement of Fang Ziqing's meticulousness. Listening to Fang Ziqing's explanation, Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. The primary objective for Fang Ziqing and his team was to locate a suitable place to settle, while Gu Wan and her team aimed to find water and food. Just before they departed, Fang Ziqing leaned close to Gu Wan, whispering softly, "Be cautious. There may be wild beasts in the forest." The warm breath against her ear made Gu Wan's cheeks flush momentarily, and she feigned impatience, saying, "I know." Seeing this, Fang Ziqing smiled and turned to leave. "Hey!" He turned around, looking at Gu Wan, who had her head down, and said softly, "You too, be careful." Had he not been close, he might have missed her quiet words. Observing Gu Wan's clumsiness, Fang Ziqing felt a playful urge rise within him. Before Gu Wan could react, he gently patted her head and slipped away. Gu Wan clenched her fists, remaining silent. After the team split, Fang Ziqing walked alongside Bai Yi, while Yin Fiu, eager to alleviate any awkwardness, declared he would scout ahead. As Bai Yi walked with her head down, silence enveloped her. Fang Ziqing turned slightly and asked, "What is the matter?" Bai Yi glanced up at him, pouted, and lowered her head once more. After a considerable pause, a sour voice emerged. "You didn't even pat my head." Fang Ziqing, caught between laughter and tears at her aggrieved expression, surmised that she must have witnessed him petting Gu Wan's head earlier. Affectedly feigning ignorance, he cleared his throat and continued walking ahead. Meanwhile, Yin Fiyu, who was ahead, overheard their conversation and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that Fang Ziqing truly had no affection for women? After all, even a fool could discern Bai Yi's intentions. Could he really be oblivious? With this thought, Yin Fiyu quickened his pace, distancing himself from Fang Ziqing. Bai Yi stole a glance at Fang Ziqing's impassive demeanor and felt a surge of annoyance. She hastily marched to his front, blocking his path. Fang Ziqing, puzzled by her sudden approach, wondered what she intended to do. To his surprise, Bai Yi raised her hands in an adorable manner and placed his right hand atop her head. Amused yet bemused, Fang Ziqing gently tousled her hair. Bai Yi let out a sound akin to that of a kitten, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chapter 59, Deprivation of Water and Food. Ziqing. "I have a rather awkward request," Bai Yi said, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment. Fang Ziqing, sensing trouble, quickly stepped away from her, urging, "If it's an awkward request, then it's best left unspoken. Look, Yin Fiyu is almost out of sight. We should hurry to catch up." Frustrated, Bai Yi stamped her foot, but soon followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, Gu Wan's group was in despair. After nearly an hour of trekking, they had yet to encounter a single water source. Their only meager find was a cluster of mushrooms of uncertain edibility. Whether it was psychological pressure or the exhausting trek that drained their moisture, Jiang Lexin felt her lips parched. She licked them and pondered. "What shall we do if we can't find water?" Zhao Peng grimaced at her words. "Sister, could you please refrain from your ominous predictions? What you said makes me anxious." A group of pampered young ladies and gentlemen from the academy never imagined they would one day find themselves without water. Meanwhile, the shadowy figures, led by the enigmatic Black Boss, exchanged knowing smirks. "Oh, little ones, you have much to learn." Observing Fang Ziqing marking their path, Black Boss nodded in approval. "Is this your student?" Keen awareness. Lianya chuckled softly but shook her head. "They still have a long way to go." Black Boss remarked with a hint of melancholy. "Indeed, they are unaware of the challenges that lie ahead. Enduring hardships now is far preferable to facing dire consequences in the future." Lianya solemnly nodded in agreement. Recognizing that the abilities they admired came with burdens beyond the ordinary, the two then parted ways, with Black Boss joining Gu Wan's group, while Lianya accompanied Fang Ziqing's. Despite her presence alongside Fang Ziqing and the others, the trio remained blissfully unaware of her company. Lianya possessed exceptional stealth skills, making her nearly undetectable even to those of equal prowess, let alone the inexperienced novices accompanying her. Over an hour passed, and all that surrounded them were towering trees and dense thickets, leaving no sanctuary in sight. Bai Yi rubbed her calves, grateful for the standardized combat attire she had donned prior to their venture. Otherwise, her bare thighs would likely bear numerous scars. Yin Fiyu sighed, pondering what truly constituted a suitable refuge. After searching fruitlessly for quite some time, he lamented, "All I see are trees, nothing but trees." Fang Ziqing shifted slightly and remarked, "The ideal scenario would be to discover a cave or something similar, at the very least. We should find a place shielded from the wind and rain to construct a resting area." Bai Yi nodded, acutely aware of the unpredictable climate within the forest. Should it rain, their predicament would worsen. It was one thing to be drenched, but the greater concern was losing their markers to torrential downpours. Fang Ziqing stood and declared, "Let us continue onward. We still have over an hour until the designated time. We must keep searching." Yin Fiyu nodded in agreement, sighing. "I just wonder if they managed to find food and water." He licked his parched lips. Bai Yi's expression darkened as she replied solemnly, "Indeed, food may be manageable. But without water, our combat effectiveness could plummet by half by tomorrow. If this were a competition." Fang Ziqing nodded in silent agreement. Bai Yi was right. And under competitive circumstances, their situation would indeed become dire. Gu Wan and her companions spent 3 exhausting hours without discovering a water source. However, they did gather quite a number of mushrooms and even caught a few rabbits. Estimating that their time was nearly up, Gu Wan made a mark and said, "It's almost time to return. Let us hope they bring back good news." Chapter 60. The precious barbecue. Relying on intuition often leads to temporal discrepancies. By the time Gu Wan and her party arrived at the rendezvous point, night had fallen, and they could see a campfire flickering in the distance. Upon their arrival, Fang Ziqing and the others stood and inquired, "How did it go? Did you find a water source?" Gu Wan shook her head, lifting the rabbits she had caught. "We only managed to get these. What about you?" Fang Ziqing also shook his head, saying, we didn't find a natural cave. But we did come across some edible fruits. The group placed their findings beside the campfire. 2 gray rabbits, a dozen thumb-sized red berries, and some mushrooms of uncertain edibility. They all patted their stomachs, exchanging glances. Jiang Lexin plopped down with a sigh, lamenting, it seems we shall be sleeping under the stars tonight. Fang Ziqing tossed a red berry towards Jiang Lexin, who caught it with gleaming eyes, exclaiming, perfect timing. Although we lack water, this fruit should quench my thirst. Fang Ziqing reached out to dissuade her, but before he could speak, she had already taken a bite. Yuck! It's both sour and astringent. The 3 exchanged exasperated looks. Guwan playfully slapped Jiang Lexin on the head, saying, we should be grateful for what we have. Don't be so picky. Jiang Lexin covered her head and stuck out her tongue, replying, I was just a bit thirsty, that's all. Guwan furrowed her brows. The lack of food was not particularly concerning, but the absence of water posed a significant problem. Fang Ziqing stepped forward, stating, it's not that there isn't anything to drink. The group turned their gazes towards him, whereupon he brandished the rabbit that Guwan had knocked unconscious. Guwan, still frowning, remarked, you can't possibly mean. Fang Ziqing nodded, affirming, indeed, there is moisture in the rabbit's blood. Jiang Lexin quickly waved her hands, insisting, no. I feel I can hold on for a while longer, I want tea drink. Fang Ziqing, observing Jiang Lexin's refusal, shifted his attention to the parched Bai, who suddenly turned pale, clearly unwilling and too frightened to drink. Fang Ziqing shrugged and set the rabbit down. As the group gathered around the campfire, Zhao Peng suddenly inquired, how did this fire start? Weren't we told not to bring anything? Bai chuckled, you should ask Ziqing about that. He just poked at it with a little stick and voila, fire appeared. The group regarded him, and Fang Ziqing scoffed inwardly at their ignorance, thinking, a bunch of unsophisticated folks, unaware of the method of friction fire. To divert their curiosity about the fire's origin, he changed the subject, saying, we cannot eat mushrooms until we ascertain their toxicity. Thus, we have these fruits left. Though they are somewhat sour and a bit bitter, they are harmless. Each person can have 2. He decided to save the rabbit's blood before cooking it, as it could be a lifesaver in case they struggled to find water for an extended period. Upon hearing this, the group had no objections and began to organize their tasks. Bai stood up to distribute the red fruits, while Fang Ziqing went to gather several large leaves from the trees to fashion into makeshift cups. He then signaled Yin Fiyu to make an incision on the rabbit. Yin Fiyu gulped nervously. Having never killed anything before, even a rabbit felt like a significant life. The 2 rabbits, once drained of blood, yielded barely 2 small cups. After skinning them, he skewered the meat on branches and placed them over the fire to roast. The group surrounded the 2 small rabbits, the sounds of swallowed saliva echoing in the air. They had expended considerable energy during the competition before arriving and were now famished. When Fang Ziqing poked the meat with a stick and saw it was nearly cooked, he declared, it should be ready to eat. Chapter 61. An unusual night. No one dared to be the first to take a piece, their eyes wide with anticipation as they stared at the 2 perfectly roasted rabbits. Guwan took the initiative, picking up one to share with Jiang Lexin and Bai beside her, and proceeded to distribute pieces to everyone in turn. Oblivious to their manners, the 6 of them devoured the small portions of rabbit meat ravenously. A few minutes later, Jiang Lexin exclaimed, I've never tasted unseasoned rabbit meat this delicious before. However, even that small piece would not satisfy an average person, let alone those with extraordinary abilities like themselves. Fang Ziqing glanced at the sky and said, we must make do for today. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances during the night, we should take turns keeping watch. Guwan nodded in agreement, suggesting, let us split into 3 groups for the night watch. This way, we can have longer rest periods. The group nodded in consensus. Expressing no dissent, Bai tugged at Fang Ziqing's sleeve, batting her eyelashes. Fang Ziqing nodded, indifferent about whom he would join for the watch. Guwan also noticed Bai's gesture, though she harbored the same thought. However, given her personality, it is beyond her capacity to express such sentiments openly. After the assignments were finalized, Bai, Fang Ziqing, and the night watch with Guwan, Jiang Lexin, and the middle watch with Yin Fu, Zhao Peng, and the last watch with Bai and Fang Ziqing. 4 of them found a large tree nearby to rest against, while Bai and Fang Ziqing remained by the campfire. Estimating that it was nearly 11 or 12 o'clock, Bai, observing the animated Fang Ziqing, chuckled and remarked, are you a night owl? Why so excited? Upon noticing that their companions had drifted off to sleep, Bai leaned closer to Fang Ziqing and whispered, we haven't spent a night together yet. Fang Ziqing felt a slight tickle in his ear and, turning away from her, replied, all right, come lie on me for a bit. Bai hesitated at first, But upon hearing Fang Ziqing's invitation, her cheeks flushed with shyness, and she obediently nodded. Cautiously, she shifted her body closer to Fang Ziqing, who was tending to the campfire across from her. Her heart raced, and she pressed her hand against her chest, letting out a soft sigh as she stole a glance at him. The flames illuminated his face, casting a gentle glow that revealed a demeanor both mild yet tinged with a hint of coldness. The forest at night was silent except for the occasional sounds of wildlife and the crackling of burning branches. Bai Yi tilted her head slightly and gently rested it on Fang Ziqing's left shoulder. Meanwhile, a pair of observers, Helpless and Liangya, were enjoying beers and the prepared food. Liangya, wiping her mouth, remarked, "Isn't this a bit cruel to them?" Helpless patted his belly and shook his head. "This is precisely meant to train them. Besides, we went through the same trials back in our day. As an old fogey, I want to join in their antics." He raised his beer bottle to his lips. Liangya nodded and cautioned, "Don't drink too much. It could hinder us if anything happens." Helpless shrugged and set the bottle down. They had established a rotation for the night watch, each team taking shifts of about 2 hours before waking the next group. However, Bai Yi, sensing the time passing too swiftly, turned to Fang Ziqing and suggested, "Ziqing, I'm not tired at all. I can take the watch. You can sleep in my arms. No need to wake the next group. They look exhausted. I can handle it." Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. "Thank you for your kindness, Bai. However, rules are rules." Turning around, they saw Gu Wan, her expression stern, standing behind them. Although she was addressing Bai Yi, her gaze remained fixed on Fang Ziqing. Behind her, Jiang Lexin appeared, still drowsy. Yawning, she said, "Wow, it's our turn already. Gu Wan, are you feeling sleepy?" Hearing this, Bai Yi stood up, ready to speak, but was interrupted as Gu Wan smacked Jiang Lexin on the head. "Still sleepy?" Jiang Lexin covered her head, tears brimming in her eyes as she quickly replied, "Not sleepy anymore. I feel wide awake now." Fang Ziqing set down the stick he was using to poke the fire and nodded toward Gu Wan and Jiang Lexin. "Then we'll leave it to you." With this, Bai Yi had nothing further to say, and the two found trees nearby to lean against and rest. Before 10 minutes had elapsed, Jiang Lexin had already begun to nod off. Gu Wan shook her head and gently carried her to the side to rest for a while, gazing at the flickering campfire. She recalled the scene of Bai Yi leaning against Fang Ziqing's shoulder, and a frown creased her brow. Recently, Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing had grown increasingly close, which was quite vexing. Impatiently, she struck the flames before her with a stick. A fleeting shadow danced within the wavering firelight, prompting Gu Wan to rise. Entering a state of alertness as she called out, "Who goes there?" As the light of the fire illuminated the figure stepping out of the shadows, she recognized Fang Ziqing, who approached with a smile. "Shall we chat?" he inquired. Seeing this, Gu Wan relaxed her clenched fists, turned her back to him, and replied with a stoic expression. "What is there to talk about?" Fang Ziqing moved closer, placing his hands upon her shoulders and gently kneading them. "It's not good to remain so tense," he remarked. Feeling an unusual sensation at her shoulders, Gu Wan instinctively shifted, casting a furtive glance at their companions nearby. "No need to look around. Aside from us, everyone else is asleep." It won't tarnish the esteemed image of Miss Gu, he reassured her. Gu Wan spat in annoyance and vigorously shook her shoulders in protest. Yet, she ultimately did not shake off Fang Ziqing's hands, which conveyed a playful flirtation. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but smile after spending time together. No one understood Gu Wan better than he did. Although she often presented an aloof demeanor, deep down, she longed for care and attention more than anyone else. He channeled a bit of his spiritual energy, perhaps due to their shared cultivation. When Fang Ziqing's energy entered Gu Wan's body, it encountered no resistance at all. In fact, it felt as if Gu Wan's own energy was eagerly welcoming him in. Gu Wan gritted her teeth, thinking of the unworthy fellows. A strand of Fang Ziqing's spiritual energy surged rapidly into her body, skillfully navigating the seldom-used meridians and corners. In an instant, Gu Wan felt a wave of relief sweep through her, as if her cultivation had slightly advanced. It must be said that, in terms of mastery over spiritual energy, Gu Wan was acutely aware that she fell short of Fang Ziqing. After a complete cycle, her previously tense body began to soften. Fang Ziqing withdrew his energy and released her shoulders. Gu Wan was left with an inexplicable sense of loss, perhaps stemming from the energy within her, perhaps from her own heart, or perhaps a combination of both. Sitting beside Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing and she quietly observed the campfire, neither daring to break the silence. After a considerable time, Gu Wan could no longer restrain herself and slightly turned her head, asking, "Honestly, what level are you at now?" Fang Ziqing squinted his eyes and grinned. "Why don't you take a guess?" Gu Wan scoffed and turned away, focusing on the fire with the stick in her hand. Fang Ziqing smiled slightly, His playful spirit ignited. After a moment's thought, he inched closer to Gu Wan. Without turning her head, she questioned, "What are you doing?" Just then, she felt Fang Ziqing's head unceremoniously resting on her lap, as if declaring his intention to nap. Gu Wan clenched her fists tightly, raising them high. "If you don't get up, I swear I'll turn you into a pig's head." Chapter 63. A new day begins with thirst upon witnessing this. Fang Ziqing hastily buried his head even deeper. Gu Wan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, lowering her raised fist gently. As she felt waves of warmth emanating from her stomach, an air of awkwardness enveloped her. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing pondered in confusion, wondering why he had not faced any punishment. It was quite illogical. He slightly turned his head, casting a glance at Gu Wan, who seemed lost in thought, staring blankly into the distance. Fang Ziqing inhaled the faint fragrance that lingered around Gu Wan, reluctantly lifting his head from her thigh. A jest was acceptable, but prolonged indulgence could lead to complications. Just as he raised his head, a sudden force pressed it back down. Pondering Gu Wan's intentions, he mused that if she enjoyed his presence, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to stay a while longer. He heard a soft and hesitant voice say, "Just stay lying down." Fang Ziqing quickly shook his head, attempting to rise, but was once again subdued by a powerful force, accompanied by an impatient voice. "If I say lie down, then lie down. What else with all the chatter?" Finally, reassured, Fang Ziqing thought, this must be the true nature of Miss Gu. He lost track of time, feeling the residual warmth from Gu Wan and the delicate scent wafting from her as he gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he noticed a faint light emerging on the horizon, finding himself leaning against a large tree. His companions were beginning to stir, some still in a drowsy state. Bai Yi rubbed her shoulders and remarked, "This night of sleep was utterly exhausting, so hard and cold." Jiang Lexian sneezed several times, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. If it weren't for our robust physiques as abilities users, we would surely catch a cold in such damp and frigid conditions." October had ushered in winter, and the temperatures were steadily dropping. Before their arrival, they had been clad in standard training outfits, which provided sufficient warmth within the academy. However, in the forest, it proved inadequate. Zhao Peng and Yin Fiu, who had kept watch during the night, stretched their stiff limbs, wearing grim expressions. A new day begins with hunger. Upon hearing this, a collective sigh escaped the group. Indeed, the most pressing concern was not shelter, but sustenance. None among the six possessed any expertise in wilderness survival skills, nor did they know where to find a water source. Gu Wan, holding 2 small cups of rabbit blood collected the previous day, declared, "If anyone can't hold out, you may drink a sip." Even Zhao Peng and Yin Fi shook their heads vigorously, let alone the 2 girls. The thought of drinking rabbit blood was something they would never have considered before, irrespective of its taste. Who could ascertain whether it harbored parasites or other unsavory elements? Gu Wan turned to Fang Ziqing and inquired, "What about you?" Fang Ziqing walked directly towards Gu Wan, accepting a cup of rabbit blood. A flicker of spiritual energy emanating from his hand. With no filtration devices available, he used his energy to cleanse it slightly. Amidst their incredulous gazes, he took a few sips. The sight of hair remnants from the rabbit blood collection lingering at his lips caused a shudder among the group. To be honest, he was unlike these pampered young masters and ladies. As a child, he scavenged through garbage heaps for food, and simply finding something to eat brought him joy, regardless of its condition. The current situation was clear. Everyone had already expended a significant amount of energy before venturing into the forest. After yesterday's arduous journey, everyone found themselves in a state of severe dehydration, and their combat readiness had significantly diminished. Bai Yi was right. If this were a competition, they would undoubtedly struggle to persevere. It was now imperative for someone to take the lead in consuming the rabbit's blood. Only once the first person did, so would the others follow suit. Yin Fiu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he asked, "Fang, how do you feel?" Zhao Peng and the others nodded in agreement. Regardless of their previous perceptions of Fang Ziqing, he now undeniably appeared to be a true man. Fang Ziqing smacked his lips and remarked, "Not bad. It tastes absolutely delightful. Are you all going to drink, or shall I finish it all?" Zhao Peng and Yin Fi licked their parched lips, exchanged glances, and steeled themselves to step forward. Fang Ziqing handed over a cup made from leaves. And after a moment's hesitation, Yin Fiu accepted it. He gazed at the dark red rabbit's blood in the cup, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and gulped it down. Zhao Peng, seeing this, became anxious and exclaimed, "Hey, slow down. Save some for me." Gu Wan glanced at the rabbit's blood in her hand, approached by Yi and Jiang Lexian, and suggested, "Shall we also have a sip?" She promptly took a drink from the leaf cup, observing Gu Wan's decisiveness. Bai Yi gritted her teeth and took the cup. For someone accustomed to a life of luxury, this was indeed a considerable challenge. After swallowing a mouthful, Before she could pause, the metallic taste flooded her senses. Looking toward Fang Ziqing, who nodded encouragingly from a distance, Bai Yi forced a smile despite feeling nauseated. Jiang Lexin watched as everyone except her had partaken, but despite her efforts, she struggled to follow suit. With a pale complexion, she waved her hand and said, "I think I'll pass. I believe I can still endure." Before she could finish, Guwan playfully tapped her on the head and said, "This isn't about your thirst. It's about whether you can maintain your combat effectiveness if this were a competition." Jiang Lexin, with a quivering voice, replied, "I understand now. It's just rabbit's blood. I'll drink it." She then adopted a dramatic expression of resignation and swallowed the remaining blood in one go. Jiang Lexin blinked and said, "It's not as terrible as I imagined." Laughter erupted among the group. Meanwhile, observing from a distance, the imposing black boss and Liang Ye exchanged glances filled with admiration. If they could not overcome such a minor challenge, they were unworthy representatives of the first advanced academy in the team competition. Liang Ye nodded. They could not foresee that the trial was ongoing, and each individual's performance was being meticulously recorded. Had Jiang Lexin hesitated any longer in consuming the rabbit's blood, it would have severely hindered their combat capability and jeopardized the team. At that moment, Team 2 was fortunate to showcase an outstanding member, who would undoubtedly take the place of any underperformer. Black Boss turned to Liang Ye and said, "Your class has a commendable student. What was his name again?" "Fang Ziqing." Without turning her head, Liang Ye replied, "At this juncture." The six of them devised a plan for the day. Both teams would diligently search for water sources or suitable alternatives, followed by food, and finally shelter. They would then split into two groups, agreeing to reconvene at this location at noon. Fang Ziqing and his companions continued their search along the marks made yesterday, ultimately discovering the red fruits at the final location. As twilight had descended at that time, their search had been hasty. They now sought to explore further, hoping to uncover additional treasures. Meanwhile, Gu Wan and her group were charting a newly established route, wishing for a stroke of good fortune. Upon arriving at the spot where the red fruits had been found, Fang Ziqing pondered aloud. This area, known for its growth of plants beyond mere trees, must possess some peculiar qualities. We can only wonder if they might prove beneficial to us. Yin Fiu, wielding a twig, began to prod the wild grass below, recalling that the red fruits had been nestled amongst the verdure. Suddenly, his face lit up with excitement. "Look over there," he exclaimed, turning to call out to Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi. Both rushed over to see where Yin Fiu was pointing. In front of them lay an open space teeming with numerous small red fruits. Just as Yin Fiu was about to rise and collect them, Fang Ziqing pressed him back down. Confused, Yin Fiu heard Fang Ziqing ask, "Did you hear any unusual sounds?" Bai Yi, covering her mouth, whispered, "It's coming from above, quick. Look." Yin Fiu quickly cast his gaze upward, discovering a flock of birds resembling sparrows circling high above, as though on alert for potential threats. The trio fell silent, refraining from making any noise as they awaited the descent of the birds. It soon became evident that these red fruits were the sustenance for the sparrow-like creatures. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with realization. Each of these birds was sizable, comparable to a couple of rabbits. If they could capture one. Yin Fiu shared her thoughts. Glancing at Fang Ziqing, eagerly awaiting his signal, Fang Ziqing beckoned the two to draw closer. Observing the creatures, which bore likeness to sparrows from his world yet differed in size, he inquired, "Do you know what kind of animal this is? What are its behavioral traits?" Bai Yi and Yin Fiu exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Having grown up in a manor, Bai Yi had never even watched a film with others, let alone studied wild birds. Yin Fiu's background was no different. Raised in privilege, he had little reason to pay attention to such matters, having either received elite education or indulged in hedonistic pursuits prior to awakening his abilities. Seeing their lack of knowledge, Fang Ziqing frowned slightly. It would pose a challenge not to understand the characteristics of these creatures. The birds, despite having reached their feeding ground, continued to hover in vigilance, indicating their caution. If they were to charge recklessly, they risked alarming them. Bai Yi raised her hand in confusion. "Ziqing, aren't we supposed to catch these birds? Why are we worried about startling them?" Yin Fiu nodded in agreement, seeking clarification. Fang Ziqing covered his face, realizing the idiom might not exist in this world. Rubbing his nose, he explained, "What I mean is, we mustn't startle them. We need to devise a clever plan. Otherwise, if they take flight, we'd be in trouble." Bai Yi pouted, "If only we had a net." An idea sparked in Fang Ziqing's mind, and he smiled as he patted Bai Yi's head. "You're absolutely right. A net would indeed solve our troubles." "Very well said. You deserve a reward." Bai Yi's eyes twinkled with delight at the praise. Yin Fiu pretended not to notice the two individuals before him and cleared his throat, saying, "But where can we find a net?" Fang Ziqing chuckled and pointed to the side. The two followed his gaze and were immediately captivated by the vines hanging from the trees. The trio quietly retreated to gather vines and appropriately sized stones from a distance. I will search for the thicker vines, Infu declared, while you collect around 10 stones of suitable size. You will need the finer vines to connect everything later. The two nodded in agreement, hastening their movements. The birds were likely not to linger long for their meal. Whether they could feast today depended on their current efforts. Hearing this, they worked with renewed vigor. Once Fang Ziqing had fashioned a rudimentary net measuring approximately 3 meters by 3 meters, with several stones tied at the connecting points and corners. The three of them slowly approached the birds. Upon close observation, they noted that the birds were dispersed fairly evenly. The opportunity was fleeting. They aimed to capture as many as possible. Spotting 7 or 8 birds moving in the same direction, Fang Ziqing gestured subtly. The trio united their strength, casting the net towards that direction, and in the instant it was thrown, they dove upon it with remarkable speed. The other birds, startled by the commotion, took to the sky, emitting frightened chirps. Fang Ziqing swiftly brought down stones upon the birds caught beneath the vine net, rendering them unconscious. Rising, he exclaimed, "Count how many we've caught." Bai Yi exclaimed in delight, "There are 7. We are in luck." In Fi'er added with excitement, "And there's still one more." The two turned their gaze to discover another bird, just a few meters away, that had been knocked away by the net and stones. Together, they enveloped the 8 birds in the net and made their way to the designated meeting spot. However, due to the time spent executing their capture plan, they found that Gu Wan and the others had already returned. Fang Ziqing approached and inquired, "How was your harvest?" Jiang Lexin pouted, "Not as good as yesterday. We didn't even catch a glimpse of a single rabbit today. How about you?" Bai Yi and In Fiyu exchanged mischievous glances behind Fang Ziqing and tossed the net towards Jiang Lexin. She quickly opened it and gasped, "My goodness, so many? Let me count. 5, 6, 7, 8. Gu Wan and Zhao Peng, hearing this, curiously gathered around, their eyes widening at the sight of the captured birds. Yesterday as 2 rabbits had barely sufficed. It seemed today as provisions were promising. As per our usual practice, let us drain the blood for storage and roast the rest. They promptly set to work, preparing to collect the blood and searching for suitable branches. Naturally, the honorable task of igniting the fire fell to Fang Ziqing. Once the others finished their tasks, they gathered around to watch him create fire, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Fang Ziqing, feeling like a spectacle himself, grimaced slightly, pondering the curious nature of this world's technology, which was not only on par with his own but, in certain aspects, even surpassed it. For instance, the virtual reality technology of wristwatches was something yet to be developed in his own world. The question arises, in a world governed by the principles of physics, why is it that such a fundamental phenomenon as friction-generating heat remains unknown? This is elementary knowledge of physics. Furthermore, regarding idiomatic expressions, it was previously stated that the idioms from my world do exist here. The absence of doubt allowed this oversight to persist, yet they seem oblivious to the recent revelation. Logically, they should be unaware of all idioms. For instance, the expression pointing at a deer and calling it a horse was originally coined by Zhao Gao, the chancellor of the Qin dynasty in my realm. However, this world has not experienced the dynastic changes and historical events of my own. How, then, could such an idiom exist here? Fang Ziqing recalled the name and handwriting from the orphanage, a chill running down his spine, pondering the implications of such a connection. Some idioms exist in this world alongside a lack of foundational physics knowledge, yet a higher technological level emerges. These clues seem disjointed. Certain elements from my world are present, yet incomplete. The perplexity deepens as Fang Ziqing scoured all historical records without uncovering traces of his own world. How can this be explained? Wow, it's really on fire. Fang Ziqing, how did you manage that? Fang Ziqing was jolted by Jiang Lexin's words. Noticing sparks had ignited on some dry grass beside him, soon bursting into flames. He smiled slightly, saying, "This is a unique secret recipe, if you wish to know. It comes at a cost." To his surprise, Jiang Lexin nodded without hesitation, saying, "No problem. Do you want money or credits? Name your price for money, but for credits, could you go easy on me? I haven't saved enough for an intermediate martial skill yet." Fang Ziqing, hearing her casual mention of money, overlooked her subsequent words and hurriedly stepped forward to grasp Jiang Lexin's hand, stating earnestly, "As classmates, how could I possibly take your credits? For our friendship, only federal currency is needed." Upon hearing that credits were not necessary, Jiang Lexin's eyes lit up. She was not short on money. Thrilled, she exclaimed, "Fang Ziqing, you truly are a good person." Unable to bear the scene, Gu Wan was about to intervene, intending to shake Jiang Lexin back to reality to prevent her from being sold out by Fang Ziqing. However, someone acted faster. Bai Yi puffed up her cheeks and pulled Jiang Lexin and Fang Ziqing apart, indignantly addressing Fang Ziqing. If you need money, just tell me. I want to boast. But I still have several million federal dollars in pocket money. I can transfer it to you once we return. Fang Ziqing's eyes widened in disbelief at the mention of several million as pocket money. Oh heavens, let me die in bliss. Before he could revel in the excitement, he was kicked away by a fed-up Guwan. Looking at the dazed group, Guwan commanded, "Roast meat, it's time to eat." Meanwhile, in the distance, the imposing figure of Black Master turned to Liangya and inquired, "Was it you who taught him the fire-starting technique?" Liangya shook her head, denying the claim. It's too early to impart battlefield techniques to them. Perhaps he deduced it through clever thought. Black Master nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. Each person held half a bird, which could equate to an entire rabbit from the previous day. Of the 5 birds, 3 were reserved for dinner, while the remaining 2 were to be sun-dried into jerky to prevent spoilage. After everyone had eaten and rested, they embarked once more on the quest for supplies. However, upon their return in the afternoon, a heart-wrenching wail echoed through the sky. "Where are our meats?" In Chapter 67, Jiang Lexin was injured. A few individuals gathered around, recalling how they had stored the remaining poultry in a hollowed-out tree trunk. Yet now, the poultry had mysteriously vanished. "Come and see," Bai Yi called, prompting the group to shift their gaze to another direction. Yin Fu stepped forward with a sigh, lamenting, "Not only is the poultry gone, but so is the jerky we prepared." The 6 of them formed a circle, enveloped in silence. Just when they had managed to secure a small stockpile, alleviating their worries about hunger come nightfall, they were struck by this unexpected blow. Anyone would struggle to cope with such a loss. Guwan furrowed her brow and remarked, "If animals had come and taken the jerky, it might be somewhat understandable, considering it was left out to dry. But how could the poultry hidden in the tree trunk, covered with leaves, simply vanish?" Fang Ziqing nodded, snapping his fingers as he declared, "There is but one truth. The culprit is Lord He." The others looked towards Fang Ziqing, some recalling his words. "Do you not remember? Before we left, Lord He warned us that he would not let us rest easy and would come to disrupt us." Bai Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lord He had said so. Yet at the time, they had assumed it was merely a threat of ambush, never imagining he would steal their food. Yin Fu grimaced, "What shall we do now? We finally had some provisions, and now they're gone." Bai Yi nodded gravely, adding, "Moreover, when we went to catch the poultry, we discovered that they no longer forage in that area. It seems our luck in capturing them has run out." Jiang Lexin smacked her lips, seemingly reminiscing about the taste of the poultry. Guwan lifted the leaves concealing their stored blood, stating, "The situation is not entirely dire. Our blood has not been taken, which is a small consolation amidst our misfortune." The others nodded in agreement. Losing 100 coins and losing 80 coins are both losses. Yet if one initially lost 100 and managed to recover 20, though still sorrowful, the despair would not be as profound as it initially was. Meanwhile, Lord He and Liangya, leisurely enjoying their barbecue, seemed entirely at ease. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that they were savoring the poultry stolen from Fang Ziqing and the others. "Lord He, why haven't you destroyed their stored blood?" Liangya inquired, wiping grease from her mouth. Lord He chuckled, "You will find out soon enough. I have left them a surprise." The group, now facing a food crisis, exhibited visible anxiety. In the afternoon, while preparing to search for more supplies, Fang Ziqing's team had also chosen to carve out a new path. Hours passed, and darkness approached swiftly. Fang Ziqing's team returned with little more than a few fresh bamboo shoots, while Guwan's group fared even worse. Not only failing to find food, but also having Jiang Lexin step into a trap set by an unknown assailant, injuring her lower leg. As Guwan carried Jiang Lexin back, Fang Ziqing and the others hurried to assess the situation. Bai Yi assisted Jiang Lexin down, examining the wound on her left leg closely in the firelight, which appeared to be inflicted by a sharp object. Jiang Lexin, her eyes tinged with red, said apologetically, "I'm sorry, everyone, for being a burden." Guwan shook her head and gently patted Jiang Lexin's head, saying, "You mustn't blame yourself. One ought to remain vigilant in unfamiliar surroundings. Our negligence over the past 2 days serves as a lesson for us all." Zhao Peng nodded solemnly, remarking, "The trap was cleverly concealed, with fresh leaves covering a deep pit below, lined with sharpened wooden spears. Had it not been for Guwan's quick reflexes in pulling Jiang Lexin back just before she fell, the injury might have been far worse." Chapter 68. Doubt Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did anyone collect samples of the spears and leaves?" Zhao Peng nodded, retrieving a few spear fragments and leaves from his pocket. Fang Ziqing examined them closely, noting, "Both the wood and the leaves are fresh. They could not have been left here from before." Bai Yi stepped forward, taking a look at the leaves in Fang Ziqing's hand, and asked, Are you suggesting that someone is deliberately targeting us? Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. It seems we have fallen into a misunderstanding, thinking this was merely an outdoor survival training exercise, when in fact, we did not take it seriously enough. The Dark Lord intends to convey that this training is no trivial matter. If we continue to treat it lightly, it may lead to further injuries. The group nodded gravely, none having anticipated the Dark Lord's ruthless nature. They had assumed it was just a minor training exercise, never considering its potential severity. Infiu expressed his doubts. Could it be that it isn't the Dark Lord after all? With the competition approaching, any injuries among us would certainly impact the event. The Dark Lord wouldn't wish for that, would he? Fang Ziqing responded. If it were not the Dark Lord targeting us, why would traps be laid on the path that Gu Wan and the others must take? It is known that, apart from the Dark Lord and his formidable strength, if ordinary individuals were tracking us, we would have noticed by now. As for the abilities beyond the academy, we have never encountered any. And if they truly wish to harm us, why resort to wooden traps? This suggests we may rule out the involvement of others. Infiu nodded, lamenting. The Dark Lord truly is merciless, giving us no preparation whatsoever. Fang Ziqing shared some of his own unspoken doubts. If the intent was genuinely to train them for the competition, there were certainly essential insights that could be communicated, which would be far more efficient than allowing them to stumble through on their own, especially with the competition looming in less than a week. Yet, the Dark Lord had clearly chosen not to do so, raising questions about his true motives. Moreover, Fang Ziqing pondered what purpose the Federation had in requiring the abilities of such individuals. In his world, scientists held a prestigious position, as technology propelled societal advancement and bolstered military strength. But what of the abilities? What benefit did they confer upon the Federation? Merely cultivating a cadre of powerful individuals? However, one could argue that for societal stability, this very group of talents might indeed pose a genuine threat. The destruction they can inflict far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. And the federal government is undoubtedly aware that failing to rein in these empowered beings would spell disaster. Yet, the Federation continues to invest nearly all its resources into their cultivation. What, then, lies ahead for them? This brings to mind another perplexing issue, the military's elevated status. Such a phenomenon typically arises only during times of war. However, Fang Ziqing has found no evidence of recent or even past conflicts involving the Federation. This contradiction is quite striking. Gu Wan nodded, her right hand gently enveloped in spiritual energy, which she directed towards Jiang Lexin's wound. There were no anti-inflammatory medications, no bandages, and not even the means to wash the wound with clean water. She could only use her spiritual energy to facilitate the healing process slightly. By the way, have you found anything of value? Bai Yi nodded, presenting a bamboo shoot to Gu Wan. What is this? Chapter 69. The embarrassment of an upset stomach. Gu Wan furrowed her brow at the bamboo shoot, while Zhao Peng and Jiang Lexin looked on in confusion at Bai Yi. Exchanging glances with Zhao Peng, Bai Yi pointed to Fang Ziqing. We passed through a rather small grove, and Ziqing mentioned that this is bamboo. In this season, there might be edible bamboo shoots. And indeed, we managed to unearth this from beneath the bamboo. Fang Ziqing nodded. These bamboo shoots are indeed edible. The bamboo grove is substantial. We have gathered enough for everyone to eat tonight, to prevent them from being pilfered by Lord He. Bai Yi and Zhao Peng began distributing the bamboo shoots among the group. They all exchanged glances, none daring to take the first bite. Observing this, Fang Ziqing took a large bite. It was a bitter shoot. Luck was not on their side. He had only heard of the distinction between sweet and bitter bamboo shoots. And clearly, what he held was the latter. As each person took a bite, they grimaced at the bitter and astringent taste. It was far from palatable. However, having something to eat was a blessing, and no one was inclined to be picky. Jiang Lexin turned to Fang Ziqing and asked, "How did you know this was edible? Have you eaten it before?" Fang Ziqing lied without a hint of shame. "I had it when I was a child." Gu Wan smirked at this. "If you've eaten it, then why haven't I? I'm so thirsty," Jiang Lexin lamented after finishing the bamboo shoot. The bitterness combined with a day of labor leaving her parched. Bai Yi distributed the previously stored blood among the group. Fang Ziqing swallowed the blood in his cup, stating, "Setting aside the fact that our blood supply is depleted, even if we had more, we cannot continue to drink it. The water content in blood is minimal. We must find water or a substitute tomorrow." Everyone nodded, the 2-day regimen of consuming blood inducing an indescribable discomfort in their bodies. This was merely a stopgap measure, not meant for prolonged consumption. Infi sighed towards the sky. When will this end? What do you think about the situation of Team 2? Zhao Peng shrugged. Their predicament is likely similar to ours. Even if they're fortunate enough to find some supplies, Lord He will surely dispatch someone to sabotage them. Suddenly, Infi clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Oh no, I think I've upset my stomach." I need to find a restroom. Does anyone have paper I could borrow? Everyone shook their heads. The supplies they had brought were confiscated, leaving no paper available. Fang Ziqing approached and handed Yin Fiu a few small leaves. Gently patting his shoulder as he said, "Make do with this." Yin Fiu, with a sorrowful expression, accepted the leaves. Suddenly, Zhao Peng, clutching his stomach, exclaimed, "Oh no. My stomach hurts as well. Fang Ziqing, please give me some leaves too." But that was not the end. Sitting on the ground, Jiang Lexin, pale-faced, remarked, I think I am feeling it too. One occurrence may be coincidental, two may also be coincidental, but three indicates a definite problem. Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing exchanged glances, only to see Bai Yi's complexion turning pale as she clutched her abdomen, gritting her teeth. Next was Gu Wan, who, although it took a little longer, also succumbed to the discomfort. Fang Ziqing, feeling no immediate symptoms himself, furrowed his brow, pondering the source of this predicament as he observed the distress of the five. Fang Ziqing, you should go find more leaves, Gu Wan urged, suppressing her embarrassment. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, though silent, conveyed her plea through her eyes, also wishing for Fang Ziqing to assist in gathering more. With their stomachs in turmoil, they dared not move recklessly. Fang Ziqing hastily searched for more leaves, brushing off the dust before distributing them to the group. Gu Wan pointed in one direction, mustering her strength against her protesting abdomen. You boys go that way, and we girls will head this way. Jiang Lexin, with a woeful expression, felt helpless. Given Gu Wan and Bai Yi's condition, she was unable to support herself, let alone assist them. Fang Ziqing, feeling a headache coming on, said, "Come on, I'll take you over there." Jiang Lexin's face flushed deeply, wishing to disappear into the ground, biting her lip as she nodded. Chapter 70. The devious Dark Lord Liangya, covering her head in exasperation, remarked, "Dark Lord, it's one thing to set a trap, but you also resort to drugs. What am I to say?" The Dark Lord coughed lightly. It is essential for these little ones to understand the harshness of society. And besides, it is merely a digestive aid. With their constitution, they should recover by morning. Liangya shook her head, choosing not to respond further. The Dark Lord, stroking his chin, pondered. However, Fang Ziqing seems to have a remarkable immunity to the effects of the medication. What do you think? Liangya considered this and shook her head again, acknowledging that Fang Ziqing had indeed brought many surprises during this trial. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Jiang Lexin, with injuries on her back, was in search of a suitable restroom, her stomach rumbling ominously as if in battle. In that moment, she felt that no experience in her life had been as challenging as this. Having a boy carry her to find a restroom was humiliating. Yet the intense pain in her abdomen made refusal impossible. Observing Bai Yi and Gu Wan beside her, clearly nearing their limits, Fang Ziqing hastily set Jiang Lexin down, intending to escape. Fang, classmate, Jiang Lexin softly called out as he released her. Turning back, he saw her head bowed, her body trembling slightly. Her voice tinged with tears as she said, "Oh no, I lost my leaves. Do you have any left?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Lexin felt utterly defeated. Fang Ziqing quickly retrieved the remaining leaves from his pocket and placed them beside Jiang Lexin before hastily departing the scene. Returning to the campfire, Fang Ziqing gently touched his stomach, pondering why he was the only one unscathed. He closed his eyes, subtly sensing the flow of spiritual energy within him, ultimately converging in his abdomen. A slight frown creased his brow. Such a phenomenon of spiritual energy automatically protecting its master had never occurred before, leaving him momentarily bewildered. One thing was certain. His lack of discomfort was due to the unique spiritual energy of the sword aperture diagram. Fang Ziqing picked up the remnants of the bamboo shoots he had eaten and released a hint of spiritual energy. However, the unidentified substance within him, which had been thoroughly cleansed by the spiritual energy, showed no reaction whatsoever, indicating that the issue was not related to food. What, then, was the problem? Soon, he grasped a small cup of blood and placed it before him. This blood appeared no different from what he had consumed earlier, which had posed no issues at the time. Could it be? With a furrowed brow, he released some spiritual energy to sense it, and the unidentified substance within him responded instantaneously. Although the reaction was faint, it was evident that Gu Wan and the others' abdominal pain stemmed from this compromised blood. It had been harmless before, yet now it posed a threat. It seemed that when the food had been pilfered, Lord He had not merely overlooked the blood, but had ensnared them in a trap. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but sneer. This Lord He truly employs every trick in the book. However, his expression soon turned serious. Fortunately, this was merely training. Had they displayed such negligence during a competition, they would likely have lost their lives. As dawn broke, he noticed the weary figures of his companions returning, their faces pale and fatigued after a night of intense torment. barely able to muster the strength to walk. Yin Feiyu lamented, "Goodness, what kind of infernal training is this?" Gu Wan and Bai Yi supported Jiang Lexin as they approached, all exhibiting ashen faces. Fang Ziqing regarded the five of them with a sigh. "This time, we were too careless. I suspect that Lord He tampered with the blood when he pilfered the fowl yesterday." Chapter 71. A storm approaches. Gu Wan, suppressing her discomfort, looked at Fang Ziqing and inquired, "Are you suggesting that we were poisoned?" Fang Ziqing nodded. "Afterward, I examined the leftover bamboo shoots and the remaining blood, hoping to uncover some clues. The bamboo shoots were untainted, but I discovered some unidentified substances in the blood. I surmised that they were the poison Lord He administered." The group sighed in resignation. As events had unfolded, nearly everyone, except Fang Ziqing, had lost their fighting capability. Had this been a competition, they would have been eliminated outright. Bai Yi, clutching her abdomen, approached Fang Ziqing with concern. "Ziqing, do you feel any discomfort?" Fully aware of the need to conceal the nature of his cultivation, Fang Ziqing deflected. "Strangely enough, I feel perfectly fine. Perhaps Lord He was less thorough with my portion, and I was simply fortunate." They nodded in understanding, realizing they had no other explanation for why Fang Ziqing remained unharmed while the rest suffered. Fang Ziqing coughed lightly. "Perhaps this is fortuitous. My immunity allows me to search for sustenance. Had all 6 of us been incapacitated, the situation would have been dire. Perhaps Lord He thought along similar lines." Jiang Lexin nodded. "Indeed, Lord He would surely be reluctant to let them all lose their mobility and starve. In truth, Lord He, far away, was not so benevolent." Fang Ziqing helped them lean against a large tree, when suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. The group looked up to see the midday sun obscured by dark clouds, plunging the scene into dimness. 6 individuals felt a mix of surprise and joy. The surprise came from the imminent soaking, while the joy stemmed from the promise of rainwater. Fang Ziqing quickly instructed them, "I will go back to the bamboo grove and dig up some bamboo shoots. You all should craft some containers from leaves to collect the rainwater." They nodded in agreement. Despite their frail conditions, rain, a matter of chance, was a rare occurrence, so they assisted each other in making the vessels. After giving his instructions, Fang Ziqing turned towards the bamboo grove. Wait. Bai Yi and Gu Wan exclaimed almost in unison, halting Fang Ziqing in his tracks. He turned back, puzzled by their interruption. After exchanging glances, Bai Yi stepped forward and said, "Ziqing, you must be cautious and attentive on your solitary journey. What if Lord He has set a trap? Also, make sure to mark your path to avoid getting lost. With the darkness descending, visibility will be poor." Observing the young girl counting the precautions on her fingers, Fang Ziqing smiled gently and reassured her, "Do not worry, I will return shortly." Bai Yi nodded and moved aside, glancing back at Gu Wan, ultimately deciding to leave space for the 2 of them. Fang Ziqing approached Gu Wan and asked, "What is it? Did you call for me?" Gu Wan bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing Bai Yi's concerned inquiries. She did not wish to appear overly deliberate or to repeat herself unnecessarily. "Be careful," she finally said, hastily departing to gather leaves for the vessels. Fang Ziqing ruffled his hair, smiled softly, and turned to leave. Having visited the bamboo grove before, he reached it in no time. Observing the increasingly darkening sky, he surmised that rain was highly probable today. However, considering Gu Wan and the others' frail state, he worried that a downpour might worsen their condition. While digging for bamboo shoots, he pondered whether constructing a simple shelter to shield them from the rain would be prudent. Chapter 72. A cave to shield from wind and rain. After contemplating for a while, he realized he lacked the skills to build a house. Fang Ziqing shook his head with a wry smile. Even if he were to mimic a structure, the vast amount of timber required was unattainable. They possessed no tools to fell trees, which rendered such an endeavor impractical. Although he was capable of delivering a punch that could lift hundreds of kilograms, the sight of towering trees that several people could hardly embrace made him feel somewhat embarrassed when looking at his own fists. At that moment, a small squirrel chattered at him. Fang Ziqing looked up to see the tiny creature, no larger than his palm, which barely warranted concern. However, to his surprise, the squirrel threw its food at him, letting out a mocking squeak. Feeling the impact of the squirrel's projectile on his head, Fang Ziqing, annoyed, dropped the bamboo shoots in his arms and approached the mischievous creature. "Just wait and see how I deal with you." Unbeknownst to him, the little squirrel darted away with remarkable speed, while Fang Ziqing pursued it closely. Due to the inclement weather, visibility was poor, and he stumbled over an unseen object, causing him to fall. Ouch! Fang Ziqing rubbed his head as he rose, only to discover that he had collided with a stone. Looking ahead, he was astonished to find a small cave before him. A cave? He glanced up at the darkening clouds overhead, which seemed to be thickening, and a glimmer of hope illuminated his expression. Could this not be a natural shelter from the rain? Slapping his forehead, he hurried back towards Guwan and the others. Halfway there, he reconsidered and decided to head towards the bamboo grove, retrieving the bamboo shoots he had discarded earlier and transporting them to the entrance of the cave. Upon reaching the group, he found that they had already fashioned various vessels to collect water. They were now lounging against a large tree, idly awaiting his return to provide sustenance. Only when they saw Fang Ziqing return did they exhibit a spark of energy, noticing that he had returned empty-handed. They exchanged curious glances. Bai Yi approached Fang Ziqing, gently patting the dirt that had stained his clothes from his fall, and inquired, "How did it go, Ziqing? Did you encounter any danger?" Fang Ziqing shook his head and smiled. "Not only did I evade danger, but I also discovered a splendid location." Jiang Lexin and the others' eyes lit up, eagerly pressing for details. "A natural cave. Let us move there today. It appears we won't have to endure being drenched like drowned rats." Fang Ziqing jested. "Hooray, long life." Jiang Lexin, filled with excitement, momentarily forgot her injury and leaped up in celebration, only to exclaim, "Oh, my leg." The others erupted into laughter. With a collection of vessels in hand and torches alight, they prepared for the relocation. Naturally, Fang Ziqing, being the only one able to move freely, took on the role of Jiang Lexin's steed. After the previous day's awkwardness, combined with Jiang Lexin's inherently carefree nature, she had long since shed any shyness. Waving her torch, she exclaimed, "Charge." As Fang Ziqing felt her twisting about on his back, he playfully swatted her rear, saying, "If you keep squirming, I'll toss you to the beasts to feed them." Jiang Lexin glanced at the increasingly darkening sky, accompanied by strange sounds, and quickly withdrew her head, focusing intently on holding the torch aloft to light their path, wary of further movement. Observing this, Bai Yi couldn't help but pout slightly. She found herself a tad envious of the injured Jiang Lexin, as it was rather reasonable for Fang Ziqing to carry her. And who could dare to voice any objections? What should have been a journey of just over an hour extended to nearly 3, due to the group's physical limitations. By the time they arrived at the cave, the sky had completely darkened. Simultaneously, the rumble of thunder grew increasingly ominous, suggesting a torrential downpour was imminent. Gazing into the darkened cave, Zhao Peng and Yin Fu stepped inside, holding their torches. Goodness. Chapter 73, The Jinx. The two bolted out as if pursued by a wild beast, startling everyone. Fang Ziqing and the others quickly assumed defensive postures. Guwan furrowed her brow and approached them, asking what's wrong. "Is there an issue with the cave?" Realizing his overreaction, Yin Fu sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, "I saw a spider in there. And I'm rather afraid of spiders." The group collectively exhaled in relief, having feared a large predator, only to find it was merely a spider. Guwan clenched her fist and turned to Zhao Peng, asking, "And you? Are you also afraid of spiders?" Zhao Peng cast a dark glare at Yin Fu and scolded, "I am certainly not afraid, but this fellow startled me so much that I instinctively ran out." The others couldn't help but facepalm slightly. By the time a few of them tidied up the cave and lit a torch, a torrential downpour had begun outside. The cave was small, accommodating only 6 people who had to sit with their knees drawn up around the fire. While it was manageable to sit close together, lying down would have been utterly insufficient. The prepared vessels had long been moved outside to collect rainwater. Meanwhile, the bamboo shoots brought back by Fang Ziqing were whimsically placed over the fire to see if roasting them would enhance their flavor. Bai Yi gazed at the pouring rain and exclaimed, "Fortunately, we found this cave. Otherwise, we would have been drenched to the bone tonight." Jiang Lexin shook her head dismissively, saying, "It's not as dire as you claim. We could simply take shelter beneath a tree." Before she could finish her sentence, a tremendous clap of thunder resounded, followed by a flash of lightning that struck a tree in front of the cave. Despite the heavy rain extinguishing the flames almost instantly, the scent of charred wood still wafted through the air. Fang Ziqing turned to Jiang Lexin with a smile, saying, "It seems our classmate Jiang wishes to experience life beneath a tree. Should we indulge her?" Zhao Peng chuckled. "Indeed, with one less person, there's more space for the rest of us, don't you think?" Hearing the playful banter, Jiang Lexin quickly covered her head and stuck out her tongue, saying, "I take back my words. I take them back. They don't count." The rain intensified, and unfortunately, the wind was blowing directly towards the cave. Increasing amounts of rainwater, mixed with the biting cold wind, surged into the cave, causing the fire to flicker wildly, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Bai Yi looked anxiously at the fire. The rain was falling too quickly, and they had not had the chance to gather enough firewood. Observing the wood already dampened by the rain, it seemed that the fire would struggle to survive the night. Should the flames die out, they would have to endure the night in this merciless cold. The 6 fell silent for a while, hoping the storm would lessen. Fang Ziqing patted Bai Yi reassuringly, signaling her not to worry, and then stood up to head outside. Bai Yi grabbed him and exclaimed, "Ziqing, where are you going?" Fang Ziqing turned back slightly with a smile, saying, "I'll see if I can find something to block the entrance. This wretched wind and rain are simply intolerable." Bai Yi gasped, "Are you mad? The rain is so heavy that you might slip and fall. The ground here is rocky and uneven. What if you bump into something?" Fang Ziqing patted her head with a gentle smile. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Before he could turn back, Guwan suddenly pulled him back with a stern voice. "You are not going." Zhao Peng and Yin Feiyu nodded in agreement. Though everyone was cold, they could not bear to let their companion venture out into danger. Jiang Lexin chimed in. "Yes, Fang, if something were to happen to you, Lord Gu would surely hold us accountable." Before she could finish, Bai Yi and Guwan shot her a fierce glance and said in unison, "Shut your crow's mouth." Realizing her mistake, Jiang Lexin quickly lowered her head, feigning innocence. Chapter 74. The plan to block the cave entrance. Observing that the 5 individuals were intent on thwarting his efforts, Fang Ziqing reluctantly retreated to his seat. The biting cold of the winter night was indeed piercing. Even the slumbering companions could not help but shiver in their dreams, as he gazed at his peacefully sleeping comrades. Occasionally dampened by the rain that blew in from outside, Fang Ziqing slightly opened his half-closed eyes. After confirming that everyone was asleep, he quietly exited the cave. Outside, the weather was nothing short of torrential rain. As he stepped out, he felt his clothes become soaked, his vision obscured by the relentless downpour. In this forest, the only materials capable of serving as a barrier were large stones. However, mere stones would not suffice. If they were too large, they would block the airflow, leading to a lack of oxygen for the group. Given that there was also a fire within, this could lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. Yet, if the stones were of a suitable size but did not completely seal the entrance, wind and rain would still seep through the gaps, wiping the rainwater from his face. An idea struck him: tree leaves. Large leaves could serve as a makeshift curtain. However, the larger leaves primarily resided high in the trees, necessitating either climbing to pluck them or employing a tool to bring them down. The notion of using stones to knock them down made Fang Ziqing shake his head. Not only was the rain too heavy for a successful attempt, but even if he managed to bring them down, the leaves would likely be rendered unusable, riddled with holes. Finding a moderately sized tree, Fang Ziqing leaned back slightly and leaped upward. He summoned his spiritual energy, realizing that the rain had made the tree slick and treacherous. Without the aid of his spiritual power to anchor himself, he found it nearly impossible to ascend. After a considerable effort, he finally descended from the tree, clutching several large leaves. To prevent the hard-won leaves from being swept away by the wind, he placed a stone on top of them. With the leaves secured, his next task was to locate a large stone. Due to the dimness of the weather and the intensity of the rain, assessing the size of the stones was challenging. Fang Ziqing could only feel around, comparing each stone to the size of the cave entrance. At times, when he found a stone that seemed to match, he would circle around it, confirming its dimensions. Just as he was about to push it, he realized that this was merely the tip of the iceberg beneath the surface. There was a much larger stone connected below. Listening to the thunder rumble overhead and witnessing flashes of lightning, Fang Ziqing felt not fear, but a sense of familiarity. In this regard, this world was not so different from his own, with rain and thunder. After spending considerable time, he finally found a stone that was suitably sized, albeit a bit distant from the cave entrance. Exhaling deeply, he summoned a surge of spiritual energy that enveloped his hands, and 2 halos of energy emanated around his body. Should Gu Wan and the others catch sight of him now, they would recognize the brilliant halos of spiritual energy he radiated. Indeed, a genuine level 2 ability user. With a commanding shout, he watched as the immense stone trembled slightly before starting to move slowly. He gauged the weight of the stone to be approximately 1,000 pounds. It was fortunate that his unique cultivation method allowed him such ease. Otherwise, even Gu Wan would not find it simple to maneuver such a hefty boulder. However, dragging himself along was the utmost limit for Fang Ziqing, as he had been suffering from malnutrition and hunger in recent days. Even though he was the only one among them who retained his combat prowess, his strength had dwindled to merely 60 or 70% of its peak. In the cave, Gu Wan opened her eyes and instinctively glanced towards Fang Ziqing's direction. Gu Wan quickly shook off her drowsiness. Where had he gone? Cautiously, she stepped over Jiang Lexin and Bai Yi, making her way to the cave entrance. The biting wind, mingled with torrential rain, lashed against her cheeks, yet she seemed impervious to it. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and muttered in a low voice, "This scoundrel only knows how to show off." Chapter 75. Rainy night. Noticing the absence of Fang Ziqing from her line of sight, Gu Wan was about to venture out to search for him when she spotted a large boulder slowly rolling towards her. Fang Ziqing, emerging from behind the stone, caught sight of Gu Wan glaring at him from the cave entrance. and he felt a pang of unease. Observing her intent to step outside, he swiftly dashed forward to block her path, exclaiming, "Your body hasn't fully recovered. Don't go out." Guwan looked at Fang Ziqing, who was drenched, hurriedly making his way through the downpour. She intended to scold him, but found the words lodged in her throat, leaving her to turn her head away in silence. Fang Ziqing chuckled, and then pushed the boulder inside to barricade the cave entrance. He also retrieved large leaves from the trees to shield the openings that the stones could not cover. Once secured, the howling wind diminished significantly, and the fierce cold and rain could no longer invade the cave. He shifted his gaze to their companions, who, now shielded from the elements, no longer trembled in their sleep. Wiping the rain from his forehead, Fang Ziqing plopped down onto the ground, gasping, "This cursed stone is unbearably heavy. I'm exhausted." Guwan replied coolly, "Why didn't it tire you out then?" Fang Ziqing managed a slight smile. He had seen the look in Guwan's eyes when he had pushed the stone and knew he was in for a reprimand. As he contemplated how to say something soothing to ease her mind, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Suddenly, Guwan stepped forward, lifted her hand, and began to wipe the rainwater from his face that had not yet dripped down. Fang Ziqing quickly dodged and waved his hands, saying, No, it's fine. I'm already wet. I wouldn't want to dampen you further." But Guwan seemed oblivious to his protests, diligently wiping away the rain from his cheeks. After finishing, she sought to continue drying other parts of him. Fang Ziqing grasped her shoulders and said, "Stop fooling around. What if you catch a cold tomorrow?" Guwan struggled to shake off his hands and lifted her head. Just as Fang Ziqing was about to speak, he noticed her eyes had begun to glisten with unshed tears. She glanced at him but said nothing, then turned to curl up in a corner. She hugged her legs, burying her head between them, her body still trembling slightly. Seeing this, Fang Ziqing disregarded the rain soaking him and hesitated for a moment before gently wrapping his arms around Guwan. He felt her struggle briefly before she settled into stillness. Bathed in the flickering firelight, a warmth enveloped Fang Ziqing. Watching Guwan, who had succumbed to slumber with a hint of mist at the corners of her eyes, he smiled softly and reached out to tenderly wipe her face. Subsequently, he carefully lifted Guwan and returned her to her original spot. Fang Ziqing smiled as he glanced at Guwan, internally noting that he had once dozed off beside her, thus evening the score. Dear Guwan. Though his garments were in a state of dampness, he paid no heed to the sensation of wetness. Listening to the crackling of the fire, Fang Ziqing drifted into contemplation. Having been in this world for over a month, he found himself devoid of the anticipated homesickness and sorrow. Moreover, he was experiencing numerous aspects absent from his previous existence. Observing his slumbering companions, a gentle smile graced his lips. Friendship, once perceived as an elusive concept, now felt within reach. His gaze shifted to Bai Yi and finally to Guwan. In her deep slumber, her body rose and fell gently, her dark hair nearly enveloping her side. Fang Ziqing sighed, drawing his slightly chilled body closer, gradually succumbing to the embrace of sleep. After a considerable time, he suddenly felt a sensation akin to a small cat stirring against him. Fang Ziqing opened his eyes slightly, and the first sight that met him was Bai Yi's slender thigh. She was lying prone, seemingly engrossed in her own activities. Turning his head, he noticed that their comrades remained asleep, while Bai Yi, with her back to him, appeared to be engaged in some mischief. Fang Ziqing turned his gaze slightly and discovered Bai Yi puffing her cheeks as she blew on the hem of his garment. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Startled, Bai Yi spun around, her demeanor reminiscent of a child caught in wrongdoing. "Ziqing, did you go out last night?" Fang Ziqing scratched his nose, averting his gaze. "No, of course not." Bai Yi suddenly raised her head, pointing to the massive stone blocking the entrance. "Then where did that stone come from?" Fang Ziqing, scratching his head, chose silence. "And why are your clothes wet?" Noticing her indignant expression, he couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her cheek and teasing. "So you were just blowing on my clothes? I thought you had ulterior motives." Bai Yi's face flushed instantly as she stammered. "I had no such intentions. I merely saw your clothes were soaked and thought you must be uncomfortable." Fang Ziqing burst into laughter. "How long do you intend to blow? Let it dry naturally." Bai Yi shook her head, then, as if seeking praise, pointed to his left arm. "Look, I've nearly dried the left sleeve. In another half hour, the right side should be fine too." Fang Ziqing touched the fabric of his left sleeve, indeed feeling it was nearly dry. He regarded Bai Yi's earnest demeanor and asked, "So you've been at it for quite some time, haven't you?" Bai Yi blinked at him without responding, suddenly recalling something. She blushed slightly and said, "Ziqing, your hands feel particularly cold. Let me warm them up." As she began to lift her garment's hem, Fang Ziqing quickly pressed her hand down. This young lady was alarmingly naive. Did she possess no sense of propriety? While his hands remained unwarmed, he became acutely aware of a chilling gaze upon him. At that moment, Bai Yi was half leaning against him, and just then, Guan, at an inopportune moment, opened her eyes. Ah, what a delightful sleep I had. Jiang Lexin rubbed her eyes and stretched, gazing at the three individuals. Good morning, everyone. Yin Fiyu and Zhao Peng, hearing her voice, gradually awoke. The embers in the fire casting a faint glow within the cave. Jiang Lexin, astonished, pointed at the massive stone blocking the cave entrance and exclaimed, "Oh, where did this large rock come from? No wonder it felt warmer last night. I couldn't sense the wind or rain." The others quickly turned their gazes towards the stone, then glanced at Fang Ziqing, whose clothes were completely drenched. "Fang, it wouldn't be you who brought this here, would it?" Jiang Lexin covered her mouth, grinning. Yin Fi stepped forward and gently touched the hem of Fang Ziqing's clothing. "Team leader Fang, you truly have worked hard." Upon noticing everyone's attention on him, Fang Ziqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Oh, last night it felt too cold while I was sleeping. I happened to see this large stone, so I moved it here to block the entrance." Zhao Peng nodded in agreement. "Team leader Fang, I heard there's no rain outside, so it must have stopped. Once the sun comes out, you should go outside and bask in the sun, don't catch a cold." As he spoke, he placed both hands on the stone, attempting to push it aside. The group watched as a surge of energy flowed through Zhao Peng's arms, yet the stone only trembled slightly, remaining unmoved. Jiang Lexin, puzzled, remarked, "Zhao Peng, you haven't fully recovered yet, have you? You can't even push a rock." Zhao Peng's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. It wasn't that he hadn't recovered. After a night's rest, the troubles from yesterday's stomach issues had largely dissipated. Yet, he was baffled as to why he could not budge the stone despite exerting his strength. Chapter 77. What is your true power? Even though his greatest asset was speed, as one of the top 10 experts from the first advanced academy, his strength was not to be underestimated. Determined not to be defeated, Zhao Peng shouted loudly. Visible energy surged in his arms, and with a heavy expression, he pushed forcefully against the stone. Yet, the stone merely shifted a fraction. Gasping for breath, Zhao Peng doubled over, a disheartened expression on his face as he sat down, unable to meet the gazes of those around him. "It's over. I've become a mere weakling." Jiang Lexin approached and patted his shoulder. "It's all right. Let me help you push it aside." A minute later, the number of individuals on the ground had increased from 1 to 2. Fang Ziqing stood up to offer comfort. "You both had stomach issues yesterday, so your strength hasn't fully returned. Let me handle this. Don't move." Fang Ziqing turned around, only to see Gu Wan, her expression devoid of emotion, stating, "I can handle it. I said don't move, so don't." Gu Wan stepped past Fang Ziqing, and with each step, a flow of energy surged from her lower body upwards. The two seated men nodded frequently. This LV2 energy fluctuation was beyond their LV1 capabilities. Approaching the massive stone, Gu Wan was surrounded by 2 radiant halos of energy, illuminating the previously dim cave. The moment her hands touched the stone, a thought flashed through her mind. She vaguely remembered seeing 2 halos of light beside Fang Ziqing yesterday. However, in her emotional fervor at the time, she had overlooked it. "LV2, huh?" A slight smile graced Gu Wan's lips as she suddenly exerted her strength. The stone seemed to encounter an immense force. Jiang Lexin and Zhao Peng found themselves unable to budge the colossal stone, which astonishingly began to roll away at an astonishing speed. As the boulder was pushed aside, the morning sunlight poured in, illuminating the aftermath of the rain with a rare burst of splendid weather. Jiang Lexin couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, the prowess of an LV2 master is unparalleled. Their strength far exceeds ours." Zhao Peng and Yin Fiyu nodded in agreement. Although it was somewhat embarrassing for the boys to be outmatched in strength by the girls, it was entirely reasonable when it came to Gu Wan. At that moment, Gu Wan, with a serene expression, felt a slight tremor in her palm. From within the cave, the stone appeared modest in size. Yet it was merely a fragment of its true form. A substantial portion of the boulder remained outside, which explained why Jiang Lexin and Zhao Peng had been unable to displace it. Even she had to exert herself to the limit just to manage a slight push. Assessing her spiritual energy, she realized that this brief effort had drained nearly 10% of her reserves. Although she had not fully regained her fighting capacity due to recent nutritional deficiencies, Fang Ziqing had also not returned to his peak condition after being summoned from a considerable distance last night. Stealing a glance at Fang Ziqing, who bore an innocent expression, Gu Wan felt a surge of irritation. She had yet to settle the score for yesterday's incident, and now this morning it seemed Fang Ziqing noticed her gaze. As he approached, fanning himself with his hand and chuckling, "No wonder you are our renowned genius from the first advanced academy. A mere boulder is nothing to you." Gu Wan, without sparing him a glance, swatted his hand away, muttering, "Be honest with me. What is your actual cultivation level?" Watching Fang Ziqing, who appeared about to divulge his secrets, Gu Wan quickly added, "Don't try to deceive me with falsehoods. I can discern truth from lies." Fang Ziqing, smacking his lips, realized that he might not be able to keep his secret much longer, especially after she had witnessed the glow of his spiritual energy last night. Extending his hand, Gu Wan felt a flicker of doubt, but complied nonetheless. Fang Ziqing drew a finger across her palm, inscribing a few characters. Gu Wan's eyes widened slightly, and she exhaled. As I suspected. Chapter 78, A Secret Pact. Lowering her head slightly, she pressed her lips together. Realizing that Fang Ziqing was now on par with her level, she felt an indescribable mix of pressure and delight. Most perplexing was the inexplicable sense of relief that washed over her. Shaking her head, she turned to him and asked, "Why did you conceal your cultivation level?" Fang Ziqing hurriedly waved his hands. "Don't misinterpret. I merely experienced a breakthrough during the training camp that elevated me to LV2. I have not concealed my true level, and this matter must remain confidential for now." Gu Wan pursed her lips, unconvinced that Fang Ziqing had achieved such a breakthrough in recent days. Did he truly believe it was that simple? After days of inadequate nourishment, everyone's strength had significantly waned, at best retaining around 60%. How could one achieve a breakthrough without sufficient spiritual energy? With a knowing smile, Gu Wan remarked, "Why should I keep your secret?" Fang Ziqing stared wide-eyed at Gu Wan in disbelief. After glancing around to confirm that their companions had all stepped out, he hastily pulled Gu Wan aside and said, "I've only shared this with you, so you must betray me." Gu Wan, noticing Fang Ziqing's anxious demeanor, couldn't he help but feel a sense of delight. Wasn't he always seen with Bai Yi? Now he was the one seeking her assistance? Gu Wan shrugged off his hand and replied without hesitation, "I'm not concerned about that. If you wish for me to keep your secret, you must agree to one condition." Sensing a hint of conspiracy in her tone, Fang Ziqing feigned nonchalance and said, "It's really not a big deal. It was merely an inadvertent breakthrough. Besides, there's a reward involved. I wouldn't mind if someone knew." Upon saying this, he discreetly observed Gu Wan's expression, hoping to discern any hints of her intentions. Gu Wan nodded and pretended to shout towards the outside. Before she could utter a word, Fang Ziqing swiftly covered her mouth and resignedly said, "All right, you win." Despite blocking her mouth, her eyes sparkled with triumph. There was no way he could let others discover his advancement to LV2 at such an inopportune moment. It would only attract attention once Xing Fei, the so-called genius of the senior academy, made his breakthrough, thus allowing him to advance quietly without suspicion. But remember, the condition must be within my capabilities. I won't be selling myself or anything of that sort, he insisted. Gu Wan rolled her eyes at him and hesitated before replying, "I haven't decided yet. I'll let you know once I have." With that, she brushed past Fang Ziqing and stepped outside the cave. Fang Ziqing stood there, dumbfounded, contemplating whether he had unwittingly walked into a trap, especially one without a time limit. Outside the cave, several individuals were cautiously transferring water from a vessel into the cave. Although there was plenty of rainwater, distributing it among 6 people would only barely sustain them for the remaining days, not to mention the potential quality issues with the water. Regardless, the group now had a new home and no immediate concerns about their water supply. They could also rely on bamboo shoots for sustenance, successfully navigating through their dire situation. However, when it came time to search for supplies, they faced a dilemma. Learning from their previous experience, no one dared to venture out without leaving someone behind. But who should stay? And how many? Fang Ziqing pondered. "How about we leave 2 people? Bai Yi looked at him. Zhao Peng frowned. "Isn't that too few? If Black Boss makes a move, 2 may not suffice." Infi shook his head. "The key is, if Black Boss employs his full strength, even leaving us all behind may not be enough." Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. "You're right. But I believe Black Boss won't pressure us through sheer strength. Let us do this. We'll leave 3 to keep watch while the other 3 search for food, alternating as needed." The group nodded in unison. Although Zhang Lexin had significantly recovered from her injuries, they decided to let her rest for the morning, allowing Fang Ziqing's team to set out first. "Wait a moment," Gu Wan suddenly spoke, turning to Yin Fiyu. "Let us switch places." In Chapter 79, The Stream and the Wild Boar, Yin Fiyu was taken aback, then glanced at Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi, nodding in agreement. "All right, I'm a bit fatigued anyway. I shall indulge in a bit more leisure." He promptly made his way towards the cave. Watching Gu Wan remain behind, Bai Yi felt a pang of concern and remarked, "Classmate Gu, it seems that the 2 of us are sufficient to venture out for supplies. You expended quite a bit of energy moving that boulder. Perhaps you should rest a little longer?" Gu Wan smiled faintly and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, my classmate. Let us set off." At that moment, Fang Ziqing sensed an ominous turn of events and quickly raised his hand, saying, "I feel a bit unwell. Perhaps you 2 should go instead?" Seeing both Bai Yi and Guwan looking at him with smiles, Fang Ziqing sighed. Very well, disregard my words. As he observed the two females walking ahead, he truly contemplated making a discreet exit. The atmosphere felt exceedingly peculiar. They either spoke in silence or exchanged dialogues that he found incomprehensible, while continually involving him in their inquiries. At this juncture, Guwan raised her hand, signaling for them to halt. The trio gathered closely. What is it? She inquired, pointing towards the rustling grass ahead, which seemed to conceal something within. They held their breath as Bai Yi nervously bit her lip. Could it be a snake? Fang Ziqing shook his head, assessing the amplitude of the movement in the grass. It appears to be quite large. It likely is not a snake. Look! Guwan exclaimed suddenly. The grass ceased its movement, and from the nearby bushes emerged a pair of formidable tusks. Bai Yi's eyes widened. Is that a wild boar? Guwan nodded, exchanging a glance with her. Fang Ziqing and Bai Yi began to cautiously retreat. Are we really going to capture it? That boar must weigh at least 300 to 400 pounds. What if? Bai Yi hesitated, eyeing the wild boar. Guwan and Fang Ziqing exchanged a knowing look. Although they were endowed with abilities, their combat prowess, bolstered by spiritual energy, was not something ordinary individuals could contend with. However, they were all novices devoid of practical experience, and a reckless approach could lead to injury. If only we had a suitable weapon, Guwan mused, frowning. Fang Ziqing's eyes lit up as he quietly suggested. By the way, do you remember the wooden spear that injured Jiang Lexin? Bai Yi nodded. You mean we should craft one? But we lack sharp tools to achieve that level of sharpness. Fang Ziqing lightly tapped her head. Silly, if we can't make it, why not retrieve one? Here's the plan. I will shadow the wild boar while you and Guwan head back to the spot where Jiang Lexin was attacked to fetch a few wooden spears. With those in hand, coupled with our strength, we should be able to deal with it without issue. If the boar moves, I will mark its path for you. Without further ado, Guwan and Bai Yi nodded and promptly set off towards the location of Jiang Lexin's ambush. Fang Ziqing crouched behind a nearby tree, observing the wild boar's movements while marking its trajectory and cautiously following its trail. In the distance, Liangye awaited their return. Due to the disruption caused by He Laoda, the three were accompanied by Liangye. After some hesitation, she ultimately chose to remain with Fang Ziqing, reassured by the fact that Guwan was a level 2 ability user, and with two of them, they were unlikely to encounter significant trouble. Liangye immediately discerned their intentions, her eyes darting as she resolved not to let them succeed easily. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing, following the wild boar, stumbled upon a small stream where the creature was drinking. He quickly marked the spot, relieved that water would not be scarce. After quenching its thirst, the boar lazily sprawled in the sun. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Yes, let it stay there. Observing this, Liangye raised an eyebrow and, with a sly grin, picked up a small stone. With a swift flick, the stone struck the boar's rear end. The boar let out a piercing scream and, with bloodshot eyes, charged off in a frenzy. Fang Ziqing was taken aback. What had triggered its madness? Wait, in that direction. Chapter 80. Is identity exposed? Liangye witnessed the frenzied boar heading straight for Fang Ziqing. Alarmed, she thought to intervene. Without combat experience, Fang Ziqing could be seriously injured if he failed to dodge. As the wild boar bore down on him, he had no time to think. Channeling his energy into his feet, an illusionary image materialized, allowing him to narrowly evade the boar's charge. Is that the shadow gliding technique? Liangye, who was about to act, widened her eyes in recognition of Fang Ziqing's martial skill. To execute a mid-level technique indicated that he must be a level 2 ability user. So it was true. At that moment, two radiant auras of energy enveloped Fang Ziqing, dazzling to behold. Liangye's mouth slightly agape. She thought, what a remarkable young man. Although I suspected you had secrets. Who would have thought you were a genius rivaling Guwan? Taken aback, Liangye exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. She relaxed against a tree, arms crossed, secretly observing the clash between Fang Ziqing and the wild boar. Fang Ziqing deftly utilized the shadow gliding technique to evade the boar's attacks. In truth, given their current strength, defeating a wild boar posed little challenge, at least in theory. Each of them could deliver a punch weighing around 500 pounds. One was an ordinary person lacking combat skills, while the other was a seasoned champion. In an instant, the champion could overpower the ordinary individual. For ability users, martial techniques represented the mastery of strength, allowing them to maximize their potential. Having fought only in virtual spaces, Fang Ziqing was exhilarated. Reality was distinct from the virtual realm. If he were careless and allowed the boar to charge him with full force, even with his formidable physique, he would likely sustain injuries. Observing the boar's bloodshot eyes, Fang Ziqing took a deep breath. He summoned vast amounts of energy, creating layers of illusions beneath his feet. Since mastering the first level of the illusion technique, he had yet to test it in real combat. Today, he would assess the power of this mid-level martial skill. The boar momentarily retreated, then leapt off the ground, charging toward Fang Ziqing at breakneck speed. Remaining calm, he adjusted his footing, his illusions shifting continuously. What appeared to be a forward movement was actually a lateral dodge, allowing him to narrowly brush past the boar. Fang Ziqing felt a rush of exhilaration. Real combat was incomparable to virtual experiences. He shouted towards the wild boar, "Come on, continue." The boar, perplexed, wondered why it had not collided with that detestable human when it seemed certain just moments ago. However, before the boar could launch another assault, Fang Ziqing executed a surprise attack. Experience my third strike. Cannon fist the final blow, a formidable strike capable of significantly amplifying power. With a resounding bang, the boar's hefty 300 to 400 pound body soared backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Ack! It wasn't the boar that cried out, but Fang Ziqing, who clutched his right hand and lamented, "I was too exhilarated, and in my fervor, I forgot to moderate my strength." The tremendous force rebounded through his arm. Had it not been for his robust physique, his right arm might have been fractured. Hastily, Fang Ziqing channeled his spiritual energy into his right arm, cycling through several major rotations before the pain began to subside slightly. Gazing at his swollen right hand, he shook his head, realizing his lack of combat experience. It was not merely the failure to retract his strength at the moment of impact. Had he summoned a surge of spiritual energy to protect his arm or directly materialized the Suanjia shield to form a first layer of protective armor, he could have avoided such a predicament. Now, he was beginning to understand the meaning behind Lord Hei's guidance on survival. Some lessons must be learned through personal experience to fully grasp their significance. This actual combat had imparted many insights to Fang Ziqing. After all, he had merely been a sheltered flower in the academy, unable to truly grow. Meanwhile, Liangya covered her mouth, staring in disbelief at the martial technique displayed by Fang Ziqing. The third strike? Is Fang Ziqing truly the one who defeated his own avatar in the virtual realm? Chapter 81. Fang Ziqing's First Blood. Instantly, Liangya's face flushed crimson. Her teacher had been bested by his own student. What would become of her pride? Fang Ziqing, while shaking his fists, surveyed the condition of the boar. He noticed the boar suddenly heaving, its bloodshot eyes locking onto him. Fang Ziqing dared not be careless and swiftly entered a combat stance. At that moment, blood began to ooze from the boar's eyes and ears. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground, no longer making a sound. Just how terrifying was the force behind Fang Ziqing's strike, amplified by his precise targeting. If the boar had encountered someone else, it might have simply been a case of overwhelming brute strength. Yet, Fang Ziqing's spiritual energy, capable of suppressing even someone as powerful as Gu Wan, illustrated the sheer dominance of his force. As his spiritual energy infiltrated the boar's body, it tore through its internal organs like a blade. Should one peel back the boar's flesh, they would find its innards gruesomely mangled, as if shredded by a vicious weapon. Fang Ziqing sat beside the boar, raising his right hand, the scent of blood still lingering in the air. "Dear boar, do not hold it against me. As the bearer of your first blood, I shall remember you." Gently, he stroked the coarse bristles of the boar's fur with his unscathed left hand. Had the boar known that after its demise, its carcass would be subjected to such indignity by Fang Ziqing, it would surely have found no peace in death. Certainly, if Fang Ziqing were aware of its intentions, he would undoubtedly shake his head and say, "Brother Pig, as a token of my apology, I shall indulge in your company with my companions shortly." At that moment, Gu Wan and Bai Yi, who had rushed to fetch their spears, arrived breathlessly. "Ziqing, where has the wild boar gone?" Bai Yi inquired, panting. Perhaps it was the dim light that concealed the gruesome sight. Bai Yi failed to notice the lifeless boar sprawled on the ground. Fang Ziqing gestured towards the fallen carcass, indicating its location. Gu Wan approached, her brow furrowed. "Did we not agree to retrieve our weapons before engaging it? Why did you take matters into your own hands?" Fang Ziqing waved his hand dismissively. "I did not strike it. Who could have anticipated that the boar would suddenly go berserk and collide with the great tree? I merely seized the opportunity to put an end to its plight." Gu Wan, skeptical, asked, "Is that truly the case?" Fang Ziqing, wearing a sincere expression, pointed to the tree that had been struck, affirming his honesty. At that moment, Bai Yi, seemingly oblivious to the damaged tree, gasped, trembling as she covered her mouth. "Ziqing, what has happened to your hand?" Hearing this, Fang Ziqing hastily concealed his right hand behind him, laughing heartily. "Oh, it's merely a scrape from the boar. It's nothing serious." Ignoring his reassurances, Bai Yi pulled out his right hand, her eyes glistening with concern. "How did it come to this?" "Gu Wan." frowning as she examined his swollen hand, knelt down and summoned her spiritual energy to envelop his right hand. Bai Yi, regaining her composure, mirrored her actions. The scene grew awkward, with 4 hands encasing one hand, as Bai Yi nudged Gu Wan, who in turn nudged her back. They released their spiritual energy liberally around his injured hand. Fang Ziqing felt the two forces clashing within him and quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "Ah, I'm nearly fine. Let us find a way to transport this boar back." Bai Yi shook her head, saying, "You need not involve yourself in this matter. We shall manage to bring it back ourselves." Gu Wan nodded in agreement. Fang Ziqing, hearing this, shook his head in jest. It would be absurd to have 2 young women bear the burden. He stood aside, hesitant to intervene in their efforts to devise a plan for transporting the boar back. Theoretically, Bai Yi, the weakest among them, could muster several hundred pounds of strength. However, one cannot simply calculate it that way. The strength that capable individuals can theoretically achieve is contingent upon the explosive power granted by their spiritual energy in an instant. Just as Fang Ziqing's recent strike had undoubtedly exceeded 1,000 pounds, lifting the boar single-handedly should pose no challenge. Yet, in reality, that single blow had nearly depleted 1 or 2/10 of his entire spiritual energy, proving to be far from sustainable. If they were closer, coordinating their efforts would not be difficult. However, the journey that had led them to this location was not short. Furthermore, after several days of exertion and inadequate nourishment, their strength had waned to less than half of its peak. Not to mention the injured Fang Ziqing. Perhaps we should drag the boar? Bai Yi suggested thoughtfully. Gu Wan shook her head. Setting aside the rugged terrain that would mar the mead, we must also consider the small cliff we would need to traverse. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. The forest was not entirely flat, and they had already encountered a small precipice. It would not be an easy task to haul the several hundred pounds of wild boar up the cliff when the time comes. Let's gather some vines to craft a large net to drag it along. The vines would endure the wear, and when we reach the cliff, we can pull it up. What do you think? The two nodded in agreement, just as they were about to search for vines when Fang Ziqing chuckled and said, "Wait, do you see what's over there?" They looked in the direction he pointed, puzzled. Bai Yi's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness. It's a small stream." Gu Wan's gaze also revealed a glimmer of joy. The boys might endure several days without washing their faces, but for the girls, especially for Bai Yi and Gu Wan, who hailed from affluent families, the greatest torment of this training was not hunger or thirst, but the inability to freshen up. The two hastened to the stream, cupping their hands to scoop up the clear water, and gazed at their reflections with uncontainable delight. Observing the two by the stream, Fang Ziqing shrugged and lazily sat beside the wild boar, basking in the sun. Bai Yi sighed, "Ah, if only we could take a bath." Gu Wan gently brushed her face with her hand, saying, "You can wash now." Bai Yi turned to her, puzzled, "How can we wash with Ziqing here?" Gu Wan lightly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Oh, I forgot that you and I are different. We've grown up together since childhood and often bathed together." What Gu Wan referred to was a time in their youth when their home-esque bathroom was out of order, leaving only one functional. Neither would yield to the other, and they ended up standing in the bathroom fully clothed for 2 hours. Eventually, a servant repaired the other bathroom, bringing the ordeal to an end. Bai Yi's eyes widened at this revelation, nearly causing her to tumble into the water, and in a moment of impulsiveness, she declared, "Who said I've never bathed with Ziqing? We've already done so on our dates." Gu Wan's heart raced at the unexpected revelation. That night, when Fang Ziqing had returned to treat her, she had indeed caught a whiff of another girl's fragrance. Could it be true? Both harbored their own thoughts, distracted from the matter of freshening up. When the two returned, Fang Ziqing wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "All set. I've gathered the vines. Once they're bound, we can set off." The two seemed unusually quiet, merely responding with soft hums before lapsing into silence. Fang Ziqing, sensing something amiss, bent down to entwine the vines around the wild boar. As they journeyed, the two women felt an odd tension in the air. Suddenly, Bai Yi asked out of the blue, "Ziqing, do you have a preference for bathing with others?" Chapter 83, The Curious Pair. Fang Ziqing looked at her in surprise and replied, "Of course not. Can't one wash alone? Why would I need to bathe with someone else?" Bai Yi abruptly lifted her head, a hint of joy in her eyes. "So, you've never bathed with anyone else, right?" Fang Ziqing affirmatively nodded. "No, why?" Bai Yi shook her head, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile. "It's nothing. Nothing at all, heh." She then shot a meaningful glance at Gu Wan. "I knew you were lying to me, humph." Before Fang Ziqing could ponder why Bai Yi had posed such a question, the conversation took an unexpected turn. As Gu Wan, with her fists slightly clenched, spoke up, she expressed her boredom during the journey, prompting Fang Ziqing to recount the adventures he had with Bai Tongxiu. Fang Ziqing glanced at Gu Wan, who seemed inexplicably curious, and replied, "What is there to discuss?" Gu Wan, noticing Fang Ziqing's puzzled demeanor, playfully kicked him, frowning. "Will you tell me or not?" With a sigh, Fang Ziqing nodded. "There's really not much to say. We just watched a movie, played a game, and enjoyed some barbecue. Nothing more." Gu Wan, with a teasing tone, asked, "Is that all? No shower or anything?" Fang Ziqing exclaimed, "What shower? What are you two talking about?" Gu Wan and Bai Yi exchanged knowing smiles, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Upon returning to the cave, they found Jiang Lexin and the others, all looking disheveled and sitting on the ground. Upon seeing Gu Wan and her companions, they lamented, "We are sorry, everyone. A masked man destroyed our water supply, and even the containers were damaged." Gu Wan set down the wild boar and gently patted Jiang Lexin's head, reassuring her, "It's all right. It was probably those scoundrels. You weren't hurt, were you?" Jiang Lexin shook her head. Though the man in black was powerful, he only destroyed the water and didn't harm us. It's just that the water we painstakingly collected is now gone. Zhao Peng and Yin Fiyu hung their heads, feeling embarrassed in front of everyone. Fang Ziqing patted their shoulders, saying, "It's fine. This time we made a significant discovery, and we'll never be short of water again." The three of them brightened at this news, and Yin Fiyu asked, "Fang Ziqing, you didn't find a water source, did you?" Fang Ziqing nodded and pointed to the wild boar they had brought back. "While chasing this fellow, we fortuitously discovered a small stream." Jiang Lexin jumped with excitement, exclaiming, "Hooray! No wonder I noticed that Gu Wan and your faces look much cleaner. You even brought back such a large creature. We won't have to worry about food anymore." Yin Fiyu and Zhao Peng nodded eagerly. It was then time to divide the tasks. The boys went to fetch water, while the girls prepared to process the wild boar meat by marinating it, drying it, or roasting it. Although their water containers were destroyed, the group now had ample time. They decided to invest effort into hollowing out large trees to create wooden barrels. Zhao Peng and Yin Fiyu followed Fang Ziqing to the stream to collect water. Meanwhile, Jiang Lexin, tasked with dissecting the wild boar, utilized the wooden spears brought back by Gu Wan and by Yi as tools. As she tore through the boar's skin, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, you all come look." Gu Wan and Bai Yi hurried over. Although the wild boar had bled slightly on the outside, it remained intact. However, the interior revealed a shocking scene. Gazing at the mangled entrails, Gu Wan and Bai Yi exchanged glances, sensing that the situation was far more complicated than Fang Ziqing had suggested. Remembering Fang Ziqing's injured right hand, they seemed to arrive at an unspoken conclusion. Gu Wan furrowed her brow slightly. Although she was aware that Fang Ziqing was now an LV2 ability user, she pondered whether, if she were in his position, she could inflict such damage with merely a minor injury to her right hand. Chapter 84. The Emergence of the Dark Lord. The answer was elusive, and Gu Wan felt uncertain. The reason is quite simple. It diverges significantly from what is taught within the confines of the academy. The academy primarily emphasizes theory. Even with the presence of virtual training rooms, individuals are acutely aware that they are merely simulations, devoid of any real danger. However, when confronted with the wild boar, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere. At that moment, Gu Wan recalled Fang Ziqing, contemplating whether he could indeed subdue the formidable spiritual force that engulfed him. Perhaps he truly possesses that capability. When Lord He and Liangya reunited, it was evident that Liangya appeared somewhat distracted. "Liangya, you are unaware that I have disrupted the water supply of that group of little creatures." Witnessing their frantic attempts to cope was rather amusing, Gu Wan remarked. Liangya, without lifting her gaze, merely acknowledged with a nonchalant "oh." Lord He, intrigued, inquired, "What is amiss?" "I observed them successfully capturing a wild boar. Did they truly accomplish that?" Liangya, regaining her focus, nodded but refrained from divulging the entire truth. Indeed, Gu Wan and her companions had stumbled upon the wild boar, and in an unexpected turn of events, they discovered a small stream. Lord He nodded in approval, observing, "It appears that none of the trio sustained any injuries." For individuals lacking combat experience, their performance was commendable. Liangya concurred, "These three possess considerable talent. However, I wonder if they can fulfill our unfulfilled aspirations and contend for the position of awakened ones during the awakening battle." Upon hearing this, Lord He sighed, "Indeed, not becoming an awakened one remains a lifelong regret. I have no knowledge of how our peers from that cohort are faring. There has been no word from them." Liangya shook her head. "Do not mention the awakened ones. Even we, as capable individuals, would have been destined for that fate had we not taken on the role of mentors for these youngsters." Lord He quickly hushed her, signaling that she should refrain from further discussion. This meal marked the most lavish feast since their entry into the forest. Abundant meat, ample water. A group of young masters and mistresses, accustomed to a life of privilege, could never have anticipated that one day they would derive immense satisfaction and happiness from such simplicity. Ah, this is delightful. It is the first time I have eaten so heartily. Yet, if only there were some seasonings, Jiang Lexin remarked, patting her stomach. Beside her, Bai Yi chuckled, you truly are insatiable. Let me see you go without food for 3 days, and then tell me if you still crave seasonings. Jiang Lexin stuck out her tongue, resolving that upon their return, she would never again waste a morsel of food. Some things only reveal their true value after they have been lost. Do you think Lord He will attempt to seize our wild boar meat? Zhao Peng expressed a sudden sense of urgency. Yin Fiyu nodded. Having been robbed twice already, anyone would feel anxious under such circumstances. This time is different from the previous occasions. This is over 100 pounds of meat. If it were to be taken, I would be utterly despondent. Fang Ziqing smiled and remarked, I surmise Lord He will not return. Bai Yi, puzzled, asked, why do you say that? Fang Ziqing set down the piece of pork he was holding and explained, the reason Lord He chose this location for our training is to impart some fundamental lessons. Just as we initially felt lost, but have now managed to find shelter, food, and water, having survived the most challenging days, there is no doubt we can thrive here for a month. The crowd nodded in agreement. The knowledge they had acquired over the past few days was indeed overwhelming. Even if thrown into an unfamiliar territory, they would no longer succumb to despair. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from beside them. Oh, my little ones, how are you faring? It was Lord He and Liangya, slowly emerging from behind a great tree. Jiang Lexin stood up, her cheeks puffed in indignation, and exclaimed, Lord He, confess. Did you steal our meat? And were you the one who drugged us? Lord He chuckled heartily, offering no denial, which tacitly confirmed her suspicions, with half of their training still remaining. The appearance of Lord He and teacher Liang at this juncture piqued everyone's curiosity. Fang Ziqing stood up and inquired, what brings you here? Liangya stepped forward with a smile. Naturally, you have mastered the fundamental skills for survival in the forest. Prolonging this exercise serves little purpose. Lord He nodded, acknowledging the unexpected adaptability of these young ones. To take a group accustomed to a life of luxury and cast them into the desolate wilderness without any support was no small feat, and he found their ability to survive within just 3 days quite commendable. There is also a task I wish to assign you, he continued. Guwan nodded, signaling Lord He to proceed. Your team has passed, but the second team still requires further refinement. Go lend them a hand. Yin Fiyu's eyes brightened as he remarked, are you suggesting that we can cause some mischief for the second team? Chapter 85, Reconnoitering the Enemy. Aside from Liang Bo, the entire second team comprised his comrades, and the prospect of teasing them filled him with delight. Lord He stroked his beard, grinning enigmatically, indeed. Then, under the watchful gazes of the others, Lord He and Liangya approached the fire pit, unceremoniously sampling the roasted wild boar. Delicious, this meat is quite substantial. Far superior to the fowl from a few days prior, he remarked. Liangya chuckled, indeed, I have some seasonings, would you care for them? Watching the two indulge in their wild boar without restraint, Jiang Lexin felt her nostrils flare in indignation. Let them eat, but seasonings too? This is excessive. Yet, as the fragrant seasonings wafted through the air, she couldn't help but swallow involuntarily. Once they had tidied up, Lord He handed them their wristwatches. Your current task is to reach the location marked on the watch and rendezvous with teachers Gao and Feng. They will assign you your next mission. The six traversed the forest. Fang Ziqing calculated that at their current pace, it would take approximately 2 to 3 hours. Yin Fiyu turned and smiled. What do you think the second team is experiencing? Zhao Peng chuckled and replied, haha, whatever their situation, if they are doing well, we shall ensure they have a rough time. Yin Fiyu raised an eyebrow. But what if they are struggling? Fang Ziqing placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled. If they are struggling, we shall make their experience even more difficult. Hearing Fang Ziqing's words, Yin Fi couldn't help but smirk. They were indeed ruthless. Jiang Lexin nodded and huffed. Exactly. The trials we endure must be mirrored in the second team's experience. After all, we are good classmates. The weight of her words struck a chord, and the group exchanged knowing smiles. Upon their arrival, they encountered 2 teachers engaged in a game of cards, exuding an air of nonchalance. The head teacher, Feng Yiwen, chuckled upon noticing them, exclaiming, ah, the little rascals from Team 1 have arrived. We can take a breather now. Gao Gu adjusted his glasses and remarked, Guwan, the trials for Team 2 will be entrusted to you. Show no mercy. All resources may be destroyed, but identities must remain concealed, and no harm should come to them. Furthermore, you cannot deploy all at once. No more than 3 individuals may act together. Guwan nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Teacher Gao. The 2 teachers exchanged a quick glance before vanishing from sight. The 6 of them gathered to devise a plan for disruption. Jiang Lexin raised her hand, Volunteering. I request to participate in the first wave of harassment. Yin Fu, not to be outdone, also expressed his desire to join the fray. Gu Wan nodded approvingly. For this initial attempt, I shall send you two to gather intelligence. Maintain your anonymity and avoid confrontation. Ascertain their specific circumstances and return. Jiang Lexin and Yin Fiyu nodded in agreement and promptly set off toward Team 2's location. With the watch's positioning feature, it felt as though they possessed eyes in the forest, unlike before when they had been blind. Dressed in the attire and masks specifically prepared by the teachers to conceal their identities, the two maneuvered through the underbrush. The remaining four formed pairs to search for shelter, water sources, and provisions. They had only brought enough wild boar meat for a single day's sustenance, yet they needed to sustain Team 2 for 3 days. Gu Wan addressed Fang Ziqing and Zhao Peng. Contact me through the watch if anything arises. Fang Ziqing nodded, appreciating the convenience the device offered. There was no need for marking. A simple position share would suffice. Bai Yi and Gu Wan then departed, heading in a specific direction. Meanwhile, Jiang Lexin and Yin Fiyu concealed themselves in the foliage, meticulously observing Team 2's members. It was evident that Team 2 had previously endured the teacher's disturbances, rendering them somewhat cautious. The duo spotted 2 individuals stationed there, while the other 4 were likely out scavenging for supplies. Jiang Lexin exchanged glances with Yin Fiyu, whispering, I never expected there would be someone among them capable of setting up a tent. Surveying the area, they noticed that Team 2 had constructed 2 rudimentary tents for rest using vines and leaves. Yin Fiyu shook his head, remarking, It's fortunate it isn't raining. If it were to rain heavily like yesterday, they wouldn't last long before being washed away. Jiang Lexin nodded in confusion. We passed several locations that seemed more suitable for habitation. Why do they insist on remaining here? Yin Fiyu placed a finger to his lips, signaling Jiang Lexin to look in another direction. They observed a girl among the stationed individuals, wielding a sharpened wooden stick and fiercely thrusting it into a nearby tree. Chapter 86, A Unique Water Source. The two were puzzled by her actions. Subsequently, the girl set down the stick and picked up a container for water. Due to their distance, Jiang Lexin and Yin Fiyu were unable to discern what the girl was precisely doing. Yin Fiyu contemplated, Remember the appearance of that tree. Let us seek out a similar one to investigate further. Jiang Lexin meticulously observed the grand tree, gesturing towards their rear. The two cautiously retreated, gradually moving beside the tree and exchanging a glance. Yin Fiyu bellowed, enveloping his hand in spiritual energy and striking the trunk. As the outer layer shattered, a viscous liquid oozed forth. The pair raised their eyebrows in surprise. Jiang Lexin took a sniff, then dipped her finger into the substance, tasting it. Slightly sweet, non-toxic. Could this be the reason they are reluctant to seek sustenance elsewhere? Yin Fiyu nodded, glancing towards the encampment of Team 2. It appeared they were fortunate enough to discover such an extraordinary tree. Meanwhile, the 4 members of Liang Bo's team were returning gradually. The two concealed themselves carefully, overhearing snippets of conversation. So, did you find any food today? Oh, don't get me started. Today was disastrous. We only found some inedible fruits. When will this miserable existence come to an end? They exchanged a knowing smile, reminiscent of their former selves. They then heard, If it weren't for Team Liang discovering this tree with drinkable liquid, we would likely have perished from thirst by now. All right, enough complaining. Let's each take a fruit to stave off hunger, and hide the rest underground to prevent theft. Jiang Lexin and Yin Fu watched as a young man wrapped the remaining fruits in leaves and carefully buried them, covering the spot with foliage afterward. For Team 2, the night proved to be the most grueling time. Lacking the skill to create fire, they found themselves engulfed by the pitch-black forest, filled with dread. Without fire, they dared not linger outside as night fell. Otherwise, their markings would be rendered useless. The inky darkness obscured everything, making it easy to become lost in the woods. The fear of the dark compounded their discomfort. Each time the wind rustled the leaves, panic would grip the group. Noticing the rallying signal from Fang Ziqing on their wristwatch, the two quietly exited their observation point and made their way to the assembly point. In the distance, they spotted Gu Wan and others waiting by the fire. Gu Wan tossed a piece of jerky to Jiang Lexin and inquired, How did it go? Did you uncover any information? Jiang Lexin took a bite of the jerky and replied, Only now do I realize how fortunate we are to be part of Team Fang. Gu Wan frowned in confusion, while Yin Fiyu nodded in agreement, stating, I previously underestimated the significance of Team Fang's fire-making skills, but reflecting on it now, how difficult would we have found it without fire? Bai Yi nodded in affirmation, adding, Indeed, we wouldn't even be able to cook the meat. Jiang Lexin shook her head and remarked, Not only that, but Team 2's experience at night is nothing short of a nightmare. In comparison, we are much more fortunate. We can warm ourselves, roast meat, fend off wild beasts, and, most importantly, we possess hope. The group nodded in agreement. During this time, Fang Ziqing had imparted the art of fire-making to everyone, and they increasingly recognized its significance. Guwan glanced at the two and asked, aside from that, what else did you discover? Jiang Lexin and Yin Fiyu exchanged glances and replied, we found that their water source comes from some unique trees. When their bark is pierced, a drinkable liquid flows out. I believe they have survived these days solely by this means. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. Despite the dismal circumstances faced by the second team, there are still aspects worthy of emulation that they have yet to discover. Yin Fiyu chuckled and remarked, moreover, we have located their stash of remaining food supplies. Guwan smiled slightly. Then we have a task for tonight. Chapter 87, A Battle of No Retreat. Bai Yi nodded. Let us divide into two teams, one to sabotage their water source, and the other to steal their provisions. Yin Fiyu and the others had no objections. Just as they were about to set off, Fang Ziqing suddenly inquired, is their food supply substantial? Yin Fiyu pondered for a moment before shaking his head, not much. I estimate it will barely sustain them until morning. Why do you ask? Fang Ziqing replied with a smile, in that case, we shall focus solely on disrupting their water source tonight. Let the fruits remain untouched for now. Jiang Lexin furrowed her brow. Why should Team Fang show them such mercy? Lord He was utterly ruthless towards us. Guwan shook her head. This is not mercy. He intends to wait until their supplies are ample to ensnare them all at once. A mere handful of fruits will not inflict significant damage and may even alert them. Fang Ziqing, rubbing his nose, listened to Guwan articulate a phrase he had inadvertently let slip. I suppose this counts as promoting our culture in an alternate world? Jiang Lexin couldn't help but glance at Guwan and then at Fang Ziqing, realizing that indeed, only Guwan comprehended Team Fang's strategy. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi pouted. I understand Ziqing's meaning. It seems you are the only one who doesn't. Jiang Lexin touched her head, wondering if she was the only one at a loss. Fang Ziqing chuckled and shook his head. All right, enough of this. We can only send 3 at most. You decide how to arrange tonight's operation. Jiang Lexin and Yin Fiyu exchanged glances. The two of us will go, as we are familiar with the terrain. Zhao Peng stepped forward. You are both quite fatigued. Let me assist you. The two nodded in agreement, and the 3 set off towards the second team's encampment. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise, a male member of the second team had grown accustomed to fetching some liquid to drink. Upon reaching a nearby tree, he was astonished to see the surrounding trees had been punctured with large holes, their liquid completely drained. Something's amiss. Liang Bo and Sun Hong approached with furrowed brows, asking, what happened? The boy excitedly pointed to the nearby trees. Look, our water source has been destroyed. The remaining teammates hurried over to inspect the peculiar trees, all of which had been ravaged. Sun Hong's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to the storage area for their fruits. The others followed, their faces heavy with concern, until Sun Hong unearthed the wrapped leaves, releasing a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, they haven't discovered where we hid the fruits. Liang Bo sighed. Everyone's strength is likely nearing its limit. Continuing like this is unsustainable. Sun Hong distributed the last of the red fruits to each companion, stating, this is our final sustenance. Liang Bo gritted his teeth. If it comes to that, we can always go to that place and slaughter a pig. A girl overheard and turned pale at the thought. Previously, a group of wild boars was discovered, and there was much joy at the prospect of a hearty meal. The thought of utilizing their skills to secure one of these wild creatures seemed trivial. However, to their astonishment, upon their first encounter, a dozen wild boars suddenly erupted into chaos. Consequently, they found themselves fleeing through the forest, pursued by these tusked beasts. Had it not been for Liang Bo's quick thinking to suggest climbing trees, the outcome could have been dire. Sun Hong hesitated, pondering, if we work together, we could potentially take one down, but it is an entire herd of wild boars. Moreover, our current combat capabilities have significantly diminished. Liang Bo shook his head, asserting, we still possess the strength to fight, but if we wait too long, we might find ourselves too weak to move. We need not confront an entire herd. Luring out just one will suffice. The group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Liang Bo was correct. If they delayed further, they might soon be unable to walk, making the prospect of hunting wild boars nearly impossible. Waiting would lead to their demise. The 6 of them reached a consensus and consumed all their remaining provisions, preparing for a desperate final stand. Chapter 88. Terrifying reflexes should they fail to secure a wild boar this time. Their physical endurance would likely reach its limit. At that point, with no resources left, they would have no choice but to withdraw from their training. Armed with their rudimentary tools, the 6 of them ventured toward the herd of wild boars, with Fang Ziqing and the other 3 silently trailing behind. After approximately 40 minutes, Liang Bo signaled with a hand gesture. The group, having honed their coordination, immediately concealed themselves, anxiously observing the wild boar herd before them. For these sheltered individuals, the sight of wild boars weighing 300 to 400 pounds was indeed intimidating. Liang Bo whispered, "In a moment, I will target a solitary boar and draw it into our trap, where we can swiftly eliminate it." Sun Hong and the others nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, the herd remained tightly packed, and any attempt to attack now would likely provoke the entire group. Hiding behind a large tree, Bai Yi turned to Fang Ziqing and remarked, "This must be the same group of wild boars we encountered that day. Yet, they appear less robust now, and their tusks are not as large." Gu Wan nodded in acknowledgement, suggesting, "Perhaps we encountered the wild boar king that day." Fang Ziqing shushed them, signaling to observe as Liang Bo had already taken action. After a prolonged wait, a solitary wild boar finally emerged. Liang Bo immediately gestured, and the strongest among them, Sun Hong, summoned all his strength to hurl the makeshift wooden spear at the boar. The spear struck the boar's rear with precision, eliciting a pained shriek as it charged towards Liang Bo's exposed position. Realizing the urgency, Liang Bo quickly executed the plan, drawing the enraged boar away from the herd's watchful eyes, where his 5 companions lay in wait, ready to ensnare it. As they encircled the boar, an undercurrent of tension gripped the group, particularly when the boar's bloodshot eyes fixed on one of them, amplifying the pressure. A female member's hands trembled, her face paling with evident fear. Liang Bo shouted, "Now attack!" With a collective determination, the crowd grasped their wooden spears and swiftly advanced towards the wild boar. Upon noticing their approach, the boar charged in a singular direction, which unfortunately aligned with a pale-faced girl standing nearby. As the girl realized the boar was barreling towards her, panic seized her, leaving her mind a blank slate. The skills she had acquired at the academy vanished in an instant. Observing the imminent danger, Liang Bo sprang forward, gritting his teeth as he pushed the girl aside, prompting a chorus of alarmed shouts from the onlookers. "Be careful!" Just as the boar was about to collide with Liang Bo, a sharp whizzing sound pierced the air, and a stone, seemingly shot from nowhere, struck the boar squarely in the eye. With a pained cry, the boar lost its sight and crashed into a tree. Gu Wan and Bai Yi quickly turned their gaze towards Fang Ziqing. What astonishing speed and remarkable strength! Gu Wan couldn't help but clench her fists and slightly purse her lips. Setting aside all else, it was clear that his reaction time surpassed hers. While she hesitated over whether to act, Fang Ziqing had already taken decisive action. Such subtle distinctions could prove fatal in the heat of battle. The members of Team 2, witnessing the scene, exhaled in relief, with one exclaiming, "That scared me." "Liang, are you all right?" Liang Bo shook his head, signaling that he was fine. The girl, her gaze lowered and eyes reddened, murmured, "It's all my fault, Liang. I almost caused you to get hurt." Nearby, Sun Hong chuckled, "If you truly wish to repay him, why not offer yourself in marriage to our Liang instead? What do you all think?" The onlookers, reveling in the playful banter, began to tease, causing the girl's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Noticing her embarrassment, Liang Bo quickly diverted the conversation. "The boar isn't dead yet. Let us first deal with it." The boar, having collided with the tree, was now dazed and struggling to stand. With one eye rendered useless, it possessed little fighting capability. Liang Bo summoned his spiritual energy and forcefully drove the wooden spear into the boar's body. After a few feeble struggles, the creature succumbed to silence. Sun Hong remarked appreciatively, "With that surge of spiritual energy, it won't be long before you break through to level 1 advanced." The group looked on in admiration. Throughout their days together, Liang Bo had earned their respect and emerged as the most influential voice within the team. This was not solely due to his clever solutions to numerous challenges, but also his relentless dedication to cultivation, which left the others feeling inadequate. Unlike the privileged members of the group, Liang Bo, having grown up as an orphan, exhibited an unparalleled tenacity. When they first discovered that liquid, none dared to drink it. Yet he was the first to take the plunge. Scratching his head, Liang Bo said, "Thank you for your kind words, Sunday. Let us hurry and transport the boar back." Upon arriving at their base, the group was filled with joy. On the 4th day, they finally had meat to eat, albeit raw. Chapter 89. A small surprise as each member received a piece of bloody boar meat. They couldn't help but smack their lips and glance around at one another, none willing to take a bite. Bai Jing looked at the still furry piece of raw pork with disgust, finding it exceedingly difficult to swallow. Noticing the discomfort in the air, Liang Bo suggested, "Everyone, stop staring at it. The more you look, the harder it will be to eat. Pinch your noses, and it might lessen the nausea." In a moment of reckless bravado, Liang Bo tore off a small piece of raw pork and placed it into his mouth before the onlookers. The instant it touched his tongue, a wave of nausea washed over him. The vivid imagery of blood-soaked scenes made the taste of the raw meat a veritable nightmare. However, all eyes were upon him. If he succumbed to his revulsion, it would surely deter the others from partaking. With a steely resolve, Liang Bo suppressed his disgust and swallowed the meat, then tore off another piece, smiling as he encouraged, "Do not fear, it is not as dreadful as you imagine." The crowd, caught in indecision, was momentarily at a loss. It was then that Bai Jing, the first to rise in support of Liang Bo, boldly tore off a piece and, without hesitation, consumed it, her face paling as she swallowed. Witnessing such bravery from a girl stirred the pride of the men, who felt compelled to follow suit. Under Sun Hong's leadership, they all placed the meat into their mouths. Noticing Bai Jing's pallor, Liang Bo expressed his concern. "Are you all right?" With a forced composure, she shook her head, signaling that she was fine. Fang Ziqing and the others exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding. Having passed this trial, they began to acclimatize to their forest training. They soon embarked on an ambitious project, with all 6 joining forces to excavate a small underground hideaway for storing and concealing the wild boar meat. The meat, carefully wrapped in leaves, was gently placed into the pit. This was merely the first step, followed by several crucial actions from the group. After toiling for over an hour, they had camouflaged the pit flawlessly. Given the significance of this food supply, they even organized sentinels for the night watch. When night fell, the trio began strategizing their plan of action. "You see, we'll pair up for the watch. I'll take care of one with Guan, while Bai Yi, you swiftly grab the tools and locate the precise storage site. We'll converge within 3 minutes. Is there any problem?" Guan and Bai Yi shook their heads, awaiting Fang Ziqing's command. The 2 boys on watch, feeling the suffocating darkness enveloping them, huddled closer for warmth. The night wind sent chills through their bones, and soon, despite the biting cold, they succumbed to sleep. Unaccustomed to night watch, they struggled to adjust. Observing this, Fang Ziqing signaled, and the 3 of them stealthily approached. The 2 boys, caught unawares, felt a sharp pain at their necks before collapsing into unconsciousness. Guan and Fang Ziqing gently caught them and laid them down carefully. They exchanged a knowing glance and moved towards Bai Yi. Upon seeing them approach, Bai Yi tossed her tools to the pair, and the 3 commenced their excavation. Although they slowed their pace slightly to minimize noise, within 3 minutes, they had successfully unearthed the entire wild boar. The impeccable camouflage orchestrated by Liang Bo and the others was rendered futile. Bai Yi whispered, "Shall we leave?" Fang Ziqing glanced at the 2. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he replied, "You 2 take the wild boar and go ahead. I'll leave them a little surprise." The 2 exchanged glances, understanding without further words. As the wild boar meat was lifted, it vanished into the darkness, leaving Fang Ziqing to wield his tools and continue digging. In less than 10 minutes, he had excavated a substantial pit in front of where the meat was buried. After carefully concealing it with foliage, he cast a glance towards the tent. "Liang Bo, this is for your own good. It is imperative that you remember the traps lurking throughout the forest." With that, Fang Ziqing's figure swiftly disappeared into the night. Chapter 90. The misfortunate second team. An hour later, Liang Bo and Sun Hong arrived to relieve the 2. In the darkness, they could vaguely see the 2 lying motionless on the ground. Sun Hong chuckled. "These 2 fellows have actually fallen asleep. We'll have to have a word with them tomorrow." He then nudged the 2 on the ground with his foot. After a moment, there was still no response, and Liang Bo and Sun Hong's expressions changed dramatically. "Oh no! Everyone wake up! We are under attack!" The companions, who had slipped into slumber in the darkness, and the 2 who had been knocked out, slowly began to awaken. "Oh no! Quickly check on our wild boar meat." At this, everyone sprang to their feet in alarm and hurriedly felt their way towards the storage area. The night was exceedingly dark. Even if Fang Ziqing had concealed the pit, they might not have noticed it. Furthermore, now that it was camouflaged, they heard a loud crash followed by several cries of ouch. Ouch! On the 5th day, as dawn broke, Fang Ziqing cheerfully hoisted the members of the second team from the pit using vines. The second team, bruised and battered, had spent the night in the pit and were now sheepishly facing their comrades, utterly embarrassed. What a disgrace! At that moment, the instructor, Mr. He, along with 3 teachers, emerged and announced, "All right, this training session has come to an end. Over the past few days, you should have learned a great deal. It's time to return to school." Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the training was supposed to last 6 days, they could not head straight into competition. A period for adjustment was necessary. They boarded the vehicle that had brought them and departed from the forest where they had lived for nearly a week. Despite their disheveled appearances, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon entering the academy, the second team was allowed to rest while the first team had an hour for preparation. After an hour, Fang Ziqing and the others changed into clean clothes and arrived at the designated meeting spot. Mr. He waved his hand, signaling the 6 of them to come forward for a discussion. The latest intelligence indicates that Xing Fei from the Advanced Experimental Academy has just broken through to LV2. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Gu Wan. It was well known that Xing Fei was Gu Wan's formidable rival, always closely matched in cultivation. Gu Wan, however, displayed little reaction, merely nodding slightly. Mr. He continued, the drawing for the competition locations will take place the day after tomorrow, so we do not yet know which academy will host the events. However, we do know that the individual competitions will commence first. I have high hopes for the 6 of you. You must strive to secure a place in the top 10 during this grand tournament, as it holds significant importance. The group looked on, curious about Mr. He's hesitation. Jiang Lexin inquired, Mr. He, what is at stake? Lord He shook his head and said, You 6. Remember this. In the individual competition, you must exert your utmost efforts to secure a place among the top 10. My advice to you is to swiftly gather enough C-grade metal to forge a C-grade weapon. Zhao Peng nodded, a hint of excitement in his voice as he remarked. Lord He, I have heard that the rewards for this competition are quite substantial. I wonder if there will be C-grade metal among them. Lord He nodded and smiled slightly, saying, There will certainly be. Although the rewards vary each year, I can assure you that this year's offerings will surpass those of last year. In the coming days, you all must strive diligently to enter the top 10. He then turned his gaze to Gu Wan and added, Especially you, Gu Wan. You are the genius of our first advanced academy and the only level 2 ability user. Regardless of how formidable Xing Fei from the experimental advanced academy may be, you must ensure that the first position remains with the first advanced academy. Gu Wan nodded, stepping forward and assured, Lord He, rest assured. Victory will undoubtedly belong to the first advanced academy. With that, she cast a meaningful glance at Fang Ziqing. Chapter 91. Resources are crucial. Fang Ziqing pretended not to notice and inquired of Lord He. Lord He, in what format will the team competition be held? Lord He shook his head, I do not know. Bai Yi expressed her confusion. You do not know either? It is not just me. The team leaders from other academies are also unaware. Only after the individual competition concludes will the locations and formats for the team matches be drawn. Bai Yi nodded. Understanding now. For you, the rewards of the team competition will be no less than entering the top 10, and may even exceed it. Do not miss any opportunity. Hearing Lord He's words, Fang Ziqing felt a pang of curiosity. It sounds quite urgent from what you say. Is something about to happen? Lord He glanced at Fang Ziqing but did not answer directly, cryptically stating, You will soon find out. Liangyo approached from the side, saying, Today is for your rest. Return and take care of your condition. Tomorrow is the final day before the competition, and Lord He and I will conduct theoretical training with you. The group exchanged glances and nodded. Then, goodbye, Teacher Liang and Lord He. Just as Fang Ziqing turned to leave, Liangya called out, Fang Ziqing, please stay. I have something to discuss with you. Fang Ziqing halted and turned back, while Bai Yi and Gu Wan slowed their steps, eager to listen. The rest of you may return, Liangya said with a smile, noticing Bai Yi and Gu Wan's reluctance to leave. They exchanged glances and, with a sigh, departed. Fang Ziqing followed Liangya in silence, unsure why she had called him. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Liangya turned and, crossing her arms, appraised Fang Ziqing. How has your training been of late? Fang Ziqing quickly replied, It's going well. I feel that I will soon break through to an advanced state and achieve perfection. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Liang. Suddenly, Liangya extended an arm and fiercely twisted Fang Ziqing's ear. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed, watching him wince in pain. Liangya eased her grip slightly, but did not release him entirely. With a huff, she scolded, You, Fang Ziqing, even dared to deceive me? Speak honestly, what is your current level? Upon hearing these words, Fang Ziqing's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that Liangya had discovered something? Would she realize that his cultivation method differed from others? Despite the sudden unease in his heart, Fang Ziqing maintained an impassive expression. With a flicker of his eyes, he cautiously inquired, Teacher Liang, when did you come to know? Seeing Fang Ziqing's acknowledgement, Liangya huffed and released her grip on his ear. What could possibly evade my notice? Fang Ziqing forced a smile. Indeed, how could I conceal anything from you? Liangya regarded him and said, I witnessed your battle with the wild boar. Frankly, although there were numerous shortcomings in your first real combat, I must admit, you performed commendably. Upon her words, Fang Ziqing realized that this was the cause of his exposure. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was not his cultivation method that had been revealed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With suspicion, he asked, Teacher Liang, does this mean that the wild boar's sudden rampage was orchestrated by you? Liangya's face flushed momentarily as she coughed. Ahem. After all, I cannot allow you to easily acquire resources. However, she continued, since you have concealed your abilities so well, I presume your companions remain unaware. Fang Ziqing nodded, telling a fib without a hint of embarrassment. Teacher Liang, you are the first to know. And I kindly ask you to keep it confidential. Liang regarded him with a meaningful glance. Do you comprehend why I called you out here alone? Fang Ziqing shook his head in confusion. I understand that your reasons for concealing your strength are certainly valid. However, I must advise you not to shy away from competing for rankings due to this concealment. Seeing Liang Ye's serious demeanor, he frowned. But Teacher Liang, what difference does it make if I achieve a good ranking? Liang Ye glanced around to ensure they were alone and spoke softly. Resources. The previous minor competitions may have been inconsequential, but in the upcoming major contests, you must exert every effort to secure resources for yourself. Whether it be precious elixirs like the spirit-enhancing pill or C-grade metals for crafting C-grade weapons, these are of utmost importance to you. No, they are vital for everyone. Her words only deepened Fang Ziqing's confusion. He could comprehend the value of the spirit-enhancing pill, as it could hasten his cultivation progress. But what use were C-grade weapons in competitions among classmates? Teacher Liang, is there something significant about to occur? Chapter 92. This damn joy. Liang Ye shook her head. In a few days, you shall understand. You must heed my advice. Seize every resource available to you and maximize the enhancement of your abilities. It is undoubtedly beneficial. Fang Ziqing nodded. Even though Liang Ye had not revealed any specific events, he could discern her genuine concern for him. Thank you for your reminder, Teacher Liang. Suddenly, Liang Ye spoke. The mighty gorilla? Instinctively, Fang Ziqing responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Immediately, he felt a chill run down his spine, staring blankly at Liang Ye. Just as he felt his body stiffening, Liang Ye broke into a gentle smile, waved at him, and turned to leave. At that moment, Fang Ziqing felt utterly exposed. How did Teacher Liang know he was the mighty gorilla? Did only she know, or did the other teachers as well? Would he discern the peculiarity of my martial arts identity? If it were merely a matter of rank and skills, Fang Ziqing would harbor no such apprehensions. However, the sword insight diagram bestowed upon me by the system must remain a closely guarded secret. A torrent of questions flashed through Fang Ziqing's mind. As an individual who had traversed worlds and suffered from a profound paranoia of persecution, he felt as though he might be seized at any moment to be dissected. In truth, Liang Ye merely wished to tease him. The situation was not nearly as convoluted as he imagined. Her awareness of his identity was merely a fortuitous accident. Distracted, Fang Ziqing hurried towards his residence. Before he could settle in, he received a message from Bai Yi. Ziqing, has Teacher Liang finished with you? Our team plans to gather for a meal. If you're done, do come over. Feeling the pangs of hunger, Fang Ziqing made his way to the location Bai Yi had sent him. The venue was a private dining establishment within the academy, frequented by the affluent young ladies and gentlemen. Upon his arrival, Bai Yi rose and waved him over, smiling as she pulled him close and handed him the menu. Take a look and see if there's anything you fancy. As Fang Ziqing perused the menu, he came across a dish titled Celestial Flight, priced at a staggering 288 federal coins. Goodness, what kind of dish costs so much? That's equivalent to nearly 2,000 from my past life, he thought. After flipping through the menu for a while, he noted that the names of the dishes were increasingly melodious, while their prices soared higher. He set the menu down, waving his hand to indicate his disinterest in its offerings. Jiang Lexin, twirling her hair, chuckled. Fang Ziqing, you truly are diligent, always training. Startled, he glanced at them before looking down to realize he was the only one still in training attire, while Jiang Lexin and the others had long since changed into their own clothes. He touched his nose and shrugged. My family is impoverished. I can only wear what the academy provides. Jiang Lexin burst into laughter. Fang Ziqing, you're quite amusing. Of those who can attend the first advanced academy, 9.5 out of 10 come from affluent backgrounds. Even if you belong to that half, you still have the academy's subsidy. How could you possibly be unable to afford clothing? At this moment, Gu Wan, upon hearing this, put down her chopsticks. It dawned on her that she ought to buy Fang Ziqing a few new outfits. Typically, he wore the uniforms procured by the household servants and was reluctant to spend the pocket money given by Gu's father. With the subsidy, he had donated all his money to the orphanage, leaving him with little to no funds. Bai Yi, overhearing this, took it seriously and pretended to raise her wristwatch to transfer her pocket money to him. At that moment, Fang Ziqing's posture straightened in surprise. Could he truly accept tens of millions of federal coins? Should he accept them or not? That was indeed a quandary. Fang Ziqing feigned reluctance, adopting a serious expression. Just as Bai Yi was about to complete the transfer, a pair of chopsticks unexpectedly interjected from across the table. He looked up to see Gu Wan, her expression devoid of emotion. Yet even Jiang Lexin sensed a chill in the air. She wondered if the air conditioning was malfunctioning. Upon witnessing this, Fang Ziqing felt a sudden jolt and decisively declined Bai Yi's kind offer. Even her playful pout and charming demeanor proved ineffective. As the group prepared to depart, Fang Ziqing's wristwatch buzzed with a notification. Ding. Your friend Gu Wan has transferred 1,000,000 federal coins to you. Please check. Gu Wan remarked. We are not short on funds. You needn't always rely on others. Following her message, she buried herself under the covers, hands covering her flushed cheeks, her face aglow. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. What if he declined? Hearing the watch emit a reply from Fang Ziqing, Gu Wan hastily opened it. Fang Ziqing replied, at your service. A smile blossomed on Gu Wan's face, her delight evident in her eyes. She closed her eyes and fell back onto the large bed, feeling elated. Today was indeed a joyous occasion. Chapter 93, Forward. Experimental Advanced Academy. At the first Advanced Academy in Tianhai City, the entire student body of the ability users was gathered. Over 300 ability users were divided into 2 teams, awaiting orders from the esteemed Black Lord. One team consisted of 50 observers, who gazed enviously at the 50 combatants preparing for battle, wishing they could take their place. The other team comprised the top 50 ability users determined by the previous rankings. Each of them stood ready, their excitement palpable, rivaling that of the Spirit Awakening ceremony. Earlier that morning, the draw had determined that the competition would take place at the Experimental Advanced Academy in Tianhai City. Students from the 1st and 6th Advanced Academies were boarding vehicles, eagerly heading to the venue. They could hardly contain their excitement, as this marked their first collective excursion outside the campus. For those who had missed the opportunity for a family visit last time, it was the first time in 2 months they could step beyond the school gates. The allure of freedom was intoxicating. A team of 6, unlike the ordinary students, traveled in a private vehicle to ensure their rest remained undisturbed. The other students on the bus looked on with envy, knowing these 6 represented the pinnacle of strength from the 1st Advanced Academy and were their greatest asset in this competition. However, the 6 in the private vehicle did not appear at ease. A palpable tension reminiscent of pre-exam nerves hung in the air. What did the Experimental Advanced Academy look like? How formidable were its ability users? Through the window, Fang Ziqing noticed Liang Bo animatedly chatting with a girl from their second team. Amused, he took a snapshot and sent it to him. Caught off guard by the unexpected photo, Liang Bo's ears turned crimson as he stumbled over his words while speaking to the girl. The girl, named by Jing, was poised and confident. She waved at him through the window and then wrapped her arms around Liang Bo's waist, signaling their relationship. In that moment, Liang Bo appeared flustered and unsure of how to react. Fang Ziqing turned away, chuckling as he stroked his chin and teased. This guy seems to have quite the romantic fortune. Bai Yi, seated beside him, remarked with a smile, that girl must be the one Liang Bo rescued. Reminiscent of a romantic hero saving the damsel scenario from television. She then turned to Fang Ziqing and inquired, Ziqing, if I were ever in peril, would you come to my rescue without hesitation? Before Fang Ziqing could respond, Gu Wan interjected, fear not, we are all part of the same team. Should you find yourself in danger, I will undoubtedly save you. Jiang Lexin and Zhao Peng exchanged knowing smiles. Thus, the skirmish between the 2 women commenced anew. The 1st Advanced Academy and the Experimental Advanced Academy were not particularly distant from one another. However, this did not imply that the 2 academies for abilities were close in proximity. The ability zone of the 1st Advanced Academy and the ordinary zone required a half-hour ride, and it was likely the same for the Experimental Advanced Academy. After more than 2 hours of travel, the group finally arrived and disembarked at the school gates. The ability students from the Experimental Advanced Academy had already formed several lines at the entrance to welcome their counterparts from the 2 academies. The school uniform of the 1st Advanced Academy bore a reddish hue, while that of the Experimental Advanced Academy leaned towards blue, and the 6th Academy donned a predominantly black attire. The students from the 3 schools gathered together, distinctly delineated. Among them, the 1st Advanced Academy boasted the largest contingent, with a total of 302 students, followed closely by the Experimental Advanced Academy with over 250, while the 6th Advanced Academy was somewhat meager with only 150. Regardless of how the students from the 3 academies typically behaved, today not a single one displayed any embarrassing antics. It was simple, they were representing the dignity of their respective institutions. Even if one were to suffer from an upset stomach, they would maintain their composure. As they observed the students from the 6th Academy, there was a palpable sense of insecurity compared to the 2 other academies. Zhao Peng remarked softly, although the 6th Academy consistently ranks last among the 3 major schools, our teachers have mentioned that they have awakened individuals each time, and there was even a year when they nearly surpassed our academy. Jiang Lexin nodded in agreement, saying, our teachers previously noted that the students from the 6th Academy often come from ordinary families. Their innate talents may not match ours, but their diligence surpasses ours. resulting in a notably impressive ratio of awakened individuals. I had not regarded them seriously before, but after this training, my perspective has changed. Infu chimed in, however. I still firmly believe that we are the strongest. The group nodded in unison. Through this training, they had all come to recognize their shortcomings. They had trained harder than ever before, and come next year's major examination, they would not be outdone by anyone. At that moment, the foremost representative from the Experimental Advanced Academy, Xing Fei, approached and addressed the students from both academies, students from the First Advanced Academy. Please join the line to my left. Students from the Sixth Advanced Academy, kindly form the line to my right, as we will arrange accommodations for you. The group nodded and followed the leading line as they slowly entered the campus of the Experimental Advanced Academy. The overall impression was one of simplicity, strikingly straightforward. In terms of architectural grandeur and the lush greenery, the Experimental Advanced Academy could not truly rival the First Advanced Academy. Yet even so, some students from the Sixth Academy found themselves wide-eyed in awe, exclaiming, "How vast! How spectacular!" Zhao Hong, the foremost student from the Sixth Academy, cast a sidelong glance, prompting the other students to fall silent. Jiang Lexin whispered, "It is said that the one leading the way is Zhao Hong, the top student from the Sixth Academy." Though his cultivation was not as astonishing as Gu Wan's, it nonetheless reached a terrifying state of perfection, placing him above us. Zhao Peng scrutinized him closely and, clenching his fist, remarked, "His prowess is indeed formidable, yet rankings are determined by combat strength. When faced with opponents, the outcome remains uncertain." At that moment, a striking young woman with a chic bob, Xing Fei, gracefully approached, her long legs gliding effortlessly. Gu Wan paused, turning her gaze towards her. "Gu Wan, I too am now an LV2 capable individual. Tomorrow, we shall see who reigns supreme," Xing Fei declared with an assertive tone. Before Gu Wan could respond, Jiang Lexin interjected with a sarcastic edge. "Ah, this must be the second genius of Tianhai City, Xing Fei. Truly, seeing is believing. What a pleasure." Hearing Jiang Lexin emphasize the word second, Xing Fei narrowed her eyes slightly, but remained unperturbed, merely retorting, "Gu Wan, I shall see you on the arena." With that, she turned and strode away. Though the residences for males and females were separated, the 6 members of their team evidently enjoyed special treatment, as they were allocated a villa for their stay. Upon entering, they each selected their rooms, the boys on the first floor and the girls on the second. The leaders of the Advanced Academy were clearly decisive, concluding their brief speech in no time, leaving ample opportunity for the capable individuals to prepare. During the remaining half-day, the 6 did not slacken their efforts, honing their martial skills and training diligently. Fang Ziqing was untroubled regarding Gu Wan. Her combat strength was not to be underestimated. He stopped by Yi and inquired, "So, do you feel confident about making it into the top 10 tomorrow?" Bai Yi smiled mysteriously and replied, "Rest assured. I shall surprise you then." Fang Ziqing nodded, satisfied with her confidence. He retreated to his room, sitting cross-legged to practice the sword insight diagram. He had progressed to the point where he could now not only rotate counterclockwise, achieving the 9 cycles he previously mastered in a clockwise direction, but was now capable of executing 14 cycles. The next milestone of 36 cycles seemed imminent. The following morning, the tense individual ranking battles commenced. This was an exceedingly significant contest, and the question lingered, who among the capable individuals would seize the coveted resources? Chapter 95. The ruthless competition system. In this round of personal ranking battles, 3 academies collectively dispatched 150 participants. The first round aimed to determine the top 50, which meant the elimination of 100 individuals right from the outset. Upon hearing the rules, even those not participating were taken aback. Eliminating 2/3 in the first round seemed excessively harsh. The competition rules were straightforward. The 150 participants would be divided into 50 groups of 3, engaging in combat amongst themselves. Victors would enter the top 50, while those with mixed outcomes would be placed in contention. This rule was quite disconcerting. It implied that to succeed, one must achieve 2 consecutive victories, losing even once relegated one to uncertainty. If one were to ask how a master would fare against another master, leading to their elimination, wouldn't that be a pity? The answer is simple. Once the victorious individuals from the 50 groups are determined, based on past conventions, it is certain that fewer than 50 positions will remain available. At this moment, all the undecided contestants once again vied for the remaining spots. If that expert failed to qualify in both rounds, he must undoubtedly be a pseudo-expert. Elimination is simply inevitable. Subsequently, the allocation of teams began on the grand screen at the center. Fang Ziqing observed that although the strengths of the participants varied, each group comprised 1 contestant from each of the 3 academies. With a chime, Fang Ziqing from the First Advanced Academy was assigned to Group 7. In an instant, The groupings for the 150 ability users were completed, with a wave of the hand from the higher-ups of the Advanced Experimental Academy. 50 small arenas emerged before the spectators, indicating that battles would commence simultaneously, a truly grand undertaking. The 150 ability users silently ascended the platforms, donning the special attire distributed by the judges. The criteria for determining victory hinged on who could strike the button on their opponent's chest or achieve a certain level of damage. With clear victory conditions established, the risk of mistakenly injuring a rival was minimized, while simultaneously testing the overall abilities of the contestants. Even with immense strength, inadequate speed would preclude advancement. The three participants would battle in sequence. Fang Ziqing was unfamiliar with the ability users from the other two academies. The previous day, Liangye had conducted a theoretical lesson, thoroughly disseminating information about the powerful individuals from the two academies. Fang Ziqing shrugged. This battle seemed to bear little pressure. The other two competitors, however, appeared considerably more anxious, evidently having received similar briefings from their instructor. As a top 10 expert from the first Advanced Academy, Fang Ziqing was already well versed in the details. In the first match, Fang Ziqing faced an ability user from the 6th Academy. Noticing the slight tension in his opponent, Fang Ziqing smiled subtly as a halo of spiritual energy enveloped him. In response, the 6th Academy's contestant also manifested a halo, yet it was significantly inferior to Fang Ziqing's. Seeing this, the 6th Academy's ability user felt a sinking sensation. According to the data, Fang Ziqing was an advanced ability user, while he himself was merely intermediate. It seemed he would need to resort to his trump card to secure victory. Not only had the first Advanced Academy opened a low-level martial arts authorization, but the other two academies had done the same. Aside from the unified training in the cannon fist, this 6th Academy ability user had quietly begun practicing another martial art focused on agility. As Fang Ziqing noticed a ripple of spiritual energy beneath his opponent's feet, he saw the speed of the 6th Academy's contestant surge as he charged towards him. He struck. A flicker of ecstasy appeared on the 6th Academy user's face. But as his fist passed through Fang Ziqing's form, he realized it was merely an afterimage left by Fang Ziqing's swift movement. A chime echoed. You have been defeated. Stunned by the voice emanating from his combat suit, he wryly waved his hand, stating, no wonder he is among the top 10 experts of the first Advanced Academy. Indeed formidable. The judge signaled that the result was valid, and Fang Ziqing effortlessly secured victory in the first match. In truth, the disparity in strength was too great. With just a slight use of his illusion technique, he had rendered his opponent unable to keep pace. When it was Fang Ziqing's turn to battle against the ability user from the Advanced Experimental Academy, that contestant simply waved his hand in concession. Having witnessed the previous fight and recognizing that he lacked the strength to defeat Fang Ziqing, it would be wiser to conserve one's strength for the impending contest against the adept from 6th High, vying for a provisional seat. Fang Ziqing rubbed his nose, and at the referee's signal, he slowly approached the esteemed position among the top 50. The novel is currently undergoing a critical phase, as the official begins to test its data. Over the next 3 days, metrics such as readings and evaluations will be scrutinized. If the results are favorable, all will be well. If not, the work may face dire consequences. I humbly implore everyone to engage with the text over these 3 days. My heartfelt gratitude extends in all directions. Chapter 96. The 10 stars. While it is to determine 50 positions, in truth, fewer than 30 individuals have managed to consecutively triumph over 2 opponents. The remaining slots will be contested by those entering the provisional matches, who will once again compete until a victor emerges. Fang Ziqing lifted his gaze and recognized some familiar faces. Among the 6, aside from Yin Fei'er and Zhao Peng, who were slightly delayed, all others were among these 30 individuals. To his surprise, after the conclusion of the provisional matches, he spotted Liang Bo, who, it was said, had recently ascended to a higher realm, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Before long, the 50 seats were filled, and the over 600 contestants below gazed upon them with envy. These represented the strongest 50 individuals from the urban area of Tianhai City. They would be regarded as key seeds by various academies and would receive abundant rewards following the competition. However, the excitement of the 50 was short-lived, as the referee announced the immediate commencement of the intense 50-10 ranking matches. The crowd held its breath, enveloped in an eerie silence. Those who reached this stage were the elite prodigies from various academies, with almost half possessing a level of at least LV1 advanced or higher. The confrontation among such formidable talents ignited the atmosphere. They were unprepared for this, as the rules dictated a more brutal format than the previous one, where 150 competed for 50 slots, immediately eliminating 4/5 of the talent. The aim was to select the 10 stars of Tianhai City. The contestants below were electrified with anticipation. Each hoped that their academy's prodigy would triumph over the others and secure a position among the 10 stars. This selection held immense significance. If all went as expected, next year's awakening candidates would emerge from this group, and once chosen, they would transcend their academies to become the foremost seeds of the entire Tianhai city. This status would not only bring about substantial resource allocations, but also various other benefits. Such honor and opportunity were worth fighting for with all their might. The 50 were divided into 10 groups, with only one from each group permitted to advance. Contrary to expectations of a prolonged individual competition, it progressed swiftly, reflecting the rigorous style of the Advanced Experimental Academy. To eliminate 4 out of 5 participants while achieving the best results was evidently a formidable challenge. The advancement would be determined by a scoring system, with the 5 contestants competing in turn. A victory would earn a point, while ties and losses would yield no score. The highest total would prevail. Should there be a tie, a playoff would determine who advances first. Many among the 50 swallowed hard, their hands clasped in prayer, beseeching not to face opponents like Gu Wan or Xing Fei. Otherwise, it would be better to concede defeat outright. In this ranking competition, not only will the top 10 stars be selected, but a comprehensive ranking will also be established based on the points accumulated, representing the standings of these 50 individuals within the Tianhai City District. One could say that the honor in this competition is minimal, yet the resources each participant could garner are substantial. The strong remain strong, and a single misstep may cause one to fall behind. This is also the pivotal reason why Liang Ye urged Fang Ziqing to treat this competition with utmost seriousness. Fang Ziqing surveyed the crowd around him. The 6 of them must not be positioned together, lest they find themselves pitted against one another. In an instant, the large screen displayed the list of 10 teams, prompting the audience to scrutinize it closely. Reactions varied. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Upon glancing at the list, Fang Ziqing was taken aback to find himself grouped with Liang Bo, eliciting a rueful smile at his ill fortune. At that moment, Liang Bo, seated beside him, jested, "Fang, when we meet in battle, just concede immediately, so you don't exhaust your spirit energy unnecessarily." Fang Ziqing, feigning annoyance, playfully punched him, insisting, "I don't need your mercy." Liang Bo nodded eagerly in agreement. The selection of the top 10 would not occur simultaneously. In order to allow the audience to clearly observe the battles of these 50 combatants, the Academy decided to conduct the matches sequentially. The first group of 5, having drawn their lots, nervously entered the competition queue. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 5 felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Unlike the previous round, where attention was dispersed, all eyes were now focused on them. Fang Ziqing focused intently, spotting Bai Yi among them, and noted that she was the sole female in their team. Catching his gaze, Bai Yi made a gesture of encouragement. Her eyes crescent-shaped as she smiled and nodded back. At that moment, a grand arena slowly ascended at the center, leaving the 5 somewhat bewildered. A victory in this match would undoubtedly yield significant benefits, whereas a poor performance could lead to mockery from all the abilities in Tianhai City. Chapter 97. The Defender. Bai Yi, the referee, stood at the center and announced, "The competition will proceed in 2 formats, the wheel battle, where the 5 will sequentially duel to determine the victor based on accumulated points, and the defender battle, in which one member of the team stands as the defender while the remaining 4 challenge them in succession. If the defender prevails against all challengers, the team will advance directly." Fang Ziqing nodded, recognizing that the defender battle was clearly designed for individuals like Gu Wan, where the disparity in strength was considerable, and prolonged bouts would be excessively time-consuming, hence this regulation. Initially, none of the 5 stepped forward, feeling apprehensive about one person facing 4. The referee glanced around and asked, "Is there no one willing to stand as the defender? I will count to 3, and if no one volunteers, we will proceed with the wheel battle. 1, 2, wait." Bai Yi stepped forward, addressing the referee, "I will defend." The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, celebrating her bravery regardless of the outcome. After all, Bai Yi was the only girl in the team. At that moment, the crowd, including those from other academies, rallied behind her with cheers of support. A photograph of Bai Yi's information appeared on the large screen, listing her as the champion from Tianhai District First Advanced Academy. At that moment, the 4 members of Team 1 exchanged glances, a hint of blush gracing their cheeks, prompting one girl to shy away. Fang Ziqing scrutinized the composition of Team 1. Apart from one male student from the Advanced Experimental Academy, who was ranked in the top 10 and somewhat familiar to him, the others posed little threat to Bai Yi. Indeed, after a brief commotion, the fierce competition commenced. As soon as Bai Yi made her move, the audience was stunned. The dazzling aura of her spiritual energy manifested, leading to gasps of astonishment. What? It's actually the perfect realm. It was unexpected that the first advanced academy was brimming with talent, aside from Gu Wan. Another expert had emerged. It should be noted that, currently, apart from Gu Wan and Xing Fei, no one had reached the perfect realm. The audience was taken aback by such a remarkable surprise in the opening match. In that moment, the capable individuals from the first advanced academy unabashedly rose to their feet, chanting, 1 against 4. 1 against 4. The students from the other two academies were not to be outdone, rallying for Luo Rue with chants of, Go Luo Rue. Go Luo Rue. Besides Bai Yi, whose acclaim was the loudest, Luo Rue was the renowned expert ranked among the top 10 of the Advanced Experimental Academy. Previously, he had been meditating calmly, but upon witnessing Bai Yi's revelation of strength, he frowned, falling into a contemplative silence. Having assessed his 4 opponents thoroughly, he was well aware of their basic information. Although Bai Yi was among the top 10 experts of the first academy, Luo Rue did not regard her with undue concern, confident in his status as a senior ability user. However, now confronted with a disparity in levels, unless he excelled significantly in martial skills, his chances of victory appeared daunting. The shock was not confined to him and the spectators below. The remaining 45 individuals from 9 other groups observing the match also wore expressions of concern. Fang Ziqing smiled and nodded. This girl had indeed surprised him. He had not anticipated her breakthrough to the perfect realm. At that moment, Jiang Lexin and the others widened their eyes, feeling both joy and envy. After all, they had spent a week together as teammates, and previously, aside from Gu Wan, they were all level 1 senior ability users. The sudden emergence of a breakthrough to the perfect realm was utterly unexpected, regardless of the thoughts swirling in others' minds. Bai Yi stood on the stage, remarkably composed, awaiting challengers, while the remaining members seemed hesitant to confront her first. Observing their indecision, the referee stepped forward and announced, if no one challenges, Team 1 will see Bai Yi directly advance to the top 10, with the rest competing in a round-robin format to determine their rankings. Upon hearing this, the 4 exchanged glances, yet none stepped forward. Just as the referee was about to declare Bai Yi's advancement to the top 10, the strongest among the 4, Luo Rue, gritted his teeth and ascended the stage. Previously, he had not intended to be the first to confront her, preferring to let others gauge her strengths first. However, it was evident that the other 3 had similar thoughts. As the referee prepared to disqualify them, the most formidable among them instinctively stepped forward to confront the challenge. The audience held their breath, eyes glued to the 2 combatants exchanging respectful gestures in the arena. A duel between masters often culminates in a fleeting moment. Luo Rue was a powerhouse, having not only mastered the technique known as cannon fist, but also another offensive martial art called shattering earth. Clearly, Bai Yi was a practitioner who emphasized speed. She opted for a low-level technique, the green serpent step, previously chosen by Liangya during her virtual confrontation with Fang Ziqing. In the realm of perfection, both the richness and intensity of spiritual energy surpassed those of higher tiers. Furthermore, each minor advancement fortified the body, elevating strength and speed to a new echelon. Luo Rue fully comprehended the gravity of the current situation. Prolonging the battle would lead to his demise. Thus, to vanquish her, he resolved to rely on the power he took great pride in. Bai Yi, as a speed-oriented practitioner, would undoubtedly not allow anyone to dictate her rhythm. The moment the referee signaled, she surged toward Luo Rue. Witnessing her terrifying speed, devoid of any visible technique, she reached him in an instant, leaving Luo Rue astounded. Without a second thought for his dwindling spiritual energy, he unleashed the second tier of cannon fist, the mountain-quaking blow, aimed directly at Bai Yi. The students below nodded, fully aware that only a genius could execute a second-tier low-level technique at the LV1 stage. Luo Rue truly lived up to the title of one of the top 10 prodigies of the Advanced Academy. Jiang Lexin, anxious, asked Fang Ziqing for his thoughts. Fang Ziqing chuckled lightly, remarking that had it been the previous version of Bai Yi, she might have needed to exert some effort, but now, the disparity was insurmountable. Before he could finish, Bai Yi's toes shimmered with a hint of azure spiritual energy. The martial art that had never been witnessed before, the green serpent step, was activated in an instant. Luo Rue's formidable punch, augmented by his technique, failed to graze even the hem of Bai Yi's attire. As he realized he had lost track of his target, panic surged within him. Just as he attempted to pivot, Bai Yi perceived his movement as painfully sluggish. With pinpoint precision, her strikes landed on Luo Rue's back, even though she had withheld some force. The strengthened might of her perfected realm still sent the robust Luo Rue staggering. Bai Yi stood poised, hands clasped behind her, while Luo Rue managed a wry smile, conceding, Referee, I admit defeat. The spectators, puzzled, whispered among themselves, questioning Luo Rue's decision to surrender. With a respectful gesture towards Bai Yi, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, classmate Bai, for your mercy. He recognized that allowing such a glaring flaw to be exploited without any defensive techniques at his disposal meant that had she unleashed her full strength, he would have undoubtedly found himself sprawled on the ground by now. Gazing at Bai Yi, clad in white with silver hair cascading down her waist, her posture reminiscent of a celestial being, Luo Rue hesitantly inquired, Classmate Bai, may I ask if we could be friends? The moment those words left his lips, the audience erupted in a chorus of boos through the sound system, following Bai Yi's remarkable performance. It seems that yet another goddess-like figure is set to emerge in the bustling district of Tianhai City. In an instant, a multitude of enamored boys erupted in cheers, hailing her as the goddess Bai. Even the supporters of Gu Wan and Xing Fei found themselves overshadowed by the fervor of Bai Yi's admirers. Upon hearing Luo Rue's shameless remarks, the members of the so-called Bai family army, endowed with various abilities, flushed with indignation and vocally condemned him. Luo Rue, observing the onslaught of criticisms from the crowd, felt no shame and continued, Classmate Bai, I bear no ill intentions. I simply wish to express my respect for your prowess after our match and would like to befriend you. At that moment, Jiang Lexin playfully nudged Fang Ziqing, exclaiming, Fang, little Bai has caught someone else's eye. Aren't you going to make a dazzling entrance and defeat Luo Rue decisively? Before Fang Ziqing could respond, a piece of candy flew through the air, striking Jiang Lexin on the head with pinpoint accuracy. Ouch! Jiang Lexin exclaimed, clutching her head. As she turned to see Gu Wan, her expression impassive, remarking, Here's a candy for you to silence your chatter. Chapter 99. 1 against 4. Seeing Gu Wan's demeanor, Jiang Lexin quickly covered her head and stuck out her tongue, refraining from further comments. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng and Yin Fi stifled their laughter. Having long recognized the dynamics between the trio, with Jiang Lexin being the carefree one, often the target of playful jabs, a reality they had grown accustomed to. Upon hearing Luo Rue's words, Bai Yi felt a wave of panic, not towards him, but for fear that Fang Ziqing might misconstrue the situation. She anxiously glanced at Fang Ziqing, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing him unfazed. Meanwhile, Luo Rue, mistaking Bai Yi's fluster for admiration, struck a pose he deemed impressive, asking, I wonder if classmate Bai has time this afternoon too. Before he could finish, he noticed Bai Yi walking past him, showing no inclination to respond. Left speechless on the stage, Luo Rue stood there, bewildered. The referee, also a teacher from the Advanced Academy, grew impatient, stating, This student should leave the stage. We are about to commence the next match. Laughter erupted from the audience as Luo Rue, his face pale with humiliation, descended from the stage. If the formidable Luo Rue had been effortlessly bested by Bai Yi, the remaining 3 competitors, now devoid of fighting spirit after witnessing the bout, fell swiftly, each defeated in less than a minute. With each victory, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers and applause. The name of Bai Yi from the First Advanced Academy grew ever more illustrious, etched into the minds of every ability-wielding individual from the 3 major institutions. Even some teachers from other schools took note, intending to analyze her combat strategies, designating her as a subject of significant observation. What surprised everyone the most was the rapid expansion of the fanbase known as the Bai family army, now rivaling the initial fervor for Gu Wan and Xing Fei. With her exquisite features, captivating physique, and formidable strength, Bai Yi ignited a fervor among the male populace in an instant. Even more astonishing was the unprecedented support from the 6th Advanced Academy, which had amassed an impressive following. Upon careful reflection, it becomes evident that the First Advanced Academy boasts Gu Wan, and the Experimental Advanced Academy is represented by Xing Fei. Yet the 6th Advanced Academy remains devoid of a goddess to command presence. Their fervor incited a mix of envy and irritation among several female students of the 6th Academy. When Bai Yi triumphed over her 4th opponent, achieving the remarkable feat of a 1 versus 4 victory, the excitement reached its zenith. The entire venue resonated with the name of Bai Yi, with some boys obnoxiously calling out to her. Nevertheless, even some of the girls could not help but admire Bai Yi's formidable prowess, voicing their admiration. The judge ascended the stage, adorning Bai Yi with a medal symbolizing her place among the top 10, indicating that she should take her seat among the elite. Bai Yi nodded, her heart swelling with a hint of joy as she cast a glance toward Fang Ziqing. Upon seeing Fang Ziqing's encouraging gesture, she couldn't help but smile. The opinions of others mattered little to her. The approval of Fang Ziqing was all she desired. At that moment, her bashful expression was noticed by her fan club, eliciting a chorus of fervent cheers from the audience. Fang Ziqing sat leisurely in his position, being the 10th team and thus the last to compete, affording him ample time to rest. Once the top 10 were determined, the remaining matches would occur on a smaller stage, leaving the grand arena to the second team vying for the top spots. Fang Ziqing squinted, intending to take a nap, only to be roused by a sudden uproar. Rubbing his eyes, he turned his gaze toward the stage, where Gu Wan stood. He nodded, realizing it was her team that had begun. Yet he pondered why such a fervent uproar ensued. The judge, slightly agitated, exclaimed, "Gu Wan, are you truly intending to take on 4 opponents simultaneously?" Gu Wan nodded, indicating that indeed she was. A 1 versus 4 confrontation? It was no wonder the crowd erupted in astonishment. Fang Ziqing smacked his lips, stroking his chin thoughtfully. When had Gu Wan become so audacious? It seemed necessary to impart some wisdom upon her. One must maintain a low profile in life, for quiet success is the true path to prosperity. In truth, Gu Wan had no desire for the spotlight. She was merely stirred by Bai Yi's previous performance. Her own 1 versus 4 endeavor was but a continuation of Bai Yi's approach. Though Gu Wan harbored no disdain for competition, she was determined not to fall short in comparison to Bai Yi. Meanwhile, seated among the top 10, Xing Fei was on the brink of exploding with frustration. Her previous group had been an impressive 1 versus 4 feat following Bai Yi, yet Gu Wan's subsequent display felt like a humiliation. In reality, Xing Fei was overthinking. Gu Wan had never targeted her. Clenching her seat tightly, Xing Fei's chest heaved as she muttered through gritted teeth, "Gu Wan, are you declaring war on me?" At that moment, the 4 opponents facing Gu Wan bore the greatest burden, their expressions grim as they grappled with uncertainty. To lose in a 4 versus 1 scenario would be a source of ridicule for them. Among the 4, there were adept individuals from 3 different academies, including the notable Sun Hong from the First Advanced Academy. "Let us confront her together," one of them suggested. Gu Wan spoke leisurely, and 2 halos of spiritual energy emerged beside her, signifying her formidable status as a level 2 ability user. The 4 individuals present swallowed hard, as the pressure emanating from a single halo of spiritual energy was indeed terrifying. Even without making a move, Gu Wan exerted a palpable sense of pressure on them. Previously unacquainted with level 2 ability users, they had mistakenly thought the difference was merely a matter of spiritual energy quantity, harboring a glimmer of hope that she was not invincible. Yet, standing before Gu Wan, they found themselves contemplating whether they could withstand even 3 rounds in a one-on-one confrontation. A level 6 ability user turned to the others and said, "Though we hail from different academies, I hope we can set aside our differences and unite against this foe. If we are truly to be defeated 4-1, it will surely be a blow to our pride." The others nodded in agreement. This was no longer merely about advancement, but a matter of honor, and they were determined to give their all. Seeing the renewed spirit of her adversaries, Gu Wan nodded in acknowledgement. She did not wish her own recklessness to lead to their demoralization. The 4 slowly stepped forward, their bodies enveloped in varying intensities of spiritual halos. The onlookers held their breath, watching the surging energy emanating from the 4. Clearly, they intended to unleash their full potential from the outset. With a command from one of them, the 4 rapidly summoned their spiritual energy and charged towards Gu Wan. As they approached, their excitement soared. Surely, even Gu Wan would not remain unscathed by their all-out assault. However, what transpired next left everyone in stunned disbelief. Gu Wan, seemingly motionless, evaded their perfectly coordinated attacks with an extraordinary agility and speed the moment they reached her. Illusions of her movements danced beneath her feet, and despite their seemingly flawless combination strike, not even the hem of Gu Wan's garment was grazed. Xing Fei, ranked among the top 10, could not help but narrow her eyes in astonishment. "Indeed, Gu Wan, you have mastered intermediate martial techniques." The spectators were left in awe, as many of them had yet to fully grasp even the basics of low-level martial techniques. Witnessing someone exhibit intermediate skills was nothing short of astonishing. One girl in the audience chuckled wryly, "It truly is Gu Wan." Those around her nodded in agreement. Gu Wan's reputation as the most gifted talent in Tianhai City was well-deserved. Her performance in this match against 4 opponents showcased the prowess expected of a top contender. The most astonished were the 4 attackers, who could only comprehend the terrifying nature of her movements through their own experiences in battle. They swallowed hard. This was not a contest that could be measured by low-level martial skills. In an instant, Gu Wan launched her counterattack. Chapter 101. Pinnacle of prestige. Without even augmenting her strength with martial techniques, she landed a punch on each of the 4. Unsurprisingly, not a single one of them could withstand the force of her blow. At that moment, the 4 were left in a daze, realizing only now that Gu Wan was, in fact, a power-type competitor as noted in their records. With the enhancements of level 2 strength, her light punch equaled the force of their own. which had been amplified through the consumption of considerable spiritual energy. The four clutched their chests, forcing out bitter smiles. The battle had concluded in a single exchange. A clear demonstration of superiority. The crowd believed that the four of them could at least endure for a while. Little did they know. They were defeated with such swiftness that they scarcely had time to react to the jubilant shouts of Guwan. Guwan. Oh, my goddess is truly formidable. Nonsense. She is my goddess. Who do you think you are? What did you say? Are you looking for a fight? In an instant, the atmosphere below erupted. Guwan's prestige soared to unparalleled heights, rightfully earning her the title of the most gifted prodigy in the Tianhai district. The instructors from the three major academies could not help but nod in agreement, acknowledging that Guwan's talents surpassed her peers in their year. It was easy to imagine that in the upcoming major examination, she would undoubtedly vie for a position among the awakened. The esteemed Master He laughed heartily, patting the shoulder of a similarly aged leader from the Experimental Advanced Academy, saying, "Old Bai, isn't our Guwan quite impressive?" The man referred to as Old Bai, observing Master He's prideful demeanor, replied, "This young girl is indeed remarkable, but our Xing Fei from the Experimental Advanced Academy is no pushover." The title of the top prodigy is still up for grabs. Both the educators and the audience divided into two factions. Some believed that Guwan would continue to defend her title as the foremost genius today, while others speculated that Xing Fei would surpass Guwan and seize the title for herself. As the situation intensified, it seemed that the spectators were even more exhilarated than the participants themselves, with some students nearly resorting to physical confrontation. However, the atmosphere in the top 10 area was somewhat awkward. Upon returning to the top 10 area, Guwan took her seat, and an eerie silence fell over those around her. They cast strange glances at both Guwan and Xing Fei. By the time Guwan finished, the 8th team had concluded. Bai Yi, Xing Fei, Zhao Hong, Yin Fiu, Chao Yin, Wang Kaijun, and Zhang Lexin had all secured their places among the top 10. From the first advanced academy, Guwan, Bai Yi, Zhang Lexin, and Yin Fiu sat together, while from the experimental advanced academy, Xing Fei, Chao Yin, and Wang Kaijun gathered in another group. The solitary representative from the 6th advanced academy was Zhao Hong, the only one to break into the top 10 thus far. 2 spots remained, and Zhang Lexin and her companions were closely watching the upcoming matches. Currently, only Zhao Peng's 9th team and Fang Ziqing's 10th team had not yet determined their standing in the top 10. The next match featured Zhao Peng's 9th team. Zhang Lexin stood up and shouted, "Zhao Peng, you must give it your all." Zhao Peng nodded slightly, feeling an extraordinary surge of excitement. Seeing his teammates secure their spots in the top 10, he clenched his fists. However, their 9th team had a formidable opponent. The 6th Advanced Academy had another student, equally adept in speed, who was the only one with a chance of entering the top 10. He would undoubtedly give it his all. Neither Zhao Peng nor Lu Yang from the 6th Advanced Academy stepped forward to claim the title, when the strength levels were closely matched. Adopting a defensive stance was akin to courting disaster, as time elapsed with no one stepping up as the challenger. The referee nodded and signaled the commencement of the round-robin battles. In the previous 8 bouts, only 4 individuals had opted for the defensive mode. The newly emerged goddess Bai Yi, the top genius of Yizhong Guwan, the foremost talent of Shijiao Xing Fei, and the leading figure of Liuzhong Zhaohong, dominate the scene with their undeniable prowess. In Chapter 102, titled Inch Step, apart from these 4 individuals who effortlessly crushed their opponents, the rest have emerged victorious only after arduous battles for points. It is worth noting that, although Zhaohong has not yet ascended to LV2, he stands shoulder to shoulder with Guwan and Xing Fei. However, his display of being the second to achieve the great perfection in the arena elicits admiration from all. The battles in Team 9 are exceptionally fierce, having already completed 8 out of 10 matches. Who would not wish to battle for the remaining 2 coveted spots? After half an hour, Zhao Peng and Lu Yangping find their scores tied, both having suffered defeats at the hands of the other 3 competitors, leading to a decisive showdown between the 2. Zhao Peng exhales lightly. Victory is within reach, and he must remain vigilant. As he reflects on Lu Yangping's recent combat performance, he assesses the latter's energy expenditure and injuries. Being speed-type abilities users, it is evident that both have chosen agility-based martial techniques for their final confrontation. In preparation for this climactic battle, both have conserved their strength as much as possible, leaving their chosen techniques a mystery to one another. After exchanging respectful gestures, both swiftly summon their energy. For speed-oriented individuals, seizing the initiative is paramount, allowing them to amplify their advantage. Their velocities are evenly matched, resulting in a series of exchanges with victories alternating between them. The onlookers, enthralled by the spectacle, cheer passionately as they observe the intense clash unfold on the large screen. Once again, As they separate, neither makes a move immediately. Through their previous exchanges, both have discerned the martial technique employed by the other, the very same technique, inch step. This art emphasizes the enhancement of speed, enabling a rapid surge of velocity for a brief period. However, its consumption is considerable, calculating based on the energy reserves of both being advanced LV1 ability users. They can utilize it no more than 5 times consecutively. Zhao Peng estimates his remaining energy while gauging his opponent's reserves. This is a battle of equals. Yet it is evident that Lu Yangping is becoming impatient. Having revealed a flaw in his previous encounters, he has expended more energy than Zhao Peng. Under normal circumstances, this would be inconsequential, but now it proves critical. The longer the duel drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for him, compelling him to take the initiative. Determined not to falter this time, Lu Yangping resolves to act first. Zhao Peng, recognizing the mobilization of Lu Yangping's energy, anticipates his intentions and gathers all his strength for a decisive strike. A slight smirk graces his lips. Impulsiveness can be a double-edged sword. Observing Zhao Peng seemingly lost in thought, Lu Yangping cannot contain his excitement, channeling all his energy to unleash the second level of Cannon Fist, attacking with overwhelming force. Seizing the moment, Zhao Peng unleashes his own energy. Inch step, first level, a mere step away. In Lu Yangping's astonished gaze, Zhao Peng's speed surges, allowing him to evade the incoming attack in an instant. Due to inertia, Lu Yangping finds himself propelled forward. Just as he attempts to halt and turn, he feels an immense force strike against his back. In the top 10 zone, Jiang Li's heart races as he exclaims, "Zhao Peng, splendid work." Clearly, the outcome of this match belonged to Zhao Peng. At this moment, he was panting heavily. That last strike had nearly drained all of his spiritual energy, and it was indeed his ultimate move. After catching his breath, Zhao Peng slowly made his way to the top 10 area, where Yin Feiyu jumped down and patted him on the back. "Look at you, so feeble. Grab my hand." Yin Feiyu pulled Zhao Peng into the top 10 zone, and the crowd erupted in excitement. The 3 from Shijao and 1 from Lu were merely observing with cold indifference. As the number of participants from Yizhong increased, their displeasure as outsiders became palpable. The only remaining team was Fang Ziqing's 10th squad. Bai Yi, nervously clasping her hands, continuously offered prayers, feeling more anxious than during her own competition. Meanwhile, Guwan could hardly be bothered to watch. She had no confidence in this fellow's ability to secure victory. Moreover, the 10th squad lacked any formidable experts. Fang Ziqing was indeed fortunate. While other teams had at least one top 10 expert, his team was comprised entirely of novices, none of whom left a lasting impression. After careful consideration, he concluded that revealing his perfected cultivation at this juncture would not attract undue attention. He decided to modestly display some of his prowess, mindful that there were battles yet to come. He couldn't solely rely on his advanced skills. Stepping onto the stage, Fang Ziqing addressed the referee. "Hello, I wish to defend my position." Chapter 103. The return of the scoundrel. Seeing yet another upstart emerge in the final team, the teacher regarded him with admiration. All those who had previously chosen to defend their positions had emerged victorious. These were the finest prodigies from their respective academies. It remained to be seen what performance Fang Ziqing would deliver. Upon hearing his choice to defend, a student from Shijao remarked, "I recognize this individual. He ranks among the top 10 geniuses at Yizhong. No wonder he possesses the confidence to defend." A girl from Yizhong chimed in proudly, "He is our vice-class leader. Just wait and see how Fang will dispatch your Shijao champions." A male student from Shijao wanted to retort, but, upon noticing the absence of their own skilled fighters on the platform, refrained from speaking further. Fang Ziqing was indeed contemplating whether to follow Gu Wan's strategy of facing 4 opponents at once. After all, engaging them one by one would likely prolong the audience's attention on him. As someone deeply afflicted by paranoia, Fang Ziqing was reluctant to be the center of attention. Yet, he pondered whether Gu Wan's approach would be too conspicuous. After deliberation, he resolved to play it safe and take on his foes individually. If the performances of the other defenders were commendable, Gu Wan's display had been exceptional. Unfortunately, Fang Ziqing's performance would likely fall short, regardless of who stepped onto the stage. The spectators had scarcely grasped the situation before they witnessed Fang Ziqing dispatching his opponents with a punch or a kick, one of whom was a girl who did not escape unscathed. During this time, he had not revealed any martial techniques. As he observed the crowd on the verge of tears, Fang Ziqing thought to himself, "I am doing this for your sake." With his current strength, augmented by martial skills, he feared that his power might prove lethal. The only reason the audience did not give Fang Ziqing a failing score for this match was his deliberate release of an LV1 perfected aura, which elicited a wave of gasps. In the top 10 area, Bai Yi seemed oblivious to everyone else, murmuring, Ah, Ziqing is so handsome. Oh, Ziqing has unexpectedly attained perfection. How splendid. I am utterly smitten. The trio from Gao, including Xing Fei, along with Zhao Hong from Liu's Hong, exchanged glances in surprise. They did not anticipate that the newly crowned aloof goddess would reveal such a side. Even Zhang Lexin couldn't help but cover her face slightly, appearing as if she hardly recognized her. To be frank, such ordinary punches and kicks hardly seemed impressive. However, what took everyone by surprise was that Fang Ziqing had also reached the pinnacle. It appeared that the three of them needed to exert more effort. When Fang Ziqing triumphed over the last opponent and the referee declared victory, the crowd did not erupt in loud cheers. The match was simply devoid of any spectacle. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing felt elated, relishing the moment, enjoying the anonymity as if he were a transparent figure, chuckling inwardly. Just then, a delicate voice echoed throughout the venue. Bai Yi stood up, her face flushed, enthusiastically clapping and exclaiming, "Ah, Ziqing, you are amazing." Fang Ziqing couldn't help but rub his forehead, realizing that this foolish girl was at it again, just as he intended to signal her to cease. Suddenly, other voices filled the venue. "Hey, don't you find Fang Ziqing somewhat familiar? Now that you mention it, I do have that feeling. Ah, isn't that the one known as the goddess collector? Fang Ziqing, the so-called scoundrel?" Hearing his dubious past being unearthed, Fang Ziqing's expression darkened. Alas, the title of scoundrel, which he had painstakingly shed, had returned. It was rumored that two goddesses from the top 10, Gu Wan and Bai Yi, were fighting tooth and nail over him. Is that true? Absolutely. Who doesn't he know about the headline news from number 1 high school? It was said that Gu Wan even had a child she lost during the fray. As the rumors escalated, Fang Ziqing nearly choked on his own blood. At that moment, a teacher from Gao addressed the crowd through a loudspeaker. The top 10 have been decided. As per tradition, anyone who is dissatisfied may challenge a top 10 contestant. The victor will take their place. The rules are as follows. 1. Malicious will tactics to exhaust a single opponent are prohibited. This is a customary rule in competitions, as each group contains both strong and weak competitors, and it is common for some to feel discontent, leading to scenarios with 2 experts in one group. To ensure fairness, this challenge segment has been incorporated to address such issues. Naturally, the teachers have also implemented measures to protect the top 10 contestants, leaving no loopholes for others to exploit. Furthermore, only students ranked within the top 30 are eligible to challenge. If you haven't even made it into the top 30, it simply indicates a lack of capability, not merely falling to a stronger opponent in the same group. In truth, this segment rarely saw any challengers. After all, the strength of the top 10 was evident to all. They had each fought their way to this position. However, with the recent rumors of the 2 ladies vying for Fang Ziqing, the boys enamored with Gu Wan or Bai Yi were seething with indignation. Even those who held no feelings for either of them, spurred on by their brothers in the audience, resolved to teach Fang Ziqing a lesson. In an instant, a throng of challengers surged forward, clamoring to face Fang Ziqing, while the other 9 contestants stood alone, unchallenged. Chapter 104. Who is this man? Observing the ruckus before him, Fang Ziqing rubbed his nose. Fang Ziqing, if you are a man, then let us settle this once and for all. Humph. Who do you think you are? Should you wish to challenge, you must first allow me to take my turn. Step aside and let me lead the way. As I surveyed the crowd embroiled in heated debate, it was evident that everyone desired the chance to confront Fang Ziqing first, as though winning his favor would elevate their goddess' regard for them. The referee, stepping forward with a furrowed brow, declared, according to the rules, malicious challenges against a single individual are prohibited. You cannot all engage Fang Ziqing in battle. If you continue this commotion, you will forfeit your right to challenge. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. I scratched my head, pondering whether this throng of individuals had overlooked my recently revealed mastery of the perfected realm. Why were these intermediate and advanced novices so eager to confront me? For me, the challenge was trivial. My true concern lay in the potential for further exposure, given the significant attention I had already attracted. After some contemplation, I resolved to intimidate them through sheer force, ensuring they would think twice before provoking me again. You all may come at once, I announced, taking a step forward with a smile. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they had misheard. Even Gu Wan, who faced 4 opponents at once, seemed astonished that I would dare to face over a dozen. The audience exchanged incredulous looks, unable to fathom the audacity of my challenge. The referee, shaking his head, murmured, "My dear student, such an action is unnecessary. According to the regulations, they may only send a select few to battle you." I nodded at the referee with a smile, yet remained resolute in my decision to confront a multitude of challengers. The rationale was simple. I could not escape my burgeoning reputation. So I might as well spread my infamy. This way, they would be deterred from pestering me so easily. Moreover, demonstrating formidable prowess during the top 10 competition would not be unwelcome. Seeing my determination, the referee reluctantly acquiesced, signaling for a grand arena to rise in the center. To my surprise, the first to leap onto the stage was Bai Yi, who declared coldly, "To challenge with so many is audacious indeed. If you wish to face him, you must first contend with me." Among the challengers were several who admired Bai Yi, and they now found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. "Bai, we are here to challenge Fang Ziqing. Why do you feel the need to intervene?" One young man stepped forward to address her. "Indeed. What connection do you have with Fang Ziqing? Why assist him?" Another chimed in. "Rest assured, we are aware that you have been deceived by his charming words. Now, as you step forward to shield him, does Fang Ziqing even possess the courage of a man?" At this juncture, voices rose, and some even resorted to disparaging Fang Ziqing. "Silence. Ziqing is my man. Why should I not accept the challenge?" Bai Yi retorted, her face flushed. For a lady of her stature to utter such words in public was previously inconceivable. Yet, after her declaration, she maintained her steely gaze upon the crowd. The atmosphere shifted palpably. Had Bai Yi indeed formed a bond with Fang Ziqing? Even Jiang Lexin and the others appeared taken aback, wondering how they had failed to notice the nature of their relationship during their daily interactions. A silent understanding passed among the crowd as they discreetly glanced at Gu Wan, only to find an inscrutable expression crossing her face. With a sudden leap, Gu Wan ascended the arena. The crowd was perplexed. Was one Bai Yi not enough? Now, another Gu Wan had appeared. The dozen challengers opposite her were at a loss, feeling the situation escalating beyond their control. What need was there for words? They simply had to defeat her. Gu Wan, with an impassive expression, addressed Bai Yi. She bore no concern for Fang Ziqing's safety. Rather, she was taken aback by Bai Yi's declaration that Fang Ziqing was her man. Regardless of the circumstances, Fang Ziqing was still a member of the Gu family, and Gu Wan felt compelled to uphold the family's honor. As for competing with Bai Yi for affection, would Gu Wan indulge in such childishness? At that moment, Jiang Lexin and her companions covered their faces, exclaiming, "It's happening again." Chapter 105. Fang Ziqing's Female Admirers? Combined chapter. As the commotion intensified, the referee quickly signaled for silence. According to the rules, Gu Wan and Bai Yi were not permitted to engage in combat without a formal challenge. "Get down at once." The referee, biased, refrained from reprimanding the two prodigious girls. In a more serious competition, any disruption would lead to disqualification. Fang Ziqing, overwhelmed, observed that neither girl showed any intention of descending and hurriedly approached the referee with a forced smile. He swiftly ascended the stage, pulling each of them down. The onlookers were left heartbroken. Their goddesses were simultaneously defending the same man, and the two, hand in hand, showed no inclination to resist. Oh heavens! Why must it be so unjust? Let me perish. Meanwhile, the forum of Tianhai City erupted with activity. Shocking. A rivalry between two women for one man has indeed materialized. The love triangle within the top 10 competitors is a spectacle to behold. An analysis of Fang Ziqing's romantic prowess, essential reading. Having pulled the two women down, Fang Ziqing pointed toward the top 10 seats. "You two, sit properly and cease this nonsense. Do you understand?" Bai Yi nodded eagerly, always compliant with Fang Ziqing's requests without a hint of dissent. Gu Wan, however, merely curled her lip in disdain but refrained from further mischief. With both girls finally subdued, Fang Ziqing wiped the beads of sweat forming on his brow. He then turned his stern gaze toward the stunned challengers, leaping onto the arena. "Aren't you all here to challenge me? Why are you just standing there?" Fang Ziqing resolved that this group had thrust him back into the limelight, and he needed to teach them a lesson. The dozen challengers, heartbroken by the sight of their goddess supporting Fang Ziqing, consoled themselves with the belief that he had deceived them. Consequently, their teams united in purpose, determined to teach Fang Ziqing a lesson. Observing their fervor, Fang Ziqing scoffed. Setting aside the disparity in levels, the uncoordinated challengers resembled a rabble. Even with his peak cultivation, victory would be assured. However, after some contemplation, he considered seizing this opportunity to break through to LV2. Thus, in the top 10 competition, he would not have to exert himself to suppress his strength. After all, his power was on the verge of reaching the first minor accomplishment in the sword aperture diagram. Breaking through to LV3 was merely a matter of time. Revealing LV2 is hardly remarkable. Let's get down to business. Fang Ziqing provocatively gave a thumbs up to the crowd of over a dozen people before slowly lowering his hand. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with excitement, reaching a fever pitch. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, seated among the top 10, struggled desperately as Jiang Lexin covered her mouth. Yet, The murmurs still slipped through, fragmented and hesitant. Ah, Ziqing is so handsome. So handsome. Bai Yi seemed transformed into a love-struck fangirl. The crowd sighed, wondering how their once aloof goddess had devolved into this. Why was Fang Ziqing showing off? The boys, feeling a pang of jealousy, could only fantasize about having a goddess like Bai Yi as their devoted admirer. They knew they would have long since lost their composure. The audience below also underwent a transformation, as a group of supporters for Fang Ziqing suddenly appeared. All of them women. This further fueled the boys' resentment towards him. Was it not enough to ensnare too? After all, a goddess is an unreachable ideal. But now, did he wish to ensnare those around us as well? Defeat Fang Ziqing. Save the wayward girls. Ziqing, Ziqing, you're the best. You're my sweetheart. As the opposing voices clashed, the teachers could only shake their heads in dismay. The empowered individuals were confined to the academy, unable to escape, with their sole pastime being the gossip surrounding their peers. They resolved to let it be. At that moment, Jiang Lexin was enthusiastically waving her hands in support of Fang Ziqing, reveling in the excitement. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, feeling a tinge of jealousy as she remarked, Lexin, how can you be like those shameless girls below, shouting indiscriminately? Jiang Lexin, noticing the melancholic gaze from Bai Yi, quickly raised her hands in defense. I have no intention of competing for your Fang Ziqing. You know me. I just couldn't resist this scene. He. With Jiang Lexin claiming Fang Ziqing as hers, Bai Yi shyly nodded, her jealousy dissipating. Oh dear. Jiang Lexin clutched her head and turned away, only to see Zhao Peng and Yin Fiyu stifling their laughter and exchanging knowing glances. Great. Yet another foe. Although Gu Wan appeared expressionless, a palpable aura of menace surrounded her. Jiang Lexin shrank back, obediently taking her seat in silence. In truth, they had misjudged Fang Ziqing. He had no intention of showing off. He merely sought to provoke the dozen or so individuals to exert themselves, thereby unlocking his potential and naturally breaking through to LV2. Nevertheless, seeing the righteous indignation among the crowd, Fang Ziqing nodded. Regardless, his objective had ultimately been achieved. Whether it was 1 against 13 or 13 against 1, the outcome would soon be revealed. Though everyone wished to pummel Fang Ziqing, none were foolish. As the highest cultivator present, a consummate master, he undeniably exerted considerable pressure on them, not to mention the intermediate empowered individual who was 2 levels above. As they hesitated to take action, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience, particularly from Fang Ziqing's fan club below. The dozen or so men on stage, noticing the girls below giving them thumbs down, felt their heads swell and their faces flush with embarrassment. They exchanged glances and gradually encircled Fang Ziqing. At that moment, a girl from the fan club shouted, "What a disgrace. A dozen of you attacking one person while employing encirclement tactics. How shameless." Her words resonated with the others, who echoed their agreement. Nearby boys attempted to rebut her, only to find themselves at a loss against these fervent girls, one by one retreating in defeat. Meanwhile, the men on stage could not help but curse, what a bunch of brainless fans. Fang Ziqing, hearing this, couldn't help but twitch his lips in confusion. What was going on? Why did these girls support him while uttering such nonsensical remarks? Besides, what his opponents were doing wasn't wrong at all. Anyone familiar with theoretical training would understand that when facing a significantly stronger opponent, encircling them to limit their ability to defend themselves is a traditional strategy. Shaking his head, Fang Ziqing chose to disregard the inexplicable support from the girls below. As the encirclement took shape, he smiled slightly, anticipating the incoming challenge. In Chapter 106, I beg you to use your strength. Under Fang Ziqing's control, a brilliant aura of spiritual energy began to rise around him, indicating he had reached the pinnacle of LV1. Observing this, the others released their own auras, though none could match the brilliance of Fang Ziqing's, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of stars surrounding the moon. The encirclement was, in fact, dual-layered. The outermost layer consisted of 5 intermediate-level practitioners leading the charge, intending to wear down Fang Ziqing's spiritual energy during the LV1 phase. Although crossing a minor boundary enhances both the quantity and quality of spiritual energy, it still lacks the endurance for prolonged combat. This is evident in the case of Bai Yi, who is genuinely at the peak of LV1. However, frequent use of martial skills would deplete her energy rapidly, likely leading to exhaustion in a short time. This is a common affliction among lower-tier practitioners, capable of only momentary bursts of power. The quantity of spiritual energy inherently limits their capacity to engage multiple opponents simultaneously. Of course, this pertains to individuals like Bai Yi, who can deploy second-tier martial skills at LV1. The top 10 prodigies can utilize martial skills across levels, yet the energy consumption is substantial. Clearly, this was the strategy of the dozen men. Even if one reached the peak, Could they sustain themselves against so many? Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow as he observed their intention to engage in a war of attrition. It wasn't that he couldn't handle it, but rather that it was inconvenient for him to seize the opportunity to break through to LV2. Originally, he envisioned a scenario where they all rushed at him simultaneously, unleashing various martial techniques, allowing him to feign weakness and, in a moment of crisis, break through and defeat them. Ah, what a perfect plan. However, now they were coming at him in small groups. He couldn't just defeat a few minor opponents and then achieve a breakthrough. That would be far too contrived. Suddenly, Fang Ziqing felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from his feet. He intended to disrupt their formation, compelling them to fight individually, while he awaited an opportune moment to charge forward and break through. The crowd observed as Fang Ziqing opted for offense instead of retreat, causing a wave of panic among those in front of him. At that moment, someone shouted, "He aims to eliminate a portion of us to alleviate the pressure and gradually defeat us. We cannot allow him to succeed. Retreat," with a leader issuing commands. The group appeared to gain newfound resolve. Without a second thought, they disregarded everything else and turned to flee as Fang Ziqing charged towards them. Fang Ziqing was taken aback. How could they be running before the battle even commenced? A dramatic scene unfolded on the stage as a dozen aggressive fighters were being chased around by a single individual. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing's fan club erupted in excitement, rising to their feet and cheering loudly. He couldn't help but feel dismayed. This was completely contrary to his expectations. Could these men not exhibit a shred of masculinity? Perhaps the jeers from the audience weighed heavily on them, causing them to lose face. They finally halted in their tracks, preparing to mount a counterattack. Seeing them gradually stop, Fang Ziqing felt elated. He accelerated, charging into their formation as if to say, "I am surrounded. Come and strike me." After waiting for what seemed an eternity without anyone making a move, he grew puzzled about their hesitation until he heard someone exclaim, "Brothers, do not fall for his scheme. It may appear as though he is offering himself up, but in reality, he plans to create chaos from within. We must be cautious." Fang Ziqing helplessly regarded the speaker, who wore a smug expression as if he had deciphered Fang Ziqing's strategy. Whatever, Fang Ziqing decided to eliminate this troublesome individual first. As he turned to charge towards him, the commanding man panicked and shouted, "Quick, stop him. He seeks to dismantle our command system. He is truly cunning." At that moment, Fang Ziqing felt an overwhelming urge to slap him across the face. A command system? Surely, he had indulged in too many theoretical lessons. Nonetheless, the surrounding fighters were stirred to action, unleashing their martial skills in an attempt to intercept Fang Ziqing. Observing the resistance, Fang Ziqing deemed it unnecessary to deal with the commander any longer and directed his assault towards the front line of interceptors. As he beheld their sluggish punches, Fang Ziqing sighed softly. With such speed, it was impossible for them to land a hit on him. To create a more realistic scene, he swiftly dispatched one opponent, feigning ignorance of the impending attack from behind, then charged toward the fist aimed at him. He thought to himself, "Yes, once I am struck, the entire crowd will surely seize the opportunity to swarm me, and at that moment, I can break through my limits." However, he reminded himself to avoid any slip-ups. To ensure the punch would land accurately, Fang Ziqing unconsciously increased his speed slightly. This time, it was bound to connect. There was no room for error. "Ah, that hurts." Just as Fang Ziqing prepared to vocalize his pain, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from beside him. Not only was he stunned, but the audience was equally taken aback. What had just transpired? It seems that Fang Ziqing was momentarily inattentive, and in an instant, he was struck by another. The individual who landed the blow was now on the ground, weeping and wailing. The surrounding crowd, encircling Fang Ziqing, appeared perplexed, observing their tearful companion on the ground. They were taken aback. After all, it was Fang Ziqing who had collided with his fist, yet it appeared as though he had been the one dealt a crushing blow. Fang Ziqing stood there, momentarily stunned, his lips forming the shape of a shout. Could it be that his own robust physique had inadvertently broken the man's arm? After a brief pause, Fang Ziqing gazed down at the fallen individual with a bemused smile. His current physical strength was beyond any imaginable limits. At times, he treated himself as though he were an ordinary ability user. Coincidentally, this brother was merely a level 1 intermediate ability user, possessing inferior physical attributes. It seemed that in his excitement, he had exerted excessive force. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Fang Ziqing considered stepping forward to offer some comfort. However, as he took a step, the man on the ground looked up at him in terror and scrambled backward. This movement triggered a chain reaction, causing those around to hastily retreat from Fang Ziqing, fearful that they might be the next to fall. Fang Ziqing pondered the unfolding scene. Was he truly so terrifying? The fallen man's internal monologue was a mystery to all. Just moments ago, he had been exhilarated, believing himself fortunate to have exploited Fang Ziqing's vulnerability. One could only imagine the glory he would bask in after defeating Fang Ziqing with a single punch. He had summoned all his strength, coupled with martial prowess, to deliver the most powerful blow he could muster, fervently praying for it to connect. Indeed, the heavens did not disappoint him. He struck true. Yet, the anticipated momentum did not materialize. Instead, a sharp crack echoed, and as he wondered if he had struck too forcefully, a sudden searing pain coursed through his arm. To his horror, he realized that he had broken his own arm in the attempt to attack another. As he recalled Fang Ziqing's gaze, it now appeared demonic and filled him with dread. Regret washed over him. Why had he dared to challenge this formidable being? Witnessing the referee escort the terrified young man away, the remaining 12 stood in a state of confusion, exchanging glances. Should they press on with the assault, given the fate of their comrade? Or should they concede defeat, risking humiliation for surrendering to a single individual? They would be mercilessly ridiculed if they returned, having been bested so shamefully. As the tension in the arena reached a standstill, the referee cleared his throat, declaring that if they did not initiate their challenge within a minute, they would be deemed failures. At that moment, not only the girls in the audience, but also some boys began to jeer, expressing their discontent at the thought of embarrassing their academy. The 12 on stage could no longer concern themselves with Fang Ziqing's strength. Their dignity was at stake, and it had to be defended with force. Seeing the renewed determination in the crowd, Fang Ziqing couldn't help but nod in approval. Come on, let us get this started. I can hardly wait. The 12 simultaneously unleashed their spiritual powers. Such a spectacle had never been witnessed before, and even the referee was captivated, fixating his gaze on the impending clash in the arena. Though it may seem like mockery, the 12 individuals are among the top 30 strong in Tianhai City. At this moment, they are exerting their full spiritual power, a force that should not be underestimated. The audience feels as though a tempest of spiritual energy is brewing on the arena, its intensity escalating with each passing moment. In the face of this storm, Fang Ziqing resembles a small wooden boat amidst raging waves, perilously close to capsizing into the depths below. Observing the formidable group before him, Fang Ziqing's heart swells with joy. At last, the moment of truth is upon him. He has been impatiently awaiting this. Chapter 108. The surge of spiritual energy. The spectators from the top 10 zone lean forward, their eyes fixed on the arena. Jiang Lexin expresses her concern, wondering if Fang Ziqing will be all right, as the combined spiritual energy of the dozen individuals is indeed fearsome. Meanwhile, Bai Yi is oblivious to her words, her attention consumed by the anxious sight of Fang Ziqing on the stage, the aura of spiritual energy flickering around her. She appears almost eager to replace him in the fray. Jiang Lexin turns her gaze towards Gu Wan, who remains composed, devoid of any worry. Gu Wan is already aware that Fang Ziqing's cultivation matches her own, and she is confident that he will not face any danger this time. Yet, the sheer magnitude of the combined spiritual force necessitates the use of martial techniques to counteract it. She wonders how he will choose to navigate this dilemma. Due to his undisclosed LV2 ability, he is unable to employ intermediate martial techniques, and the third tier of basic martial skills is also off limits. It seems improbable that the first 2 tiers of Cannon Fist could withstand such a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. In truth, Fang Ziqing shares her concerns. While he might not falter against an ordinary opponent, his formidable strength suggests that even the first 2 tiers of Cannon Fist could potentially withstand this onslaught. However, he has never unleashed his full power in a confrontation, leaving him uncertain about how much strength to wield. As the crowd draws ever closer, Fang Ziqing resolves to utilize the first tier of Cannon Fist, launching several shadowy punches to confront the oncoming tide. In his mind, the ideal outcome would be to find himself slightly outmatched, thus allowing him to break through to a new realm in a moment of crisis. With this thought in mind, he tempers his strength a touch. The grand collective assault of the group finally reaches Fang Ziqing, resulting in a clash of spiritual energies. In an instant, he senses the intensity of the spiritual storm and instinctively withdraws some of his energy, intending to allow them a slight advantage. As he observes the approaching wave of energy, a smile graces his lips. The closer they come, the greater the threat he feels. It is then that he can truly unleash his potential. At that moment, however, his internal spiritual energy seems provoked, reacting fiercely to the encroaching forces. As the opposing energies press towards him, it feels as though his territory is being invaded. Despite his efforts to suppress his own tumultuous spiritual power, some of it inevitably escapes. A thunderous boom reverberates through the arena. Silence envelopes the crowd, each person left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they witness the spectacle unfolding on the stage. Let us momentarily rewind the scene. The group was gaining the upper hand, their combined spiritual energy poised to overwhelm Fang Ziqing. The spectators were filled with elation. Bai Yi from the top 10 zone had already manifested her spiritual energy, crushing the railing in her grip. Gu Wan, too, gazed at Fang Ziqing in bewilderment, perplexed by his apparent show of weakness. With a resounding bang, it was as though a surge of spiritual energy had been unleashed. The dozen or so individuals who had previously held the upper hand were suddenly struck by an overwhelming force, sent soaring into the air. The referee below was the first to react, swiftly rising to catch the airborne competitors, and then gazing in astonishment at Fang Ziqing in the center of the stage. He was seen with his head bowed, his body trembling slightly. Bai Yi, covering her mouth, hurriedly dashed towards the stage. At that moment, even Fang Ziqing, known for his patience, could no longer restrain himself from cursing. After planning for so long, he sought a perfect conclusion, yet unexpected spiritual energy had erupted chaotically. It was not entirely his fault for such an oversight. He seldom engaged in combat and was unaware of his true capabilities, having never been forced back by anyone's spiritual energy. In an attempt to feign a disadvantage, he had inadvertently guided their energies into his own body. Who could have predicted that his own power would suddenly escalate uncontrollably? Fortunately, he managed to suppress the majority of his energy, or else his classmates might have suffered severe injuries or worse from the force of his overwhelming spirit. At this moment, Fang Ziqing exerted all his effort to calm the tumultuous energy within him, striving to restore tranquility. Meanwhile, the surrounding teachers stared wide-eyed at one another, whispering, "Isn't that an LV3 level ability to project spiritual energy? How could he, being merely LV1, possibly achieve such a feat?" Chapter 109. Breaking LV2 in public. Hideoran glanced at Lianya beside him, who leaned in to whisper something in his ear. He chuckled. "What? Are the teachers envious of the genius from my first advanced academy?" Beside him, the esteemed Bidaran could not help but interject, "Old Hey, what is the background of your student? I have never heard of anyone below LV3 being able to issue a projection attack." Lianya stepped forward with a smile. "Bidaran, it was merely a coincidence that my student's energy approached his body, resulting in a clash of two energies. Why make such a fuss?" Bidaran shook his head. "If it were merely a clash of energies, then everyone should have been injured. Why is he unharmed? I cannot comprehend it." Old Hay patted his shoulder. "With your limited talents, do you really expect to decipher the intricacies of these true prodigies?" Bidaran, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation, his beard bristling, but after a moment, he shrugged. It was indeed true that they were all astonished by the extraordinary talents of that generation of geniuses. Rushing onto the stage, Bai Yi enveloped Fang Ziqing in a tight embrace. Her eyes reddened. "Ziqing, are you all right?" Fang Ziqing patted her head reassuringly. "Do I look like someone who is in trouble?" The audience below finally regained their composure, and the first to voice their discontent upon seeing Bai Yi embrace Fang Ziqing were not her fans, but rather Fang Ziqing's female admirers, exclaiming, "Detestable Bai Yi, release my prince. Ziqing, do not let this woman hold you. I am dying. I challenge you to a duel, Bai Yi." At this moment, the referee approached the stage, declaring, "In this challenge, Fang Ziqing is the victor." Fang Ziqing, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth in frustration. After all the trouble he had gone through, he still failed to achieve a reasonable breakthrough? It was truly vexing. Suddenly, Fang Ziqing's eyes shifted, and he exclaimed, "Ah, I feel as if a surge of spiritual energy is stirring within my body." Bai Yi, startled, immediately changed her complexion, flustered and uncertain of how to respond. At that moment, Jiang Lexin and others from the top 10 districts rushed over, anxiously seeking help from the teachers. The teachers hurried to assist, but were intercepted by Master He, who frowned and inquired, "Guan, why do you stop us? We need to conduct some examinations on Fang Ziqing." Guan crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, "I believe he doesn't require any examination. He is likely on the verge of a breakthrough." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their gazes fixed upon Fang Ziqing. At that moment, Fang Ziqing silently gave Guan a thumbs up in his heart. "She truly understands me," he thought, as he feared that Master He's examination might unveil any discrepancies. Deciding to attempt a breakthrough in such a public setting was indeed a calculated choice. Firstly, with the imminent top 10 competition approaching, he would undoubtedly need to unleash power beyond level 1. Secondly, although he hadn't leveraged his momentum to break through level 2 earlier, the ambience was quite conducive. Even Master He and the others were oblivious to his intentions. Thus, he would exploit this opportunity to achieve a breakthrough under their noses. Fang Ziqing deliberately relaxed a bit, allowing the turbulent spiritual energy to rise within him. Instantly, a significant amount of spiritual energy surged around his body, exuding a chaotic aura. The halo of spiritual energy surrounding him flickered erratically, creating a dramatic atmosphere. Observing this, the crowd recognized that he was indeed about to break through, and under the teacher's direction, they cleared a space for Fang Ziqing. At that moment, the emotions of the onlookers varied immensely. For by tears welled in her eyes as she fervently prayed for Fang Ziqing's safety. For Master He and the other teachers, it was a blend of astonishment and hope. They had one genius from the first advanced academy, and now another was emerging. The second advanced academy could forget about regaining their former glory. They chuckled. Meanwhile, the teachers from the second advanced academy and sixth academy looked on with envy and jealousy, lamenting that such fortune had not befallen their institution, which had been monopolized by the first academy. The most complex feelings belonged to Jiang Lexin and her companions. Having once traversed the vast ocean, they were all advanced practitioners. The fact that Bai Yi and Fang Ziqing had already reached a state of completion was astonishing enough. Who could have predicted that Fang Ziqing would attempt to break through to level 2 at this moment? It was simply overwhelming. Even the practitioners in the audience dared not speak loudly, fearing they might disturb Fang Ziqing's breakthrough. Today was truly unexpected, and they marveled at the opportunity to witness this historic moment. At that moment, Guwan remained the most composed, smirking internally. This fellow is putting on quite the act. Half an hour passed, leaving Fang Ziqing nearly drowsy. Previously, when Guwan had her breakthrough, he was by her side, and it seemed to take about half an hour as well. He didn't dare to rush. Finally, the crowd sensed an even more potent surge of spiritual energy radiating from Fang Ziqing. Simultaneously, the halo of spiritual energy around him continued to fluctuate, as if it were on the brink of transformation. The audience held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation as they watched Fang Ziqing seated on the stage. At last, a resounding crack echoed as Fang Ziqing opened his eyes and lazily stretched. Accompanying his movements were two luminous auras of spiritual energy. He had transcended. Chapter 110. Resource allocation. Even the boys who had previously criticized Fang Ziqing could not help but exclaim in awe. It was truly astonishing. Before their very eyes, he had soared to the ranks of super geniuses, standing shoulder to shoulder with Gu Wan and Xing Fei. At last, there was a super genius among the boys. Many of them found themselves turning from skeptics to admirers of Fang Ziqing. The brilliance of a super genius was simply too dazzling, amplifying one's charisma to extraordinary heights. Meanwhile, Xing Fei's heart was a tumult of emotions. Witnessing yet another breakthrough into the prestigious LV2 realm, alongside Gu Wan, she clenched her fists in determination. Fang Ziqing, was it? I shall remember you. Thus, the competition for the top 10 had concluded. Over 600 ability users gazed upon the 10 stars that symbolized honor and status. Among them, the 3 LV2 abilities seemed unfathomable, creating an instant chasm between them and the others. It took merely one morning to sift through 150 participants to determine the top 10. The afternoon would witness a ranking match between the 20th and 50th positions. As per tradition, despite the initial rankings, it did not guarantee that more powerful individuals would acquiesce. Consequently, a challenge akin to the top 10 competition would be instituted. Historically, the competition among the 50 strongest was fiercely contested, with rankings fluctuating significantly. The 40 contenders in the top 50 would vie for 20 coveted spots within the top 30. Only by entering the top 30 could they be deemed seed players of their respective academies, thus receiving substantial resource allocations. At this point, it was abundantly clear to all that after this competition, several tiers would be established. The first tier, comprising the 10 stars, would essentially consist of those qualified to compete for awakening positions in the grand examination, receiving the utmost resources and attention from their academies. The second tier, the top 30, would see 20 individuals who might, over time, ascend and displace the 10 stars, obtaining resources second only to them. The third tier would include those ranked 30 to 50, for whom the academies still harbored hope and provided considerable resources. The fourth tier comprised the 600 ability users outside the top 50, who lacked the capacity to contend for awakening positions and would receive the least resources. Many felt that such tiered classifications were excessively harsh and somewhat inhumane. However, as Lianya stated, every individual's starting point is fair. Just 2 months prior, they were all low-level ability users. Some trained tirelessly, wishing for 48 hours in a day, while others squandered their talents in idleness and play. Why should they be afforded the same treatment as those who are diligent and gifted, despite their differing educational methodologies? The 3 major academies shared a fundamental principle. To attain what one desires, one must fight and strive. Those who do not exert effort deserve to be subservient. It can be said that the competition this afternoon will be intensely brutal. The top 50 and the top 30 represent entirely different realms of resources and attention. This arrangement has spurred the remaining 40 participants to muster all their strength for the impending contest. Meanwhile, the spectators, endowed with abilities, feel a tinge of melancholy. They previously mocked those who appeared weak and derided those who faltered. Yet, these competitors are earnestly vying for their future prospects, unlike themselves, who lack even the qualifications to compete. One can envision that, following this competition, a significant upheaval will occur among the abilities within Tianhai City. The strong shall grow even stronger, while the weak will languish further. The disparity will widen to such an extent that a gifted individual may suddenly awaken to the realization that, despite their efforts, they may never bridge the gap. Chapter 111. You are not qualified. During the lunch break, the 6 members of Team 1 gathered at the newly established restaurant of Shijao for their meal. Infi set down his chopsticks and exclaimed, "Alas, even though we are all in the top 10, the gap is simply too vast. Not to mention Guwan. Even Boss Fang has broken through to LV2. Where does that leave us?" Zhao Peng nodded in agreement, lamenting, "Indeed, Guwan, Fang Ziqing, and Bai Yi have all advanced ahead of us. The pressure is immense." Jiang Lexin sighed and said, "All right, let us not dwell on that. This afternoon, we have no part to play. Let us prepare well for tomorrow's top 10 competition and strive for a commendable ranking." Bai Yi nodded, "Tomorrow, we shall be rivals." Jiang Lexin raised her cup and declared, "If you 3 happen to cross paths with me, do show some mercy for the sake of our team camaraderie." The 6 clinked their cups together and drank heartily. Jiang Lexin chuckled, "However, that formidable Xing Fei from Shijao is quite a force to reckon with. With both of you LV2 experts, we must ensure she does not seize the first place." Fang Ziqing shrugged and pointed at Guwan, saying, "This task falls to Guwan. I have just recently advanced and cannot yet wield my abilities with proficiency. I dare not shoulder this heavy responsibility." With a decisive thud, Guwan slammed her cup down and stated, "When facing me, do not hold back." She then fixed an intense gaze upon Fang Ziqing, leaving him no option but to avert his eyes. He understood the implication behind Guwan's words. She sought a fair and just contest devoid of leniency. Yet, he too had his own constraints. Fang Ziqing smiled at Guwan and assured her, "Rest assured, I can't promise anything less than a top 3 finish." Surprisingly, Guwan insisted, "No, we must eliminate Xing Fei." Others might assume their conversation was mere bravado. But Fang Ziqing understood that Guwan meant to assert her dominance even while conserving her strength. He refrained from responding, knowing that the circumstances of the following day would dictate their actions. If it necessitated revealing substantial strength, he would prefer to forego the ranking. After all, it was certain that Xing Fei possessed advanced martial techniques. If her prowess proved formidable, he could not afford to showcase his newly acquired skills so soon after his breakthrough. Would that not clearly indicate that he had been concealing his abilities? Yet, to defeat Xing Fei without employing advanced techniques would indeed be absurd. As fellow LV2 practitioners, what gives you the confidence to defeat Xing Fei without employing any martial techniques? At that moment, a cold voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. "Oh, it seems you are truly brimming with confidence." The crowd turned to see 2 girls approaching, one in front of the other, with Xing Fei undoubtedly leading the way. The one who spoke was Chao Yan, a talented individual from Shijao and one of the top 10. Stepping forward with a slight smile, Chao Yan remarked, "It appears that the geniuses from your school are quite self-assured. But our Fei Fei is not someone you can easily triumph over." Jiang Lexin glanced at Chao Yan and replied with a smile, "Guwan has always been recognized as the foremost talent in Tianhai City. It is only natural that she will secure first place in tomorrow's top 10 competition. That is beyond question." Chao Yan narrowed her eyes and said, "That may have been the case before, but who can say what tomorrow holds?" Hearing Chao Yan's provocation, Infier remarked coolly, "I have heard of a talented girl named Chao Yan from Shijao, whose cultivation is second only to Xing Fei. Today, I see that while her combat abilities remain uncertain, her skill in verbal sparring is indeed impressive." Chao Yan, incensed, pointed an accusing finger at Infiu, stammering, "You." However, Xing Fei intervened, restraining her. "Enough. We did not come here to brawl." She then turned to Guwan and declared, "I accept your provocation. Tomorrow during the top 10 battle, I hope you will bring forth your utmost strength to face me." Guwan took a sip from her cup and pointed at Fang Ziqing, stating, "You are not yet qualified to battle me. Defeat him first." Chapter 112. The challenge not only was Xing Fei taken aback, but also Jiang Lexin and the others were astonished. The Guwan they remembered was not one of arrogance. Observing Xing Fei's ashen expression, they realized she was deeply infuriated. They had come with a fierce intent, only to find that Guwan did not regard them with any seriousness whatsoever. Guwan gently set down her cup, never once glancing at Xing Fei, as if she were a mere figment. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. Guwan was undoubtedly leading him into a trap. If this continued, When he faced Xing Fei, he would be compelled to unleash his full power. Once his true capabilities were revealed, there would be no need for concealment. By the time he confronted Gu Wan, he too would be using all of his strength. This was her cunning strategy. However, Gu Wan, I am currently at the pinnacle of my abilities. And even I am uncertain of my limits. How could I dare to engage in a battle? Xing Fei took several deep breaths, suppressing her fury, and declared, very well. Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing, I shall surely defeat you both mercilessly tomorrow. Let us wait and see. With that, Xing Fei turned angrily and swiftly departed with Chao Yin. Jiang Lexin looked at Gu Wan in awe, exclaiming, wow, Gu Wan, you were so imposing just now. You should have seen how humiliated Xing Fei looked. Zhao Peng and Yin Fiyu nodded in agreement. The intensity of Gu Wan's presence had left them all astonished. Truly, she was remarkable. Her words were not only powerful, but also deeply cutting. Only Fang Ziqing, with a sorrowful expression, buried his face in the table. Bai Yi tilted her head and asked him, Ziqing, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Lexin chuckled, covering her mouth as she heard Bai Yi's words. He's merely an LV2 ability user, with physical attributes far superior to ours. What discomfort could he possibly experience? On the other hand, you resemble a mother hen in the squad. Bai Yi shot Jiang Lexin an exasperated glance and fell silent. Yin Fiyu then interjected, by the way, are you all still planning to watch the match this afternoon? The group exchanged glances, and Gu Wan was the first to set her teacup down. I won't be going. Fang Ziqing nodded in agreement. It would be more beneficial to find a place to train a bit longer. I share Ziqing's sentiments. Observing Fang Ziqing's decision to forego the match, Bai Yi resolved not to attend either. Jiang Lexin, glancing at the three with a hint of resignation, remarked, well then, it seems it's only the three of us who will be attending. Subsequently, Fang Ziqing and the others returned to the villa provided for their team. It was evident that those with higher talents were working harder. Since their return, all three had retreated to their rooms to engage in cultivation. For Bai Yi, the pressure was mounting. As her formidable rival, Gu Wan had already broken through to LV2. Today, Fang Ziqing's advancement added significantly to her stress, especially as whispers circulated around her, suggesting that Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing were the perfect pairing. Such words, often spoken without intent, weighed heavily on her mind. Bai Yi could not afford to lag behind. She must not allow the two to distance themselves from her. Fang Ziqing, immersed in her own spiritual energy, was on the cusp of a breakthrough to the initial stage of the sword diagram. If all went well, she would soon ascend to the corresponding LV3 realm. Exhaling deeply, she stood from her bed and swiftly punched at the air. The punch, executed with incredible speed, retracted instantly, resembling but a fleeting illusion. It had been over 2 months since she arrived in this world, and in terms of strength, her transformation had been monumental. Yet, many questions remained unanswered. The mysteries of this world, the enigma of the orphanage, and her own system loomed large. Chapter 113. The all-purpose ability user. The thought of the system made Fang Ziqing furrow her brow. Since its activation, apart from providing her with a legacy cultivation method, it had remained eerily silent. The same 2 lines of text lingered quietly before her. However, one thing was certain. All answers lay in locating the stone of inheritance. Once the system truly activated, perhaps she would uncover the secrets of her arrival in this world. Shaking her head, she pondered, if an opportunity to return presented itself, would I truly wish to go back? Images of Gu Wan, Bai Yi, and Liangya surfaced in her mind. A smile crossed Fang Ziqing's face. Why dwell on such thoughts? It was impossible to return. If she could forcibly unleash the 3rd tier of Cannon Fist at LV1, did it not imply that she could also execute the 2nd tier of intermediate martial arts at LV2? Presently, she had already mastered the 1st tier of both intermediate martial arts. She had inquired whether Gu Wan had grasped the 2nd tier, to which Gu Wan had shaken her head, indicating she still had a ways to go. The Xian armor shield technique was exceptionally unique, although classified as intermediate. Its difficulty was immense, and its execution was challenging. Moreover, it consisted of only 2 tiers, with the final tier requiring a separate exchange. Let us momentarily set aside the question of whether the butterfly dance technique can be executed at its 2nd level. Logically, one should be capable of performing the 2nd tier of low-level martial arts and the 1st tier of intermediate martial arts at LV2. However, attempting to force such an execution could lead to one's body succumbing to the overwhelming pressure. More often than not, it is a matter of lacking the comprehension necessary to achieve such feats. Take Liangya, for instance. Despite reaching LV4, she is unable to unleash the 3rd level of Cannon Fist, as she is not adept in this particular style of martial arts, and her understanding remains superficial. The Academy typically categorizes students into various types of abilities, such as strength, speed, and defense, with Fang Ziqing also classified as a strength-type practitioner. However, is this truly the case? Only Fang Ziqing is aware that the enhancements bestowed by the sword insight diagram do not merely amplify his strength beyond the ordinary. Rather, he equally excels in other aspects, though he prefers to conceal this during routine practice. When training alongside Gu Wan, it becomes evident that she too possesses significant enhancements in various domains. She does not conform to the archetype of a practitioner with a singular outstanding ability. Fang Ziqing refers to those with all-encompassing enhancements as versatile practitioners, while he perceives himself as a super-versatile practitioner. It is said that upon awakening, one may acquire extraordinary powers. At times, Fang Ziqing cannot help but envision the abilities he might possess upon his own awakening. More importantly, he contemplates the potential transformations of his system. As night fell in his chamber, Fang Ziqing was suddenly interrupted by a series of knocks emanating from outside. The following morning, over 700 practitioners gathered in anticipation. Following the fierce competition of the previous day, the top 50 and the top 30 contenders of Tianhai District had been determined. Today marked the culmination of the most intense contest for the top 10. It can be asserted that the outcome of this contest, with the first academy securing 6 of the 10 spots, certainly bolstered its prestige and upheld its dignity as the leader. In recent days, the competition for rankings has intensified, with notable contenders such as Gu Wan and Xing Fei, established geniuses, alongside Fang Ziqing, who made a remarkable breakthrough just yesterday. While it remains a mystery why Fang Ziqing has inexplicably garnered a following of female admirers, he has undeniably emerged as the dark horse of this contest, positioning himself as a formidable contender for the top seat. Chapter 114. Stellar Genius. The top 10 holds its own significance, and if one were to delineate tiers, the first 7 serve as a critical threshold. The reasoning is straightforward. Last year, amidst a record-high awakening count in Tianhai District, only 7 individuals attained this status, which provides a glimpse into the awakening possibilities for the following year. Thus, although the competition appears limited to 10 participants, the rivalry is indeed fierce. No individual within this cohort is weak. They represent the pinnacle of all practitioners in Tianhai District. Reaching the top 7 is merely the beginning, as one must also contend for the top 5, and subsequently the top 3, culminating in the coveted first seat. Each fluctuation in rank demands immense effort, and only those who secure a position within the top 3 stand a chance to earn the title of 3-star genius. Of course, this is not an absolute guarantee. In a year where the quality was not particularly high, even the top 3 contenders who did not reach level 2 in their abilities were unable to attain the esteemed title. Only those who ranked within the top 3 and mastered at least one intermediate martial skill, along with achieving level 2 in their cultivation, are eligible for this honor. Thus, mere cultivation is insufficient. One must also excel in combat prowess, rendering such criteria exceptionally stringent. Last year, only the exceptionally talented student Wang Fang earned the title of 3-star genius in this competition. She subsequently became a significant seed within the entire Tiannan province, receiving a substantial allocation of resources. It is not surprising that some urban districts have gone several years without producing a 3-star genius. This year, 3 level 2 practitioners emerged, potentially allowing 3 individuals to ascend to the status of 3-star genius. Beyond these frontrunners, Bai Yi from the 1st Advanced Academy and Zhao Heng from the 6th Middle School are both practitioners at the pinnacle of their realm. They too have aspirations of contending for the honor of 2-star genius in this competition. However, the requirements are stringent. Not only must their cultivation be sufficient, but they must also rank within the top 5 and master 2 low-level martial skills at the 2nd tier. As for the remaining 5 practitioners, including Zhang Lexin and her peers, even if they secure a top 5 position, they will not be eligible for the honor of 2-star genius. Although their cultivation might be commendable among other practitioners, this accolade is conferred by the province and is compared against the talents of over 20 urban districts, imposing strict standards. To earn this title, they must excel in the next competition. Thus, these 5 individuals will vie for a position within the top 7, competing for the title of 1-star genius. As previously mentioned, 7th place serves as a watershed. The province allocates premier resources based on the number of awakenings in that district from the previous year. The true top seeds are confined to the top 7. Exceeding this number is not permissible. This limitation is a result of last year's commendable performance. During less favorable years, only 2 or 3 awakenings may occur, consequently restricting the allocation of top resources to just 2 or 3 individuals, thereby limiting the eligibility for star-level honors. The remaining 3 will lack star-level recognition, and although they may receive substantial resources, it pales in comparison to those with star status. As the top 10 competitors rest with their eyes closed, It is evident that the anxiety is palpable. Everyone understands that a momentary lapse in performance could lead to a drop in rank, jeopardizing their chances of attaining star-level recognition, which would lead to profound regret. Clearly, the tension extends beyond the competitors, as the instructors from various academies also clasp their hands tightly. Those with students among the top 10 pace nervously. For the first academy, the situation is somewhat favorable, as Guwan had previously showcased her intermediate martial skill, ensuring her qualification for the evaluation of 3-star genius today. Although Xing Fei from the first advanced academy has yet to disclose whether she possesses intermediate martial skills, the calm demeanor of Lord Bai suggests there is little concern. The only source of anxiety lies with the instructors from the 6th middle school. As only one student has progressed to the top 10, Zhao Heng's strength was anticipated to contend for the top 3, yet unexpectedly, Bai Yi emerged, having also achieved the pinnacle of her realm. To make matters more astonishing, another level 2 practitioner has surfaced. Zhao Heng from the 6th group finds himself in a state of utter helplessness. The current competition is directly connected to the provincial channel, and every moment is meticulously recorded. It can be said that those who excel may even receive special rewards. In fact, a few years ago, a particularly gifted student, despite not having reached the 2nd level, demonstrated the 3rd tier of a low-level martial technique in front of everyone. Although he collapsed from exhaustion afterward, this feat captured the attention of the provincial authorities, resulting in an elevation of his star rating from 2 to 3 stars. As the competition is about to commence, the first order of business is to select the top 7 contestants. The rules dictate that the 5 individuals who have attained the peak of the Great Perfection realm will automatically advance to the top 5, exempting them from further contention. This announcement sends a wave of dissent among the spectators, as it seems profoundly unfair to grant direct advancement to 5 individuals. The judge, observing the discontent, calmly remarked that after analyzing the competition, it was concluded that the top 10 contestants have already mastered their martial techniques. Each incremental elevation in realm confers a significant advantage, making it nearly impossible to defeat them. Thus, it was decided to grant these 5 an automatic pass. However, to maintain a semblance of fairness, challenges can still be issued. Should anyone succeed in defeating them, their qualification for advancement will be revoked. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. From this moment onward, those of higher cultivation will begin to enjoy certain privileges that are indisputable. The judge gazed at the remaining 5 contestants, Jiang Lexin, Zhao Peng, Yin Fu, Chao Yan, and Wang Kaijun, none of whom stepped forward to issue a challenge. Though a pang of bitterness lingered in their hearts, they recognized the undeniable truth as fellow prodigies. The mastery of martial techniques held by Gu Wan and others surpassed their own. Moreover, the inherent level suppression, as well as the quality and intensity of their spiritual energy, placed them on a different plane altogether. Just the day before, Jiang Lexin and the others had faced Bai Yi, who had reached the Great Perfection realm. They knew that should Bai Yi unleash her full power, they would stand no chance. The mere disparity in spiritual energy was overwhelming. To challenge these 5 would not only diminish their chances of victory, but also expose their own strengths, a grave misstep in combat where abilities often counter one another. In a scenario of equal levels, Yin Fiyu's defensive prowess naturally counters Jiang Lexin's speed. The advantage of speed loses its significance against the robust defense of Yin Fiyu, as level 1 combatants primarily rely on close-quarters combat. Once within range, Yin Fiyu could utilize his formidable defenses to ensnare Jiang Lexin, gradually depleting her spiritual energy to secure victory. The tension among the 5 began to ease slightly as all eyes in the arena turned toward them. The progression from 5 to 2 implies that 3 individuals will leave today without the coveted star title. The judge approached and announced that the competition would utilize a lottery system. In the first round, 1 individual would receive a bye, while the remaining 4 would face off in pairs, with the winners advancing. The 2 defeated contestants would then battle each other, with the victors securing the final advancement. As the 4 continued to draw lots for their matchups, the crowd expressed their discontent, noting that this ruthless style of competition remained unchanged. 1 elimination in the first round, followed by 2 in the second. What they initially anticipated to be a series of orderly matches to determine rankings had turned into a straightforward and brutal process. However, upon further reflection, it stands to reason that if one possesses formidable strength, they should triumph regardless of the competition format. The 5 contenders anxiously drew wooden lots from the hands of the referee to eliminate any doubts regarding electronic devices. The organizers opted for this ancient method to determine who would have a bye and who would face off. Jiang Lexin cautiously moved the wooden lot aside with her fingers, revealing the words bye, which made her heart race with excitement and tension. The remaining four cast envious glances at Jiang Lexin before taking a deep breath in preparation for battle. Zhao Peng was to face Wang Kaijun, while Yin Fei'er would contend with Chao Yan. Two grand arenas rose in the center, and the two matches commenced simultaneously. At that moment, Bai Yi, feeling anxious, inquired, "Which of them do you think will advance?" Fang Ziqing shook her head, replying, "The results will be out soon, just wait." For their team, it was likely that only two out of Zhao Peng, Jiang Lexin, and Yin Fei'er would advance, leaving one to be eliminated. For Yin Fei'er, Chao Yan was not a formidable opponent. Her combat style was characterized by swift attacks, and aside from her primary technique, cannon fist, she had also mastered a movement-based martial art. During the battle, Yin Fei'er remained steadfast, intending to outlast Chao Yan. As several attacks failed, Chao Yan felt her spiritual energy depleting significantly and grew increasingly anxious. Unable to restrain herself, she resolved to end the fight with a decisive move. Yin Fei'er's eyes lit up at this, as she had anticipated this moment. Ultimately, Yin Fei'er did not evade Chao Yan's attack. Instead, she utilized her defensive technique, Golden Light Shield, to absorb Chao Yan's punch and retaliated with one of her own. Despite employing martial techniques, and with Yin Fei'er's own impressive defense, she still felt the impact, her blood churning within her. Meanwhile, Chao Yan, struck by the blow, was sent flying, losing her combat effectiveness in an instant. Yin Fei'er, relieved at the referee's ruling, thought to herself, "At last, I've won," and, clutching her still painful chest, made her way back to her seat to recover her spiritual energy. Zhao Peng, however, was not as fortunate. His opponent, Wang Kaijun, had concealed a trump card during previous matches, having refined a secondary low-grade martial technique to its second level. Faced with two aggressive power techniques, Zhao Peng found himself unable to land a successful strike. Feeling his spiritual energy depleted, he signaled the referee to concede. The two exchanged respectful pats on the shoulder before returning to their seats to recover. The next match was delayed, as everyone needed time to replenish their spiritual energy after such exertion. To the astonishment of the spectators, the higher-ups of the organization produced a single-star spirit recovery pill, ground into powder and dissolved in water to expedite energy restoration. This act of extravagance left the ability users below wide-eyed and envious. After a while, the competitors indicated that they had fully restored their spiritual energy, and the elimination match between Zhao Peng and Chao Yan commenced. The stakes were high. The loser would be eliminated. As both were adept in speed, the outcome hinged on who could dominate the other in swiftness. Contrary to expectations, the battle did not unfold as a fierce stalemate. From the outset, Zhao Peng established a significant advantage, completely overpowering Chao Yan. It appears that among those of the same caliber, any slight initial setback can lead to an ever-widening gap, culminating in defeat. Chao Yan gazed despondently at the referee's gesture, her eyes reddening in an instant as she realized she had been eliminated. At some point, Xing Fei had approached her from behind, gently patting her shoulder and reassuring her. "It's all right, merely a temporary setback. You can reclaim victory in the next competition." Chao Yan nodded and looked at Xing Fei, saying, Fei, you must strive hard to secure first place." Xing Fei smiled softly and replied, "All right, go and rest." The preliminary battles for the top 7 were not yet concluded. As the 4 competitors prepared for their next draw, Zhao Peng faced Yin Fei'er, while Jiang Lexin squared off against Wang Kaijun. Bai Yi and the others watched helplessly as their peers clashed, unsure of whom to cheer for. They often practiced together in private, and each had a clear understanding of the other's capabilities. It was an undeniable truth that Yin Fei'er, in the early stages of his abilities, had a natural advantage over Zhao Peng and his type, who relied on speed and agility. This situation could only improve once they reached level 3 and were capable of spirit energy attacks. Zhao Peng, with a wry smile, addressed his opponent, "Be careful. I will give it my all." Yin Fei'er nodded, returning the smile, "So shall I." With a fist bump, they commenced their battle. Meanwhile, Jiang Lexin found herself on the back foot from the outset, astonished by Wang Kaijun's formidable prowess. Although he had previously seemed unremarkable, it was clear he had been concealing his strength. Despite both being advanced ability users, Wang Kaijun's mastery of spirit energy evidently surpassed her own, and it was likely he would soon achieve perfection in his abilities. In that moment, Jiang Lexin felt the pressure from a strength-based competitor. She could not afford to be struck, lest she lose her combat effectiveness in an instant. In contrast, Wang Kaijun's robust physique suggested he could withstand her hits without faltering. To avoid an exchange of injuries, Jiang Lexin maneuvered carefully, preventing him from closing in while searching for an opening to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as she had anticipated. The moment Wang Kaijun moved, she realized the gravity of her situation. He unleashed a low-tier martial skill, ground shatter. Previously utilized by another competitor, in Wang Kaijun's hands, its power far exceeded that of Luo Rui's earlier exhibition. The tremors from the arena momentarily hindered Jiang Lexin's movement, allowing him to exploit her vulnerability and land a decisive punch. The referee raised his hand, signaling Wang Kaijun's victory. Bai Yi and the others hurried to assist Jiang Lexin, offering soft words of comfort. At the same time, Zhao Peng and Yin Fiyu also determined their outcome. Unsurprisingly, Yin Fiyu maintained a steady approach and bested Zhao Peng. In that moment, the top 7 competitors had been established. According to regulations, these 7 would now contend for the top 5 rankings. The previous 5 who had been granted automatic advancement did not necessarily secure the top 5 positions. Yin Fiyu and Wang Kaijun had the option to challenge the top 5 if they were dissatisfied with their standings. Should they choose not to challenge, they would then vie for the 6th and 7th positions. Clearly, neither wished to forfeit this opportunity, as advancing further would elevate their status considerably. Thus, Bai Yi and Zhao Hong became the targets for their challenges. The outcome was, without question, inevitable. Chapter 117. Confrontation with Zhao Hong. Even though Wang Kaijun astonished everyone with the 2nd level of Shattered Earth during the competition, he was ruthlessly overwhelmed by the 2 opponents. The realm of perfection is not to be trifled with. As for Yin Fiyu, after his defeat against Zhao Hong, he refrained from challenging Bai Yi again. They had faced each other previously, and although he had managed to restrain Bai Yi slightly in defense, this was merely within the same tier. It would have no bearing on the current battle. After the match concluded, it was time for the midday break. The atmosphere was tense as everyone struggled to calm their nerves, for the afternoon would witness the intense contest for the top 5. The 6 members of the first team gathered for a meal, with Jiang Lexin and Zhao Peng appearing despondent. Previously, they were all equals, but now, the 4 of them had ascended to the status of stellar geniuses, leaving the 2 of them feeling somewhat unfortunate. Jiang Lexin pouted, saying, "This afternoon, it's up to the 3 of you to strive to eliminate the 2 major academies and secure the top 3 positions." Bai Yi, setting down her straw, shook her head and replied, "I fear I may not have the fortune of reaching the top 3. It will depend on Ziqing and Gu Wan." Zhao Peng nodded and remarked, "I've heard that Zhao Heng is the most talented individual from the 6th Academy. This afternoon, you 2 will undoubtedly face him. Do exercise caution." Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Just wait and see. As the afternoon match commenced, it quickly escalated into an intense competition for the final spots. The format ensured that Gu Wan and her companions would advance to the top 3, while Bai Yi and Zhao Hong would clash. The victor would earn the right to challenge the top 3. Everyone acknowledged the usual high standards of the competition. However, the disparity between LV1 and LV2 was so vast that victory was nearly impossible. The match between Bai Yi and Zhao Hong promised to be particularly intriguing. The requirements for a 2-star genius demanded not only adequate cultivation, but also proficiency in martial skills. It remained uncertain whether they could elevate their martial techniques to the 2nd level within such a short time. Zhao Heng stepped forward, a halo of spiritual energy gradually rising around him. As the foremost talent of the 6th Academy, his abilities were beyond question. As a dual-type power user excelling in both strength and defense, he resembled a human cannon. In facing Bai Yi, who favored agility, he seemed to hold a significant advantage. After exchanging respectful salutes, the battle began. Bai Yi did not rush to initiate green serpent steps against a strength and defense-oriented opponent. Speed would be ineffective and would drain her spiritual energy unnecessarily. Observing Bai Yi's hesitance to attack, Zhao Heng secretly nodded, feeling quite confident about the match. His defensive martial skill, Golden Light Barrier, at the 2nd level, was his trump card. Even against LV2 power users like Gu Wan and her team, he felt assured. Much less so against an opponent of the same tier as Bai Yi. Zhao Hong then surged towards Bai Yi, intending to corner her and conclude the match swiftly. However, with a flash of green light beneath her feet, Bai Yi activated the 2nd level of green serpent steps, the Serpent Dance. In an instant, Zhao Hong was caught off guard as she appeared behind him. Cannon Fist, 1st level, strikes with precision. An abundance of spiritual energy coalesced around Bai Yi's fist as she launched her attack toward Zhao Hong. Thanks to her adept footwork, this unexpected moment left Zhao Hong unable to turn in time to defend himself. It was evident that if Zhao Hong were struck, he would sustain at least serious injuries. As a radiant beam of light flashed, a shell-like barrier materialized around Zhao Heng's body. The shadow of Bai Yi's fist struck against the barrier, inflicting no substantial damage upon him. She swiftly retreated, having anticipated this outcome. For Zhao Hong, who had invoked the 2nd level of the Golden Light Shield, his defensive capabilities had significantly heightened. Relying solely on the first level of cannon fist was insufficient to inflict meaningful harm. Zhao Hong, taken aback by the encounter, realized that had he not activated the golden light shield upon sensing danger, he would undoubtedly have suffered severe injury from Bai Yi's attack. He could no longer underestimate her. Indeed, those who reached such a level were all formidable opponents, and one must not disregard the prowess of others. To the spectators, the spectacle was mesmerizing. The duel exhibited an exceptional display of martial skills and comprehension, truly befitting the pinnacle of combatants within Tianhai City. Lord He and Lord Qing from Luzhong nodded in approval, both having unleashed their respective second-tier low-level martial techniques, confirming that a two-star genius was indeed emerging. The most delighted among them was Liang Ye, who observed that 2 of her students were among the top 10, surpassing the collective talent of all Luzhong's participants. Regardless of the outcome for Fang Ziqing, Bai Yi had already brought her considerable joy, though it remained uncertain whether she could surpass Zhao Hong to advance further. Amidst the deafening cheers from the audience, neither Bai Yi nor Zhao Hong had gained a clear advantage after 2 exchanges. Her assaults failed to breach Zhao Hong's defenses, at most causing him minor, inconsequential injuries. Conversely, Zhao Hong's strikes could inflict significant damage upon Bai Yi. However, the crux lay in his inability to catch her, as she deftly evaded his attempts. Yet, Zhao Hong remained composed, estimating both their energies and calculating that his remaining power surpassed Bai Yi's by approximately 10%. With this advantage, he could unleash at least one martial technique, rendering Bai Yi incapable of evasion once her energy was depleted. Bai Yi, fully aware that prolonging the battle would be detrimental to her, glanced sideways toward Fang Ziqing, who smiled and nodded encouragingly. A glimmer of realization sparked within Bai Yi, her lips curling into a knowing smile. As the evening approached, Zhao Hong, while observing Bai Yi, suddenly noticed a fleeting vulnerability. Her rhythm faltered for an instant. Seizing the moment, he dashed forward, intent on cornering her. Bai Yi's expression flickered with momentary panic, seemingly uncertain of her next move. Zhao Hong's heart soared at this sight. Yet he prudently activated the golden light shield in preparation for any eventuality. Meanwhile, Bai Yi remained remarkably calm, reflecting on the events that had transpired the previous night when she had visited Fang Ziqing's room. Let us now rewind to that night. Hearing a knock at the door, Fang Ziqing rose from his bed, opening the door to find Bai Yi standing there. Bai Yi clasped her hands before her chest, fidgeting with a hint of shyness. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "Come in," Fang Ziqing chuckled. Raising her head, Bai Yi replied with a smile. "Is it not permissible to visit you?" Fang Ziqing poured her a glass of water, remaining silent. Sitting on the bed, Bai Yi appeared lost in thought. "To be honest, I lack confidence in defeating Zhao Hong from number 6 high school tomorrow." Fang Ziqing nodded in understanding. After several battles, the latest combat data had been imparted to them by Liang Ye. Zhao Hong was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, particularly well-suited to counter Bai Yi's strengths. Fang Ziqing stroked his chin and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Bai Yi looked at him with a smile. "How did you know I had any?" Fang Ziqing chuckled. "I can tell you must be grappling with some insurmountable challenge." Bai Yi nodded. "I've pondered for quite some time. To triumph over Zhao Hong, I must breach his formidable defense. However, even with the second strike of cannon fist, I cannot inflict significant damage on him. I feel as though I am at an impasse." Observing Bai Yi's despondency, Fang Ziqing placed a reassuring hand on her head and gently ruffled her hair. "Is this little matter truly enough to confound you?" Bai Yi blushed, relishing the tooling of her well-styled hair. "So, Ziqing, do you have a solution?" Fang Ziqing beckoned her closer, gesturing for her to lend him her ear. Bai Yi widened her eyes, intrigued, and leaned in. Suddenly, feeling Fang Ziqing's warm breath instead of words, she involuntarily gasped. Fang Ziqing, amused by her shyness, erupted into laughter. "All right, I'll stop teasing. During the match, keep your eyes peeled for Zhao Hong's approach." Bai Yi smiled faintly, her feet glowing with azure light as she activated Snake Dance. Zhao Hong, realizing his attacks were deftly evaded, felt an unsettling certainty that he had fallen into a trap. However, their proximity presented a fleeting opportunity. He resolved to seize this moment to determine the victor. The audience fell silent, intently watching Zhao Hong unleash a fierce assault, unaware of whether his relentless barrage could strike Bai Yi. None among them entertained the notion of Bai Yi emerging victorious, as she struggled to penetrate her opponent's defenses and could only evade. Observing the surging spiritual energy around Zhao Hong, intent on concluding the match, Bai Yi remained undeterred, continuing to elude his strikes with Snake Dance. Zhao Hong, witnessing her retreat further, smirked inwardly. "Where will you hide now?" As she neared the edge of the stage. Facing imminent defeat, the audience's tension escalated. Bai Yi had but 2 choices, to fight with all her might or concede. In that moment, she summoned her spiritual energy to amplify her voice, declaring loudly, "Cannon fist, third strike, receive my blow." Her right fist coalesced with a surge of spiritual power, seemingly poised to unleash the final technique. As the formidable Bai Yi approached, Zhao Heng was taken aback. The power of the third level of Cannon Fist was something he knew he could not withstand. How could Bai Yi possess such a lethal trump card? Without much contemplation, despite having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy during his journey, he summoned all his remaining strength to execute the second level of the highly draining Golden Shield. Fang Ziqing smiled knowingly. Zhao Heng had fallen into her trap. In reality, Bai Yi could not unleash the third level at all. Her intention was merely to deceive him into activating his Golden Shield at such a high cost. It is well known that defensive martial techniques consume an immense amount of spiritual energy. When Fang Ziqing practiced the mysterious armor shield, his entire reservoir of energy could only sustain it for a brief moment, let alone Zhao Heng, whose energy was vastly inferior, whether through auditory deception or evasive maneuvers. Every tactic was aimed at exhausting Zhao Heng's energy. A level 1 practitioner could only muster enough energy to perform martial techniques a few times, let alone with such frequency. At that moment, it was likely that all of Zhao Heng's energy was dedicated to his defensive techniques. Fang Ziqing had previously advised Bai Yi that it was inconsequential if she could not break through his defenses. The goal was to deplete his energy, rendering him incapable of executing any techniques. The loud distraction intended to confuse Zhao Heng was yet another clever ploy devised by Fang Ziqing. With a grave expression, Zhao Heng observed Bai Yi retracting her seemingly mighty punch, only to see her swiftly dart to his side. A wave of dread washed over him as he realized the truth. He had been deceived, squandering his energy for naught. As he attempted to pivot and confront Bai Yi, he was met with her mocking laughter, beating the cow across the mountain. With a resounding thud, Zhao Heng's robust form was sent flying from the arena. The audience was left in stunned silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lord He and his companions had also been startled by Bai Yi's display of the third level. As they grasped her true intentions, the 6th middle school's Lord Qing couldn't help but exclaim, "This young lady from the 1st middle school is truly clever. Zhao Heng's defeat is well-deserved." The teachers nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while combat prowess and cultivation levels are pivotal in determining outcomes, they do not solely dictate victory. Sometimes, a well-conceived strategy can lead to triumph. At that moment, the venue erupted with excitement as the spectators witnessed Bai Yi's unexpected and overwhelming victory over Zhao Heng, the top contender from the 6th middle school. The name of the goddess Bai resonated throughout the hall. Jiang Lexin and her friends stood agape, astonished by Bai Yi's remarkable performance. They had not held high hopes for her victory, yet she had defied their expectations. Having defeated Zhao Heng, Bai Yi had exhausted her entire reserve of spiritual energy. As her body began to falter, she felt herself tipping backward. Observing this, Jiang Lexin and her friends rushed to the edge of the stage, only to see a figure flash by. Fang Ziqing, who had been attentively watching the battle, caught Bai Yi from behind and said with a smile, "You were fantastic today." Feeling the warmth of his support and hearing his praise, Bai Yi instinctively reached out in a gesture that begged for a hug. As Fang Ziqing gazed upon the scene, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. After a moment's hesitation, he noticed Bai Yi pouting her lips, embodying the demeanor of an aloof, regal young lady. Yet at that moment, she appeared as a petulant little girl. Well, considering her commendable performance today, perhaps he could indulge her a bit. Without further ado, he scooped her up in a princess carry and descended from the stage. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in a cacophony of voices, exclaiming, "Oh my goddess, don't. Lord Fang, please don't embrace that woman." At that moment, Jiang Lexin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed to Yin Fu, "Wow, Fang is such a gentleman today." Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and quickly covered her mouth, lest someone take advantage of her words. Upon witnessing Fang Ziqing lifting Bai Yi, Guwan raised an eyebrow, her fists instinctively clenching. She turned her head away, closing her eyes in a meditative state, masking her emotions from any onlookers. Chapter 120. Intermediate Martial Skill Crimson Flame. As Fang Ziqing carried Bai Yi into the top 10 area, Jiang Lexin and others turned their gaze towards them. Bai Yi, with a flushed face, nestled into Fang Ziqing's embrace, radiating bliss. Jiang Lexin couldn't help but emit a series of tut-tut sounds, remarking on the joy of a girl in love. Once Fang Ziqing set Bai Yi down, she lingered a moment longer, reluctant to part. At that juncture, Jiang Lexin and the others approached, exclaiming, "Yi, you were incredible. You actually defeated the top contender from the 6th group. But how did you come up with that trick to bewilder him?" Nearby, Gu Wan's lips twitched, and she shot a cold glance at Fang Ziqing, snorting. Do we even need to ask? Such a devious trick surely originated from someone's cunning mind. Fang Ziqing seemed oblivious to the implications of her words, nodding along. Indeed. That person is exceedingly treacherous. Gu Wan, seeing Fang Ziqing's shameless demeanor, turned away in disdain. Just then, the judge approached and inquired, Classmate Bai Yi, do you wish to challenge the 3 contenders for the top spots? It had been previously stated that the winner among the 2 would earn the right to challenge them. Bai Yi shook her head. She was well aware of Gu Wan and the others' prowess and deemed it unnecessary to pursue such a challenge. The judge nodded in acknowledgement, declaring, the top 3 have been decided, Gu Wan, Xing Fei, and Fang Ziqing. We shall now commence the final rankings. The 3, who had not engaged in battle thus far, rose to the preparation area, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. A true clash of titans was imminent, a battle befitting level 2 ability users. As per tradition, a draw would determine the order, with the eldest competing first. Fang Ziqing regarded the short wooden stick in his hand with a shrug. Great. It appeared he was off the hook yet again. The judge, noting that the 2 were ready, announced, the first match, Gu Wan versus Xing Fei. The audience erupted in cheers, and even the teachers watched intently. The epic showdown that all had been anticipating was about to commence. Gu Wan and Xing Fei ascended the stage, one with long, flowing hair like snow, the other with her short locks artfully tucked behind her ear, revealing a delicate visage. Setting aside their formidable strength, their exquisite beauty captivated all present. The judge raised his hand, signaling the commencement of the match. Neither of the 2 took the initiative to act first, nor did any spiritual energy manifest. As they locked eyes, Xing Fei smiled and said, finally, the day has come for us to battle. Today marks the moment I, Xing Fei, shall triumph over you. Meanwhile, Gu Wan seemed disinterested in replying, turning instead to Fang Ziqing and admonishing, don't act so nonchalant. When we fight, you must unleash your full strength. Do you hear me? Fang Ziqing, scratching his nose, nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Gu Wan turn back, appearing to disregard Xing Fei entirely. Xing Fei's expression was a tapestry of emotions. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her immense spiritual energy, which surged and enveloped her body. In response, Gu Wan waved her hand, and an aura symbolizing her prowess as a practitioner instantly materialized. Clenching her fists, Xing Fei thought, to underestimate me will come at a cost. With a surge of spiritual energy beneath her feet, she launched into the second level of the low-tier martial skill, Green Serpent Step. As she swiftly charged at Gu Wan, the latter showed no inclination to evade. With a gentle grip of her right hand, she conjured a massive accumulation of spiritual energy around her fist. Sensing the formidable strike from Gu Wan, Xing Fei sneered. A mere low-tier martial skill, Cannon Fist. Allow me to demonstrate the might of an intermediate martial skill. With that, she unleashed the first level of the martial skill Crimson Flame. A soft red glow radiated from her arm, as if summoning a torrent of flames. The audience, caught between psychological pressure and tangible sensation, felt a slight sting of heat on their cheeks. Seeing this, Lord Bai smiled with satisfaction, remarking, Xing Fei has already mastered the intermediate martial skill, Crimson Flame, thanks to her exceptional comprehension. Gu Wan is in peril now. Chapter 121. Instant Domination. Lord He scoffed, and turned to Lord Bai, saying, so you believe that only your esteemed Xing Fei has grasped intermediate martial skills? Gu Wan from Class 1 has long since employed her martial techniques. Observing the banter between the 2, the teachers nodded in silent agreement. The ability to manifest an intermediate martial skill in such a brief span, based on one's comprehension, warranted the honor of being labeled a 3-star genius according to past experiences. Gu Wan, witnessing Xing Fei's immediate deployment of an intermediate martial skill, exhibited no change in her expression. She had anticipated that Xing Fei had mastered such techniques. According to Fang Ziqing, if one could not command intermediate martial skills at this level, their abilities were indeed lacking. The only uncertainty lay in the number and type of intermediate martial skills she possessed. However, it was clear to Gu Wan what her opponent's trump card was. Being top-tier practitioners, they understood their own talents and those of each other quite well. Within such a short time frame, one could reasonably expect to attain the first level of an intermediate martial skill at most. Xing Fei had evidently opted for a low-tier mobility martial skill, Green Serpent Step, coupled with an intermediate attack martial skill, Crimson Flame. Logically, achieving such mastery in a brief period, while maintaining consistent training, was no small feat. Even when compared to last year's prodigy, Wang Fang, she was not to be underestimated. Yet, her opponent was Gu Wan. Originally, Xing Fei believed that upon witnessing her employ intermediate martial skills, Gu Wan would undoubtedly dissipate her offensive momentum, opting instead for evasive maneuvers or alternative strategies. To her astonishment, Gu Wan seemed oblivious to Xing Fei's fists, resolutely determined to exchange blows with her. Can a low-level martial technique truly contend with an intermediate one? Although the second tier of low-level skills might rival the first tier of intermediate techniques, it merely holds a semblance of equality. Did she truly believe that low-level abilities could measure up to their intermediate counterparts? Xing Fei gritted her teeth, thinking, if you seek your demise, I shall not hold back. As their fists collided, a resounding bang echoed through the arena, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that momentarily obscured the unfolding scene. The onlookers strained to discern what had transpired, peering intently as the smoke began to clear. What? As the haze gradually lifted, it revealed the astonishing sight of a solitary figure standing on the platform, while the other had been propelled into the air. Xing Fei, the spectators, who had just witnessed her fierce assault on Gu Wan, now beheld her kneeling on the ground, having leveraged the force of her own attack. Simultaneously, the large screen displayed Xing Fei with her head bowed, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, presenting a stark and chilling image. The crowd gazed in shock at this spectacle. What had been anticipated as a fierce clash had culminated in Gu Wan's overwhelming dominance over Xing Fei in an instant. How could this be, given that they were both level 2 practitioners? Enveloped in smoke, none could ascertain the events that had unfolded, save for the two combatants themselves. Xing Fei raised her hand to wipe the blood from her lips, slowly rising to her feet. Just moments ago, she had been poised to strike Gu Wan. Yet the latter exhibited no sign of fear. Almost immediately, a stone-like barrier of spiritual energy materialized around Gu Wan, tightly encasing her. The powerful blow infused with the intermediate technique, Crimson Flame, collided with the barrier, resulting in a ferocious clash of spiritual energy that enveloped the entire arena in smoke. What truly astonished Xing Fei was that her strike had been entirely thwarted by Gu Wan's peculiar energy shield. In that moment, she was taken aback. How was this possible? Setting aside the formidable nature of her Crimson Flame, this barrier could not possibly be compared to the low-level technique, Golden Shield. At the instant her attack made contact, the barrier not only nullified her assault, but also rebounded the force back upon her. It was undeniably an intermediate skill. Gu Wan had mastered 2 intermediate martial techniques. Xing Fei regarded Gu Wan, her hair flowing gracefully, and pursed her lips. If Gu Wan possessed only this, it would not have left her in such a precarious state. At the moment Xing Fei struck Gu Wan, the latter responded with a punch of her own. Despite Xing Fei's unwavering resolve to evade with all her strength, she was still sent flying, her vital energy churning violently even now. That was the third tier of the level 2 technique, Cannon Fist, which was beyond her reach. Chapter 122. What of combined martial techniques? Cannon Fist at its third tier unleashed upon me, yet it possessed the power equivalent to the second tier of the intermediate technique. Crimson Flame. How could Gu Wan have mastered the third tier at this stage? The practitioners in the audience observed as Xing Fei gradually regained her footing, revealing that she had not succumbed to defeat. They quietly exhaled in relief. If one were to witness their confrontation, one might have thought that the seemingly evenly matched Xing Fei would be defeated by Gu on the following day. They truly did not know how to approach their training. The towering heights of Mount Everest instilled a sense of trepidation. The two women gazed at each other across the arena, not to mention Gu Wan, whose lustrous black hair flowed behind her like a celestial being from a painting. But Xing Fei's cold demeanor, now tinged with blood, appeared even more enchanting. The spectators, all capable individuals, widened their eyes and occasionally swallowed hard. Even those with strong resolve found themselves bending in reverence to these two formidable women. At that moment, no one in the audience dared to make a sound, fearing they might disrupt the duel. Even the referee stood frozen, neglecting to remind them of the time. Seeing that Xing Fei had not been vanquished by her strike, Gu Wan inwardly acknowledged her opponent. Xing Fei was undoubtedly among the elite in terms of cultivation, martial skills, and combat awareness. The strike she had just executed utilized a special defensive technique, the Xianjia Shield, which she had practiced alongside Fang Ziqing. The defensive prowess of this technique was indeed formidable. Even Xing Fei's full-powered punch had been completely deflected, with a recoil impacting her. However, this technique was also quite taxing on spiritual energy. Feeling a slight depletion in her own energy, Gu Wan shook her head. Even with her significantly higher spiritual energy levels, she found it challenging to sustain such a technique. How could others possibly manage? She wondered if this technique was even suitable for a level 2 adept. She then turned her gaze to Xing Fei, her expression betraying no emotion. Although Xing Fei's ability to withstand her blow warranted some respect, it was merely that. With a subtle movement of her toes, a dark purple aura emerged. Without a doubt, the mid-level martial technique Yudai Shen Fa was unleashed once more. In contrast to her previous encounter where she faced 4 opponents, This time she exhibited only a fraction of her capabilities, not wishing to waste time on frivolities. As she executed the technique, the illusions beneath her feet multiplied, leaving the spectators dizzy and bewildered. Xing Fei dared not underestimate her. The intricacies of mid-level martial techniques far surpassed those of lower-tier ones. Given that Gu Wan had mastered the third level of Pao Quan, it implied that she possessed the potential to defeat her in an instant. No matter what, Xing Fei resolved not to allow Gu Wan to land a hit. As her thoughts raced, Xing Fei's spiritual energy surged visibly, clearly intent on evading Gu Wan's strike. Gu Wan shook her head. If Xing Fei had trained in a martial technique of movement, she might have held out a bit longer. However, now, seeing her escape routes entirely obstructed by Gu Wan's strange footwork, Xing Fei gritted her teeth, determined to fight to the bitter end. By this point, the audience had already grasped the outcome of the battle. Gu Wan had established an invincible position with her two mid-level martial techniques. Even if Xing Fei managed to strike Gu Wan, the damage from Qi Yin would not be sufficient to harm her. On the contrary, the blow that had sent Xing Fei flying within the mist indicated that should she be struck again, she would likely lose her combat effectiveness. Gritting her teeth, Xing Fei scoffed. Gu Wan, do you think I have no trump cards? Her fists unexpectedly ignited into two flames, swirling with a convergence of colors around her knuckles. The most terrifying aspect of this technique was its resemblance to the cannon fist. Big Boss Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this a combination of Scarlet Blaze and Cannon Fist? The instructors nodded gravely, taken aback by Xing Fei's hidden prowess. The second level of Cannon Fist, known for its ability to penetrate defenses, combined with the formidable amplification of Scarlet Blaze, imbued her fist with tremendous power, potentially capable of breaching Gu Wan's defenses. Xing Fei smirked and declared, Gu Wan, let us determine the victor in a single strike, Flame Fist. In an instant, she launched an unexpectedly powerful attack, clashing once again with Gu Wan. The audience felt as if their eardrums had been pierced by a sharp blade. The sonic waves generated by the aftermath of the battle caused the onlookers to clutch their ears in agony. A massive surge of spiritual energy swept across the arena, rendering some nearby abilities users overwhelmed and unstable. As the energy dissipated, everyone rose to witness the outcome of this fierce contest. They beheld the two opponents standing back to back, having exchanged positions. Was this a draw? A gentle breeze rustled through the sky, and suddenly, Xing Fei trembled slightly before collapsing onto one knee on the arena floor. The referee took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the fight. Surveying the chaotic arena, he marveled, is this what a level 2 ability user can achieve? In this battle, the victor was declared, Gu Wan. Chapter 123. The battle for supremacy. The atmosphere in the venue ignited instantaneously, as this match surpassed any previous encounters. A throng of ability users leaped atop their seats in jubilant celebration, cheering vociferously. This triumph was not solely for Gu Wan, but for the entire institution. In recent years, Xi had relentlessly aspired to challenge the supremacy of Yizhong, persistently pursuing both the quantity and quality of ability users. In this clash, Gu Wan undoubtedly defended Yizhong's position, asserting that the leader remains the leader. Gu Wan cast a glance towards Xing Fei on the opposite side of the arena as she descended slowly. Truth be told, Xing Fei's punch had exceeded her expectations. Its power subtly surpassed the second level of intermediate martial arts, even rivaling the third level. Logically, such a strike, even if not capable of defeating her, should not have resulted in such a fate. Yet, she was not the only one harboring hidden cards. Throughout these past few days, Gu Wan had subtly learned to conceal her prowess under Fang Ziqing's influence. At this moment, her skills had ascended to the pinnacle of level 2 intermediate, far beyond the newly advanced Xing Fei's capabilities. What truly concerned Gu Wan was the seemingly carefree Fang Ziqing, who sat there with a grin, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Since the challenge match, although the two had crossed paths, neither had unleashed their full potential. Truth be told, she was uncertain of Fang Ziqing's current strength and abilities. After Gu Wan departed, Xing Fei gradually propped herself up, declining the assistance of Chao Yin, who had come to help her. Even if Xing Fei faces defeat today, she will walk away on her own, never allowing herself to be reduced to a state where she requires someone else's support. As she glanced back at Gu Wan, who was slowly descending, the fighting spirit in her eyes only intensified rather than fading. She is not someone who cannot bear to lose. With over half a year remaining until the final examination, it remains uncertain who will ultimately triumph. The next match pits Xing Fei against Fang Ziqing. However, Xing Fei shook her head in refusal to compete. After her loss to Gu Wan, she lacked the motivation to continue battling, and the experience gained from the previous fight was far more valuable than a month of arduous training. Feeling a profound sense of achievement, Xing Fei settled into her seat. Reflecting deeply, upon seeing Xing Fei withdraw from the match, the referee addressed Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan, stating that Xing Fei has relinquished her right to continue. Thus, the final ranking will be determined by the duel between the two of them. No sooner had he finished speaking than Fang Ziqing hastily attempted to voice his intention to forfeit. Given the performances of Fang Ziqing, Gu Wan, and Xing Fei today, they all qualified as star-level prodigies. Why engage in a futile contest for the top position, which offers no tangible benefit and only serves to expose their capabilities? It was a decision fraught with risk. Before Fang Ziqing could utter a word, Gu Wan discerned his intention and seized him by the collar, dragging him toward the arena. The referee, witnessing this, could only chuckle in resignation. This pair of rivals was well known even to him. As for the Black Boss and his associates, they were already grinning with delight. With both representatives from their school, regardless of the outcome, victory would belong to them. Liangya, upon observing Fang Ziqing's demeanor, realized he wished to concede and remarked, "Fang Ziqing, you are the only one among the three who has yet to demonstrate intermediate martial skills. If you forfeit, you may well miss out on the title of a 3-star genius." Fang Ziqing, struggling in Gu Wan's grip, widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Teacher Liang, won't failing to achieve the 3-star genius title result in a significant loss of prize money?" The teachers exchanged glances, surprised that Fang was concerned with monetary rewards at such a moment. The Black Boss stepped forward, clarifying, "You're referring to the rewards, correct? I can assure you, even among star-level prodigies, the treatment and rewards vary significantly." Meanwhile, Gu Wan felt an urge to deliver a punch, frustrated that his obsession with money had not changed. Reluctantly dragged to the arena, Fang Ziqing stood opposite Gu Wan. In an instant, Gu Wan summoned all her spiritual energy, prepared to engage earnestly. Observing her grave expression, it was evident that she was 10 times more serious than when facing Xing Fei. At that moment, Xing Fei opened her eyes and gazed at the arena. Seeing Gu Wan's serious demeanor caused her to frown slightly. In her view, Fang Ziqing was merely a novice who had just ascended to LV2 and might not even have mastered intermediate martial skills. Her earlier decision to forfeit was not out of fear, but rather a sense of futility. Not attaining first place made little difference between second and third. Yet, Gu Wan's demeanor sparked not only her irritation but also a hint of curiosity. What made Fang Ziqing worthy of such earnestness from Gu Wan? The audience in the stands was equally animated, eagerly anticipating the final match of the individual competition. Despite the fact that the victor would ultimately belong to their school, the male fans of Gu Wan and the female fans of Fang Ziqing held differing sentiments. At this moment, a tumultuous debate ensued, teetering on the brink of conflict. This was not merely a contest of academic prowess, but rather a fierce struggle between factions, a battle of beliefs on the verge of eruption. Observing Gu Wan's earnest demeanor, Fang Ziqing was equally resolved not to approach this duel with nonchalance. He clenched his fists and flashed a grin at Gu Wan, musing that perhaps a slight revitalization of marital principles was not out of the question. Chapter 124. The Realm of Fulfillment in Martial Arts in Comparison to Other Practitioners. Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan were well acquainted with each other's abilities. Their martial techniques were identical up to this point, adding an intriguing layer to their duel. The ensuing competition would revolve around the potency of their spiritual energy and their mastery of martial skills. Gu Wan was acutely aware of Fang Ziqing's formidable spiritual prowess. Having recently comprehended the 3rd level of the Cannon Fist, she pondered whether she could hold her own against him. Fang Ziqing, observing Gu Wan poised for action, slightly bent his right leg, clearly intending to initiate a powerful clash without an ounce of mercy. In response, Gu Wan subtly shifted her stance, channeling her entire spiritual energy to its peak. Although she was uncertain of Fang Ziqing's precise cultivation and mastery of martial techniques, she surmised that he was undoubtedly her equal, if not superior. The two locked eyes in silence for a full minute, neither making a move. Apart from the cheers of their respective fan clubs, the audience was entirely focused on the subtle exchanges between the two combatants. The large screen displayed their expressions. Gu Wan, who had previously exhibited ease against Xing Fei, now bore an extraordinary gravity, while Fang Ziqing had abandoned his carefree facade, his expression serene as he regarded Gu Wan. At that moment, his garments flowed as if stirred by an unseen breeze, exuding the aura of a transcendent master. The female fans in the audience were practically in a frenzy, unleashing a barrage of unrefined comments. Gu Wan, witnessing this, could only scoff inwardly. How could he still be showing off at such a critical time? Did he truly believe she was oblivious to his subtle use of spiritual energy to billow his attire? As she concentrated all her energy, she felt a surge of irritation at his frivolous waste of spiritual power on such trivialities. Growing increasingly vexed, Gu Wan decided against further stalemate. With a flash of violet spiritual energy at her feet, those familiar with her abilities were taken aback. To their astonishment, she had chosen to employ a resource-intensive intermediate martial technique right from the outset, reminiscent of her impressive feats with the Mirage previously. As Guwan dashed forward, Fang Ziqing raised an eyebrow and nodded to himself, eager to witness the fruits of her martial training. In a surprising turn of events, a violet aura of spiritual energy also manifested beneath Fang Ziqing's feet. In an instant, he too exhibited mastery of an intermediate martial technique, the floating disc technique, which shared a common lineage with Guwan's skills. Meanwhile, the onlooking Big Black was grinning from ear to ear. Not only had Guwan decisively triumphed over Xing Fei, but Fang Ziqing's rapid acquisition of an intermediate martial skill signified yet another 3-star talent in their ranks. This time, their institution was destined to be recorded in history as the home of 2 exceptional prodigies. Despite their best efforts to mask it, the expressions of Lord Bai and Lord Qing were unmistakably tinged with envy and admiration. I am truly astonished at how Fang Ziqing has mastered this intermediate martial skill right after his recent breakthrough. Only Liang Ye let out a quiet sigh. She was unaware whether Fang Ziqing had genuinely grasped the intermediate technique, but she knew he could execute the 3rd level of the cannon fist, according to her original assumptions. Even if Fang Ziqing had not comprehended the intermediate skill in such a short time, his remarkable performance at the 3rd level still afforded him a chance to contend for the position of a 3-star genius. At that moment, he would become the true prodigy of Tianhai City, officially entering the gaze of the province's attention. Now that Fang Ziqing has unleashed the intermediate martial skill, she no longer needs to fret about any unforeseen circumstances. The position of 3-star genius is assured for him. Xing Fei's expression was complex at this moment. She never expected that the Fang Ziqing she had looked down upon actually possessed the strength to compete with her and Guwan. What on earth is happening in this world? Meanwhile, the 2 on the arena seemed to have tacitly agreed upon their approach. Apart from the butterfly dance technique, neither employed any other martial skills, as if they were solely engaged in a contest to determine who excelled in this particular technique. Unbeknownst to each other, Fang Ziqing aimed to assess Guwan's mastery level, while Guwan, upon observing Fang Ziqing executing the floating disc technique, understood his intent and felt a surge of competitive spirit. Although she acknowledged that she had lost to Fang Ziqing in their previous challenge match, it did not imply that she considered herself inferior to him. Today's outcome remained uncertain. It was akin to the 2 anonymous geniuses in the advanced training room of the First Advanced Academy, who competed fiercely to shatter records. At that moment, they began their covert competition. Naturally cautious, Fang Ziqing preferred to conceal his true abilities. However, that did not mean he lacked a proud heart. After all, the Fang family is no stranger to excellence. Noticing Fang Ziqing's enthusiasm, Guwan also let herself go, unafraid of his full effort but wary of his lack thereof. In an instant, the spectators found themselves dazzled, unable to discern either figure clearly. The only palpable sensation was the waves of spiritual energy surging from the arena, recklessly flooding the entire space. Among all the capable individuals present, only the top 10, particularly Xing Fei, could barely discern the movements of the 2. Yet, despite exchanging numerous blows, neither could gain the upper hand, nor did they even graze each other. The spectators felt their lips parched. This was truly a duel of masters. And should they step onto the stage, they would likely be defeated in an instant. A true expert reveals their prowess at a glance. And the teachers observed the arena with grave expressions. If nothing else, the competition of techniques alone was enough to illustrate the terrifying comprehension abilities of both combatants. Typically, the first level of the floating disc technique, which produces 3 phantoms, signifies minor success, while 9 indicates major success. However, the 2 on the stage conjured far more than 9 phantoms. From the very beginning, their numbers had surpassed double digits, astonishing the teachers. Even more terrifying was that the quantity of phantoms continued to rise. It is worth noting that when Guwan faced Xing Fei, merely 6 phantoms had rendered Xing Fei with no place to hide. This serves to highlight the extraordinary level of comprehension both possess. The 3 adults exchanged glances, recognizing the extraordinary talent of the 2 individuals before them. It was evident that Fang Ziqing had previously engaged with this martial technique. Otherwise, how could one attain such a remarkable level of mastery? Did they truly believe that this martial art was so easily cultivated? Among the instructors, there were those who had practiced the floating step technique, yet even their second level of mastery remained limited to merely 8 phantoms. The female instructor shook her head in awe, lamenting that true prodigies like them were unparalleled. On the arena, the 2 opponents pushed the art of illusion to its utmost limits, each seeking to exploit the other's weaknesses. At that moment, Guwan manifested a total of 17 phantoms beneath her feet, just one shy of the 9 required for complete mastery. Opposite her, Fang Ziqing also conjured 17 phantoms. As if they had tacitly agreed upon this display, Gu Wan nodded, acknowledging that Fang Ziqing's comprehension of the martial technique was indeed on par with her own, though she wondered if he could take that final step. A smile graced Gu Wan's lips as she momentarily paused. Achieving the pinnacle of the first level of illusion, 18 phantoms. Chapter 125. The injured Fang Ziqing. As Gu Wan halted, the violet light radiating from her surged magnificently. An indescribable pressure enveloped the arena, compelling the audience to shield their eyes from the blinding brilliance. When they dared to reopen their eyes, even the 3 adults gasped in disbelief, exclaiming that it was the legendary realm of perfection. How could this be? The arena was nearly dominated by Gu Wan's phantoms, which had taken on a near-physical form. Fang Ziqing subtly nodded. It appeared that reclaiming his former glory would indeed require significant effort today. In the audience, even those seated among the top 10 were at a loss for words. However, among the instructors, a tempest of emotions surged within them, a tumult that could not be quelled in a mere moment. The legend that one could manifest a martial technique to perfection not only indicated an extraordinary aptitude for martial arts, but also hinted at a secret they dared not articulate. Gu Wan was destined to become an awakened one, and her awakening abilities were certainly beyond the ordinary. The 3 adults, aware of certain secrets, exchanged grave looks. They understood that no matter how exceptional one's martial comprehension, achieving perfection required a monumental condition akin to a chasm. Only by harnessing the formidable awakening power within could one hope to manifest a martial technique that resonated harmoniously with their intrinsic nature. The arena bore witness to this truth. The scene now starkly contrasted the earlier display of 17 phantoms. Gu Wan was now enveloped in a radiant purple aura. It was as if 18 demonic sovereigns had descended upon the world, surveying the affairs of humanity. At that moment, even the bewildered onlookers sensed a profound transformation in Gu Wan's strength. To execute a martial technique to perfection, even the most rudimentary, as long as it aligned with one's true nature, could allow one to surpass a level and contend with techniques of the same rank at their second tier. Yet, this was not the end. Achieving a martial technique in its perfected state also conferred a more terrifying advantage, a dramatic reduction in spiritual energy consumption. At this moment, Gu Wan was experiencing for the first time the 18 phantoms she had recently felt compelled to manifest. She sensed her strength had ascended to a new height, with enhancements in every aspect. Most astonishingly, her speed and reflexes had reached terrifying levels. To her surprise, it seemed as though her spiritual energy consumption was being offset by some unseen force, as if aided by divine intervention. The phantoms of the perfected realm were remarkably smaller than when she had released 17 phantoms previously. Truly, it was absurdly overwhelming. Black Leader, suppressing his excitement, hurriedly planned to report this development to the provincial authorities. An individual capable of manifesting abilities at the perfected realm would undoubtedly awaken next year, most likely as an extraordinary awakener. However, before he could make his report, he noticed Fang Ziqing on the opposite side of the arena, smiling gently, and in an instant, purple light flashed once more. What? This was far more astonishing than the first time. At that moment, spiritual energy surged tumultuously across the arena. The phantoms that Gu Wan had almost entirely claimed were forcibly expelled, returning the situation to a two-way standoff. Lord Qing bitterly remarked, "Have we grown old?" Lord Bai patted her shoulder and sighed. "Ah, this is the privilege of the gifted." Fang Ziqing had also manifested the perfected realm of phantoms, with 18 phantoms standing resolutely on the arena. Upon witnessing this, Black Leader exclaimed, "Now, even a level 3 ability user would find it challenging to defeat either of them." It was widely acknowledged that surpassing the level 3 threshold would bring about a significant transformation in strength, and at that moment, no one dared to contradict Black Leader's assertion. Gu Wan pressed her lips together, secretly nodding. Indeed, he had grasped this level of understanding. Yet, Fang Ziqing was internally shaking his head, realizing he had acted too impulsively, revealing his trump cards too soon. Having witnessed Gu Wan manifest the perfected realm phantoms, with all 18 phantoms appearing simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual pressure rushing towards him, transforming into a blade-like energy that ascended relentlessly. In his excitement, he instinctively unleashed this move, intending to reclaim his place in the arena alongside Gu Wan. However, now that the situation had unfolded, Fang Ziqing resolved to engage in a fierce battle today. Having cultivated the phantoms to this level, he had never before had the opportunity to showcase his talent, which felt like a disservice to his abilities. For those who practice martial arts, having no worthy opponent is the greatest fear. Both stepped forward simultaneously, and in that moment, The arena shimmered with 36 phantoms. The spectators felt a wave of dizziness, unable to discern the figures of the two amidst the swirling phantoms, only able to express their emotions through fervent cheers. At that moment, Xing Fei stood up in disbelief as the two unleashed their techniques. A bitter taste filled her mouth. They had both arrived at this stage far too soon. Within the phantoms, the two moved with unparalleled speed, their reflexes and peculiar footwork rendering them equally matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. At this juncture, Fang Ziqing smiled faintly, deliberately leaving a flaw, creating a moment of hesitation in Gu Wan's mind. Was it a trap or a genuine opening? Time for contemplation seems to vanish in an instant. Yet Fang Ziqing managed to seize that fleeting moment, quickly predicting Gu Wan's next position. Gu Wan inwardly lamented, realizing the predicament she was in. Just as she attempted to evade, she felt someone embrace her waist. The warmth brushing against her ear indicated that she had been bested. In response to Fang Ziqing, Gu Wan retaliated by fiercely lifting her thigh towards him. Observing her complete lack of restraint, Fang Ziqing, startled, hastily retreated, a kick like that could spell disaster for him. Meanwhile, a faint smile graced Gu Wan's lips as she charged forward, exploiting the opening presented by Fang Ziqing. "You've fallen for it," she declared, fully aware that he would not harm her, which allowed her to bait him into revealing a flaw. Fang Ziqing sighed, acknowledging, "This girl is simply unreasonable by nature." Since the moment they both entered the realm of perfection, the outcome had become trivial. Under equal spiritual energy, neither could truly best the other. As the illusions obscured the spectator's vision, he suggested to Gu Wan, "Shall we call it a day? You caught my flaw earlier, so does that mean you win?" Gu Wan shook her head, asserting that agility was merely a facet of strength. Besides, the previous skirmish was inconsequential. She had only exploited his reluctance to harm her, which rendered it a somewhat playful encounter. The true competition had yet to commence. Fang Ziqing, intrigued by Gu Wan's enthusiasm, was reluctant to conclude the match. With a slight shift in his thoughts, he proposed, "How about we test our skills with the first level of Cannon Fist?" Although puzzled by his choice, Gu Wan nodded in agreement. Without further ado, they both concentrated their spiritual energy, emanating a soft azure glow, and in an instant, unleashed a flurry of punches. Suddenly, Gu Wan realized that Fang Ziqing's punches were effortlessly dispelled before her. As confusion washed over her, she noticed a smirk on Fang Ziqing's face as he signaled. Simultaneously, the illusion surrounding him dissipated, revealing him to the audience as if he had never existed in that realm. As the illusion vanished, the first sight that greeted the spectators was Gu Wan shattering Fang Ziqing's punches. Tricked, Gu Wan felt a flare of irritation and attempted to retract her attack, only to find that Fang Ziqing was swifter. With a cry, he was sent flying like a kite with its strings severed, crashing hard beyond the ring. Gu Wan watched with an exasperated expression, caught between retracting her fists and preparing to strike. It was no wonder he employed such a technique. It was inherently designed for group attacks. The spectacular display of punches, dazzling and impressive, conveyed an overwhelming sense of power. In truth, Fang Ziqing had deliberately allowed himself to be struck by Gu Wan's barrage, sustaining no real injury, merely a fleeting sensation akin to a tickle. As he slowly rose, supported by Bai Yi, Fang Ziqing, his complexion pale, gazed at Gu Wan with clasped fists, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the unrivaled genius, Gu Wan. Your martial prowess is terrifying. I humbly concede and acknowledge my inferiority." Observing his increasingly distressed expression, Gu Wan appeared on the verge of unleashing her pent-up frustration upon him. Fang Ziqing decisively silenced himself, feigning a grievous injury as he leaned against Bai Yi while making his way to the seating area. The onlookers were utterly perplexed, pondering how, moments ago, the contest had appeared evenly matched, yet in an instant, Fang Ziqing seemed to have been vanquished. Had Gu Wan executed some clandestine move amidst the illusions? Regrettably, obscured by the mirage, they could not witness the event, leaving them with a tinge of disappointment. At that moment, one of Fang Ziqing's female admirers cried out, "Fang, are you all right? Is your injury severe? You haven't been harmed, have you?" A few other girls even began to reprimand Gu Wan, lamenting, "Why strike so mercilessly against a fellow classmate? Woe is me. You've left my Ziqing in such a state. I demand compensation." Gu Wan, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth and turned to cast a cold glance at the group of female fans. Updates will occur at 3 specific times, 6 in the morning, noon, and 6 in the evening, should there be no changes. I have classes today and am feeling quite unwell. Seeking comfort, a gentle touch. My demands are modest. A 5-star rating and a review will suffice. In an instant, the group of female fans felt a chill wash over them, silencing their chatter. It dawned on them that Gu Wan, whom they had just scolded, was the foremost power wielder in Tianhai City, far beyond their league. Clenching her fists, Guwan slowly approached the top 10 seating area, her countenance dark and foreboding. As she caught sight of Fang Ziqing, who was grinning broadly while observing her earlier confrontation with his admirers, her ire surged. You dare to engage in a sham fight while I have yet to settle the score with you? We agreed to a duel, yet you slipped away prematurely? Who covets first place? With a grim expression, Guwan aimed to reprimand Fang Ziqing, but as she reached his side, Bai Yi intercepted her, lamenting, Guwan, how could you strike so harshly? Ziqing was sent flying. Listening to Bai Yi's rapid-fire complaints, Guwan pointed at Fang Ziqing, retorting, if you wish to know, ask him. And with that mind of yours, should Fang Ziqing sell you out, you'll be counting the money for him. Jiang Lexin and the others exchanged knowing glances. Recognizing Fang Ziqing's deliberate antics, only Bai Yi, genuinely concerned, remained oblivious to Fang Ziqing's ruse. Clearing his throat, Fang Ziqing announced, all right, first and foremost, let us congratulate our esteemed Guwan for seizing the coveted first position. Of course, by a stroke of luck, I have also secured second place. Our team has undoubtedly reaped a bountiful harvest in this individual competition. Though everyone understood Fang Ziqing's attempt to divert the conversation, they could not help but nod in agreement. Each participant had performed commendably in the competition, wearing expressions of joy. At this juncture, the instructors from the 3 major academies slowly approached. Beginning with the power wielders ranked 31st to 50th, the 20 individuals, their faces alight with joy, ascended the podium to receive their accolades. After all, being honored before the watchful eyes of all power users in Tianhai City was indeed a source of great pride, especially when the awards were presented by their own teachers. The look of pride in their eyes was beyond words. They accepted the medals symbolizing honor, and a group photograph was taken for posterity. On the podium of the top 30, ranked from 11th to 30th, Fang Ziqing beheld Liang Bo, who, with a gap-toothed grin, flashed a smile at him, revealing a bandaged left hand. The champions, adorned with accolades and the weight of their rewards, proudly made their way to their seats, while the onlookers below could only gaze at them with envy. The focus of attention was undoubtedly on the rewards for the top 10, though the specifics of these prizes remained a mystery. First among the top 10 were Jiang Lexin, Zhao Peng, and Chao Yan, who had not received a star rating. They were awarded a Medal of Honor, 100,000 federal coins, 500 merit points, a choice of 1 intermediate martial technique, 3 C-grade medals of their selection, and preferential resources in the Tianhai district. This allocation of resources highlighted the Academy's classification into 3 tiers, A, B, and C. Currently, only these 3 enjoyed A-class status, while the 20 runners-up were categorized as B-class, and the 30 from the top 50 fell under C-class. This distinction underscored the recognition and cultivation bestowed upon them by the Tianhai district, delineating the elite from the ordinary practitioners. As the trio received their medals under the approving gaze of their mentor, their spirits soared, replacing earlier feelings of disappointment with exhilaration as they made their way to their seats. Following this, 3 dignitaries emerged to present awards to the 7 star-rated prodigies. First were the 1-star talents, Yin Feiyu and Wang Kaijun. Their images graced the large screen, adorned with the official insignia of star talents, eliciting envy from Jiang Lexin and the others. They received the customary Medal of Honor, 300,000 federal coins, 1,000 merit points, a choice of 1 intermediate martial technique, and 5 C-grade medals of their choice. The most coveted reward was a single 1-star spirit-nourishing pill, a star talent medal, special 1-star resource allocation from the Tiannan province, and a permit for free assistance in forging a C-grade weapon. The 2 could hardly contain their excitement. The allure of the rewards was matched only by the honor they felt in that moment. In the realm of practitioners, their status as star talents was prominently featured in the elite column, inciting admiration from all in the Tianhai district. Henceforth, they would be recognized as marked practitioners, reaping numerous benefits. Dazed yet elated with their medals, they approached their seats under the encouragement of the 3 dignitaries, feeling their legs weaken beneath them. Next came Bai Yi and Zhao Hong, the 2 2-star talents. They were awarded a Medal of Honor, 500,000 federal coins, 2,000 merit points, a choice of 1 advanced martial technique, and 7 C-grade medals of their choice. They also received 3 1-star spirit-nourishing pills, a 2-star talent medal, special 2-star resource allocation from the Tiannan province, and a permit for free assistance in forging a C-grade weapon. Both blushing, they accepted their medals and, as per tradition, showcased them to the audience below. Lianya affectionately ruffled Bai Yi's hair, a smile illuminating her countenance. Meanwhile, Lady Qing looked on approvingly at Zhao Hong, remarking to herself that at last, a talent from their class had emerged, gently patting his shoulder with a smile and a nod. Finally, the moment everyone awaited arrived, the appearance of the three illustrious three-star talents. Fang Ziqing and his companions approached the trio of esteemed adults, who nodded in acknowledgement and adorned them with the illustrious three-star genius medals. The rewards included 1,000,000 Federation coins, 5,000 merit points, the selection of any advanced martial technique, and 10 pieces of C-grade metal of their choice. Additionally, they received 5 1-star spirit nourishing pills, 1 2-star spirit nourishing pill, 1 3-star genius medal, special resource allocations from the Southern Tian province, and 2 permits for the free crafting of a C-grade weapon. The spectators swallowed hard, for the rewards bestowed upon these three were indeed monumental. This was merely the bounty from the city district, not accounting for the resources yet to be distributed to the 3-star geniuses of Southern Tian province. One could only imagine the vast wealth of materials they would soon possess. It could be said that the rewards currently in hand were nearly exhausting the reserves of Tianhai City. Upon their return, Lord Bai stepped forward, his countenance captured by the screen with its dignified, square visage. He proclaimed, "The individual rankings of the first semester competition among our 3 schools in Tianhai City have concluded successfully. In the coming days, I ask all faculty and students to take the time to rest, as the team battles will commence in 3 days." As the audience processed the conclusion of the individual competition, Lord Bai's announcement prompted their departure. The capable individuals parted ways for the top 50 medalists, revealing the evident awe of the ordinary talent present. The star-level geniuses stood as towering peaks among them, coveted and envied by all. However, with the distribution of resources, the prospect of catching up seemed daunting. Merely keeping pace might be a challenge. A nearby individual remarked with a somber expression. A group of 6 walked slowly along the path, and even the typically vivacious Jiang Lexin felt a tinge of shyness under the gazes of the surrounding crowd. In 3 days, the team competition begins. For now, let us train diligently to enhance our synergy and reclaim the top position in the team contest, Guan declared. The others nodded in agreement. While the individual competition determined personal strength, the team competition assessed collective prowess. Despite their team's exceptional configuration, they dared not assert victory in the upcoming team contest. The team competition was not merely a matter of establishing a contest venue where each of the 3 schools would send 6 representatives to form teams and engage in battle. If it were that straightforward, Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan could simply dominate without further ado. Historical records indicated that while the format and content of the team competition varied yearly, one aspect remained constant. It was fundamentally equitable. Individual combat capabilities were significantly diminished, while team dynamics were greatly amplified. This approach was understandable. If the test were solely of individual skill, there would be no need for a team competition. Moreover, sometimes a degree of luck was essential for victory. In their exclusive villa, Liangye entered with a smile. Fang Ziqing turned to her and gestured, while Bai Yi inquired, "Teacher Liang, why do you say that luck is so important?" Liangye smiled enigmatically, stating that they would discover more during the competition. Today, she was here to impart some fundamental knowledge and analyze their opponents. The group received the materials from Liangye and, upon inspection, found no detailed information on past team competitions. Jiang Lexin furrowed her brow and asked, "Teacher Liang, why aren't there any rules from previous competitions for us to reference?" Liangye chuckled, setting down the documents. "Because the competition rules change each year. Only on the day of the event can the rules be randomly drawn. And at that moment, you will know what they are. Reviewing previous competitions is not only meaningless, but may also constrain your thinking, which is unnecessary." Jiang Lexin nodded, while Zhao Peng chimed in with a grin. "Our team is composed entirely of top 10 competitors. In terms of elite combat strength, the combined might of the 2 academies pales in comparison. I believe we have a 90% chance of winning this team competition." The others nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. However, Liangye shook her head, cautioning them, "Do not harbor such thoughts. The very reason for the existence of a team competition is significant. Take, for instance, the formidable Shijao. What gives them the audacity to contest the top position against us? Do you know?" The group shook their heads, indicating their ignorance. "As far as I know, Lord Bai possesses a treasure that Lord He covets. It is said to be a formation that even average practitioners can utilize." Formation? Fang Ziqing and Gu Wan exchanged glances, and they were not the only ones. Bai Yi and the others had never heard of any such formations. Liangye nodded gravely. "Perhaps their combat strength may not match yours. However, if you find yourselves isolated and surrounded by them, even Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing would struggle against a coordinated attack from an entire team bolstered by a formation. Moreover, you must be aware that Xing Fei from Shijao is also a formidable opponent." Bai Yi frowned. "Is this formation truly that powerful?" They were well aware of Fang Ziqing and Guwan's prowess. Aside from Xing Fei, they were unafraid of being besieged by other top 10 experts. Indeed, Lord He has coveted this formation for quite some time. Just as we have our unique training facilities, this formation represents the foundation of Shijiao's strength. Liang Ye's words resonated with them. As the leading academy, Yizhong not only surpassed the two academies in terms of living standards, but also in the sophistication of martial arts resources and training facilities. This was a source of pride for Yizhong's practitioners. Thus, it was only natural that the other two academies possessed some depth as well. However, there was no need for excessive concern. Even the mightiest formations have their limits and can be overcome. Furthermore, the team competition tests the coordination and synergy of your group. After Liang Ye departed, the sky darkened slightly. Yet, Fang Ziqing and her companions showed no signs of rest. The 6 of them needed to enhance their abilities and teamwork as much as possible within the next 3 days. They must devise a unique set of hand signals and codes. Such intricate details may seem unnecessary, but they are indispensable. It would have been preferable to understand the format of the competition in advance, thus avoiding such complications. Jiang Lexin rubbed her sore shoulders and complained, "You know, the other two academies are also aware of it, right? Stop overthinking and come practice." Bai Yi beckoned Jiang Lexin to join her. Meanwhile, within the training grounds of the academy, a peculiar formation was being established by 6 individuals led by Xing Fei. Their spiritual energies appeared to be interconnected, rising and falling in a rhythm that hinted at a formidable underlying power. Xing Fei spoke slowly. This formation requires at least 3 people to activate effectively. This means that if we are dispersed, the formation loses its potency. Chao Yan nodded, her gaze momentarily pausing. As the vice-captain of the team, she was the only other peak combat force besides Xing Fei. With this formation, even Gu Wan and Fang Ziqing joining forces might struggle to breach it. Xing Fei shook her head. Do not underestimate those two. However, if we do encounter them, I will certainly ensure they experience the taste of defeat. By nightfall, Jiang Lexin and Zhao Peng gazed enviously at the Yuling Dan in their hands, a precious elixir distributed solely to stellar talents. Consuming even one would continuously release spiritual energy to aid in their cultivation, akin to an enhancement effect that significantly accelerated progress. The most remarkable aspect was its ability to invisibly nurture the body, the benefits of which they would eventually come to understand. Regrettably, despite both being among the top 10, neither possessed a single Yuling Dan. During dinner, the 6 were entirely unreserved. Having grown exceedingly familiar over time, none bore any pretenses. Especially after their recent training in the forest, the dining etiquette they had learned over years was momentarily cast aside. Observing the competitive atmosphere at the dining table, Gu Wan delicately picked at her rice. Beside her, Bai Yi persistently vied for food, with all her spoils landing in Fang Ziqing's bowl. Seeing this, Gu Wan frowned and tapped Fang Ziqing with her chopsticks. Don't you have hands? Why rely on others to serve you? Fang Ziqing shot her a glance. Which eye of yours saw me not eating for myself? The instigator of this culinary battle was indeed he. Recalling how, as soon as the food was served, Fang Ziqing devoured it recklessly, the initial restraint of the group quickly dissolved as they joined the fray upon witnessing their plates depleting. At this moment, Bai Yi scooped a spoonful of soup, gently blowing on it before chiding Fang Ziqing. Don't eat so hastily. You might choke. Drink the soup. Fang Ziqing positioned his mouth near the spoon, and Bai Yi carefully tilted it, allowing the soup to flow slowly into his mouth. She even supported his chin with her other hand to prevent any spills. It was truly unimaginable to see a young lady of such stature tending to someone in this manner. Unable to endure the sight any longer, Gu Wan forcefully kicked Fang Ziqing, causing him to topple over, splattering soup all over his face. Bai Yi hastily rolled up her sleeves, ready to wipe Fang Ziqing's face, only to be forcibly embraced by Gu Wan. The 3 onlookers, as if in unison, continued to watch the spectacle while dining. When Gu Wan cast a sidelong glance at them while holding Bai Yi, the trio instinctively lowered their heads. Fang Ziqing looked helplessly at Gu Wan, while Bai Yi was also pulled aside, signaling the end of their blissful dining service. By the way, Fang Ziqing, who is more formidable between you and Gu Wan? Jiang Lexin inquired, a question that evidently piqued Zhao Peng and the others' interest, prompting them to set down their chopsticks and direct their attention towards the two. Fang Ziqing chuckled, scratching his head. Is there even a need to ask? During the competition, I was knocked off the stage by Gu Wan with a single punch. You all saw it. Jiang Lexin rolled her eyes. Who doesn't know you were going easy? She then shifted her gaze to Gu Wan, who appeared deep in thought, as if replaying that fierce battle in her mind. After some hesitation, under their eager stares, she eventually uttered, I don't know. The group exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at the anticlimactic response. Fiu's eyes brightened. Does this imply that neither is superior to the other? Guwan nodded, acknowledging that she indeed could not best Fang Ziqing. Though she had some hidden advantages, given Fang Ziqing's character, could his hidden strengths be fewer than hers? She found that notion utterly implausible. As dinner concluded and the evening deepened, everyone decided to retire for the night. Upon returning to her room, Bai Yi received a notification from her watch. Ding! Your friend Fang Ziqing has sent you a message. Curiously, she opened it, and her face flushed crimson. Fang Ziqing, come to my room in a bit. Nervously pacing her room, Bai Yi occasionally touched her heated cheeks, murmuring, what should I do? Should I go? Torn between indecision, she began to unconsciously rummage through her wardrobe, trying on various outfits and checking herself in the mirror. Though each ensemble would make any other woman feel inferior, none seemed to satisfy her. Should I really go? Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing wondered why she had not yet arrived, and why there was no update. Did she perhaps not receive the message? As Bai Yi continued to fret over her choices, her expression grew increasingly troubled. Suddenly, she noticed how much time had passed, and slapped her forehead. Oh no! I've taken too long. Quietly, she opened the door, confirming that no one was outside before hurriedly descending the stairs. Hey Yi, where are you off to? It was Jiang Lexin, washing up in the bathroom around the corner. Bai Yi, startled, slowly turned her stiff body and forced a smile. Ah, Lexin. I'm just going downstairs to find something to eat. See you. With that, she dashed down the stairs, leaving Jiang Lexin bewildered. Find something to eat? Didn't we just finish dinner? Arriving at Fang Ziqing's door, Bai Yi hesitated, about to knock but then retracting her hand to smooth her hair. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that her attire was unblemished, she gently knocked on the door. Upon hearing the sound, Fang Ziqing raised an eyebrow, finally acknowledging her arrival. He opened the door to find Bai Yi standing outside, her cheeks flushed, her gaze lowered, unable to meet his eyes. Fang Ziqing glanced past her to ensure no one was outside before swiftly pulling her inside. At that moment, Bai Yi's heart raced wildly. His cautious glance around the vicinity confirmed her suspicions. Indeed. As he drew her in, she felt her entire being aflame, uncertain of how to proceed. Should she resist? Observing her peculiar demeanor, Fang Ziqing began to speak, but before he could utter a word, Bai Yi leaned into his embrace, nuzzling closer while murmuring softly. No, I'm not ready yet. Ziqing, be gentle. Fang Ziqing wore a bemused expression, contemplating whether this girl might be a little unhinged. Watching Bai Yi, who seemed almost entranced, he chuckled and reached towards the collarbone she had exposed. Chapter 128. To refuse or not. With a sudden slap, lost in her fantasies, Bai Yi found herself toppled onto his bed, her small face a picture of bewilderment. Feeling the soft sensation beneath her, she saw Fang Ziqing approaching with his head bowed. Bai Yi's mind froze momentarily. What if Ziqing were to take advantage of the situation? Should she comply or resist? As she spiraled into a whirlwind of thoughts, her face flushed a deep crimson, her ears burning to the roots, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Had anyone else been present, even the most resolute man might have succumbed in that moment. Fang Ziqing rubbed his forehead, exasperated. Here we go again. He tossed a small box towards her. With a swift whoosh, it landed squarely on her head, jolting her from her reverie. Rubbing her head, Bai Yi opened the box, and a fragrant aroma wafted forth. Inside lay 3 one-star essence nourishing pills, their scent unmistakably precious. Bai Yi turned to Fang Ziqing, puzzled. Ziqing, what is this for? Fang Ziqing casually took a seat on a nearby chair, sipping from a cup of water before replying. What else could it be for, but to give to you? Bai Yi was taken aback, stammering, "Did you give it to me?" No, I can't accept it. She waved her hands in protest. Earlier at the dining table, even Jiang Lexin and Zhao Peng had expressed a strong desire for such pills, yet none dared to approach Fang Ziqing or Gu Wan for a purchase. Typically, in a friendly circle, transactions would pose no issue. But these pills were of such immense value that it was no exaggeration to say they were worth their weight in gold. They were in high demand among all practitioners. How could one possibly buy them? Seeing her reaction, Fang Ziqing smiled and said, "No need for formality. You are in a stage where you truly need them. Moreover, I am a level 2 adept, and this elixir holds little significance for me." Bai Yi quickly shook her head, fully aware of her dire need for such potions. To put it plainly, if she truly possessed 3, in addition to her own, she would be confident in breaking through to level 2 in the near future. She would leap forward, becoming the next adept to shatter this barrier, following the breakthroughs of Fang Ziqing and the others. To claim that this elixir holds no value for Fang Ziqing is nothing short of absurd. Even as a level 2 adept, a single spirit-nourishing pill could rival extensive periods of arduous cultivation. This is a genuine elixir. Ziqing, I truly cannot accept this, Bai Yi insisted. Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow at her words, and without allowing her a moment to continue, he stepped forward and turned Bai Yi around. Startled, she froze, uncertain of his intentions. A crisp sound echoed as Fang Ziqing delivered a sharp slap to her backside. Still refusing? Bai Yi's fair skin flushed a deeper shade, her cheeks resembling freshly applied rouge. I truly. Bai Yi bit her lip, striving to suppress any sound. No, another slap resounded. Upon her return to her room, Bai Yi's face felt as though it could bleed, overwhelmed by a sense of weakness from her formidable physique. As soon as she entered, she buried her head under the covers. She rolled about on the bed for quite some time, humming a few tunes without awareness. Eventually, she peeked out, gazing tenderly at the small box in her hand. After a moment, she pressed the box against her cheek, closing her eyes, lost in thought. Ultimately, she could not resist Fang Ziqing's will. He had gifted her all 3 spirit-nourishing pills without reservation. There was also the breakthrough plan he had outlined. If she failed to advance within 2 weeks, she would face penalties. At this thought, Bai Yi could no longer contain herself. An inexplicable blush of shyness spreading across her face, accompanied by a giggle. It was odd how she felt so bashful yet compelled to smile. Time swiftly passed, and before long, it was the eve of the competition. The officials from the 3 academies gathered to determine the competition format. This time, only 3 teams would compete in secrecy, meaning the remaining adepts, aside from the substitute members who could assist in replacing any team unable to compete, would not witness the contest. All they could do was await the results. In the afternoon, the competition format was finalized, leaving the day to prepare the arena. With the competition set to commence the following day, Fang Ziqing and his companions anticipated that the reveal of the competition format would provide them with further details. However, to their surprise, the enigmatic Master He divulged not a single hint, merely advising them to adapt as necessary. On the final night, the 6 of them retired early to ensure their bodies would be at their peak. The next day, upon gathering, they were blindfolded and fitted with headphones by the instructors. Severing all ties with the outside world, they felt as though they were being led onto a vehicle, moving slowly toward an unknown destination. Fang Ziqing discerned that his companions had been separated, meaning he was now entirely alone. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't he at a team competition? After what felt like several hours, he was finally assisted to an unfamiliar location. Feeling the uneven terrain beneath his feet, it was evident that he was no longer in the academy. It resembled a desolate wilderness instead. At that moment, his headphones were removed, and his wristwatch emitted a voice command. Please refrain from removing the blindfold to proceed. Await further instructions. This indicated that he could not act independently by removing the blindfold and must remain stationary until instructed. He surmised that they would only act collectively once all participants had arrived at their designated locations. Meanwhile, the trio monitoring the situation noted that competitors from various academies had reached their assigned spots, prompting the leader to press a button. Simultaneously, all participants heard the wristwatch declare, "Please remove your blindfold." Fang Ziqing swiftly tore off the blindfold and surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, he was correct. It was a barren wilderness. At this juncture, the wristwatch automatically projected a rudimentary map. To call it a map was an understatement. It merely displayed 3 indistinguishable white dots. The wristwatch succinctly outlined the competition's rules. At regular intervals, it would notify them of the locations where treasures appeared. These treasures could contain anything. Their objective was to locate a spiritual pearl representing the first academy. Once they gathered all 6 pearls, they were to proceed to the corresponding white dot representing the first academy to claim victory. While it sounded straightforward, Fang Ziqing realized that the only information available to him was the existence of those 3 white dots, and he had no way of knowing which one represented the first academy. To complicate matters further, the map did not display his current coordinates, leaving him utterly unaware of his location or how to reach the white dots. Observing the newly issued wristwatch, it was clear that contacting Gu Wan and the others was impossible. With a sigh, Fang Ziqing acknowledged that this team competition was indeed more complex than he had anticipated. As dusk began to settle, his immediate priority was to locate food and water while waiting for the first wave of treasures to be unveiled. At that moment, he anticipated that other capable individuals would flock to the area, and perhaps fortune would favor him with a chance encounter with his teammates. However, should luck not be on his side, and he encountered members from rival teams, he began to understand why Lianya had mentioned the necessity of a modicum of luck. It was not merely a touch of luck, it was essential. Chapter 129. The trap card in contrast to the bewilderment displayed by the other 2 academies. The 6 members of Academy 1 remained remarkably composed upon encountering a solitary figure in the wilderness, having gained experience through prior challenges. This moment underscored the effectiveness of the training imparted by their leader, distinguishing them sharply from the other teams. The foremost concern was securing sources of water and food, an unyielding law of survival. In the wild, without provisions, the prolonged state of vigilance without nourishment would inevitably lead to a significant decline in combat effectiveness. This was the essence of a true competition. Their current task was to maximize their stamina and combat readiness. As Fang Ziqing marked his surroundings, he observed that he seemed to be at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by sparse trees. Although he had not found any food during this excursion, he remained entirely unperturbed. During the recent exploration, an unexpected discovery was made: the life-giving liquid that the second team relied upon for survival, specifically, the tree that yields drinkable liquid. For the time being, concerns over water sources were alleviated. However, the pressing question remained: when would the magical treasure be unveiled? This uncertainty was not felt by him alone. After such an extensive period of preparation, everyone, regardless of their intellect, understood the forthcoming objective: to seize the spiritual orbs that represented their respective academies and hasten to the designated white point of their institution. Yet, it was evident that not everyone possessed the calmness exhibited by the first team. Faced with solitude and devoid of any provisions in the desolate wilderness, many were overtaken by panic, unsure of how to proceed. The thought of scavenging for supplies while visibility still permitted had never crossed their minds. As dusk deepened, the psychological pressure on the individuals escalated. Some timid girls, overwhelmed by anxiety, anxiously scanned their surroundings, fearing an unexpected ambush. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the first team had already kindled a fire. The skill of fire-making through friction had been imparted to them by Fang Ziqing, anticipating the need to ignite warmth when separated. Evidently, the abilities of the 3 academies were widely dispersed. Otherwise, when Fang Ziqing ignited the flames, others would have gravitated towards this beacon. Both beasts and humans are drawn to light. Fang Ziqing chose a small hillside, assessing the wind direction before establishing their encampment. As October ushered in winter, the night air grew increasingly frigid, a significant factor in his choice of location. This hillside shielded him from the biting eastern winds, preserving his precious spiritual energy from the cold. Conversely, those unable to find shelter were unfortunate. After enduring the piercing chill for a while, they resorted to utilizing their spiritual energy for warmth. Naturally, the expenditure of spiritual energy necessitated the practice of meditation to replenish it. However, meditation significantly depletes energy, which, under normal circumstances, would be manageable with adequate sustenance. But now, in the wilderness, where could one procure food? As the clock approached the latter half of the night, Fang Ziqing was roused by his wristwatch. It emitted an alarm and automatically displayed another map, indicating his coordinates marked by a green dot and the treasure's location designated by a yellow dot. Startled, Fang Ziqing sprang up, quickly shaking off sleepiness. He assessed the distance to the treasure and set off. As he hurried along, he muttered in exasperation, why did it have to appear at the most inconvenient hour, when fatigue was at its peak? Nonetheless, he did not slow his pace as he dashed through the forest, drawing ever closer to the treasure's location. At that moment, the abilities from Shi Jiao and Liu Zhong were also stirring, making their way towards the treasure site. Upon Fang Ziqing's arrival, he discovered that the so-called treasure was merely a small box, illuminated by surrounding lights that allowed everyone to discern its appearance. With the aid of the light, he realized he was not alone. 2 teams had evidently gathered before him, 2 from Shi Jiao, 3 from Liu Zhong, leaving him as the solitary figure. Upon seeing Fang Ziqing approach, Chao Yan raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, another one has arrived. He was still a genius from Shangxing, and now the situation had become quite complicated. The 3 boys from Class 6 exchanged glances, each able to discern the mutual distress reflected in the other's eyes. The pressure from Chao Yan, a top 10 competitor, was already considerable, causing both teams to refrain from any rash actions. Now with Fang Ziqing joining, they were at a loss for what to do. Noticing the gaze upon him, Fang Ziqing waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Oh, I just got up to use the restroom. You all carry on." Chao Yan curled his lips slightly, thinking to himself, do you expect me to believe that? You think you can profit from our mutual destruction? Dream on. Clearly, the 3 boys from Class 6 also saw through his intentions and chose to remain cautious, refraining from taking any hasty actions. The 3 parties faced each other slowly, none daring to make the first move. The reason was simple. Without secured resources, replenishing their spiritual energy was exceedingly difficult. Every bit consumed would be a loss. No one was willing to act recklessly over a chest that held unknown contents. It seemed that after a prolonged standoff, the chest suddenly radiated a brilliant light and began to open on its own. Everyone immediately turned their attention to the items spilling out. A card. What? At that moment, their wristwatches chimed in with an alert. Treasure automatically activated. Trap card. Trap card, when activated by someone or passively after a set time. All ability users within a radius of 50 meters cannot leave this area for the next 6 hours, or they will be eliminated. The group stood frozen in shock amidst the biting wind, grappling with the revelation that the chest would open on its own after a certain period. They had endured the cold and fatigue for most of the day only to discover it was merely a trap card. Now, returning was out of the question. They would have to remain there until dawn. They all sat down, looking utterly despondent. Fang Ziqing felt a pang of frustration. Who had designed such a treacherous rule? Complete with trap cards? Nevertheless, they had gleaned a valuable piece of information. The chest would indeed activate after a time. As the group cursed the rules, Fang Ziqing shook his head with a smile, thinking it would be better to find a place to sleep. The wristwatches delineated a specific area. As long as they stayed within the 50-meter radius, they would not be eliminated. Fang Ziqing chose a large tree to lean against and quickly drifted into slumber. The other 5, seeing this, followed suit. The winter night was exceedingly cold, with icy winds buffeting them, leaving everyone in disarray. As dawn broke, a faint light appeared in the sky, and the sun began to rise. Fang Ziqing opened his eyes to see the disheveled group around him and couldn't help but smile. The rules dictated that those caught in the trap could not attack one another, but once the time was up, they could. After some contemplation, Fang Ziqing decided against making a move. On one hand, he relished the idea of taking advantage of their misfortune, but they had endured the cold together as classmates. So he refrained from such treachery. On the other hand, the victory rules had yet to clarify whether he could eliminate other ability users, leaving him uncertain about the consequences. If he began eliminating others, what if he ended up being trapped himself? That would surely complicate matters. As Fang Ziqing contemplated the situation, she nodded slightly, realizing that while she refrained from taking direct action, a bit of mischief could certainly be entertained. With the passage of time, the 2 students from Shizhou and the 3 from Liuzhong gradually roused from their slumber. After exchanging a knowing glance, they simultaneously scoffed and parted ways with unspoken understanding. As they walked, a sudden gasp erupted from the trio of boys from Liuzhong. Chao Yin and her companion turned to look, chuckling, falling into a pit while merely walking. The abilities of Liuzhong truly are before they could finish their sentence. A resounding thud echoed through the air, followed by another. Just as Chao Yin and her partner's words faded, they inadvertently stepped onto a cleverly concealed patch of leaves, leading them to stumble into a trap that Fang Ziqing had preemptively dug. In disbelief, Chao Yin and her companion could hardly comprehend what had just occurred. As laughter erupted from the boys of Liuzhong. Ha ha, I thought the geniuses of Shizhou were remarkable. Turns out they're just like us. The derisive laughter ignited a flame of fury within Chao Yin. Realizing it was likely Fang Ziqing's handiwork, she bellowed into the air, Fang Ziqing. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing had already distanced herself from the scene, leaving them a little surprised to remind them of the harsh realities of the world, hoping they would be more vigilant in the future. After all, they were classmates, and she sought no reward for her actions. Rubbing her slightly distended belly, Fang Ziqing sighed, recognizing that the energy expenditure of an ability user far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It was akin to how an ordinary individual might exert 5% of their strength to take a single step, whereas an ability user, with their superior strength, would expend 10 or even 20% for the same action. Even when she refrained from using her spiritual power, each breath and movement still drained her energy reserves beyond that of an average person. In the event of an unexpected incident, Fang Ziqing would instinctively mobilize her body to react swiftly, consuming a significant amount of energy reserves even when nothing had transpired. With a sigh, she lamented that in her haste to reach her destination, she had neglected to create markers along her route. The map that indicated the treasure had long since been closed, leaving her uncertain of her bearings. She pitied the newfound water source she had discovered, as she had yet to savor its benefits before being unable to return. As the sun began to rise, illuminating the sky, a glimmer of hope sparked within her. Could the sun aid in determining my direction? She mused. Is there truly a sun in this realm? Yet, under the sunlight, Fang Ziqing felt no warmth, only a slight chill. She had overlooked a monumental aspect. This world mirrored her own in many ways. It possessed a sun, a moon, and the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. What connection did this world have with her own? Biting her lip, she exhaled deeply, deciding not to dwell further on the matter, for pondering would yield no answers. However, the notion of using the sun for navigation intrigued her, and she hoped it would prove effective. If successful, it would strengthen her belief that such coincidences were not mere happenstance. Thus, she set off towards the east, continuing her journey until noon without encountering any edible provisions. Observing the surrounding trees, she found no sign of those unique trees that bore drinkable liquids. Suddenly, she noticed a yellow figure moving in the distance. As she approached, her heart leaped with joy. It was a mother tiger. He stroked his chin, pondering that perhaps fate intended for him to play the role of Wu Song once more, albeit lacking a suitable weapon. Gazing at the barbs on the tiger's tongue, he mused that a mere lick would yield quite the experience. Fang Ziqing decided to exercise caution. This tiger was not to be compared with a wild boar, and a single strike was imperative. Concealed behind a tree, he meticulously masked his presence, biding his time for the opportune moment. As the tiger prepared to lie down for a nap, Fang Ziqing's eyes sparkled with the prospect of a perfect opportunity. With a swift surge of energy, he positioned himself behind the beast and proclaimed, "Take this." Without hesitation, fearing one strike might not suffice, he unleashed the third tier of his martial technique. The tiger had scarcely time to lament before it met its demise. In truth, Fang Ziqing had overestimated the situation. With his current prowess, he could have vanquished the tiger solely with his formidable strength. He patted the tiger's back, contemplating not only the prospect of a hearty meal, but also the use of its skin for warmth during the night. "Ah, dear tiger, you are indeed a noble creature." Just as he began to contemplate the disposal of the tiger, his wristwatch vibrated, buzzing with urgency. Clearly, a treasure chest had reappeared. Fang Ziqing cursed under his breath, lamenting the timing of its arrival. After a brief hesitation, he abandoned the tiger and hastened towards the treasure's location. Upon arrival, he found the chest already opened. Eliciting a slight sigh, it appeared he had arrived too late. Just as he contemplated turning away, he overheard a commotion nearby. Without a moment's pause, he stealthily approached to investigate. It turned out that individuals from 6th High were in a standoff. Evidently, they had secured the treasure, and two of their capable members were currently obstructing Chao Yin and her companion. Following their line of sight, Fang Ziqing noticed a third individual hastily retreating from the scene. Chao Yin, a top 10 contender, would not be hindered for long by these two. The optimal strategy would be for one to bear the treasure and make a quick escape. The two brothers from 6th High gritted their teeth, determined to fend off Chao Yin's attacks. All participants in the competition were elite, with the minimum realm being advanced. However, even though Chao Yin was slightly stronger, it was improbable that she could defeat them in a short span. By then, the other member from 6th High would have already reached the agreed rendezvous point, leaving Chao Yin and her companion unable to pursue effectively. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but express gratitude for the assistance provided by the brothers from 6th High in delivering such a grand treasure. Without further ado, he vanished like a shadow, swiftly pursuing the fleeing figure. The male capable individual from 6th High, now vigilant, scanned his surroundings. After some time, reassured by the absence of pursuers, he exhaled a sigh of relief, though he remained uncertain of the fates of his companions. Clutching a white card, though not a spirit pearl, he considered it might prove useful. He tucked it into his pocket and continued onward, resolved to wait for his two allies at the designated location. However, due to his excessive speed, he failed to notice the malevolent foot protruding from behind a large tree. Alas, he stumbled, falling unceremoniously, and inwardly cursed his misfortune for having walked into an ambush. As he contemplated turning around, the watch emitted a stark announcement. "You have been defeated. Please surrender your spoils in exchange for your life. Otherwise, the opponent is entitled to eliminate you." Listening to the watch's alert, a bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Reluctantly, he extended his hands, offering the still warm white card from his grasp to Fang Ziqing. Fang Ziqing accepted the card with a grin, saying, "Thanks, brother." In an instant, he vanished from the unfortunate soul's sight. The 6th-tier ability user, seated on the ground, wore an expression of resignation, yet had no choice but to comply, lest he face elimination. Fortunately, it was not a spirit pearl. Meanwhile, as Fang Ziqing pondered, he realized that upon activating his spiritual energy, the watch had responded immediately. This could imply that the watch was programmed with special algorithms to determine failure conditions, or perhaps that Lord Black and his associates were observing in real time. Shaking his head, Fang Ziqing dismissed these thoughts. Regardless of the truth, he had grasped some of the competition's rules. One could only act against others when vying for treasure, and if defeated, a treasure could secure one's survival. The moment that man surrendered the card, the display of potential targets on Fang Ziqing's watch promptly vanished. Reflecting on the card, he took it out for examination once he ensured his surroundings were safe, then placed it near the watch. "Ding, would you like to use the white dot positioning card?" "Yes." Upon scanning the card, the watch instantly revealed a map adorned with 3 academies marked by white dots. "Please select a location." Fang Ziqing glanced at the options and tapped the southernmost dot. The map's lower white dot gradually displayed a line of text, Tianhai City Advanced Experimental Academy. Simultaneously, the watch chimed. Ding! The final location of Tianhai City Advanced Experimental Academy has been acquired. Fang Ziqing nodded. This was quite intriguing. Unfortunately, he had not selected the location of the first academy. Rubbing his protesting stomach, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Having expended considerable spiritual energy that morning, his stomach voiced its discontent. Thankfully, he had managed to take down a tiger. How delightful. With this thought, Fang Ziqing quickened his pace, heading back to the previous location. Upon his arrival, however, he was met with an empty ground where the tiger had once lain. No trace remained, not even a single hair. Bewildered, Fang Ziqing wondered, could another creature have consumed it? But if that were the case, how could it be so clean, devoid of any blood? It was evident that someone had snatched it away. Gritting his teeth, he seethed, who stole my tiger? Noticing the drag marks on the ground, he deduced that someone had indeed dragged the tiger away. That person could not have gone far. With this in mind, Fang Ziqing wasted no time and pursued the trail. At that moment, Xing Fei felt a wave of relief wash over her. Starving all morning had left her in a state of desperation. To her astonishment, she encountered a dead tiger along her path, prompting a quiet exclamation of gratitude. The heavens have not forsaken me. Yet, she lamented the necessity of consuming raw meat. This thought caused her to frown. Nevertheless, she was not one to be squeamish. If she did not eat, she would starve, and her combat prowess would diminish. In comparison, consuming raw meat is hardly significant. Without hesitation, Xing Fei took a sharp branch and began to slice open the tiger's hide. Just as she was about to indulge, a furious roar echoed in her ears. Stop! You thief of the tiger. Chapter 131. The appearance of the spirit pearl. Xing Fei tucked her short hair behind her ear, preparing to take a bite of the tiger meat when she heard the distant roar. Frowning, she turned towards the source of the sound and saw Fang Ziqing pointing at her, a look of triumph on his face, as if he had finally caught a rogue. Fang Ziqing, why is he accusing me? Rising to her feet, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through her. After all, they belonged to different academies, and one must always be cautious. Fang Ziqing, upon seeing the disemboweled tiger, felt a pang in his chest and exclaimed, how dare you steal someone else's prey? Xing Fei was taken aback. Had he slain this tiger? Nevertheless, she retorted defiantly, oh? Just because you claim it as yours, does that make it so? What proof do you have? Fang Ziqing, taken aback by her obstinacy, found himself at a loss for words. Should he inquire of the tiger, hey, brother tiger, who killed you? Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he glanced at the bloodied meat and waved his hand dismissively, saying, fine, fine, today you are fortunate. I shall share some of the meat with you. Xing Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. She coldly scoffed, since it's questionable whether this is even your prey. And given that I was the one who dragged the tiger here, I rightfully deserve a portion without needing your charity. Fang Ziqing shrugged, choosing not to engage in further argument. In any world, it is wise not to reason with a woman. Observing the standoff, he stepped forward, took the branch from Xing Fei's hand, and poked at the tiger meat, saying, it seems you intend to eat it raw? Xing Fei readied herself for a confrontation as he approached, but when he merely confiscated her branch, she mocked, raw? Is there any way for you to cook it? How absurd. Fang Ziqing ignored her sarcasm, fiddling with the nearby branches, and then, without looking back, instructed, go find me some dry kindling. Xing Fei, unable to contain her astonishment, stared at Fang Ziqing. Realizing he was serious, she crossed her arms coldly and said, you must be joking. Why should I heed your commands? Fang Ziqing assessed the moisture of the branches and looked up at her, stating, simply because I can make you eat cooked meat. Xing Fei regarded him with skepticism. All supplies had been confiscated prior to their arrival. How could he possibly conjure fire? Observing Fang Ziqing bustling about with purpose, she hesitated before asking, if I find you some dry kindling, can you truly start a fire? Fang Ziqing finally located a suitably sized branch, gesturing with it, and smiling, indeed. Reluctantly, Xing Fei began to search the surroundings while muttering, if you can't make fire, you'll be in trouble. Fang Ziqing shrugged. The reason they were able to coexist peacefully was simple. Their spiritual energy was immensely valuable, and without any treasure to compete for, there was no need to waste it on a fight. As Xing Fei approached, Fang Ziqing looked at her empty hands with a puzzled expression. Before he could inquire, she asked, what exactly do you mean by dry materials? Fang Ziqing slapped his forehead, realizing yet again that she was yet another ignorant young lady of privilege. He sighed, stood up, and pointed to a nearby branch. You are responsible for gathering some firewood and a grill. I will go find the rest. Without waiting for Xing Fei to respond, he strode off to the side. Xing Fei felt her cheeks flush slightly, feeling belittled by his disdain. It was truly humiliating. Fang Ziqing soon returned, carrying some dry grass and other materials suitable for starting a fire. Xing Fei watched curiously as he placed a piece of wood on the ground, covered it with dry grass, and began to rotate a sharp stick atop it. What is he doing? She wondered. As Fang Ziqing's speed increased, the friction intensified, and suddenly a spark leaped onto the grass, igniting a small flame. Xing Fei's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed the fire spring to life. Her mouth slightly agape in surprise. Fang Ziqing gestured toward the nearby wood and said, "Hand it to me." Only then did Xing Fei snap back to reality, quickly exclaiming, "Oh," as she passed him the wood. Half an hour later, she watched as Fang Ziqing skillfully tended to the fire. At that moment, a large piece of roasted tiger meat was skewered on a wooden grill, and Xing Fei couldn't help but touch her stomach. Fang Ziqing tore off a piece and said, "It's about done, you can eat now." Previously composed, Xing Fei cast aside her image and eagerly tore off a large chunk of the tiger meat to devour. While she had previously taken food for granted at the academy, she now realized its value, lamenting that the abilities of those with powers consumed energy far too quickly. Fang Ziqing glanced at the tiger skin that Xing Fei had marred, lamenting, "What a fine tiger skin, and you've gone and made a hole in it. Such a waste." Furious, Xing Fei retorted, "What use is this tiger skin anyway? Besides, why should I be blamed?" Fang Ziqing turned to her with a pained expression. "After it dries, wouldn't it keep you warm at night? I had a perfectly good tiger skin, and you've reduced it to tatters." Xing Fei stared blankly at the skin, realizing that Fang Ziqing had a point. Indeed, draping such a fur piece over herself at night would shield her from the winter chill. However, being the proud person she was, she would not easily admit fault. "You can't blame me for this. If you had arrived sooner, none of this would have happened," she insisted. Fang Ziqing was momentarily speechless, nearly choking on his breath. He couldn't help but admire Xing Fei's logic, even though it was baffling. Despite the considerable appetite of those with powers, a substantial portion of the several hundred pounds of tiger meat remained uneaten. Observing her, he knew she would not let the remaining meat go to waste, so he suggested, "How about we split it in half?" Xing Fei glanced at him and shook her head. At this, Fang Ziqing became anxious, jumping up suddenly and startling her. "Are you implying that you intend to consume it all by yourself? Do you believe me?" Before Fang Ziqing could finish, Xing Fei interrupted, saying, "What I mean is, you can take more, but I have conditions." Upon hearing that he could take more, Fang Ziqing paused, slightly furrowing his brow as he tentatively asked, "What conditions?" Xing Fei brushed off the dust from her clothes and sat up, stating, "I can take less, but you must cook all the remaining meat." As soon as she spoke, Fang Ziqing understood. It seemed she preferred cooked meat over raw. This was quite reasonable, for it is much easier to indulge in luxury than to revert to simplicity. Fang Ziqing nodded, thinking that since it all needed cooking, it was better to do it now. "Go find some large leaves. We will use them to wrap the meat." Without looking back, Fang Ziqing focused on grilling the meat. This time, Xing Fei did not challenge him, nodding obediently as she went off to find leaves. After parting ways, Fang Ziqing attempted to locate his original campsite. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a treasure chest that had been dropped not far away. It was his first time being this close to a treasure chest, so he hurried towards it. However, upon reaching the chest and about to open it, he hesitated. Something felt off. Observing the freshly picked green leaves on the ground, he realized that a trap had undoubtedly been set. Looking around for any signs of people and finding none, he called out loudly, "I see you. Come out." After a moment of silence, Fang Ziqing chuckled softly, "Next time, don't forget to retract your exposed feet when hiding." Immediately, he heard a rustling sound nearby, clearly indicating someone had instinctively pulled back their feet upon hearing his words. Fang Ziqing picked up a stone and struck a nearby tree, shouting, "Who is there? Step forward." Behind the tree, Jiang Lexin recognized the familiar voice and quickly emerged, running towards Fang Ziqing. "Team leader Fang, it's you. I thought it was someone else." Fang Ziqing almost tossed the stone in his hand, quickly putting it away as he looked at her. Noticing Jiang Lexin's disheveled appearance, he frowned slightly. "What happened to you?" Jiang Lexin did not respond directly. Instead, she wrinkled her nose and exclaimed, "Team leader, it smells so good. Do you have food? I'm nearly starving." Fang Ziqing turned and picked up the treasure chest, pulling Jiang Lexin away from the scene. Once they reached a secluded area, Fang Ziqing ensured there was no one around and handed her the tiger meat from his arms, asking, "What is the matter? You look like a starving ghost." Jiang Lexin let out a cry, snatching the tiger meat and shoving it into her mouth, while mumbling, "You have no idea how unlucky I've been. Not only did I find no supplies, but I also had to endure a night of freezing cold. Just when I finally stumbled upon a treasure chest, it was robbed before I could even warm it up." Fang Ziqing rubbed his head, feeling a headache coming on as he asked, "And then?" "Then, I couldn't just hand over the treasure chest to them so easily. So, I ended up fighting with some people from the 6th middle school. They were too many. I couldn't hold my ground and lost a lot of spirit energy. Moreover, after a prolonged battle, my energy drained rapidly, and I was left starving. Thank goodness I ran into you. Fang Ziqing nodded and inquired, was that trap you set? Why didn't you open the treasure chest? Jiang Lexin lightly touched the oil at the corner of her mouth and chuckled. What can I do? I'm simply too hungry to muster any fighting spirit. Even after opening the treasure chest, I still couldn't escape the fate of being robbed. Fortunately, adhering to the principle that if I cannot possess it, neither shall anyone else, I set a trap to ensnare those who came to seize the treasure. Who would have thought you would see through it so easily? By the way, Captain Fang, how did you discover my ruse? Fang Ziqing glanced at her helplessly and replied, I didn't actually find you. I was merely considering that since someone had laid a trap, they must be lying in ambush nearby, and I thought perhaps I could outwit them. Little did I know you would fall for it so easily. Jiang Lexin was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, Wow, Captain Fang, you are truly cunning. Fang Ziqing ignored her teasing and slowly opened the treasure chest in his hands. Curious, Jiang Lexin leaned over as well. As the chest opened, a milky white light flashed, causing both to squint until the brilliance dissipated. Jiang Lexin's eyes widened in astonishment. It's a spirit pearl, she exclaimed, noticing the emblem of their prestigious school engraved upon it. They exchanged glances, realizing the magnitude of their find. Just as Fang Ziqing was about to stow the spirit pearl away, a message popped up on their wristwatches. Ding! The first spirit pearl has been found. For details, please refer to the spirit pearl ranking list. Chapter 132. Unexpected Gains. Spirit Pearl Ranking. Tianhai District First High Academy. Fang Ziqing, 1 pearl. Fang Ziqing grimaced at the sudden message and ranking displayed on his watch. It was evident that they were not alone. The ability users from the 3 major academies must have received the news too. Now, everyone knew that Fang Ziqing possessed a spirit pearl. His position would inevitably become a target. If he were to encounter Xing Fei now, a fierce battle would be unavoidable. Jiang Lexin swallowed hard and said, Captain, doesn't this make us quite perilous? Fang Ziqing rubbed his nose and chuckled wryly. This team competition always brings unexpected surprises. They reveal no rules, leaving us to discover everything gradually. From now on, we must proceed with caution and keep a low profile. Everyone is aware that I possess a spirit pearl. Our next encounter will surely lead to a scramble. Jiang Lexin nodded, pouting, this is just too unfortunate. Fang Ziqing sighed. The only consolation is that the spirit pearl ranking does not indicate which academy the pearl belongs to. Otherwise, our prestigious school would go to great lengths to find us and seize it. At that moment, the other team felt an immediate sense of urgency. Before the spirit pearl's appearance, no one knew who had collected any, but now someone had secured one, although they were unaware of its origin. What if it happened to belong to their own academy? Wouldn't that spell disaster for them? If they managed to find the remaining pearls, victory would be within reach. Conversely, if it was from their academy, what would they do if they could not gather all 6? Each person harbored their own thoughts, entering a tense state of preparation. Meanwhile, Xing Fei, irritated, slapped her forehead in frustration. Since she heard the news, she hastily retraced her steps, intending to locate Fang Ziqing. However, the time they had spent apart was considerable, and Fang Ziqing had intentionally fabricated several traces along the path. This left Xing Fei, after hours of searching, feeling utterly perplexed. As time trickled by, the group gradually adapted to their circumstances, ensuring their survival. With the issue of survival addressed, the next step was to seek out their companions. This included leaving distinctive marks along their journey, so that any members of their team could follow the traces to find them. As night fell, the two had yet to encounter another treasure chest. Instead, there was new activity on the Spirit Pearl ranking. Tianhai District First Advanced Academy, Fang Ziqing. 1 pearl, Tianhai District First Advanced Academy, Guwan. 1 pearl, Tianhai District Experimental Advanced Academy, Xing Fei. 1 pearl. Observing that Guwan had also successfully obtained a pearl, they exchanged nods. As it stood, their team was making the quickest progress, although they were uncertain about which academy's spirit pearl Guwan had acquired. In the stillness of the night, the two sat before a small fire, engaging in light slumber. They dared not fall into a deep sleep, remaining vigilant for the appearance of treasure chests. However, instead of a treasure chest, they were greeted by a group of unexpected visitors. The 3 brothers from Class 6, having just acquired a treasure chest, quickly distanced themselves from the scene, only to spot a flicker of light in the distance. Exchanging glances, they resolved to bury the treasure chest and investigate further. As the glow from the fire was too striking against the night, one keen-eyed ability user quietly remarked, "Look, it seems to be Fang Ziqing from Class 1. And there is someone with him." The other two exchanged uncertain looks, one of them visibly agitated, for he was the one whose belongings Fang Ziqing had seized. The taller ability user pondered. Everyone knows Fang Ziqing possesses a spirit pearl, and he has previously taken our items. Should we consider taking him down? The other, having been robbed by Fang Ziqing, hesitated slightly, but he is a 3-star genius. I fear we may not stand a chance against him, especially with another ability user by his side. Observing his teammate's evident lack of confidence, the taller ability user reassured him, under normal circumstances. We would avoid a direct confrontation, but he is currently asleep. This opportunity is rare. The keen-eyed ability user nodded in agreement, though we have obtained another treasure chest. We cannot be certain it does not contain traps or other hazards like last time. However, we know that Fang Ziqing possesses a spirit pearl. If we can approach him and have the wristwatch declare him defeated, upon waking, he will have no choice but to hand over the pearl. Seeing his two teammates resolve, the only hesitant one clenched his teeth and nodded fiercely. Ever since being robbed by Fang Ziqing, he had dreamt of reclaiming his belongings. Little did he know that his dream would materialize so swiftly. The three stealthily approached Fang Ziqing and Jiang Lexin, who was currently stifling a laugh. As these three neared, the lightly sleeping Fang Ziqing was abruptly awakened. In the spirit of ensuring none of them escape, he secretly roused Jiang Lexin. The two communicated silently with gestures, plotting to seize them as they approached. However, to their dismay, the three culprits were exceedingly slow, causing impatience to brew in the duo. Just as they were poised to strike, a voice rang out. "Hey, brothers, we meet again." In an instant, the three were taken aback as Fang Ziqing turned with a smile directed at them, causing their composure to falter. Having already been anxious about their misdeeds, being caught off guard was one thing, but facing the formidable genius Fang Ziqing was another matter entirely. Even though these three were among the elite of their school, they felt a tinge of uncertainty. It seemed that they wouldn't even need Jiang Lexin, also a top contender, for Fang Ziqing alone could easily dispatch them. The tall ability user, recognizing the precariousness of their situation, shouted, "Retreat, quickly." The other two abilities reacted swiftly, yet someone was faster than them. 3 minutes later, the trio was huddled on the ground, heads cradled in their arms. Meanwhile, Jiang Lexin and Fang Ziqing were interrogating them with a branch. "Is there truly no treasure?" The tall boy shook his head, forcing a smile. "There really isn't. If you wish, you can search us." Jiang Lexin and Fang Ziqing exchanged glances, clearly aware of their confidence. Fang Ziqing smiled slightly and said, "Since it appears you possess no treasure to barter for your lives, I must regrettably eliminate you." The boy who had been robbed seemed about to protest, but was silenced by the tall one. Fang Ziqing chuckled lightly, addressing Jiang Lexin. "If Lu Zhong loses 3 high-level combatants like this, is there even a point in continuing the competition?" Jiang Lexin shook her head. The weakest of the 3 academies was indeed Lu Zhong, and losing half their strength at such an early stage would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. Fang Ziqing shook his head, clicking his tongue. At that point, the remaining 3 from Lu Zhong will hardly matter. After all, when everyone gathers for the final showdown, they will only have 3 members. Listening to their banter, the 3 captives felt a bitter taste in their mouths. Their observations were not unfounded. Any academy suffering a loss of over half its members would face a devastating blow. The treasure chests were randomized, and assuming equal chances for all. Losing half their members would significantly diminish their probability of encountering a treasure chest. Gathering 6 spirit pearls would become exceedingly difficult. If they were stronger, they could rely on overwhelming numbers to seize treasures. But alas, Lu Zhong was the academy with the weakest overall strength. As Fang Ziqing observed the 3 exchanging glances, he remained patient, awaiting their response. After contemplation, the tall boy decided to offer the treasure chest in exchange for their lives. After all, the contents of the chest were a mystery to everyone. "Fine, Fang Ziqing, you win. We are willing to trade the chest we just obtained." Chapter 133. The onset of illness. Fang Ziqing nodded silently, and Jiang Lexin smiled knowingly beside him. It was indeed a stroke of luck to encounter someone who would willingly present a treasure chest during an unassuming moment of rest. After the 3 individuals arrived at the predetermined location and unearthed the treasure chest, they did not depart immediately. Observing their childlike curiosity, Fang Ziqing refrained from opening the chest in their presence. Instead, he smiled and gestured for them to leave. Reluctantly, the trio turned back multiple times, for it was a hard-won treasure they had coveted, only to have it snatched away before they could even warm it in their hands. Had they known, they would have never provoked Fang Ziqing. Once the 3 had distanced themselves, Jiang Lexin approached with wide eyes, eagerly asking, "Fang, what treasures lie within?" Fang Ziqing, amused by Jiang Lexin's inquisitive demeanor, smiled, relishing the thrill of unveiling the unknown. He opened the chest's lid, revealing a spirit pearl emblazoned with the emblem of the First Academy of Tianhai City. Jiang Lexin gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Oh my, we've struck it rich. Hastily, Fang Ziqing secured the spirit pearl in his embrace, recognizing it as the key to victory. Carelessness was not an option. Nonetheless, he felt grateful to the trio from the Sixth Academy. They had generously gifted him a white positioning card on one occasion, and now presented him with a spirit pearl from their First Academy. Truly benevolent souls. The three, inexplicably bestowed with the label of good persons, now wore expressions tinged with regret as they stared blankly at the recently updated spirit pearl rankings. The standings revealed: First Academy of Tianhai City, Fang Ziqing, 2 pearls. First Academy of Tianhai City, Gu Wan, 1 pearl. Experimental Advanced Academy of Tianhai City, Xing Fei, 1 pearl. The prominence of Fang Ziqing's name, having doubled in spirit pearls, was strikingly evident. It was impossible for the other two to have located another treasure chest in such a brief span. Undoubtedly, the spirit pearl had been the one recently seized from their grasp. The trio sat despondently on the ground, their expressions betraying a deep sense of regret. If fate were to grant them another chance, they would certainly refrain from provoking Fang Ziqing again, absolutely. In the blink of an eye, the team competition had reached its 3rd day. The spirit pearl rankings had seen the emergence of several more pearls. First Academy of Tianhai City, Fang Ziqing, 3 pearls. First Academy of Tianhai City, Gu Wan, 2 pearls. Experimental Advanced Academy of Tianhai City, Xing Fei, 2 pearls. Sixth Academy of Tianhai City, Zhao Heng, 2 pearls. Thus, a total of 9 spirit pearls had appeared, with the First Academy monopolizing 5 of them. At that moment, Fang Ziqing was toying with another spirit pearl he had acquired from the Sixth Academy, while Jiang Lexin savored a hard-won soda. Indeed, it was soda. The previous day, the two had fortuitously obtained a treasure chest after ambushing a solitary high-level practitioner. To their astonishment, the contents of the chest were neither trap cards nor spirit pearls, but rather a supply airdrop card. Supply airdrop card. Function: upon utilizing this card at a designated location, a drone will deliver a batch of supplies within a short span. The soda in Jiang Lexin's hand was evidently one of the items from this supply drop. Fang Ziqing glanced at the rankings. Apart from himself, Gu Wan, Xing Fei, and Zhao Heng had all acquired 2 spirit pearls. In truth, this situation reveals numerous issues, such as why the list seems so fortuitously composed entirely of the most formidable individuals from each academy. Is it merely luck that has favored them? Clearly not. Rather than attributing this phenomenon to mere chance, it is more plausible that several capable individuals from various academies have congregated. Once gathered, those with lesser abilities tend to relinquish their spirit orbs to more powerful entities like Xing Fei and Zhao Heng, just as Jiang Lexin entrusted her spirit orb to the stronger Fang Ziqing, who would safeguard it. Fang Ziqing glanced at the sun to ascertain their bearings and said, "We should also search for Gu Wan. It would be disastrous to continue fighting alone and risk being surrounded." Just as Jiang Lexin was about to respond, she inadvertently let out a hiccup. She quickly covered her mouth in an attempt to stifle the sound, but it was too late. Fang Ziqing shook her head and looked at Jiang Lexin, inquiring, "Have you finished eating?" Embarrassed, Jiang Lexin nodded. "Then let us utilize that card." Upon hearing this, Jiang Lexin's eyes brightened. In recent days, the two had acquired not only spirit orbs and materials, but also a special card, the teammate location card. The teammate location card functions to designate a teammate and obtain her location. Without hesitation, Fang Ziqing affixed the card to her wristwatch. Ding. "Would you like to use this card?" "Yes. Please select a student from the First Advanced Academy in Tianhai City. Gu Wan." Fang Ziqing watched as her wristwatch displayed a map, generating a trajectory. Following the coordinates and route, the two could swiftly locate Gu Wan. Without further ado, they made their way toward her position. Meanwhile, Gu Wan's circumstances were far from favorable. In fact, they were quite dire. She found herself encircled by Zhao Heng and his 2 companions, who undoubtedly intended to seize her 2 spirit orbs. Ordinarily, Gu Wan could escape combat even with diminished spiritual energy, but she was currently facing a unique predicament. Zhao Heng exchanged glances with his companions, who began to advance slowly toward Gu Wan. Having engaged in combat moments earlier, Zhao Heng realized that Gu Wan was in a precarious state. Not only was she unable to defeat him, but even defending against his attacks proved to be a considerable struggle. However, regardless of the circumstances, this was a rare opportunity for Zhao Heng, and he was determined to overcome Gu Wan and claim her spirit orbs. Gu Wan's palms began to perspire coldly. Her mysterious ailment had inexplicably manifested a month earlier than anticipated. After enduring a torturous night, she was nearly drained of all her spiritual energy. At that moment, if not for sheer willpower sustaining her, she would likely have collapsed. She bit her tongue slightly to rouse her senses, as the chilling sensations that intermittently coursed through her body had tormented her throughout the night, leaving her engulfed in an abyss of cold and pain. During her previous encounter with Zhao Hong and his companions, the energy she had been using to suppress her ailment had been siphoned off, exacerbating her condition significantly. At this juncture, Guwan felt her vision becoming increasingly blurred. She exhaled softly, resolute in her determination not to allow Zhao Hong and his associates to take the two spirit orbs from her possession. Among these orbs was not only one of the top-tier quality, but also another of considerable significance. Zhao Hong and the other two individuals swiftly discerned that Gu Wan was in a precarious state and hesitated no longer. The two capable ones exchanged glances, channeling their spiritual energy towards Gu Wan in a coordinated assault. Aware that she could not allow her wristwatch to declare her defeated, lest her spiritual pearl be forfeited, Gu Wan gritted her teeth and forcefully summoned a fragment of her own spiritual energy, delivering a punch that sent the two adversaries reeling. At that moment, Zhao Hing made his move. As the second most talented individual after Gu Wan, and the foremost in Class 6, he unleashed his spiritual energy without mercy, executing the second tier of the martial technique Cannon Fist, striking from afar. Under normal circumstances, Gu Wan could have countered Zhao Heng's assault with a single hand. However, having just forcibly mobilized a sliver of her spiritual energy to repel the two attackers, the affliction that plagued her, no longer subdued by spiritual energy and exacerbated by a night of torment, intensified. In an instant, Gu Wan felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body pierced by a multitude of daggers, inflicting unbearable agony. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and she gasped for breath. Upon witnessing Zhao Hong's full-force attack, Gu Wan steeled herself, channeling another surge of spiritual energy through her right arm, even abstaining from employing any martial techniques. With two resounding thuds, she managed to push Zhao Hong back 3 steps. He gazed at her in astonishment, a bittersweet sensation enveloping him. As fellow top-tier students, the disparity between them was glaringly evident. He had already discerned that Gu Wan's current condition was severely compromised, preventing her from unleashing her full potential. Yet, with that solitary punch, devoid of any martial technique, she had managed to repel him. Zhao Hong shook his arm, still throbbing with pain, his eyes narrowing. The force she had wielded was nothing short of overwhelming. At that moment, Gu Wan's complexion turned pale, her body swaying precariously. She leaned against a nearby tree to steady herself, raising her head in anticipation of Zhao Hong and his companions' next onslaught. Observing her condition, Zhao Hong felt a pang of sympathy, yet recognized it as the opportune moment to strike. Should they allow Gu Wan to recover, they would stand no chance against her. Zhao Hong remained vigilant, ready to activate the golden shield at a moment's notice. He understood that even in her current state, Gu Wan had the capacity to inflict severe harm upon him. As the three approached her steadily, Gu Wan bit her lip. If she wished to repel them, she had no choice but to muster the last remnants of her spiritual energy to suppress the affliction. However, doing so would likely come at a great cost. With a stern expression, Gu Wan quelled the tremors coursing through her body, standing upright as her spiritual energy gradually manifested. The concept of surrender was alien to her existence. At that moment, Fang Ziqing and Jiang Lexin arrived just in time. Upon seeing Gu Wan, Fang Ziqing's body jolted with concern. This was dire. The affliction must have flared up. Zhao Hong, spotting Fang Ziqing and Jiang Lexin, felt urgency rise within him. He quickly signaled to the other two capable individuals to obstruct them while he hurried to seize Gu Wan's spiritual pearl and make his escape. Seeing Fang Ziqing arrive, Gu Wan felt a wave of relief wash over her, and in an instant, she collapsed backward. Jiang Lexin observed the formidable abilities of the approaching adversaries with a grave demeanor. "Fang, I will hold them off. You go to Gu Wan," she declared. However, Fang Ziqing did not respond. Just as she was about to turn back, an overwhelming aura enveloped her. Although she was aware that the force was not directed at her, a twinge of trepidation coursed through her heart. Fang Ziqing, his countenance darkened, unleashed his spiritual energy without restraint. Numerous phantoms emerged at his feet, disorienting those nearby. With an unimaginable swiftness, Fang Ziqing surged forward to catch Gu Wan, who was falling backward. The two abilities were taken by surprise. Unable to react before Fang Ziqing closed the distance. Astonishingly, as he passed by them, he did not need to employ a single strike. The sheer intensity of his pulsating spiritual energy sent the two adversaries hurtling away for dozens of meters. Zhao Hong, poised to act, suddenly felt ensnared by a terrifying presence. A cold sweat broke out across his body. His survival instincts compelled him to turn and unleash his most powerful defensive technique, the golden barrier. Yet, to his utter astonishment, He witnessed the man before him not employing any techniques at all, merely executing a casual blow. The sound echoed like the shattering of an eggshell. His once proud golden barrier, hailed as indestructible, was obliterated as if it were mere parchment. Before he could comprehend the situation, excruciating pain surged through him, and he was sent flying by Fang Ziqing, akin to a kite severed from its string. Fang Ziqing hurriedly caught Gu Wan, channeling his spiritual energy into her as she teetered on the brink of collapse. This entire sequence, from the annihilation of the three adversaries to his embrace of Gu Wan, transpired in the blink of an eye. Jiang Lexin's eyes widened as she swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the scene that had unfolded before her. Was this truly the real Fang? The one who usually jested and laughed? In a matter of moments, three formidable abilities had been utterly vanquished. It was crucial to note that among them was Zhao Hong, a two-star prodigy, along with the top two abilities from the sixth school, not mere novices. Yet, they had been dispersed in an instant by Fang Ziqing's onslaught. Jiang Lexin was not the only one struck by disbelief. Zhao Hong, now coughing blood, stared incredulously at Fang Ziqing. He could not fathom how what had seemed like an ordinary punch, merely a casual strike, could shatter his much-lauded defense. Glancing at his equally bewildered companions, it became evident that seizing the spirit orb today was an unattainable goal. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Hong urged, "Let us flee, quickly." As Jiang Lexin watched the three retreat hastily, she had no inclination to pursue them. Instead, she rushed to check on Gu Wan's condition. If the earlier events had left her astonished, the next moment rendered her utterly speechless. Before she could approach them, she was halted by the menacing spiritual tempest. She was convinced that forcing her way through would result in a disastrous fate. Observing the unprecedented gravity etched upon Fang Ziqing's countenance, coupled with the menacing glint in his eyes, Jiang Lexin bit her lip in trepidation. The current state of the squad was indeed daunting. Fang Ziqing silently sensed the peculiar affliction within Gu Wan, furrowing his brow in concern. The severity of the situation was unparalleled. Although the reason for the premature onset of this ailment remained a mystery, it was evident that had they not arrived in time, and if Gu Wan had not conserved that precious fragment of life force, even his presence would have been futile. At that moment, Fang Ziqing disregarded any notion of depleting his energy, letting out a low grunt as he summoned his spiritual power, straining against his limits. Meanwhile, Jiang Lexin found herself retreating repeatedly, acutely aware of the unprecedented and tumultuous spiritual storm wreaking havoc around Fang Ziqing. Her body trembled involuntarily, a visceral reaction born from an instinctual reverence for a formidable force. With her eyes closed, Gu Wan clutched Fang Ziqing's sleeve, as if he were her final lifeline. Fang Ziqing couldn't help but chuckle softly at this sight. "Little Gu Wan, it seems fortune favors you. You've danced with the Grim Reaper." He withdrew his hand from her chest, wiping the sweat from his brow. With a slight exhale, he managed to temporarily seal the bizarre illness. He gazed at Gu Wan, who was just beginning to open her eyes. As he intended to lift her, a wave of dizziness from his drained energy struck him, causing him to lose his footing and collapse to the ground. Gasping for breath, he smiled at Gu Wan. "Had I known, I should have exercised more regularly. This weakness is quite bothersome." Gu Wan, with reddened eyes, remained silent but tightened her grip on his garment. Observing the two of them leaning against each other on the ground, Jiang Lexin felt a surge of mixed emotions, reluctant to disrupt the tender moment that belonged solely to them. As night fell, the trio made camp beside a mound of earth. Gu Wan lay nestled in Fang Ziqing's embrace, never straying far from him. Clearing his throat, Fang Ziqing addressed Jiang Lexin. "I need to tend to Gu Wan's injuries. Please keep watch for us." Though puzzled by Gu Wan's condition, Jiang Lexin obediently complied, still reeling from the shock of Fang Ziqing's formidable side, which left her momentarily at a loss for words. Once Jiang Lexin had distanced herself, Fang Ziqing gently tucked Gu Wan's hair behind her ear and inquired, "Please, tell me what transpired." Gu Wan, cocooned in his arms like a fragile silkworm, did not respond but, with slightly reddened eyes, murmured, "I've caused you trouble." Fang Ziqing furrowed his brow fiercely at her words and retorted, "Do you believe that if you utter such sentiments again, I shall cease to hold you, allowing your ailment to resurface and leave you in peril?" Gu Wan, seemingly undeterred by his threats, gazed vacantly at the sky. At that moment, her strength was utterly depleted. Not only did she risk wasting precious resources, but she also burdened Fang Ziqing with the strain on his spiritual power. Their collective fighting capacity had dwindled significantly in an instant. Fang Ziqing, attuned to her thoughts, nestled Gu Wan's head against his chest and reassured her, "Do not fret. Though this affliction is quite severe, let us not forget that I am the fated nemesis of Miss Gu. Such trifling maladies flee at the mere sight of me." He then summoned a trace of his recently restored spiritual energy to probe into Gu Wan's being. Indeed, he managed to subdue the strange illness. Yet since it was not addressed promptly, it had morphed into a more formidable adversary. Eradicating it completely within a short span was unattainable. Thus, he resorted to nurturing Gu Wan's body with his spiritual force, devising a gradual strategy for its annihilation. Moreover, during this period, Fang Ziqing could not stray even a step from Gu Wan, holding her closely, intermittently channeling his potent energy within her. "How many times have you saved me?" Gu Wan suddenly inquired. Fang Ziqing scratched his head, about to respond when Gu Wan continued, "I wonder how much longer my body can endure." If Fang Ziqing swiftly covered her mouth, his tone earnest, "Do not entertain such thoughts. As long as I am here, this affliction shall not prevail against you. Furthermore, I have made up my mind. After this competition, I shall move into your residence and share your bed." At that moment, Jiang Lexin, who had returned to fetch something, inadvertently overheard the latter part of his declaration. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the pair, then awkwardly exclaimed, I didn't hear anything. You may continue." With that, she hastily covered her face and fled. Meanwhile, Fang Ziqing's expression turned sheepish. His words indeed lent themselves to misinterpretation. Nonetheless, he truly harbored such intentions.